In the bustling city of Wu, within a vibrant e-commerce park, the accomplished Cheng Zhu, the chairman of a media company with assets in the millions, had earned himself a reputation as the king of bravado. One fateful day, while perusing the internet, he stumbled upon a trending question. If given the chance to be reborn, would you take it? Seeing the plethora of comments yearning for a second chance at life, Cheng Zhu, in a moment of arrogance, decided to flaunt his wealth by replying with a curt "No, I wouldn't," accompanied by an eye-catching screenshot of his bank balance, boasting over 6 million yuan. Little did he know that fate had a grand jest in store for him, for in the blink of an eye, he truly found himself reborn. Upon awakening, Cheng Zhu found himself transported back to the summer when his first love had ended their relationship in 2014. In his previous life, he had been deeply scarred by this romance, ultimately transforming into a notorious playboy. However, with his newfound opportunity, he chose to break free from the shackles of the past and not repeat the same mistakes. Having resolved his emotional entanglements, Cheng Zhu swiftly redirected his focus towards amassing wealth. After all, fate had granted him a rare second chance, compelling him to construct an even grander business empire than before. Utilizing a generous monetary gift from his elders post-exams as a starting capital, and leveraging the connections of his childhood friend Jiang Wanzhou, he astutely placed bets on the World Cup, multiplying his initial investment several times over. Subsequently, drawing upon the extensive experience he had accrued in e-commerce from his previous life, he keenly identified the burgeoning market for intimate apparel. By employing advanced marketing techniques and e-commerce strategies from the future, Cheng Zhu successfully launched an online store, reaping substantial profits. As his commercial empire expanded, Cheng Zhu found himself entangled in a web of romantic pursuits, navigating relationships with various affluent young women, including Shenqing Ning and his past lover Meng Ey. In the realm of business, he faced numerous challenges, grappling with malicious competitors and the ever-shifting market landscape. Yet, armed with foresight and remarkable courage, he adeptly maneuvered through each crisis. Chapter 1. So you wanted to be reborn, do you? In an e-commerce park in Wu City, Cheng Zhu settled into his chair with a flourish, skillfully lighting a cigarette with his DuPont lighter. As he flicked the top open, it emitted a crisp ding. The official price of this lighter was a staggering 13,200 yuan, and as he often claimed, he purchased it solely for the sound it made. In his office, Cheng Zhu unapologetically exhaled plumes of smoke, casually resting his feet on the desk. He scrolled through Douyin, where he found one of his company's female streamers energetically promoting products. After watching for a mere 30 seconds, he swiped past the video. "I have complete confidence in EE's professional skills," he mused, referring to the top streamer in his company, whom he had personally mentored. Her efforts alone brought in nearly 10 million yuan annually, though it paled in comparison to the top-tier streamers. It was still sufficient to fill Cheng Zhu's coffers. As the next Douyin video appeared, it featured an interactive post with over 2,000 comments. Bored, Cheng Zhu decided to take a look, and unsurprisingly, a majority expressed a desire for rebirth. With a smirk, he typed a comment, "I wouldn't want that," and attached a screenshot of his bank balance, showcasing over 6 million yuan. "Here I am, a youthful success with over 6 million in a single account rebirth. Please." Among his circle, Cheng Zhu was recognized as the undisputed king of bravado, effortlessly exuding confidence. While most people tend to flaunt their wealth, Cheng Zhu did so with a flair that was truly unparalleled. Unlike some of his friends, who had to tiptoe around their boasting, his comments stood out amidst the thousands. "Where did you find such a fake image?" One commenter remarked, "If you had 6 million in reality, I would call you a big shot, but here on Douyin, I can only say you're lacking." Another chimed in, "Damn, he's really showing off." As the last embers of his cigarette extinguished, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. "Cheng Zhu, Cheng Zhu," a female voice echoed in his ears. Gradually regaining his vision, he saw a girl with chestnut-colored hair standing before him, her expression a mix of anger and concern. Scattered on the floor lay remnants of a cigarette. The scene felt vaguely familiar, yet elusive. Alongside the girl stood 2 boys and another girl. One of the boys, the class president named Li Rue, admonished him, "Cheng Zhu, are you sulking here? Smoking is harmful to your health, and you shouldn't speak to Li Xinyue that way." In that moment, Cheng Zhu felt a pressure in his head as fragmented memories began to resurface. This was indeed the summer of 2014, the season he had confirmed his first relationship with the girl, Li Xinyue. It was during this time that they had their first major argument, leading her to break up with him. In his youthful folly, Cheng Zhu began smoking, partly as a misguided attempt to show his pain, akin to how girls might drink excessively after a breakup to dramatize their heartbreak. Reflecting on his past, he found it rather foolish. The boy who had scolded him was Li Rue, a diligent student from a wealthy family. Despite his solid academic performance, he was not particularly tall or handsome, unlike Cheng Zhu, who stood at 182 centimeters with a rugged charm. Li Rue had long harbored feelings for Li Xinyue, having known her since childhood, but as the saying goes, childhood sweethearts cannot compete with unexpected arrivals. While Li Rue often tried to comfort Li Xinyue after their arguments, Cheng Zhu remembered how he would eventually return to apologize, leading to their reconciliation. In the end, Li Rue would play the role of the supportive friend, only to be cast aside once more. At that moment, Li Rue, noticing Cheng Zhu's silence, pressed on, "Cheng Zhu, it's wrong for you to smoke. Did you not see how upset Xinyue was?" Among the other two standing nearby, a boy named Wang Anquan, whose skin was a bit darker and marked with acne, added, "Bro, let's not learn to smoke, it really isn't good for your health." Cheng Zhu glanced at Wang Anquan, his expression softening. Wang Anquan's father was a firefighter, and his name, which meant safety first, was a testament to his upbringing. They were high school desk mates, and Wang Anquan was one of his closest friends. Standing next to Wang Anquan was a girl named Chun Rongrong, Li Sinyu's best friend, who echoed similar sentiments about his smoking. While Li Rui's admonishment was tinged with malice, Wang Anquan's concern was genuine. He turned his head to Li Rue, observing the relentless class leader who tirelessly wielded his hoe, day in and day out, fixated on undermining others to ascend the social ladder. He squinted and smiled, saying, "Do you know the saying? Warm men rank below sycophants. What level do you think you are to undermine me? In the hierarchy of identity, warm men rank lower than mere flatterers. Even if I truly do not reconcile with Li Xinyue this time, it is not your place, you foolish one." However, it seems that in this day and age, such awareness is still lacking. Warm man appears to be a term of endearment. Although Li Rue did not fully grasp the implications of Cheng Zhu's words, it was clear to anyone not foolish that he was being insulted. "Cheng Zhu, you die in the end." He merely raised his voice slightly, demanding, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Is it not obvious?" Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly. He grinned and said, "I usually refrain from making people uncomfortable, but if I do—" Cheng Zhu paused for a moment, his smile becoming even more radiant, "then I truly wish to make you uncomfortable." Chapter 2. A rereading. Cheng Zhu had come to a definitive conclusion. He had indeed been reborn. He simply could not fathom why, among the multitude of individuals yearning for a second chance, he, who had no such desire, was chosen. After all, he still had over 6 million in his card that he had yet to spend. Had he been the fresh high school graduate he once was, he would not have dared confront this class leader, who relished in undermining others. Yet now, he hailed from a future shaped by years of experience. By that time, he had traversed the myriad temptations of life, untouched by any of them, naturally looking down upon a so-called warm man like Li Rue. Why has the phrase "warm men rank below sycophants" resurfaced recently? It is simply due to individuals commenting in the sections of borderline videos on Douyin, saying, "Stop trying, you deserve love." Individuals like Li Rue, who shower others' girlfriends with attention, care, and meticulousness, are said to be granted the highest form of treatment, a mere invitation to stand at the door and listen, or perhaps a chance to partake in the night's activities using the protection he purchased, allowing him a modicum of involvement. Cheng Zhu maintained a splendid mindset. He even felt that he was not insulting Li Rue, but rather enlightening him like a wise mentor. Furthermore, he harbored a genuine disdain for Li Rue. When they had just graduated from university, Cheng Zhu had thrived, securing a stable job through familial connections, speaking with an air of authority. Ultimately, Li Rue was merely vexed at the fact that a childhood goddess had ended up with Cheng Zhu. However, in subsequent reunions, Li Rue was absent, or rather, he was unable to attend. Due to certain circumstances, he had acquired another stable job, but it had led him to incarceration. At this moment, Li Rui's face flushed crimson with rage, his fingers trembling. Yet inexplicably, he found himself slightly intimidated by Cheng Zhu's gaze. Cheng Zhu believed it was due to his youthful accomplishments and professional success. He had grown accustomed to the demeanor of one in a position of power, exuding an aura that set him apart from the average high school graduate, viewing Li Rui as a mere child. Conversely, in Li Rui's eyes, Cheng Zhu appeared as a quintessential societal figure, embodying the essence of a streetwise individual. Cheng Zhu's naturally high brow and slightly upward-turned eyebrows, combined with his chiseled features, gave him a somewhat roguish charm. His tall stature often led to misunderstandings regarding his demeanor, causing others to perceive him as a school bully. Since middle school, if two groups of boys clashed, his mere presence on one side, even if he was only there to bolster morale, would inevitably result in him being targeted and mercilessly beaten. Throughout his school years, he never relished the role of a leader, yet endured the punishment typically meted out to one. Surprisingly, this type of boy was quite popular during his school days, drawing the attention of many girls. At this moment, Li Xinyue believed that Li Rui could not possibly compare to Cheng Zhu. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her original stance, fuming as she declared, "Then let it be. I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, she stormed off, prompting Li Rui and Chen Rongrong to hastily follow. Wang Anquan stood beside Cheng Zhu, inquiring, "Brother Zhu, aren't you going to chase after her?" "Why should I? The next one will be even better." Cheng Zhu had no such intention. Indeed, first loves are often unforgettable. Yet Li Xinyue was the girl who taught Cheng Zhu a lesson in life. Although she had pursued him and was quite clingy, displaying an extremely intense demeanor in love, she had repeatedly warned Cheng Zhu, "You must not cheat while we are in a long-distance relationship." But in reality, such girls exist. Their emotions are fervent and reckless when infatuated, yet they do not reserve their fervor for just one person. Within a month of the university semester commencing, Cheng Zhu experienced a wave of what is known as cold violence. After their breakup, he learned that Li Xinyue had developed feelings for a senior during the welcome party. Ultimately, he received a simple message: "Please stop messaging and calling me. I beg you to let me go." In that moment, Cheng Zhu was taken aback, recalling the summer when she nestled against him, cautiously yet fervently expressing, "You won't leave me once we start university, will you?" Later on, Cheng Zhu heard that Li Xinyue had not been faring well. The reason was straightforward: her college boyfriend was a super-rich second-generation heir. Some locks, once opened with a golden key, mistakenly believed themselves to be gilded. That senior, aware that their college romance would not culminate in marriage, sought only beautiful partners, disregarding all else. However, when it came time for serious commitments, they suddenly sought a match of equal standing. In the end, Li Xinyue found herself perpetually caught in an unfulfilling situation. Many years later, at a gathering of high school classmates, Cheng Zhu, now successful and unencumbered by family commitments, was unaware that Li Xinyue would be present. This led to her feeling embarrassed and making a hasty exit. Li Xinyue has always been surrounded by individuals like Li Rui. Perhaps it was unintentional, but she undeniably has her own fishing pond. This provides some insight. Moreover, individuals of her type are fervent in pursuit, yet become insufferable once in a relationship. From my later experiences, a portion of such women are exceedingly prone to fickleness. Wang Anquan observed his best friend, sensing a certain difference in him, though he could not quite articulate it. However, to a student like him, Cheng Zhu's nonchalance at that moment was genuinely impressive, making him feel somewhat envious. Cheng Zhu looked at Wang Anquan, whose skin was somewhat dark and marked by a few teenage blemishes, and gently patted his shoulder, earnestly stating, "If memory serves me correctly, you seem fond of Li Xinyue's friend, Chen Rongrong?" While Chen Rongrong may not possess Li Xinyue's beauty, she was adept at styling herself, had a slight lisp, and was quite skilled at mingling with boys. Wang Anquan, upon hearing Cheng Zhu's words, lowered his head slightly and said, "Brother Zhu, you know my academic performance is poor, and my family's circumstances are ordinary. Rongrong wouldn't even look at someone like me, especially not someone like Wang Kai. Your self-awareness pleases me." Cheng Zhu nodded in affirmation. "Brother Zhu, can't you offer me some words of comfort?" Wang Anquan asked, exasperated. Cheng Zhu regarded him seriously and said, "You can be academically lacking, You can earn little, and you can even be unattractive. You may not be exceptional, you may lack ambition, and you may not be intelligent. Wang Anquan listened, expecting comforting words to follow. Cheng Zhu continued, but I cannot. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Anquan was momentarily stunned, then filled with indignation, wishing to challenge him. Indeed, Wang Anquan is quite robust, reminiscent of a water buffalo, endowed with remarkable strength, prompting Cheng Zhu to make a swift escape. As he ran, a laugh escaped his lips. What he had just articulated was a genuine sentiment. While one might choose to be ordinary, he could not afford such a luxury, for after all, he bore the responsibility of uplifting his companion. In the future, as long as I have a bowl of rice to eat, you shall have one to wash. That is my solemn promise to you, my friend. On the bus, Wang Anquan could not restrain his curiosity any longer and inquired, Zhuge, are you truly going to part ways like this, without reconciling with Li Xinyue? Li Xinyue was the type who frequently brandished the notion of breaking up. Her threats were empty, for with a little coaxing, she would readily agree to reunite. Of course, Anquan, let me impart this wisdom. You must never become a sycophant. Some hearts are as unyielding as sponge tissue. The more you flatter, the harder they become, Cheng Zhu advised earnestly. Though the term sycophant had not yet gained popularity in 2014, Wang Anquan grasped its essence. He responded, but in the end, doesn't it soften? This made Cheng Zhu instantly wary of his younger companion's perilous mindset. Not only did he wish to be a sycophant, but he also aspired to persist in this folly, naively hoping for a favorable outcome in the long run. Would he not be left splattered by the wounds of love? Noticing Cheng Zhu's furrowed brow, Wang Anquan chose to shift the conversation, saying, Zhuge, although Li Xinyue possesses a bit of a princess demeanor, given your many breakups and reconciliations, does it truly matter if this one is added to the list? Cheng Zhu gazed out the window, responding lightly, revisiting a book may yield fresh insights, yet it will not alter the conclusion. Chapter 3. Good Girls and Bad Girls. Wang Anquan felt a jolt upon hearing these words, recognizing their profound significance. A book reread often reveals fresh insights, yet the conclusion remains unchanged. He silently committed this phrase to memory, resolving to share it with others at an opportune moment after entering university. Furthermore, as Zhuge spoke, he averted his gaze from Wang Anquan, instead staring out the window, which only deepened his apparent profundity. It is worth noting that Cheng Zhu, having achieved considerable success at a young age, was surrounded by a throng of wealthy heirs and innovative pioneers who unanimously acknowledged his formidable presence. In contrast, Wang Anquan, still a student, felt overwhelmed by this atmosphere. However, the depth of meaning in Cheng Zhu's words stirred something within Wang Anquan, leading him to ponder whether Cheng Zhu was feeling disheartened, suggesting that he had resolutely decided to end the relationship, solidifying its conclusion. With a sigh, he ventured, actually, Rong mentioned to me that Li Xinyue merely has a princess-like temperament, but still cares for you deeply. This prompted Cheng Zhu to swiftly turn his head, scrutinizing Wang Anquan with a frown. Is it because Chun Rong and Li Xinyue are close friends that you are reluctant for me to break up with her? This would make it easier for you to approach Chun Rong. While this sentiment did indeed reflect a portion of Wang Anquan's thoughts, he vehemently countered, how could that be? Brother Zhu, you have a truly sordid mind. Not all, Cheng Zhu replied. His memories of Chun Rong were somewhat hazy, although some recollections had resurfaced since his rebirth. He only remembered her as the classmate who married young, apparently pregnant before graduating from university and pressuring her partner into marriage, threatening to make a scene otherwise. Reflecting on his rebirth, Cheng Zhu found it quite extraordinary. After entering university, he had broken up with Li Xinyue, experiencing heartache. This classmate, though slightly less attractive than Li Xinyue, possessed a gentle demeanor and, more importantly, long legs. Following that encounter, Cheng Zhu underwent some transformations. He did not retreat from love or lock his heart away, nor did he cling to the notion of severing ties with his beloved. Instead, his mindset evolved, allowing him to continue living his life. Relationships came and went. He simply refused to confine himself or be intimidated into stagnation. Every major navigation app contains a voice prompt that advises, Please make a U-turn at the next suitable location and reroute. What a trivial matter. Perhaps this attitude contributed to his friends perceiving him as remarkably carefree. As the bus traversed the city of Hangzhou, Cheng Zhu gazed out the window, feeling a sense of both familiarity and estrangement. At that moment, the housing prices in Hangzhou had yet to reach the exaggerated heights they would later attain. Regrettably, the bus passed by a property Cheng Zhu had purchased later on, which had not yet undergone demolition. He cursed under his breath, lamenting that, after buying it, he had not even begun renovations before his rebirth. This realization ignited a determination within him to seize the opportunity of low housing prices to invest wisely and rectify his past mistakes. It was now 2014. Though only a few years had passed, there were indeed many avenues for financial gain. As Cheng Zhu began to contemplate how to earn money diligently, his phone vibrated, revealing a WeChat message from Li Xinyue. This time, we are truly finished. The brevity of her message elicited a chuckle from Cheng Zhu, who recognized the familiar pattern. Wang Anquan, ever the gossip, leaned in to observe. The succinct message widened Wang Anquan's eyes in astonishment. Soon after, the dialog box displayed typing, then shifted to the contact name Ye, and once more reverted to typing. In a swift motion, Cheng Zhu deleted Li Xinyue from his friends list. The fluidity of his actions was remarkable. He initially intended to block her before deleting, ensuring he would never receive another friend request from her. Wang Anquan watched, a sensation of incredulity washing over him. How is it that I feel Brother Zhu is remarkably adept at this? He voiced his thoughts in disbelief. You really deleted her? What else would I do? Cheng Zhu replied nonchalantly. I have granted her every request. What more is there? Unable to contain himself, Wang Anquan remarked, Brother Zhu, Li Xinyue must be furious right now. Cheng Zhu merely smiled, indifferent, and said, in truth, my treatment of her is rather generous. What? Wang Anquan was utterly perplexed. Cheng Zhu elaborated, given Li Xinyue's nature, when she reaches university, she will likely break up with me and find someone else. What? Wang Anquan was even more bewildered. However, that will only occur after she has started university and we are in a long-distance relationship. Just think about it. I could easily continue dating her over the summer. This way, I would enjoy daily affection and intimacy, and then simply await the inevitable distance. It is all about resource management within a limited time frame. With someone like Li Xinyue, who is so fickle, I genuinely feel no emotional burden. Of course, Wang Anquan could not comprehend this perspective, nor did Cheng Zhu intend for him to. In that moment, he suddenly recalled a piece of wisdom from a figure often referred to as a sage by many netizens. Although he had no intention of applying this wisdom directly to Li Xinyue, he deemed it worthy of noting in his memo, recognizing its potential value. Cheng Zhu opened his phone's notes app and began typing. As Wang Anquan observed, he found the initial part of the phrase quite normal, perhaps even mundane. Yet upon reading the latter half, he was left utterly astonished, shaken by the impact it had on his youthful sensibilities. Cheng Zhu inscribed the sage's words, do not waste good girls. Do not squander bad girls. Chapter 4. The winds of destiny. Wang Anquan felt a profound impact on his soul. Good girls should not let down their guard, while bad girls should not be a waste. To his astonishment, Zhu Ge had even noted it down in his memo. The bus arrived at their stop, bringing them to the community where Cheng Zhu and Wang Anquan resided. Cheng Zhu alighted gracefully, and Wang Anquan immediately followed suit. At the entrance of the community, they bid each other farewell, for their homes lay in opposite directions. It was 4 p.m, and he presumed there would be no one at home. Cheng Zhu mused to himself. His family owned a small restaurant called Yunlai, located on the street opposite the community. The establishment was modest, consisting of only 2 rooms. Cheng Zhu's father, Cheng Donglai, was both the owner and the chef. Overall, the restaurant's business was neither thriving nor failing. This allowed Cheng Zhu, during his youth, to live a life devoid of financial worry, even if it was far from affluence. Though his father lacked exceptional skills, he had never allowed Cheng Zhu to go hungry. Running a restaurant was undoubtedly arduous. Each day was filled with smoke and fire, and they occasionally encountered difficult customers. Upon returning home, he walked directly into the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. Why was his hair so long and styled so poorly? Cheng Zhu found it hard to appreciate. It seemed that perming hair in the middle or side parts was quite trendy these days. After finishing high school, many students had embraced their freedom, indulging in lavish hairstyles at salons. Yet, he couldn't help but reminisce about the perfect hairline of his youth. Before showering, Cheng Zhu rummaged through his wardrobe for a change of clothes. After some time, he discovered that his long pants were either cropped or too lengthy. Oh, that's right. It's fashionable to show one's ankles now. Either wear crop pants or roll up the cuffs, he chuckled. He vaguely recalled a special technique for rolling pants to create a tapered look. Ultimately, he chose a pair of black joggers. After showering, he did not rush out, but instead sat at his desk and picked up his phone to check his current financial standing. A total of 312 yuan. He murmured to himself. After the college entrance examination, his relatives would gift him red envelopes, and in Zhejiang, the generosity of these envelopes was quite notable. However, given his family's circumstances, this amount felt somewhat excessive. His grandfather, a small but wealthy man, believed that in his old age, he could not take his money with him. Thus, he was particularly generous with his grandchildren, gifting Cheng Zhu 5,000 yuan alone. Cheng Zhu had already spent a small portion of that money over the summer, leaving him with over 10,000. From a car with over 600,000 to a total wealth of just over 10,000. How stark the contrast. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but express his feelings. But the strong never lament their circumstances. So, you want me to be reborn, do you? Cheng Zhu thought, reflecting that it would be rather unwise not to seize this opportunity to earn some money. What could he accomplish with over 10,000 in 2014? He pondered. Glancing at the date, it was July 13th. He then logged onto the internet, acclimating himself to the current era, and soon enough, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. Within 24 hours, he could multiply that some several times. With this thought, he realized that if one were to be reborn, the advantages would indeed be considerable. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but recall a figure whom netizens referred to as having a system at his disposal, reminiscent of a life that seemed to leap from the pages of a thrilling novel. That person was Lei Bus. Our esteemed Lei once said, "As long as you stand at the wind's mouth, even pigs can fly. So go forth, young man, and embrace the winds of destiny." That very night, Cheng Zhu would stand at the first gust of his rebirth. However, before that, he needed to head to Yunlai restaurant for dinner. Strangely enough, he felt a tinge of anxiety, along with excitement and anticipation. His parents were much younger now than he remembered. His little sister, Cheng Yu, was still in kindergarten. Cheng Yu, his 5.5-year-old sister, was treated like a princess in their family, while he, the son, was merely a loyal guardian. Arriving outside Yunlai restaurant, Cheng Zhu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. As he stepped inside, he spotted his mother, Su Yun, bustling about. Many might resonate with the feeling that, since their earliest memories, their mothers have always been middle-aged women. How many can vividly remember their mother's youthful appearance? Su Yun was now 40, undeniably a middle-aged woman. Yet she seemed even younger than Cheng Zhu recalled. "What's wrong?" Su Yun asked, noticing her son staring at her in a daze. "Mom, you look so youthful." "No, I mean you look exceptionally young today," Cheng Zhu blurted out. "Stop talking nonsense." Su Yun, usually gentle, suddenly adopted a stern expression and quickly turned away to fetch a bowl of chilled mung bean soup from the fridge for her son. Mothers of this generation often inquire whether their dishes are to their children's liking, but rarely ask if they look good today. Children, too, seldom compliment their mother's beauty. Cheng Zhu's reasoning was simple. If he lavishly praised women outside, they might consider him a sycophant. However, a single compliment to his mother would bring her joy for an entire day. Su Yin was taken aback by her son's unexpected compliment. After a while, she pretended to act normal and went to the bathroom, feeling a bit shy as she looked in the mirror repeatedly. Initially, she couldn't discern anything special, but as she continued to gaze, it seemed there was something. She couldn't help but whisper to herself, joy blossoming within her heart. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu feigned sipping on the mung bean soup in their little restaurant when, before long, a small head popped up from behind the cash register, letting out a roar like a little dragon, attempting to startle him. Cheng Zhu looked at the small girl with her adorable Neza hairstyle, pretending to be terrified, which made her giggle uncontrollably. He lifted her effortlessly, gazing at her chubby cheeks, bright eyes, and charming Neza hairstyle, feeling overwhelmed by the beauty of his little sister. Cheng Yu, at 5 years old, was undeniably at her most endearing. Cheng Zhu thought fondly of this period with his sister. Later, when he moved from Hangzhou to Wuqing to start his own business, first in e-commerce and then in live streaming, he found himself spending less time with family, seeing Cheng Yu only a few times a year. After lifting her a few times, he set her down beside him. "Little Yu, would you like your brother to feed you some mung bean soup?" he asked. "Wait." Cheng Yu raised a tiny hand, full of mischief. "What is it?" Cheng Zhu paused, slightly confused. "Brother, did you think about me all day while you were away?" The little girl inquired, looking up at him with her chubby face. "Of course," Cheng Zhu replied without hesitation, even adding a double meaning. Cheng Yu immediately patted her chest with her little hand, exhaling like a miniature adult, and exclaimed, "That is good. I thought I was the only one secretly missing you at the restaurant." Chapter 5. The first step to wealth with a single simple sentence from his younger sister. Cheng Zhu's heart melted. "Damn, my sister is utterly adorable." Now, with Xiao Yuzi's sweet voice, he would comply with any request she made. He was utterly smitten. Shouldn't he be earning a castle for the princess? Money. He must strive even harder to amass wealth in this lifetime. Upon reflection, Cheng Zhu felt a twinge of regret concerning Xiao Yuzi. In his memories, his sister, Cheng Yu, had been a particularly lively and quirky little girl. However, after entering middle school, she became increasingly reserved and introverted. It was only later, by chance, that Cheng Zhu learned she had been subjected to cruel taunts from several female classmates due to her early development. The loose school uniform could hardly conceal it, and they had whispered insinuations about her character. The demeanor and grace of a girl are indeed of paramount importance. The same face can undergo a dramatic transformation when paired with varying poise and temperament. These revelations came from Yuzi's later friends, igniting Cheng Zhu's fury and desire to confront those girls. One of the girls loved to chat with Cheng Zhu, believing that the older brother of her friend was nothing like the boys at school. He resolved to be more attentive to such matters in the future. With that thought, he stood up and headed to the restaurant kitchen. "You're here?" His father, Cheng Dong, glanced at him with a hint of indifference. The Cheng family was famously biased towards daughters over sons. Cheng Dong was fervently devoted to his daughter, a complete daughter as slave. While he adopted a hands-off approach with his son, as long as he didn't cause trouble outside. "Dad, is there anything I can help with?" he inquired. Old Cheng, while stir-frying spicy peppers and meat, looked at him with mild surprise and simply replied, "Go outside and enjoy the air conditioning." Cheng Zhu did not insist and obediently left the kitchen. Watching his son's retreating figure, old Cheng murmured, "How strange. This lazy boy is actually offering to help?" If memory served, his second uncle would come this year to swindle money, leaving their family finances in tatters. The following years proved to be quite arduous for old Cheng. His health had also been deteriorating, likely due to the relentless toil of those years. This world treats the impoverished in such a manner. For every issue that money could resolve, they must sacrifice something far more precious: health, life, time, dignity, to find a solution. Many individuals trade their health for wealth while young, only to later exchange their riches for health and sickness. Fortunately, Cheng Zhu's career eventually flourished, and he became particularly concerned about his parents' well-being. Over time, old Cheng's health improved year by year, and his mother, Su Yun, appeared to grow younger. His fortune seemed to align, as his income matched the pace of his parents' aging. Children wish to care for their parents, but not everyone is so fortunate. Cheng Zhu mused. Since he had been reborn, he ought to ensure a more prosperous life for them both. He resolved to amass wealth with utmost urgency. With that thought, he promptly took out his phone and opened WeChat. To secure his first pot of gold, he needed to contact someone, Jiang Wanzhou, another childhood friend aside from Wang Anquan. They had attended the same elementary school, middle school, and high school, essentially growing up together. The name Wanzhou draws inspiration from fishing boats singing at dusk, resonating with the lines from the Tongwang Pavilion that many students had memorized. Cheng Zhu had found reciting such verses tedious during his school days, but as he matured, He realized these literary gems were truly magnificent. In every class, there seemed to be a flamboyant character and a wealthy classmate, but in Cheng Zhu's youth, these traits coalesced in Jiang Wanzhou. He possessed a male body, yet an effeminate appearance, his voice soft and movements graceful, exuding a certain flamboyance. When Cheng Zhu would sweat profusely, he would simply wipe his face with his hand, while Jiang Wanzhou would delicately fan himself with both hands, adding an extra layer of charm. This seemingly flamboyant individual harbored ambitions of becoming a domineering so. Can you believe it? Who has ever seen a CEO strutting in a black coat, taking tiny steps? Cheng Zhu silently scoffed. Yet, one could not deny that Jiang Wanzhou was indeed exceptionally wealthy. Rumors circulated during their school days that his family owned an entire street of shops. Cheng Zhu had been skeptical at first, as Wanzhou never displayed ostentation and was frugal with food. When he shared this tidbit, Wanzhou immediately waved it off, exclaiming, "How could that be? That's an exaggeration." "I knew it." Cheng Zhu chuckled. Eventually, he discovered that Jiang Wanzhou's family did indeed own a street of shops. But his denial stemmed from the fact that the shops across the street were not part of his family's property. In his mind, only when the shops lined both sides of the street could it be considered owning a street. Anything less was merely half a street. From that point onward, Cheng Zhu began to call him President Jiang, while Wanzhou continued to affectionately refer to him as Brother Zhu. With such a wealthy childhood friend, one would expect Cheng Zhu's entrepreneurial journey to be smoother. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Their partnership seemed doomed, yet they both thrived independently. It was akin to each being formidable alone, but together they were a disaster. Cheng Zhu later concluded that Wanzhou's overwhelming aura was likely overshadowing him. At this moment, he typed, "Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to drinks at your cousin S bar? How about tonight?" Look at him, taking the initiative to suggest a treat, and even choosing the time. President Jiang. Treating. Cheng Zhu messaged, playfully teasing. He could empathize with Jiang Wanzhou's pent-up frustration, having noticed through their chat history that Wanzhou had attempted to arrange outings during the summer vacation. However, the previous Cheng Zhu had prioritized romance over friendship, neglecting their bond for quite some time. "I shall rescue you from your cold palace." Additionally, Cheng Zhu extended an invitation to stay at a hotel together. Given Cheng Zhu's family's strict rules against him staying out overnight, fearing he might engage in reckless behavior, and Jiang Wanzhou's captivating appearance, his family was understandably protective, wishing to shield him from potential pitfalls. Fortunately, it was 2014, a time before the rise of deceitful characters and cunning individuals. Otherwise, societal norms would have shifted, and the Jiang family would likely have been even more concerned. Of course, Cheng Zhu was well aware that Jiang Wanzhou was not inclined towards men. He simply possessed an innate charm that was hard to ignore. When Cheng Zhu's mother, Su Yun, heard that her son would be spending the night at Jiang Wanzhou's, she initially intended to inquire further, but having been praised by her son, she refrained from prying. As night fell before 10 o'clock, Jiang Wanzhou arrived in his Mercedes G-Class to pick up Cheng Zhu. They had just completed their college entrance exams and swiftly enrolled in driving school, both obtaining their licenses in no time. The difference lay in Cheng Zhu having a license, but no car, while Jiang Wanzhou's family owned so many vehicles that he often didn't know which one to drive. In 2014, the current model of the Mercedes G-Class had yet to be revamped and had not yet garnered the notorious reputation associated with certain individuals. At that time, many people were unaware of its price, mistaking it for an ordinary Mercedes. However, it must be noted that the comfort level of the older G-Class was somewhat lacking. Upon entering, Cheng Zhu felt quite out of place, even slightly disdainful. At Jiang Wanzhou's age, he should have preferred his mother's white Bentley Continental GT. Yet, let us not forget that despite his flamboyant demeanor, he harbored ambitions of becoming a powerful CEO, which influenced his taste in vehicles to lean towards the more assertive. After Cheng Zhu entered the car, he forcefully closed the door, listening to the distinctive sound of the Mercedes G-Class door shutting, akin to a bullet being chambered. "Long time no see, General Jiang," Cheng Zhu sincerely greeted. "You still remember long time no see?" Jiang Wanzhou playfully delivered a light slap on his left arm. With a hint of jealousy, he added, "Why aren't you out on a date today, Brother Zhu?" "I broke up," Cheng Zhu replied. "What?" Jiang Wanzhou exclaimed, incessantly patting Cheng Zhu's shoulder, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Could you please focus on driving? Cheng Zhu felt a surge of anxiety towards the inexperienced driver. So, you were dumped, and now you seek solace in drinking with me? During your romance, you couldn't even spare time for dinner. Yet you're trying to schedule an appointment with me. Jiang Wanzhou teased with a hint of sarcasm. Dump my foot. Can you stop vying for attention? Cheng Zhu shot him a glare, retorting, when you indulge in those domineering CEO novels, which character do you actually identify with? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Wanzhou retorted angrily. It was only then that Cheng Zhu noticed he had adorned himself with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Unfortunately, the aura of a domineering CEO was still absent, instead resembling a refined, delicate figure. Cheng Zhu decided to refrain from further teasing and return to the subject at hand. General Jiang, how is business at the bar your cousin runs? It wasn't doing well previously, but recently it has picked up significantly. Thanks to the World Cup, the clientele has surged as everyone drinks and watches football. My cousin is a seasoned fan himself. He even asked me if I wanted to place a bet of 1,000 yuan last time, Jiang Wanzhou replied. Due to certain reasons, Cheng Zhu had encountered Jiang Wanzhou's cousin in a previous life. He was quite generous, a wealthy second generation who loved to show off. Seemingly nonchalant. Yet he had a plan in mind. He said, "Oh, really? Could you have him help me place a bet?" "Sure, just add him on WeChat and transfer the amount." "He keeps telling me that his betting odds are better than the lottery," Jiang Wanzhou said. With newfound enthusiasm, Jiang Wanzhou inquired, "How much do you plan to bet?" "This CEO will join you for some fun." Chapter 6. A narrow perspective, several hundred? Who do you look down upon? "I start at 10,000. Cheng Zhu remarked with a smile, offering a preemptive caution. It was only then that he noticed the watch adorning Jiang Wanzhou's wrist, a Vacheron Constantine. Had the previously inexperienced Cheng Zhu encountered this watch, he would have remained oblivious to its value, even deeming it rather unattractive compared to his own digital timepiece. You, a simpleton who discreetly wears your parents' watch. And I, a trendsetter at the forefront of campus fashion. In truth, this exquisite watch was a gift from Jiang Wanzhou's mother for his 18th birthday. His father had bestowed upon him a Porsche 911, yet he refrained from driving it, feeling it did not align with his image of a domineering CEO and would merely project him as a wealthy heir. Ironically, after Cheng Zhu achieved success, the first luxury watch he purchased was also a Vacheron Constantine, drawn to both its name and the unique shade of blue on its dial, part of the overseas collection. The bar owned by Jiang Wanzhou's cousin was named Jiu Yin, a clever play on the term for alcohol addiction. His cousin believed that establishing a venue in a prime location while incorporating a hint of secrecy added to its prestige. After parking, Jiang Wanzhou effortlessly led Cheng Zhu inside, where they settled at the bar. During the World Cup, the bar thrived, especially on July 13th, with the final match of the 2014 World Cup set for the early hours of July 14th. Thus, the bar was already bustling with patrons engaged in discussions about football, many lamenting their losses from betting on the tournament. As they took their seats, a female bartender approached, greeting Jiang Wanzhou with a smile. "Hello, Xiao Jiang." She wore a fitted bartender's uniform, accentuating her figure. Cheng Zhu surmised that this bartender was likely the bar's main attraction, as she clearly recognized Jiang Wanzhou and initiated a conversation with him, while also introducing herself to Cheng Zhu as Yizi. Yizi leaned casually on the bar, slightly inclining her body forward, aware of how to exude charm in a nightlife setting. Cheng Zhu understood that many bartenders earned commissions and enjoyed engaging with customers. Naturally, if a customer was affluent, such interactions could lead to further interactions. To Jiang Wanzhou's surprise, Cheng Zhu, rather than appearing timid on his first visit, conversed with Yizi effortlessly, eliciting laughter and nearly compromising the buttons of her uniform. As Jiang Wanzhou was treating today, Cheng Zhu, without even glancing at the drink menu, teasingly pointed to a prominent bottle of 21-year-old whiskey, inquiring if they could open one. The whiskey, although unremarkable in appearance, commanded a hefty price. Jiang Wanzhou momentarily pondered whether Cheng Zhu genuinely recognized the whiskey's worth or was merely jesting. Just as he was about to agree, he saw Cheng Zhu casually grab the drink menu and order a flamboyant cocktail, abandoning the previous topic. "I merely mentioned it, but if you truly wish to open a bottle, Let me first start working here to earn a commission, Cheng Zhu quipped, flashing a cheeky grin. He gave Jiang Wanzhou a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. How can one speak such icy words with a mouth as warm as yours? Yi, observing them, felt a peculiar sense of flirtation between the two, contemplating her own inclination towards a romantic fantasy. The boss's cousin was handsome, while Cheng Zhu possessed a rugged charm, making them an appealing pair in her eyes. The refined scion of a wealthy family and the campus tough guy. Ah, she silently squealed. Cheng Zhu remained blissfully unaware of Yi's thoughts. Had he known, he might have employed all his charm to win her over, humorously declaring, I dare you to see me as a potential partner. The cocktail was soon prepared, and Yi gracefully slid the drink, which cost mere cents to make yet was priced at several dozen, in front of them. Glancing toward the entrance, she remarked, Xiao Jiang, your cousin and sister have arrived. At first, Cheng Zhu was indifferent, but upon hearing the word sister, he paused, taken aback. He attended a technical university in Hangzhou, and Jiang Wanzhou's sister was his senior. Renowned in the university as a campus goddess, an epitome of beauty and wealth. When Jiang Wanzhou visited him, he had invited his sister to join them for a meal. It was unclear if he was serious or merely teasing when he suggested Cheng Zhu pursue her, noting her lack of romantic experience. However, Cheng Zhu considered the disparity in their social standings, realizing that a casual purchase by her could equate to several months of his living expenses, rendering any pursuit impractical. How absurd. It's the less affluent who depend on you. The wealthy expect the opposite, he mused. As the saying goes, one should establish a family with a good partner and a career with a benefactor, encountering a wealthy woman for both. Now, that was a narrow perspective. Cheng Zhu chuckled internally. At that moment, he brushed off the notion with a dismissive remark, thinking it an immature idea. Yet now his thoughts had matured, perhaps too much. Cheng Zhu, aware of his former self's capabilities, recognized that with his charming appearance and athletic physique, attracting ordinary beautiful women was well within his reach. However, the likelihood of captivating someone of Jiang Wanzhou's sister's caliber remained slim. Turning towards the entrance of the bar, he noticed numerous male patrons fixated on the doorway, some familiar with the bar's owner, Shun Minglang, while others were captivated by the woman accompanying him. This woman, Shun Qingning, stood at least 1.68 meters tall, donned in a black knee-length dress that accentuated her smooth, slender legs. The neckline of her dress was adorned with a delicate row of pearls, yet the allure of her fair skin far surpassed the pearl's luster. She possessed the classic cold white complexion that appeared even more radiant under the bar's lighting. Moreover, her demeanor was distinctly aloof, exuding an air that discouraged approach. Unlike many beautiful women who might feign ignorance or shy away from attention, Shun Qingning surveyed the bar with a steady gaze, causing several men who had been admiring her to avert their eyes. Her presence was commanding. As always, Cheng Zhu reflected. In his mind, such women not only captivated men, but also drew the admiration of women. In actuality, Shun Qingning enjoyed considerable popularity among the female students at the technical university. At that moment, Shun Minglang and Shun Qingning approached Jiang Wanzhou, greeting him with If it isn't Xiao Jiang, get lost. Annoying. Jiang Wanzhou rolled his eyes at him, while his friends affectionately called him Xiao Jiang. He found it irksome when family members did so. Nonetheless, it was evident that they maintained a close familial bond, contrasting sharply with Cheng Zhu's own family's more detached relations, characterized by a rigid social hierarchy. In the household, social hierarchy is disregarded, with emphasis placed solely on economic standing and societal status. Interestingly, it is often the most ordinary, even the most destitute families, that adhere to this principle most fervently. Shun Minglang glanced at Cheng Zhu and inquired of Jiang Wanzhou, Is this the good friend you mentioned on WeChat? Jiang Wanzhou nodded, and Shun Minglang raised his left hand to reveal his timepiece, the esteemed Patek Philippe Nautilus, known as the King of Steel. He extended his hand to Cheng Zhu, flamboyantly declaring, Shun Minglang, the cousin most revered by Jiang Wanzhou. In uttering this, he seemed to have entirely forgotten that just moments ago, Jiang Wanzhou had told him to leave. Since you're his good friend, feel free to call me cousin as well. Cousin, Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu, seemingly indifferent, complied and introduced himself. "Very well, cousin," Shen Minglang replied, dismissing the need to remember names, as tonight he would simply refer to Cheng Zhu as cousin. After all, in a drinking gathering, a title suffices, and future encounters were uncertain. Nevertheless, Shen Minglang maintained a hospitable demeanor, smiling as he remarked, "A high school graduate, I presume you smoke? Yeji, please come me a couple of cigars." The bar indeed offered cigars for sale, and some patrons specifically ordered them. Some smoked out of habit, while others believed it made them appear exceptionally suave. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xingning's gaze lingered on Shen Minglang's face, although she uttered not a single word. Her elder brother, Shen Minglang, cleared his throat and diverted the conversation back to Yeji, instructing Yeji, "Deliver the cigars to A03. That table is for my friends." Once he sensed the gaze that had been fixed on him had shifted, Shen Minglang playfully patted Cheng Zhu's shoulder and jested. "Did you think I was inviting you to smoke cigars? Cousin, refrain from smoking at such a young age, all right?" "Understood," Cheng Zhu smiled, playing along with his act. He noticed the hand upon his shoulder and deliberately cast a few glances at the watch on Shen Minglang's wrist. Suddenly, he recalled that luxury watches were relatively affordable these days, unlike in the future when popular models from brands like Patek Philippe and Rolex would soar above retail prices, some even multiplying several times in value on the secondary market. It could be a lucrative avenue. Why do some wealthy individuals continue to amass wealth? Take Shen Minglang. For instance, he might purchase a watch to impress, only to discover years later, "Hey, if I sell this now, I actually made a profit. What's the time?" Shen Minglang raised his wrist, asking. "Not bad. Very stylish." Cheng Zhu complimented the watch directly. Shen Minglang's face immediately lit up with delight. Strangely enough, the praise from a recent high school graduate felt particularly sincere. When someone in their social circle complimented him, Shen Minglang perceived it as an acknowledgement of the watch's value. But when a high school student praised him, it validated his taste and aesthetic. Jiang Wanzhou observed, astonished, "Why do I feel like my cousin is being effortlessly manipulated by him?" Feeling that his taste had garnered the approval of the younger generation, Shen Minglang cheerfully waved his hand and said, "Let us not linger at the bar. Come with me to A01. That spot is reserved for me. By the way, Yeji, let my cousin-ass drinks go on my tab tonight." He did not forget to point at Jiang Wanzhou, eliciting yet another exaggerated eye roll from her. Thus, the four of them made their way to A01 to take their seats. Jiang Wanzhou and Shen Minglang sat on either side of Cheng Zhu, while the future aloof senior, Shen Xingning, settled directly opposite him. Bathed in the dim light of the bar, he perceived that this prospective senior indeed possessed the qualities of a campus goddess. Acknowledging her beauty, Jiang Wanzhou had mentioned that his cousin was exceptionally talented, proficient in both piano and ballet. Not only was she a goddess, but she also had long legs and could execute a split. To top it off, she bore a cool demeanor. This realization elevated his spirits considerably. Who would want to sit at a table filled with unattractive companions at a bar? He mused internally. My parents have always wished for me to become an exceptional individual. Clearly, I have already achieved 4/5 of that, transforming into quite the charming person. Chapter 7. All in at the entrance of the Join bar. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz was struggling to parallel park. The S-Class, known for its lengthy frame, proved a challenge for Li Rue, who had only recently acquired his driver's license. After several failed attempts, his face flushed with embarrassment and anxiety, especially with Li Xinyue and her close friend Chun Rongrong seated in the back. The only marked parking space nearby heightened his apprehension, as he dared not park elsewhere, fearing a ticket from the police would lead to a scolding from his father. After a series of awkward maneuvers, Li Rue finally managed to park the car, hastily exiting to open the door for Li Xinyue, eager to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor. His spirits soared as he was elated by the news of Li Xinyue's recent breakup with Cheng Zhu, which included mutual deletions from their social media. Consequently, he sought out Chun Rongrong, inviting her to join in persuading Li Xinyue to accompany them to the bar for the evening. Chun Rongrong had sneaked into bars during her high school years and even dated someone in the bar's marketing team, which lent her a certain confidence. In contrast, Li Xinyue had never stepped foot in a bar. Li Rue délibérate les choses à qui était venu, steering clear of the raucous nightclubs that would undoubtedly deter Li Xinyue from joining them. On the way, Li Xinyue and Chen Rongrong chatted animatedly about Cheng Zhu, with Li Xinyue recounting their conversations, eliciting both amusement and frustration from Chen Rongrong. Where did such an insufferable character come from? Chen Rongrong exclaimed. Li Ruikaimdin, recalling a moment when Cheng Zhu mentioned a war man and felt compelled to express his disapproval, asserting that men should unconditionally treat women well, while women deserve to be cherished without reservation. At that moment, Li Rue believed he stood in stark contrast to Cheng Zhu in Li Xinyue's eyes. Exactly, Chen Rongrong agreed, as both she and Li Xinyue shared a penchant for dramatic behavior during their relationships, which naturally aligned their views against Cheng Zhu. Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Zhu perceived Li Xinyue's behavior as a mere display of emotional instability, far from the true princess syndrome he deemed worthy of attention. As the trio entered Jiuyin, a sense of novelty enveloped them. The dimly lit bar revealed a familiar face across the room. Cheng Zhu himself. Cheng Zhu, Chen Rongrong whispered. Li Rue cursed under his breath and suggested they switch bars, but Li Xinyue shook her head, her gaze fixated on Shun Qingning. Despite only seeing her profile, Shun Qingning's poise, beauty, and striking long legs placed her in a league far above Li Xinyue. She exuded an air of refinement, akin to that of a highborn lady, immediately signaling her privileged background. Let us stay here, Li Xinyue suddenly declared. Huh? Well, if you say so, Li Rue and Chen Rongrong exchanged glances, perplexed. Chen Rongrong quietly inquired, Do you know the people next to Cheng Zhu? Li Xinyue replied, I only recognize Jiang Wanzhou. He's a good friend of Cheng Zhu, but I don't like him, too effeminate. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou had also noticed the group nearby. Jiang Wanzhou chuckled. Look, there's your freshly broken up ex-girlfriend. Just then, Shen Minglang perked up, asking, Where? Let me see what my cousin's taste is like. Cheng Zhu had not anticipated running into them, but remained unfazed. Accustomed to such encounters from his entrepreneurial endeavors in Wuqing, a small county-level city known for its bustling commodity market. No witties, just a minor scene, he reassured himself. Shen Minglang followed Cheng Zhu's gaze, smiling as he remarked, Not bad at all. Both young ladies radiate youthfulness. Are they both your ex-girlfriends? Should I have Yezi send over a fruit platter? No need, no need, Cheng Zhu responded with a grin. You're too generous, cousin. While the atmosphere remained relaxed on their side, Li Xinyue felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of Shun Minglang and Shun Qingning, an unfamiliar and distressing sensation washing over her. She found herself irritated with Cheng Zhu, blaming him for the awkwardness. Around them, patrons buzzed with excitement over a recent football match, some animated, others disheartened. Chen Rongrong took the initiative to steer the conversation. I've heard many people are betting on the games lately. Do you know anyone involved? Li Xinyue shook her head, distracted. Li Rue seized the moment, declaring, In just a few hours, the World Cup final will commence. Argentina against Germany. I'm planning to place a modest wager of 2,000. He intentionally raised his voice, subtly showcasing his financial prowess. 2,000? That's quite a sum. Chen Rongrong exclaimed, surprised. Not too much, just a bit of fun. Li Rue replied, raising his voice further. The bar's background music was soft, while the replay of the match blared, allowing his words to reach Cheng Zhu's group. Betting 2,000. What a little rich kid, Shun Minglang remarked, though it was unclear whether he was being sincere or sarcastic. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhou excused himself to the restroom, prompting Cheng Zhu to speak up. Cousin, Jiang Wanzhou mentioned you could help with betting. He said your odds are quite favorable. Of course, if you trust my word, it's no trouble at all, Shun Minglang replied with a smile. Cheng Zhu had already placed his bets, wagering on Germany to win with a substantial 50,000 at odds of 2-3, which would yield a profit of 65,000 if successful. Shen Minglang inquired, Which team do you think will win? Germany, Cheng Zhu stated plainly. Impressive insight. I also bet on Germany for the championship. Just a modest 50,000, Shen Minglang said, patting Cheng Zhu's shoulder. Wasn't it you who claimed to be a die-hard Messi fan? Why not wager on Argentina? Cheng Zhu teased. Exactly. So, in honor of my idol, I placed a 500 bet on Argentina winning, Shun Minglang affirmed. You truly are a character, Cheng Zhu remarked, amused. What is your stake on Germany winning? My odds are 2-3, Shen Minglang asked. To his surprise, Cheng Zhu shook his head. Cousin, I'm not betting on the championship. I'm betting on the score. Oh, ambitious, aren't we? Directly betting on the exact score. Which scores are you considering? Shen Minglang queried. Betting on a win is one thing, but predicting the exact score is far more challenging, albeit with significantly higher odds. Cheng Zhu inquired. What are the odds for a 0-0 score? Shen Minglang checked his phone. Let's see. The odds are 7-5. Then please place that bet for me. I believe it will end in a 0-0 draw in regular time before heading into overtime. How should I transfer the funds to you? Cheng Zhu asked. How bold of you. Purchasing at 0-0. Any method of transfer will suffice. I am perfectly fine with it, Shen Mingliang remarked. How much are you buying, cousin? 12,000. Cheng Zhu replied without a moment's hesitation. 12,000, is it? That is acceptable. Wait, how much did you say you were buying? Shen Mingliang lifted his head, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Chapter 8. The Art of Warmth. The Shen family is quite affluent, rivaling the Jiang family in wealth. Shen Minglang, a scion of this wealthy lineage, casually invested over 2 million in a small bar. He places bets of 50,000, which is relatively modest within his circle. After all, a little gambling is merely for enjoyment. Surrounding him are some gamblers who wager hundreds of thousands on a single match, or even more. The thrill is what they seek. Cheng Zhu, a friend of Jiang Wanzhou, is a cousin to Shen Minglang. Although Shen Minglang is unaware of Cheng Zhu's true background, he instinctively senses that this modestly dressed cousin must come from a well-off family, given his demeanor and relaxed attitude. The energy between individuals is unmistakable. Despite Cheng Zhu's frequent address of cousin, their conversation flows as easily as that of close friends. Children of wealthy families, having just graduated high school and entered university, often receive substantial monetary gifts. Thus, it is not surprising for them to spend over 10,000 on a whim. However, placing a wager of 12,000 on a specific score, especially a score of 0-0, changes the entire nature of the bet. Individuals of their ilk typically do not restrict themselves to a single score. With such high odds, betting on multiple scores increases the chance of winning significantly. Cheng Zhu's approach is far too risky. Shen Minglang would not be astonished if he bet 12,000 on a German victory. But placing 12,000 on a 0-0 scoreline would prompt him to confirm with a budding university student once more. Yes, I'll bet 12,000, Cheng Zhu replied. In truth, he lamented the paltry sum of money he possessed. Just days prior, he had spent over 1,000 on matching shoes for Li Xinyue. Was that truly a mere 1,000? No, considering the odds of 7-5, it amounted to nearly 10,000. Cheng Zhu recalled that in the 2014 World Cup final, the final score was 1 o'clock. However, Germany scored during extra time, and while betting, one only considers the score within regular time, which was 0-0. Thus, he could not bet on 1 o'clock. He had to bet on 0-0, or else it would be considered a loss. That year, gamblers could be said to have lost everything. Those betting on scores almost universally incurred losses. Interestingly, he and T even begun watching the World Cup in 2014. However, he had followed subsequent tournaments closely. Consequently, he only recalls 2 matches from the 2014 World Cup. These matches are frequently referenced during commentary in later tournaments. One such match was the extraordinary Germany versus Brazil game, which ended with an astonishing score of 7-1. That year, a famous news story circulated about a drunken man in the Netherlands who, in his inebriated state, wagered €200 on a 7-1 scoreline, with odds of 6,500 to 1. Unbelievable. Cheng Zhu was unsure of the veracity of this story. Such outrageous odds would not exist domestically. He only knew that he had been reborn a few days too late. Had he reincarnated before this match, even with a principal of 12,000, he would have soared to newfound wealth, even if domestic odds for 7-1 were not as extravagant. With sufficient capital, many endeavors would become significantly easier. Regrettably, he was only in time for the World Cup final. No need to rush. There will be plenty of opportunities, Cheng Zhu mused. For him, as someone who had been reborn, the outcome was already known. This could hardly be considered gambling. It was merely a matter of seizing unexpected fortune. He had wished to place a larger bet on scores, but time was of the essence. Jiang Wanzhou undoubtedly had a full coffers. However, Cheng Zhu understood his character well. He would certainly lend Cheng Zhu money, but only after ascertaining the purpose of the loan, and would insist on overseeing its expenditure. This was indicative of his personality. Cheng Zhu recognized this as a form of concern. The reason he sought Shen Minglang's assistance in placing the bet while Jiang Wanzhou was in the restroom was precisely because it was inconvenient to do so in his presence. Shen Minglang was unaware of Cheng Zhu's family circumstances, while Jiang Wanzhou was well informed. If he were to discover that Cheng Zhu had wagered 12,000 on a score, his immediate reaction would be to exclaim, "Cheng Zhu, are you out of your mind?" Jiang Wanzhou would undoubtedly intervene, possibly even resorting to some playful physical reprimand. Thus, Cheng Zhu aimed to finalize everything while Jiang Wanzhou was occupied. It was fortunate that the odds at Shen Minglang's venue were high, and he was the most suitable betting partner available. Otherwise, there would have been no need to visit the bar at all. Cheng Zhu contemplated this. As for Jiang Wanzhou's reaction upon discovering this matter, he had devised a plan to address it. Fabricating a tale he was confident would suffice. At that moment, Shen Minglang acted swiftly and soon completed the transaction for Cheng Zhu. During this process, he advised Cheng Zhu to diversify his bets and not limit himself to a single score, but Cheng Zhu chose to ignore the advice. Shen Qingning, seated nearby, had not uttered a word throughout, observing the young man before her, whose eyebrows naturally lifted with a slight curve. She wondered if his actions were spurred by the influence of the young man at the adjacent table. He wagers 2,000 to win. You wager 12,000 on a score? Such childishness. However, she was inherently reserved. Had it been Jiang Wanzhou in a similar situation, she might have spoken up. But since it was Cheng Zhu, she opted to remain a bystander, and her impression of him began to wane. He exhibited a strong inclination toward gambling, coupled with a lack of wisdom, displaying immaturity in his actions. Indeed, at this age, young men are often consumed by matters of love and rivalry. Her own brother, Shen Minglang, had been known to respond with similarly excessive measures when encountering a romantic rival at a nightclub, ordering 3 rounds when the rival ordered 1. Casting a glance at Cheng Zhu, Shen Qingning increasingly felt that this outing to the bar was rather tedious. Within the dimly lit establishment, Shen Minglang spoke loudly, as it was his own venue, ensuring that every word was clearly audible to Li Xinyue's group. In contrast, Cheng Zhu maintained a normal speaking volume, rendering his words somewhat indistinct to them. Consequently, Li Xinyue and her companions only caught wind of Shen Minglang placing a 12,000 wager for Cheng Zhu, without clarity on the specifics of the bet. Nevertheless, the mere figure of 12,000 was sufficient to evoke a sense of embarrassment in Li Rue regarding his own 2,000. Cheng Zhu must be boasting, right? Did he really bet 12,000? Shen Rongrong whispered. Is he out his mind? Where'd he get that much money? Li Vinu Furuit Hadboroth. Based on her understanding of Cheng Zhu, she doubted he would engage in such behavior. She assumed she must have misheard some details. Conversely, upon hearing this, Li Rue felt compelled to showcase his financial prowess once more. Cheng Zhu may be incapable, but I certainly am. He promptly messaged his cousin for assistance with his own wager. After completing his bet, he remarked, I just analyzed with my cousin and concluded that Argentina is bound to win. I placed another bet of 10,000. Huh? Shen Rongrong was taken aback, and Li Xinyue lifted her gaze toward Li Rue. In truth, Li Rue did not possess much knowledge of football. He rarely followed the sport. The reality is that understanding the game isn't always essential. After all, which World Cup lacks its share of upsets? Who could have anticipated the stunning 7-1 scoreline in the Germany versus Brazil match? Li Rue replied solemnly, Argentina has Messi. It's a sure win. To be precise, he could only recognize Messi. Would you like to place a bet as well? Li Rue asked. Shen Rongrong expressed enthusiasm, stating she wished to wager 500 and encouraged Li Xinyue to join in. Although Li Xinyue had no interest in football, she couldn't resist her friend's incessant persuasion. Moreover, Cheng Zhu was also unaware of the circumstances, which led her to inexplicably place a bet of 500 on Argentina to win. Li Rue had already devised a plan in his mind. If Argentina emerged victorious, he would transfer money to Li Xinyue. If they were to lose, He would claim that there had been a misunderstanding in his communication with his cousin, resulting in an operational error, preventing him from placing the bet. Regardless, he was determined not to let Xinyue incur any losses, as it might dampen her spirits during their outing. Even a dog would bark in admiration. How warm-hearted he is. Chapter 9. A little intriguing after everything had transpired. Jiang Wanzhou, having spent 4 to 5 minutes in the restroom perfecting his hairstyle, gracefully returned. As soon as he sat down, Shun Minglang inquired, "Xiao Jiang, are you planning to place a bet on the finals?" "My cousin has already secured his." Jiang Wanzhou, who was indeed his cousin, rolled his eyes and curiously asked, "Cheng Zhu, what did you buy?" "I placed a bet on Germany versus Argentina at 0-0. Cheng Zhu candidly replied, further clarifying what 0-0 entailed. Anticipating Jiang Wanzhou's imminent question about his wager amount, he preemptively added, "Trust your brother Zhu. Just follow my lead." "I trust you as much as I trust a rock." "You know nothing about football," Jiang Wanzhou retorted with exasperation. Shun Minglang pressed, "So, are you placing a bet or not?" "Yes, I'll place a bet on Germany versus Argentina at 0-0 for 2,000, Jiang Wanzhou stated. He was utterly clueless about odds or scores, nor did he care. He merely wanted to participate for the sake of involvement. "Oh, aren't you the skeptic?" Cheng Zhu chuckled. "You're just lucky I'm betting. I'll enhance your luck, and you'll surely win." Cheng Zhu shrugged, noncommittally. Fully aware of Jiang Wanzhou's nature, he would undoubtedly mimic Cheng Zhu's bet, seeking emotional solidarity in either victory or defeat. Cheng Zhu refrained from urging him to wager more, knowing Jiang Wanzhou had ample funds. Small bets are for enjoyment. Large ones are detrimental. Gamblers meet ill fates, Cheng Zhu mused. This isn't gambling. It's merely a whimsical indulgence. A fool-esque game, not for the faint-hearted. After Shun Minglang assisted Jiang Wanzhou with his bet, he immediately turned to his sister, beaming, "Xiao Ning. Let me place a bet for you as well. If we win, it's yours. If we lose, I'll take the hit." "No need," Shun Qingning replied decisively. "Come on, it'd be dull otherwise. I won't bet much, just the same as our Xiao Jiang," Shun Minglang insisted, eager to please his sister while joining in the betting excitement. As previously mentioned, he was straightforward yet enjoyed showing off. With such a beautiful and graceful sister, he felt a sense of pride in her presence, believing no one in his circle was worthy of being her suitor. "You think these boys stand a chance with my sister?" "Dream on," Shun Minglang thought, understanding men all too well. Shun Qingning, seeing his persistence, chose not to argue further. The finals would commence at 3 in the morning, and she knew she couldn't endure that late hour. It wasn't good for her skin. "Look, I didn't even have a drink," Shun Minglang said playfully. As the conversation flowed, Jiang Wanzhou momentarily forgot to inquire about Cheng Zhu's wager amount. Although she knew little about football, having invested 500 yuan, she felt the bar's ambience was delightful and wanted to ride the wave of excitement. She had just posted a status about her bet on social media, deliberately excluding her family, and received numerous comments from several boys below her post. She relished the feeling of having a common topic with them. "Why don't you call and say you're staying at my place tonight?" Li Xinyue suggested. "Sure, of course." Li Xinyue would also deceive her parents, claiming she was at Chun Rongrong's house. Li Rue, overhearing this, felt immense joy. It meant he was the first man to accompany Li Xinyue until dawn. He began to feel a sweet sense of triumph. After Shun Qingning stood up and exchanged a few words with Shun Minglang, she headed straight for the restroom. Meanwhile, Shun Minglang wandered over to the bar to check the night's accounts. Li Xinyue kept a close watch on the unfolding scene, and Chun Rongrong, noticing Shun Minglang enter the bar area, couldn't he help but wonder aloud, why is he inside talking to the bartender? He can't possibly be the owner, can he? Chun Rongrong boldly speculated, glancing at Li Rue. After all, Li Rue had mentioned on their way there that he was familiar with the bar's owner. Li Rue's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly replied, "He might be one of the shareholders, but he is not the owner I know." Chun Rongrong and Li Xinyue exchanged glances, and the two girls began whispering about why Cheng Zhu was seated at the same table as one of the bar shareholders. In truth, Chun Rongrong was most curious about the striking woman seated across from Cheng Zhu. Her beauty and poise were exceptional, certainly goddess-like within their school. She exuded an air of wealth and grace. However, Chen Rongrong prudently refrained from discussing this with Li Xinyue. Oh, Cheng Zhu is getting up too. Oh, yes, heading to the restroom, Chen Rongrong remarked, adopting the demeanor of an intrepid reporter. Li Xinyue suddenly sprang to her feet, declaring, I'm going to speak with him. She wore a composed expression as she hastily made her way toward the restroom. Li Rue watched this unfold, his mouth opening as if to say something but faltering, feeling a sudden heaviness in his chest. Outside the restroom, Li Xinyue intercepted Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu, what are you doing at the bar? She demanded as soon as she approached him. Cheng Zhu cast her a sidelong glance, disregarding her, and continued toward the men's restroom. The restroom area was somewhat secluded by a curtain, allowing Li Xinyue to be bolder in her speech and actions. She tugged at Cheng Zhu's sleeve, her face flushed with indignation. What's with your attitude? Cheng Zhu stared at her, perplexed by her petulance, and thought to himself how different people could be. In a past life, he had encountered girls at a similar age who were mature enough to cling to his neck, whispering, It's fine. I'll take care of it. Yet, there were others who were utterly oblivious to their issues. Their quarrel stemmed from Li Xinyue having brought a boyfriend questionnaire from Weibo for Cheng Zhu to answer, which she intended to grade, stating that if he failed, he would have to face the consequences. Upon glancing at the bizarre questions, Cheng Zhu instantly lost interest in answering. They were the sort of ridiculous queries like, if your mother and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Cheng Zhu had no desire to engage in such nonsense. After some back and forth, Li Xinyue became furious. She had threatened to break up, but this time, Cheng Zhu refused to indulge her. Now, he stood there, observing her until she finally released her grip on his shirt. For reasons unknown, Li Xinyue felt a twinge of anxiety under his gaze. It seemed different from before, though she couldn't articulate why. Is this really the reason? Cheng Zhu said coolly. Li Xinyue's temper flared once more as she glared at him. Of course, it's not just that, but we're not in a long-distance relationship yet. The events have yet to unfold, he replied. At that moment, Shun Qingning emerged from the ladies' restroom, casually glancing over, but saying nothing as she proceeded to wash her hands, treating the two as if they were invisible. Li Xinyue instantly felt uneasy again and ceased her conversation. Shun Qingning's imposing presence was undeniable, exuding an aura of coldness. Cheng Zhu, however, remained unfazed. To him, it mattered little whether others were present or not. He shrugged and smiled. Right, it's just because of this. I've mentioned this issue before, Haven Ti. If you can't remember something I've repeated, then let us leave it be. I wouldn't want to upset you or appear inconsiderate. Having spoken, he no longer acknowledged Li Xinyue and turned to enter the men's restroom. After washing her hands, Shun Qingning nonchalantly extracted a tissue, meticulously drying the droplets on her elegantly slender fingers as if oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 10. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected at this moment. Cheng Zhu entered the men's restroom, where only Li Xinyue and Shun Qingning remained by the sink. Although Shun Qingning did not glance in her direction, merely raising her eyes to inspect her reflection in the mirror, Li Xinyue felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if every spot visible in the mirror no longer belonged to her. It was undeniably a manifestation of suppressed energy. She picked up her phone, but Cheng Zhu was no longer among her contacts, prompting her to text, What do I mean to you now? What's wrong, Yaya? Chen Rongrong immediately began to gossip. Did Cheng Zhu upset you again? Don't mention him. He infuriates me. I would never reconcile with him, even if he were to come begging. Li Xinyue replia. Li Rue, listening nearby, felt an immediate sense of relief. This was the outcome he had anticipated. It seemed that without Cheng Zhu, he had a chance, as if holding the ticket of love granted him a newfound opportunity. Chen Rongrong comforted her. All right, you've said before that your feelings for him diminished once you got together. That is a different matter. Li Xinyue insisted. Indeed, there exists a vast number of girls in the world who, when infatuated, are fervently proactive in their pursuits. Yet, once the flirtation period passes and they enter a relationship, their ardor swiftly wanes. While they may have adored him before, once together, their feelings inexplicably diminish. Some of these girls might even poetically declare, I adore the moon. But if the moon were to rush towards me, my affection would dissipate. Cheng Zhu had encountered numerous such girls, thinking to himself, Even Cheng, a must journey to the moon. Who do you think you are? With his misunderstood, delinquent charm and carefree demeanor, Li Rue lowered his head, pretending to sip a cocktail. Jiang Wanzhou observed Cheng Zhu and remarked, "So your ex-girlfriend has come knocking. Are you feeling soft-hearted?" "No, and she likely won't be seeking me out again," Cheng Zhu replied. "What did you say to her?" Jiang Wanzhou began to pry. "I told her I'm currently in a relationship with you," Cheng Zhu retorted, annoyed at his incessant curiosity. "Get lost." Jiang Wanzhou could no longer contain his frustration. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Cheng Zhu seemed different from before. Could it be that love truly has the power to mature a man? Throughout the drive, Shun Xingning remained engrossed in WeChat, her phone buzzing incessantly. "Who is it?" Shen Minglang furrowed his brow, fearing it might be a man. "Oh, it's her," Shen Minglang acknowledged, recognizing his sister's close friend. Lin Lu came from a well-off family, was quite adorable, and had a lively personality. Most notably, her voice was incredibly versatile. It was said that during her high school graduation year, she even dabbled in voice acting, earning some pocket money. Such a girl was simply a blessing for voice enthusiasts. Upon their first encounter, he had openly expressed his interest in Lin Lu before Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning bluntly stated, "I've already told her you're a scoundrel." Shen Minglang. At that moment, Shen Qingning sat in the passenger seat, discussing with her friend the effectiveness of Sisley-S toner and cream. Lin Lu was considering a new skincare line and sought her advice. "Are you home? Let me show you my new pajamas," Lin Lu texted. "No, I need to remove my makeup and shower first," Shen Qingning declined. "You're going to bed this early? I feel like the whole world is watching the World Cup. My dad, nearly 50, insists on waking up at 3 to watch the finals. I'm torn about whether to keep him company," Lin Lu continued. "You just love to join in the excitement," Shen Qingning noted, aware that Lin Lu typically cared little for football. "Not really. It's just that he told me he placed a bet on the game, promising to buy me a handbag if he wins. It gives me a sense of involvement." Lin Lu texted on, "I'm deliberating whether to place a bet myself. Have you ever bet? Didn't you mention that your brother's bar business booms during the World Cup? And he bets daily?" Lin Lu rapidly sent another message. "I placed a bet of 2,000 on Germany versus Argentina, ending in a draw," which he insisted on. Shen Qingning replied truthfully, "My dad feels there will be a tie during regular time, but he bet on a score of 1-1. I might ask him to place a bet for me too, as a bonus for watching the game with him. If he loses, it's on him. If he wins, it's on me, hee hee." Lin Lu sent a winking emoji, captioned, "I'm such a clever little rascal." "Suit yourself," Shen Qingning replied dismissively, lacking the desire to engage in football discussions. Soon, she received a voice message, which upon opening, revealed a particularly sweet and cute tone. "Sister, you have such little patience with me." Shen Qingning was exasperated, while Shen Minglang was utterly captivated. After seating himself next to Jiang Wanzhou and Cheng Zhu, he began to smoke. Shen Qingning detested the smell of smoke, yet Shen Minglang had a considerable addiction. "Hey, cousin, want to smoke?" he offered to Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu accepted one, lighting it expertly with the bar's lighter. Jiang Wanzhou glanced at Cheng Zhu, surprised to see him smoking, but chose not to comment. With ample time before the World Cup finals, they settled in at the bar, engaging in a dice game known as Liar's Dice. Jiang Wanzhou, having a low tolerance for alcohol, stopped playing after losing a few rounds, leaving Cheng Zhu and Shen Minglang to duel it out. "I'm calling 3-2s. "You must be lying," Shen Minglang exclaimed in frustration after yet another defeat, especially irked that Cheng Zhu had one of the dice showing too. "I just felt you were bluffing," Cheng Zhu shrugged, shaking the cup. "Damn it. I can't believe I'm losing to a high school graduate." Shen Minglang ceded. Ultimately, he found himself losing far more than he won, with even Li Rue able to hear Shen Minglang's rants from across the room. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu maintained an air of youthful exuberance, coupled with an unusual composure that belied his age, exuding a confidence that seemed to say, "I've got you figured out." Chen Rongrong couldn't help but whisper, "How come Abaris investors can't outplay him?" Li Rue was eager to emulate Cheng Zhu's self-assured demeanor, but sardonic remarks slipped out. "Xinhua, you can tell he must have played a lot outside." Li Xinhua remained silent. As time ticked by, the grand finale of the 2014 World Cup finally commenced. The commentary was undeniably exceptional. imbued with remarkable empathy and a rich vocabulary. The patrons of the bar, having indulged in libations, were in high spirits. With each shot on goal, the bar erupted in chaos. When Higuain scored, someone stood up shouting offside. That goal doesn't count. Excited much? He running around celebrating, but that goal is void. It was clearly offside. Shen Minglang patted Cheng Zhu's shoulder, saying, "Cousin, if that goal wasn't offside, then Argentina would have scored. And your 0-0 bet would be gone." He wanted to impart a lesson to his younger cousin. Little cousin, placing a bet is one thing, but only betting on a single score, especially 0-0, is far too risky. Jiang Wanzhou, unfamiliar with football and watching for the first time, was equally enthusiastic, repeatedly asking about the offside rule. In contrast, Cheng Zhu remained unfazed, stating that goal was ruled out. As the match progressed, both teams exchanged numerous scoring opportunities, yet none resulted in goals. With regular time concluding, the score remained an astonishing 0-0. Jiang Wanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow," Shen Minglang exclaimed, shocked. "Can you believe it? 0-0 actually happened?" His heart raced, especially since he had wagered on Germany's victory. Li Rue, growing increasingly anxious as the game unfolded, felt an urgency building within him, having staked 12,000 on Argentina to win, and now faced the daunting uncertainty of the match's outcome. Argentina score a goal. Finally, at the 113th minute, astonishingly, the German team managed to score first. The atmosphere in the bar surged to a crescendo, with some erupting in cheers and others cursing vehemently. Li Rue momentarily felt disoriented, forcing a smile as he reassured himself. "It's all right. The match isn't over yet." On the other side, Shen Minglang shouted exuberantly yes. It seemed he was poised to win big tonight, as the German team's victory surely lifted his spirits. However, he quickly recalled the brilliance of Cheng Zhu, who had wagered on the improbable odds of 7-5 for a 0-0 draw, a bet that had indeed paid off. As time passed, the 2014 World Cup final came to a close, with neither side managing to score further. Only Germany found the net in extra time, finalizing the score at 1 o'clock. Boom! The bar erupted in jubilation. Although in the last few minutes, everyone had anticipated this outcome. Human nature is such that, until the final moments, one clings to the hope of miracles. If all goes as expected, the rooftop would be overcrowded tonight, with many gamblers lining up to leap. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanzhou was ecstatic, while Li Rue's heart bled, including the 500 each from Li Xinyue and Chen Rongrong. He had lost a staggering 13,000 tonight. This was no trivial sum. Only Cheng Zhu, in a pretentious manner, mused, "The joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. I merely find their clamor bothersome." At that moment, a familiar patron of Shen Minglang boisterously exclaimed, "Langu, you're incredible. You bet 50,000 on Germany to win the championship. Surely you can give us a discount on our bar tab?" Shen Minglang stood up, laughingly retorting, "Get lost. Did I earn my money by the wind? Win it through skill, all right? My cousin is the real genius." He suddenly slapped Cheng Zhu on the back, nearly causing him to choke on the fruit platter he was enjoying. Shen, looking at the familiar patron with envy, declared loudly, he wagered 12,000 on a 0-0. That's 7-5 odds. That's just exhilarating. Chapter 11. The second windfall. In an instant, all eyes in the bar converged upon Cheng Zhu. After all, the remaining patrons were undoubtedly football enthusiasts, with a significant number among them being bettors. Whispers began to circulate. "He looks rather young, perhaps still a student. Damn, he dared to wager 12,000 on a 0-0 scoreline. The audacity of youth these days is astounding. I would even risk 12,000 on a straight win. Yet he has the gall to bet on a scoreline. I believe the odds were over 7-1. What fortune! How can one be so lucky?" Those who had also won were somewhat envious, but those who had lost money that evening were nearly driven to madness upon hearing Shen Minglang's words. A patron, familiar with Shen, could not help but ask, "How many scorelines did your cousin bet on? I'd like to glean some insight into his betting strategy." With a swagger, Shen Minglang replied, "Of course, he only bet on 0-0, just one scoreline, and he hit the jackpot. Impressive, isn't it?" This revelation left the surrounding drinkers further astonished. In that moment, They were uncertain whether this student was simply fearless or if he was indeed extraordinarily lucky. It was baffling that he only risked a single scoreline, specifically a draw in regular season play, and yet he emerged victorious. There was little to debate. Winning was enviable. Moreover, it should be noted that while Shun Minglang had also won, he had wagered a substantial 50,000. Remarkably, the amount he earned that night was still less than what Cheng Zhu had won. Throughout the bar, many patrons wagered not only on win-loss outcomes, but also on various other aspects such as handicaps, corner kicks, total goals, and the number of yellow cards. Some of these odds were more favorable than simply betting on which team would win, while others were less so. From a purely profit-oriented perspective, Cheng Zhu undoubtedly ranked among the top winners of the evening. Shen Minglang could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Had I known, I would have followed your lead and bet on 0 as well." Afterward, he cast a glance at Jiang Wanzhou, remarking, "You're quite fortunate, having followed your cousin with a 2,000 yuan bet." However, as soon as Shun Minglang's words left his lips, he noticed a complex expression on Jiang Wanzhou's face. "What's wrong with you? Winning, and you're not happy?" He dismissed his cousin's demeanor as others approached to raise a toast, and he merrily clinked glasses. Once Shun Minglang departed, Jiang Wanzhou fixated his gaze on Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu promptly addressed him. "I know what you're thinking. I didn't bet 12,000 alone. Several people urged me to join, and I only contributed 800. He began to spin a tale, and as his story progressed, he brazenly added, "I didn't win much on my 800, but you, with your 2,000 wager, should cover all of tonight's expenses. All right?" In truth, Cheng Zhu was not being stingy. He merely sought to enhance his credibility. Although Jiang Wanzhou was easily deceived, he considered it essential to be sincere and not dismissive, as a sign of respect for their friendship. Otherwise, it would seem somewhat condescending. Upon receiving this wave of respect from Cheng Zhu, Jiang Wanzhou's mood visibly lifted, and he generously declared, "I'll share half of my winnings with you." Cheng Zhu scoffed at the notion, retorting, "You haven't even finished the drinks you owe?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Rui experienced a trivial yet painful crisis. Cheng Zhu's substantial winnings gnawed at him. Losing 12,000 was one thing. He could feign indifference and portray himself as unbothered in front of Li Xinyue, showcasing his financial prowess. But her ex-boyfriend had won a staggering 78,000 after deducting his principal. And what had Li Rui accomplished? He lost 500 while trying to impress her. Although he would graciously cover that 500, the psychological disparity was insurmountable. To make matters worse, Cheng Zhu now possessed more wealth than he did. Li Rui couldn't even boast about his financial standing anymore. If Cheng Zhu were aware of Li Rui's petty mindset, he would likely find it absurd that Li Rui considered him a rival. In truth, Cheng Zhu had no intention of impressing Li Xinyue. In fact, he found her presence somewhat irritating. He had just noticed that she was wearing the couple's shoes he had bought for them. His initial investment had dwindled because of her. The odds had been a staggering 5-1. Was she truly strolling in shoes worth over 1,000? That was akin to wearing 10,000 yuan on her feet. At that moment, while a group departed the bar, another remained engrossed in discussions about the match. Some lamented their financial losses, while others mourned the missed championship opportunity for Messi. Yet, Cheng Zhu was acutely aware that Messi had lifted his long-desired trophy in the 2022 World Cup. He downed his cocktail in one swift motion, gazing at the empty glass. Pondering, with 90,000 yuan now in hand, what should I pursue next? The very next moment, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. He resolved to leverage one of his previous ventures to secure his second windfall in this lifetime. There existed a sector within e-commerce, thriving and promising year after year. It was merely 2014, but even looking ahead to 2023, selling that particular product seemed an excellent choice. That it, he decided, as he contemplated his empty glass. 90,000 was more than sufficient. In the corner, Chun Rongrong sighed, "Yeah, we each lost 500. Her simple statement immediately drew Li Rui's attention, who had been wrestling with inner turmoil. He turned toward Li Xinyue, forcing a smile. "Xinyue, Chun Rongrong, my brother just messaged me. He experienced some issues with his betting, and he didn't manage to place your 2 bets. I'll transfer the money to you shortly." "Really?" Chen Rongrong exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Nevertheless, she picked up her phone and posted a status, blocking a specific group, which also included Li Xinyue and Li Rue, with the message, "Wah wah wah. Lost 500 in the World Cup final. Seeking consolation." Li Xinyue merely nodded, her gaze drifting toward Cheng Zhu. She was indifferent to the loss of 500, but was astonished by Cheng Zhu's substantial win. Li Rue observed all of this, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced. "Yeah, shall we head out?" Chen Rongrong suggested, still distracted by her phone. "I'd like to stay a bit longer." Li Xinyue rappelait. Li Rue had no objections. He was content to simply accompany them. At that moment, Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou rose to leave. They exchanged farewells with Shun Minglang and indicated they would be departing. The bartender, Yi Zi, waved goodbye and took the initiative to request Cheng Zhu's WeChat. Cheng Zhu, not wanting to refuse, obliged, charmed by her generous figure. As Li Xinyue observed Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou moving toward the exit, she promptly stood, saying, "Let us go. We should leave too." Chen Rongrong, preoccupied with her phone, was oblivious, while Li Rue felt another stab of pain. Unbeknownst to him, memories of Cheng Zhu's words echoed in his mind. A warm-hearted man will always be behind the pack. The three of them stood, and Li Rue prepared to settle the bill. He stubbornly insisted on maintaining the facade he had originally planned. When the waiter inquired if he possessed the store's membership card, he feigned composure and sophistication, replying, "Yes, I do. Please deduct it." However, upon completing the payment and turning around, he discovered that Li Xinyue and Chen Rongrong were not standing behind him. They had already ventured outside the bar. In the sweltering summer heat, they did not linger in the air-conditioned space for even a moment longer. Li Rue stepped outside in a daze, only to find Li Xinyue scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Chen Rongrong exclaimed, "Oh, yeah, why are you crying?" Meanwhile, in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the bar manager was serving as a designated driver, as instructed by Shun Minglang. Jiang Wanzhou, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Cheng Zhu and said, "Shall we find a place to travel in a few days?" Cheng Zhu replied, "Traveling is out of the question, but I intend to visit a location to conduct market research." Jiang Wanzhou remarked, "Market research? Your choice of words is rather pretentious." "Rest assured, I won't take you along. It would be inconvenient," Cheng Zhu responded. "Why? What makes it inconvenient? Are you planning to reconcile with Li Xinyue?" Jiang Wanzhou shot him a glare, as if he were addressing a particularly unsavory individual. "Enough, enough. Let's not revisit a role that has already concluded," Cheng Zhu interjected. "So why is it inconvenient for you to bring me along?" Jiang Wanzhou inquired. "Your aura is too heavy with negativity. That place is unsuitable for you." Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow, speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 12. The chain reaction after winning inside the luxurious Mercedes G-Class. The inebriated Jiang Wanzhou was shouting in a fit of impotent rage. "Cheng Zhu, you have infuriated me. Who is the one with the heavy aura? Tell me, who is it?" He gestured flamboyantly, directing his ire towards Cheng Zhu, berating him. "Just because you've won a little money, you think you can act all high and mighty." Cheng Zhu, however, remained unperturbed. He rolled down the car window, contemplating whether to light a cigarette. Yet considering that the vehicle belonged to Jiang Wanzhou, and uncertain of the family's customs, he ultimately refrained from smoking in someone else's car. Over the course of a single night, Cheng Zhu's assets had multiplied several times over, yet he found such a sum unremarkable. While his mood was decent, it was merely satisfactory. Since his rebirth, he had grappled with a sense of disparity. After all, he had once been a prodigy, amassing nearly 100 million before turning 30. Now, he was faced with a daunting gap, requiring him to toil anew. He suddenly recalled a classic line from a previous season of Extreme Challenge. "This is fate." Was this truly the hand of destiny? He pondered. But soon, a sardonic smile crept across his face. To hell with fate. Destiny is the excuse of the weak, while luck is the humble phrase of strong. Fueled by alcohol, he felt an urge to sing aloud. Consider success and failure. Life is grand. It's merely a fresh start. However, he restrained himself, fearing he might startle the timid Jiang Wanzhou. After some reflection, he resolved to set a goal for himself. Within 3 years, his assets would surpass those of his previous life and double in value. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone and opened his notes. At that moment, his notes only contained a single phrase: "Good girls do not let down. Bad girls do not waste." Beneath this, Cheng Zhu penned another line, a phrase he had often used in his past entrepreneurial endeavors during moments of failure. Now, reborn was oddly fitting. He began to type, "Do not fear starting anew, for this time you are not beginning from scratch, but from experience." Upon arriving at the hotel, Cheng Zhu washed up and promptly succumbed to slumber. Clearly, despite his verbal jabs at Jiang Wanzhou, he held no defenses against him. It's worth noting that in his past life, Cheng Zhu was wary not only of men, but even of women at times. Boys, heed my words. In this day and age, young men must learn to protect themselves when venturing out. Promise me, will you? In contrast, Jiang Wanzhou, invigorated by the novel experience of the evening, felt no fatigue. He lay in the hotel room, engrossed in WeChat conversations until dawn broke. He finally succumbed to sleep at 7:30 in the morning, intending to sleep until checkout time. The following day, on the other side, Shun Qingning, having enjoyed a rejuvenating beauty sleep, was awakened by her alarm. After removing her eye mask, she silenced her phone's alarm. It was summer vacation, and though she had no special plans, she had still set an alarm, an indication of her personality. As she picked up her phone, now unmuted, she was taken aback by the multitude of new messages. Surprised, she tossed aside her silk blanket, revealing her black knee-length nightgown. Her legs gracefully folded as she sought her slippers on the floor. As she browsed through WeChat, she made her way to the bathroom. The messages she received primarily stemmed from a group chat and her close friend, Lulu. The group included Shun Minglang, Jiang Wanzhou, and another cousin. The first message was from Shun Minglang, who announced in the chat that he had transferred the winnings after deducting the principal to Shun Qingning and Jiang Wanzhou's Alipay accounts. Indeed, Cheng Zhu had initially sent the funds to Shun Minglang for betting. However, neither Jiang Wanzhou nor Shun Qingning had placed any bets. Shun Qingning was momentarily stunned. They actually won? The image of Cheng Zhu flashed in her mind. Just the night before, this high school graduate had confidently placed a single bet on a scoreline. Following their brief encounter, Shun Qingning found an additional 13,000 in her Alipay account. While not a substantial amount, it was an intriguing experience. She picked up her electric toothbrush, brushing her teeth while continuing to peruse the group chat. The eldest cousin in the group, clearly still awake after watching the World Cup, reacted to Shun Minglang's message with astonishment. "What? You guys actually guessed the score? Most who bet on scores have lost." Shun Qingning could surmise that her brother had opted to announce the winnings in the group chat rather than privately transferring money, likely to show off to their elder cousin. The elder cousin responded with a meme of someone contemplating life. Clearly, he had wagered on Argentina's victory. While the group was merely engaging in light-hearted betting, the elder cousin lamented, "Why am I the only one who lost in this group? What is this nonsense?" As Shun Qingning brushed her teeth, she found the elder cousin's reaction amusing. Yet, Jiang Wanzhou's subsequent message made her chuckle, disturbed by Shun Minglang's bragging. He couldn't help but retort, "What do you mean under your wise leadership? I was the one following Cheng Zhu's bet." He quickly typed, amplifying the sarcasm. Right, the sun rises because of the rooster's crow. Haha. The elder cousin, perplexed, inquired, "What is going on?" Shun Minglang shot back, "I don't care. You and Ningning have to treat me to a meal." Jiang Wanzhou replied, "If anyone is treating, it should be Cheng Zhu." The elder cousin, confused, asked, "Who is Cheng Zhu?" Shun Minglang replied, "Let us compromise. Treat both me and Cheng Zhu." Jiang Wanzhou mused, "I'll ask Cheng Zhu later." The elder cousin interjected, "Can someone please explain what is happening? What is my status in this group?" As Shun Qingning reviewed the chat history, a faint smile graced her cool face. After closing the group chat, she turned her attention to a message from Lin Lu. This part-time voice actress was fond of sending voice notes, and upon opening the message, Shun Qingning immediately heard Lin Lu's excited voice. No goals at all. It's really 0-0. I'm so thrilled. I won money." The thrill of the match had clearly captivated her, and she added, "Ningning, you're amazing. Take me along next time to watch." Shun Qingning couldn't help but smile at Lin Lu's exuberance. She opened the last voice message, and, after a few minutes, Lu had calmed down a bit. In her signature voice, she commanded, "Woman, I'm taking you out to dinner. This is not a request. It's an order." Setting her phone down, Shen Qingming rinsed her electric toothbrush, then started to gargle. After completing her morning routine, she picked up her phone, prepared to accept Lu's invitation graciously. Yet, for some reason, the words Zhang Wanzhou had typed earlier echoed in her mind. Right, the sun rises because of the rooster's crow, haha. Chapter 13. Sisters in the hotel room. In a standard hotel room, Cheng Zhu and Zhang Wanzhou were roused from their slumber by the notification to check out. With sleepy eyes, they arose and made their way to the bathroom to wash and brush their teeth. Cheng Zhu had slept soundly, perhaps due to the exhaustion from staying up late after his rebirth. Even in his past life, after achieving wealth, he had not completely depleted his health with indulgences. He had actively engaged in both wellness and fitness. His philosophy was quite straightforward. One must take care of their health, especially when their mental state is already fraught. After checking out, they climbed into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked in a lot. Zhang Wanzhou suddenly remarked, "Oh, my cousin has asked me to invite you to dinner, and he would like to join us as well." If Shen Minglang knew how Zhang Wanzhou had twisted his words, he would surely be exasperated. "Sure, but not tonight. Perhaps tomorrow," Cheng Zhu replied. Gathering with friends for a meal was a common occurrence. After all, he had just won some money with Zhang Wanzhou and Shen Qingning, so dining out felt entirely reasonable. Moreover, Shen Qingning would be his senior in college, and fostering a relationship now would be beneficial later, not merely because of her looks and wealth. As Zhang Wanzhou drove, he inquired, "Why can't we go tonight?" Cheng Zhu answered directly, "Because I prefer to eat at the shop tonight." In his previous life, while starting a business in Wucheng, his parents lived in Hangzhou, and he could scarcely enjoy a home-cooked meal once a month. After tasting the food at Yunlai restaurant yesterday, he was instantly reminded of its delightful flavors and understood why he had been a chubby child. There's a saying, one cannot belittle a plump person without having tasted their home-cooked meals. All right then, tomorrow it is, Zhang Wanzhou conceded. Following Cheng Zhu's directions, Zhang Wanzhou drove him to Yunlai restaurant. "I want to go in for a bit. I haven't seen Xiao Yuzi in a long time," Zhang Wanzhou said. "Sure," Cheng Zhu replied. It was still afternoon, and the restaurant was relatively empty. Lao Cheng and his mother, Su Yun, were busy preparing ingredients, while Cheng Yu, his younger sister, was watching television. "Uncle, Aunt," Zhang Wanzhou greeted. Cheng Zhu led him to sit beside his sister. "Hello, brother," shout Jiang Gij, Cheng Yu politely chimed. "What are you watching?" Cheng Zhu asked. He glanced at the television and, to his surprise, found himself engrossed in the show 5 minutes later. It moved at a brisk pace, free from tedious advertisements, with well-executed action scenes, a gripping narrative, and the irresistible charm of magical girl transformations. What a wonderful show. This tall, striking young man, resembling a campus bully, sat beside his sister, thoroughly enjoying the program. Meanwhile, the typically brooding Zhang Wanzhou showed no interest, preferring the cliché of domineering CEO dramas. "I see you look down on our amusement show," Cheng Zhu scoffed, declaring himself a fan of the series. In truth, he cared little about the content. He simply wished to be near his adorable sister and cultivate common interests. As dinner approached, Lao Cheng headed to the kitchen, followed by Su Yun to assist. Cheng Yu quickly glanced towards the kitchen, confirming her parents were occupied. She raised her small hand, signaling Cheng Zhu to lean closer. "What's up?" he asked softly. "Brother, this is my secret stash," Cheng Yu revealed, pulling 2 coins from her pocket. "Impressive," Cheng Zhu exclaimed, showering her with praise, though inwardly he thought, "Goodness, you've learned to hide your money from me too. Mom always confiscates my secret stash whenever she finds it. I see everything." Cheng Yu continued. Zhang Wanzhou, stretching his neck to sneak a peek, teased, "Xiao Yuzi, you better hide it well. Don't let your shameless brother steal it." "No way." Cheng Yu playfully grasped Cheng Zhu's hand, prying his fingers apart. Afterward, she retrieved her 2 coins, 1 in each hand. "I asked Mom why my red envelopes go to her, while you can spend yours freely. She said it's because you're an adult with many expenses." With that, she lightly tapped the 2 1 yuan coins together, producing a crisp sound. "I'm afraid you might run out of money, so I'm giving you all I have." The round-faced girl lowered her head and pressed the coins into Cheng Zhu's palm. She then frequently glanced towards the kitchen, urging, "Brother, quickly hide it, and make sure to keep it safe." Despite the summer heat, Cheng Zhu felt the coolness of the coins in his palm, bringing a refreshing sensation. Though his hand felt cold, his heart was warmed. "I must earn her 200 million, Cheng Zhu thought. In front of Cheng Yu, he solemnly placed the coins into his pocket and zipped it up. "No way will I ever spend this money. Keep it safe," he declared. "To all the flashy temptresses out there, heed this. If you cannot match the generosity of my sister, do not even think about luring me." At that moment, Cheng Yu raised her small hand, earnestly grasping one of Cheng Zhu's ears and leaning in a whisper, "Be careful of Mom. Also, this money is for you. Don't share it with Xiao Jianggij." With keen ears, Jiang Wanzhou interjected, "Children will be children. What do you think, I a wealthy heir? Me with your 2 coins? What I cherish is having a sister like you." Jiang Wanzhou turned to Cheng Zhu, saying earnestly, "Cheng Zhu, I've given this considerable thought, and I would like to adopt Xiao Yuzi as my little sister." "Get lost." Cheng Zhu was immediately annoyed. "What give you the right to stand on equal footing with me?" he thought, unwilling to entertain the idea. While he cherished their friendship, he would not allow anyone to intrude upon their sibling bond. Jiang Wanzhou pouted, contemplating whether to persuade their parents to have another child. However, he reconsidered, realizing that not every little girl was like Cheng Yu, and the risk was too great. He decided against it. Meanwhile, Shen Qingning was at home reading when her phone began vibrating incessantly, indicating a video call from Lin Lu. She promptly declined it and called back. "Hey, why won't you answer my video call? Is something going on over there?" Lin Lu's voice was playful. "Cut to the chase," Shen Qingning replied coolly. "Oh," Lin Lu responded, still cheerful. "What did you mean in your WeChat message? You can't want me to invite your useless brother to dinner, can you?" Her tone shifted to a syrupy one. "I've never been in a relationship. You're pushing me into the fire. He is not worth it. Your winnings have nothing to do with him," Shen Qingning stated firmly. "Huh?" Lin Lu was taken aback. Shen Qingning succinctly recounted the events, clarifying, "So you purchased the tickets with Jiang Wanzhou's friend, right?" "Exactly," Shen Qingning affirmed, adding, "So if my brother tries to invite you to dinner under the guise of winning money, just ignore him." "Definitely his sister," Lin Lu agreed readily. Then, in a sweet voice, she said, "Well, why not let me treat you to dinner tomorrow? I miss you." "Disgusting." Shen Qingning's tone was indifferent, yet she swiftly clarified, "I am unavailable tomorrow. I have plans to dine with my cousin and his friends, and my brother will join us as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu inexplicably became alert. Chapter 14. The lucrative industry in a high-end residential area of Hangzhou. Lin Lu donned a cartoon-patterned pajama set, half-propped on her pillow, one leg slightly raised. After playfully blowing her air bangs with her lower lip, she inquired with an air of interrogation, "Shen Qingning, is there anything else you haven't disclosed to me?" "What is it?" Shen Qingning replied, a hint of confusion crossing her features. "How rude," Shen Qingning retorted bluntly. "Then just tell me, do you think he is handsome?" Lin Lu pressed. The image of Cheng Zhu, with his charmingly roguish face, flashed through Shen Qingning's mind, prompting her to respond promptly, "In any case, he is not my type." "Got it. He is handsome," Lin Lu concluded. Shen Qingning remained silent. Lin Lu understood her friend well. She was a cool and composed individual, rarely smiling and seldom inclined to compliment others. While some might euphemistically describe someone unattractive as "not my type" as a high emotional intelligence response, Shen Qingning was not one to sugarcoat her words. "How about you let me join you for dinner?" Lin Lu suggested impulsively. For her, this dinner was not awkward, as she was acquainted with Shen Minglang and had met Jiang Wanzhou a few times. They were friends, albeit not very close. The only unfamiliar figure was the mysterious man who had unwittingly earned her over 10,000. She genuinely enjoyed the spectacle, relishing the stunned expression on her father's face. When I initially suggested a zero bet, he refused to entertain it, Lin Lu mused. After pondering, Shen Qingning replied, "All right, I'll inform them in our group chat." "Group? You have a group with Cheng Zhu?" Lin Lu's alertness returned. "What are you talking about?" "I'm referring to my family group chat, where I'll let my brother and cousin know you're coming." Shen Qingning sighed deeply. "Can you stop being so suspicious?" "Oh, fine. Lin Lu exclaimed, hee hee. I get to have dinner with a younger, handsome guy. Your only talent lies in your words, Shen Qingning quipped sarcastically. You've never kissed anyone. How would you know? The voice of this voice actress shifted to a seductive tone, the last syllable of her sentence sinking slightly, imbued with a hint of allure, rendering her final incredibly captivating. Shen Qingning could hardly tolerate her, stating, your talent is wasted on someone like me. It's hardly an accomplishment. Hee. Lin Lu dismissed the comment, feeling quite honored. Well, I just haven't encountered someone I like. If I do, you'll see how I charm him. Meanwhile, in a nearby restaurant, Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou were entertaining Xiao Yuzi with an episode of Balala Little Magic Fairy. Throughout the time, Cheng Zhu had been engrossed in chatting on his phone. Who are you chatting with so cheerfully? Jiang Wanzhou inquired, concerned it might be Li Xinyue. Their tumultuous relationship had been a saga Jiang Wanzhou had witnessed, leading him to regard Cheng Zhu's declarations with skepticism. With Yezi, the bartender from your cousin's bar. Cheng Zhu replied candidly. Ah, you two are already chatting? Jiang Wanzhou blinked in surprise. About what? Flirting, Cheng Zhu whispered, so as not to alert Xiao Yuzi. Jiang Wanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, and he playfully jabbed Cheng Zhu's side. You don't actually want to date her, do you? Impossible, Cheng Zhu affirmed. Then why are you flirting? Is flirting exclusive to dating? You don't understand. She is useful to me. Useful for what? I mentioned my plans to venture into e-commerce. And she has already agreed to help with buyer showcases, Cheng Zhu explained. To be honest, she is quite nice. What's so remarkable about that? I can do that too, Jiang Wanzhou replied. You. Cheng Zhu scrutinized him disdainfully. You definitely can't. Why not? What are you planning to sell? One moment you mention market research. The next you talk about e-commerce. Cheng Zhu's curiosity intensified. It's a secret, Cheng Zhu replied. I'll tell you once it's established. Ah, playing mysterious, are we? I'm not interested in your little business, Cheng Zhu, Jiang Wanzhou said, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Cheng Zhu patted his shoulder. I haven't started yet. And if it doesn't pan out, the more I say now, the more embarrassing it will be. I promise you'll be the first to know once it succeeds. Cut it out. I won't mock you, Jiang Wanzhou scoffed, though he ceased to press further. At that moment, Cheng Zhu's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that Shen Qingning had messaged the group, informing Shen Minglang that Lin Lu would also be joining for dinner. Shen Minglang responded with 3 playful emojis, announcing plans to shop at Hangzhou Tower for new clothes, intending to look dapper for the next day. Peacock displaying its feathers, Jiang Wanzhou mocked. Turning to Cheng Zhu, he added, my cousin said she's bringing a friend along for dinner tomorrow. She's beautiful. Jiang Wanzhou was being honest, devoid of pretense. All right, my friend. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Cheng Zhu teased with a mischievous grin. Before departing, he took 3 servings of mung bean soup to go. After he left, Cheng Zhu resumed his flirtatious banter with Yezi. Women in her profession often possess expansive social circles, many of whom are also quite open-minded. These are resources that must be utilized, Cheng Zhu contemplated. Let us adhere to the principle. Do not squander good girls, do not waste bad girls. However, this time, he aimed to transform them into useful allies. Next, Cheng Zhu planned to visit Guanyin County, a place that had once been impoverished but would soon earn the prestigious title of the Q underwear capital. Many may not be aware that a significant portion of the world's QQ underwear is produced in Chinese factories, with a considerable share originating from Guanyin. Indeed, Q underwear was the e-commerce niche Cheng Zhu had selected. With the rapid rise of e-commerce, competition among merchants had intensified. In 2014, the industry was still flourishing, but by 2023, countless e-commerce entrepreneurs were lamenting their struggles. Yet, even in 2023, if one knew how to navigate the market, this sector still held considerable promise. Societal attitudes were shifting, and cultural trends were evolving. Cheng Zhu's choice was a result of careful consideration. First, he knew where to source his products. Secondly, the materials used in these items are minimal, resulting in low costs and high profits. If managed well, a profit margin of 70% is quite normal. It is indeed a lucrative venture. Moreover, another crucial factor is the remarkably low return rate. This category boasts one of the lowest return rates in e-commerce. For those in the e-commerce field, managing returns is a significant challenge. Additionally, There is no off-season. Demand exists year-round. Although the items may be lightweight, winter still comes with air conditioning. Furthermore, selecting this niche requires minimal upfront investment. Presently, it is also feasible to utilize a drop shipping model, which means Cheng Zhu would not need to bear excessive inventory costs, thus saving time and effort. It is well known that one of the largest financial pressures in the clothing industry is inventory. With drop shipping, this issue can be effectively addressed. Most customers prefer online shopping as many feel uncomfortable selecting items in physical stores, especially in an era where discussing relationships remains a sensitive topic. It seems that once one steps through that door, one inevitably transforms into a lecherous being. Amusingly, whether one enters that door or not, men remain unabashedly lustful until their last breath, Cheng Zhu pondered. Thus, in this day and age, the number of individuals earning $1 million annually through such means is astonishingly high. Moreover, there's an intriguing aspect to QQ lingerie. While it is predominantly utilized by women, men are also consumers. Therefore, although this industry may appear less than respectable, a sense of mission burgeoned within Cheng Zhu. He believed he was enhancing the happiness index for all. It was merely a matter of earning a modest, albeit somewhat disreputable, sum of money in the process. By the year 2023, buyer showcases for such garments on Taobao had become scarce, yet in 2014, sharing buyer showcases was still quite permissible. Consequently, girls like Yi Zi found their purpose. With such lofty ideals in mind, Cheng Zhu resumed his flirtatious exchanges with Yi Zi. Chapter 15. The voice-acting girl. The following day, Cheng Zhu rose at the break of dawn. The vitality of his nearly 30-year-old body was incomparable to that of an 18-year-old, and this realization filled him with immense joy. Each morning, as the dragon raised its head, it proclaimed to him, "Your body is splendid." For this venture to Guanyun, Cheng Zhu intended to bring along Wang Anquan. Currently, he had two close friends, Jiang Wanzhou and Wang Anquan. Given Jiang Wanzhou's heavy aura, Cheng Zhu preferred not to invite him to such a place, lest they unwittingly open the door to a new world. Wang Anquan, brimming with enthusiasm, was the ideal candidate to be introduced to this new realm. Moreover, it was previously established that based on past experiences, Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou were ill-suited for partnerships. Individually, they were formidable, but together, they were a disaster. Wang Anquan, however, was different. He was of sterling character, honest and dependable, and Cheng Zhu trusted him implicitly, having previously navigated life alongside him in their past lives. As previously mentioned, Wang Anquan's father was a firefighter, and in light of the principle of safety first, he named his son Wang Anquan, hoping for his lifelong safety and subtly indicating that he was his priority. Cheng Zhu's family resided on the third floor, and a few years ago, a fire had erupted in the apartment below, threatening to spread to their level, but it was Wang Anquan's father who extinguished the flames. Their family had rendered a great service to Cheng Zhu's household, a debt he had not forgotten. In the afternoon, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Anquan. "I plan to engage in some e-commerce to earn a bit of living expenses. In a few days, I'd like you to accompany me somewhere, and I will cover all expenses." It was evident that Wang Anquan perceived this as a travel opportunity, a man's paradise, Cheng Zhu mused. Could possibly be to Guangdong province? Wang Anquan's eyes sparkled. Though he hesitated to type the name of that legendary city, held sacred and taboo in the hearts of many young men. Cheng Zhu, upon reflecting on Wang Anquan's message, suddenly recalled that the city renowned for its exceptional service had recently been swept clean. Consequently, market prices had become chaotic. Cheng Zhu, uninterested in playing coy, typed directly, "Not where you think. We are heading to Guanyun." "Guanyun? What is that?" "Stop with the nonsense and just come along. I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience." After finishing his conversation with his little brother, Cheng Zhu began to gather the necessary information online. His approach to making money was undeniably earnest. Although the goods he planned to sell appeared somewhat frivolous, he regarded the business as legitimate and entirely above board. He felt no shame in his endeavors. He operated freely and thus deserved the profits. Moreover, the products were commonplace items essential to the daily lives of many ordinary individuals, nothing to be ashamed of. Surely, Victoria's Secret was not esteemed, while Guanyun's secrets were deemed vulgar. With the progression of society, an increasing number of individuals began to prioritize, well, let us just say, the quality of life. Cheng Zhu pondered. The prospects of this industry indeed improved year by year. Currently, it thrived because people were too embarrassed to visit physical stores. Eventually, the industry continued to flourish, purely due to the expanding market demand. If memory served correctly, in recent years, the predominant purchasing demographic was around the age of 28. However, it later shifted to a core age group of 22 to 25. In his previous life, Cheng Zhu had become somewhat of an expert in this field, having encountered a myriad of styles. Yet, it was always the discerning women who proactively made purchases. He himself had never bought anything. Unexpectedly, he entertained the thought that perhaps he could design something himself and lead the trend. After all, strictly speaking, this was a branch of the fashion industry, where style was of utmost importance. With his considerable experience, Cheng Zhu felt confident in his ability to set trends. Thus, he resolved to become the vanguard of fashion and guide his clients along this journey. Cheng Zhu devised a plan and prepared to set off the day after tomorrow. Naturally, he would deceive his parents, claiming he was merely going out for a few days of leisure with Wang Anquan. In this day and age, children faced intense academic competition. During the summer before transitioning to junior high, they were required to attend supplementary classes on junior high subjects. After the high school entrance examination, they faced additional classes to prepare for high school. Following the college entrance examination, it was indeed time for a well-deserved break, and his parents would not object to that. Before long, his phone vibrated. Jiang Wanzhou had arrived to pick him up from the community. Interestingly, their homes were not particularly close, and he certainly could have chosen not to come. However, it seemed he relished the camaraderie of traveling together, reminiscent of school days when friends would accompany each other to the restroom after class. Today, Jiang Wanzhou had the rare privilege of driving the Porsche 911 Targa that his father gifted him for his coming-of-age ceremony. This generation of the 911 did not yet feature the later model's distinctive continuous taillights. Upon entering the car, Cheng Zhu inquired, "Where shall we dine?" "At the Golden Sands Hall," Jiang Wanzhou replied. The location was chosen by Shen Minglang. Cheng Zhu nodded, aware that the prices there were quite steep. When they arrived at Golden Sands Hall, they found Shen Minglang had arrived even earlier than they did. "How rare it is for you to be so punctual for dinner," Jiang Wanzhou teased his cousin. Cheng Zhu, listening from the side, could further ascertain that Shen Qingning's friend was likely quite attractive. Today, Shen Minglang sported a Givenchy t-shirt featuring a dog design and had made a special trip to the barber for his hairstyle. As soon as Jiang Wanzhou sat beside him, he scrunched his nose in distaste and exclaimed, "Did you really spray on cologne?" "How is it?" Shen Minglang replied. "The sales associate told me this is one of the world's most beloved men's fragrances, Terre d'Hermès." He radiated an aura of confidence. Even stinky tofu can become fragrant. But it remains just tofu. Jiang Wanzhou rolled his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Wanzhou undoubtedly sat next to his cousin, while Cheng Zhu took the seat beside Jiang Wanzhou. This arrangement implied that a girl would be seated next to Cheng Zhu. The group had agreed to meet at 6 o'clock, and precisely at 5:58. Shen Qingning arrived with Lin Lu in graceful strides. She abhorred tardiness and would never be late herself, a commendable quality among women in this day and age, especially considering many deliberately chose to arrive late. Today, Shen Qingning wore a long black dress, having replaced her knee-length skirt with one that concealed her shapely legs. However, the dress featured a pronounced cinched effect at the waist, accentuating her enviable proportions. To complement her outfit, she donned 4 to 5 centimeter heels, a classic style from CL, with a black upper and a red sole. Cheng Zhu could not help but recall the saying, "Black and red rise to the heavens, their power boundless." These shoes undoubtedly enhanced her allure. It must be noted that Shen Qingning exuded a formidable icy charm as she walked in her high heels. One might have believed the establishment belonged to her. Walking alongside her, Lin Lu presented a striking contrast in style. Her face bore a hint of softness compared to Shen Qingning, and her eyes sparkled with liveliness, reminiscent of a deer in the woods. She stood at an estimated height of around 165 centimeters, slightly shorter than Shen Qingning. Her attire differed as well. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt from Yomyo on top, paired with a black skirt from the same brand, complemented by white ankle socks and a pair of black round-toed shoes. Her style leaned more towards that of a sweet girl. She greeted Shen Minglang and the others with a smile, revealing adorable dimples. Cheng Zhu found her smile doubly enchanting compared to her neutral expression. As the two women took their seats at the dining table, Shen Qingning naturally settled beside Shen Minglang, placing Lin Lu adjacent to Cheng Zhu. Shen Minglang, believing himself to occupy the central position, initiated the proceedings by introducing Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu to one another. Lin Lu possessed a straightforward and vivacious personality. When Shen Minglang remarked on her prowess as a voice actress, Cheng Zhu cast a surprised glance in her direction. In response, the young lady met his gaze with confidence, nodding earnestly as she reaffirmed her talent, stating, "Indeed, I am quite remarkable." Chapter 16. Knowledge Points. Studying diligently. Greetings to the remarkable voice actor. My name is Cheng Zhu, a proud holder of a high school diploma. Cheng Zhu pondered for a few moments before bestowing a title upon his current self, who resembled a blank slate, struggling to find a fitting designation. Lin Lu, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "I know who you are. I follovet ning in purkasing null. Relying on your luck to win some money." Cheng Zhu gazed at her, silently thinking. The girl with the charming dimples and bright eyes becomes even more adorable when she smiles. Truly, she is a paragon of cuteness. Intrigued, he engaged further. At that moment, the conversation naturally shifted towards football. Although Lin Lu had only witnessed a single match, her enthusiasm for the discussion surpassed that of anyone else. This left Shen Qingning, the only one who had not watched the finals, unable to interject. Her cool demeanor rendered her indifferent to the topic. However, she possessed a remarkable ability to listen. As others conversed passionately, she quietly absorbed their words. Shen Minglang, still impressed by Cheng Zhu's audacious purchase of zero for 12,000, sincerely inquired, "Cousin, what prompted you to buy zero?" "I was informed by someone in my dreams," Cheng Zhu replied earnestly. "Who did you dream about?" "My future self," he stated with utmost seriousness. Shen Minglang immediately displayed a bemused expression, while Lin Lu found this charismatic young man quite entertaining. As the saying goes, humor is the finest form of aesthetic enhancement for men. At this juncture, the dishes began to arrive. Since all present were of a similar age, the common topics flowed freely, ensuring that the meal was devoid of awkward silences. As the discussion progressed, they found themselves reminiscing about university life. After all, there were two campus goddesses entering their second year and two soon-to-be college students at the table. Shen Minglang, having graduated only 2 years prior, fondly recalled the carefree days of driving his Palamara to school, with a rotating cast of female companions in the passenger seat. Suddenly, he remembered something and remarked, "By the way, Lin Lu, Ning mentioned that you two plan to rent a place together in your second year?" "Yes, we intend to cohabit, hee." Lin Lu replied with a smile. "What prompted the desire to live off campus?" Shen Minglang began to probe, seeking the truth behind his sister's university experience. Sen Ning, fully aware of his ulterior motives, chose to remain silent. "Oh, it's nothing really. We just want to live together. And there's a girl in our dorm who has a rather unpleasant demeanor that neither Ning nor I can tolerate," Lin Lu explained. "I see. That's understandable. Encountering troublesome roommates can be quite a headache during university," Shen Minglang empathized. "Right? It's infuriating to see her daily and not be able to best her in conversation," Lin Lu exclaimed, her lips pouting in annoyance. "I often find myself lying awake at night, replaying our arguments and feeling I didn't perform well." Cheng Zhu's gaze drifted towards Jiang Wanzhou, who noticed Cheng Zhu's unwavering stare and promptly asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Cheng Zhu ignored her and continued to observe, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Jiang Wanzhou retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I have a sharp tongue?" As all eyes turned towards Cheng Zhu, he leisurely replied, "Not at all. I simply think that your manner of speaking is something others might learn from." "Oh, like what?" Lin Lu eagerly inquired. Cheng Zhu adopted a different tone, stating, "You are absolutely right. Truly impressive. Thank you for your efforts." Lin Lu's eyes sparkled as she mimicked Cheng Zhu's tone, flashing a dimpled smile and saying, "Now I understand." Cheng Zhu nodded appreciatively before returning to his meal, leaving Jiang Wanzhou fuming beside him, her expression filled with resentment as she exclaimed, "My speaking style is nothing like that." While savoring the famous braised pork from Jinsha Hall, Cheng Zhu casually replied, "Yes, yes, I must have misunderstood." Frustrated, Jiang Wanzhou felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Meanwhile, Lin Lu found him increasingly amusing. As the conversation continued, they shifted to discussing university lectures. Shun Ming Lang admitted that he spent most of his class time asleep, enjoying the freedom from teachers who wouldn't reprimand him, which was a stark contrast to high school. "Cousin, feel free to sleep soundly during your classes," Shun Ming Lang advised, drawing on his own experiences. At this moment, Shun Qing Ning, rarely interjecting, spoke up, "What nonsense are you teaching?" Cheng Zhu seized the opportunity to speak, intentionally directing his words at Jiang Wanzhou. "If you attend a reputable university, missing some lectures may feel like a loss." "What do you mean?" Shen Minglang inquired. Cheng Zhu continued, "I once read a statement suggesting that your university professors may be some of the most socially elevated individuals you will encounter in your lifetime. Without the platform of academia, you might never interact with individuals of such stature in society." Shun Ming Lang initially intended to refute this, but suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that perspective is quite intriguing." A friend of mine studying law mentioned that his professor, who appears to teach criminal law, is actually a formidable figure, having sentenced over 600 individuals to death in a single year. For him, as a privileged individual, encounters with high-status individuals were common, and thus his examples were of those he wished to avoid. However, for many ordinary people, the reality is starkly different. They often find themselves disparaging teachers during their academic years, yet lack the qualifications to converse with them in society. Perhaps the teacher could become an elusive specialist when one seeks medical advice. Perhaps their consultation fees might reach thousands per hour. Perhaps the very textbooks one studies were authored by them. Perhaps, when discussing a case they are involved with, they still await a 200,000 payment. Even their insights might shape local policies. Cheng Zhu never intended to suggest skipping university classes entirely. He genuinely hoped Jiang Wanzhou would not merely drift through her education, which prompted his remarks. This caused Shun Qingning to glance at him with newfound interest. Lin Lu found Cheng Zhu to be a fascinating paradox, sometimes appearing playful and, at other times, more mature than the average high school graduate. This voice actor girl resonated with his sentiments, but sighed, "Alas, I have always struggled with drowsiness while studying." Cheng Zhu raised his gaze to her and quipped, "Could it be that you often did your homework late into the night as a child?" "Yes, yes," Lin Lu responded eagerly. "I was always slow at completing assignments while others finished in a flash, taking me ages to catch up." Coincidentally, Chun Ming is also a university professor. Behavioral psychology teaches us that if one consistently studies while feeling sleepy, they will inevitably associate learning with drowsiness in the future. You are familiar with Pavlov's dog, correct? The bell rings, food is presented, and they salivate. The bell rings, food is presented, and they salivate. Eventually, the bell rings, and they salivate even without food. This illustrates classical conditioning. Similarly, the stimuli of learning, late nights, and drowsiness will create a conditioned reflex. As he spoke, he flashed a smile at Lin Lu, displaying genuine understanding. "It's not your fault. Blame those late nights of your childhood." Jiang Wanzhou and Shun Qingning exchanged bewildered glances, while Shun Minglang internally lamented, "Damn, I've learned something new. Why can't I articulate such insights when discussing this topic with girls?" Lin Lu initially listened in a state of bewilderment, but as she continued to absorb the discourse, she found it increasingly compelling, ultimately feeling as though she had encountered a brilliant physician who had identified the root of her ailment. Observing the stunned expression of the voice actress before her, Cheng Zhu earnestly advised, "Thus, if you are to have children in the future, take this as a cautionary tale. Do not allow her to pursue her studies too late." "Absolutely," Lin Lu readily concurred, nodding emphatically. "I shall remember this." She added, "The matter of childbirth is still a distant prospect for me. If I ever forget the gravity of this issue, you must remind me." With the objective accomplished, he flashed a grin, revealing his fangs as he gazed at the lively girl before him, whose charming dimples appeared when she smiled. He languidly remarked, "I do not possess your contact information." Chapter 17. Call me the ancestor. All the groundwork has finally borne fruit at this moment. Lin Lu took the initiative to add Cheng Zhu's WeChat, and she did so with genuine joy. For Cheng Zhu, during their conversations, he would leave many hooks. For instance, his earlier mention of not allowing her child to study late at night serves as a hook. This hook may not necessarily lead to a natural exchange of WeChat contacts, as Lin Lu's response remains uncertain. However, that is inconsequential. More hooks will follow in succession. At the opportune moment, he would casually state, "I don't have your contact information." Requesting a contact is not inherently difficult. Cheng Zhu could ask for it after a meal, but enticing Lin Lu to take the initiative would yield a different outcome. Just like now, Lin Lu not only took the initiative to add him as a friend, but also found Cheng Zhu rather intriguing. Of course, this hinges on the premise that one possesses commendable qualities. A man with admirable traits is referred to as humorous, while one lacking such traits may be labeled as merely amusing or silly. Jiang Wanzhou and Shun Minglang observed in astonishment, particularly Shun Minglang, who appeared somewhat dazed. He fancied himself a scoundrel, and indeed, he was never short of female admirers. Yet, inexplicably, he felt somewhat inferior in Cheng Zhu's presence. Was it mere coincidence that their conversation led to this atmosphere, resulting in Lin Lu adding him? Shun Minglang pondered. Yes, it must be a coincidence. After all, how old is he? He has just graduated from high school. To be fair, Shun Minglang found Lin Lu quite charming. She radiated vitality and was a voice actor with a versatile vocal range. However, he also understood that he had no chance with Lin Lu. Moreover, the risk associated with pursuing a friend who is essentially a sister figure is substantial. A good relationship could lead to deeper connections, while a poor one could result in animosity akin to that of siblings. Shun Minglang was quite clear on this point. Simultaneously, he had a lucid self-assessment. He attracted women primarily interested in his wealth and entertainment value. At this stage, he merely sought enjoyment and was not committed. He transitioned between partners with remarkable speed. Lin Lu was not the type he could engage with, nor did she have any interest in him. He had dressed up and even purchased new clothes and styled his hair purely out of vanity. Naturally, he did not believe Cheng Zhu could win Lin Lu's affection. If a recent high school graduate could successfully pursue someone of Lin Lu's caliber, he would willingly wash his underwear for a year. Only Shun Qingning at that moment could not help but cast a thoughtful glance at Cheng Zhu. The meal concluded with everyone enjoying themselves thoroughly. Cheng Zhu played a pivotal role in this dynamic. After all, he was a daring individual who had achieved a leap in social class through his own efforts. He possessed a certain commanding presence. After the meal, Shun Minglang suggested finding a place to sit. He needed to visit the bar he owned after 9 o'clock, as business had slowed down following the World Cup. However, it was still early, and he required company to pass the time. Unbeknownst to Shun Minglang, this very initiative satisfied another need of Cheng Zhu's. You see, a group of young individuals seeking a place to sit and chat could easily become mundane. Thus, they could engage in games, such as playing cards or participating in games like Who is the Undercover or Truth or Dare. This arrangement would allow Cheng Zhu to naturally propose that Shun Minglang create a WeChat group for the 5 of them. Having a group would significantly facilitate their gaming experience. They could share links or even play directly within the group. If they played cards for money, they could conveniently transfer funds within the group chat. Many may find themselves troubled by the pursuit of a girl's WeChat without knowing how to initiate private conversation. Why start with private messaging? If a group chat exists, they could begin with that. One must take it step by step. As the saying goes, one must allow things to unfold naturally. Displaying overt intentions can lead to others being on guard, a lesson Cheng Zhu has learned through experience. Moreover, Shun Minglang, this newly acquainted cousin, relished conversation, lively interactions, and a bit of showmanship. He would actively engage in the group chat. Additionally, let us not forget that Cheng Zhu had yet to add Shun Qingning on WeChat. However, upon entering the same group chat, he had no intention of adding this cool beauty. For now, he would only add Lin Lu. Indeed, he was intentionally refraining from adding her. This clever man desired precisely this effect. As 9 o'clock approached, They parted ways at a trendy dessert shop. Along the way, Jiang Wanshou could not resist gossiping. Are you interested in Lin Lu? Why do you keep asking me this? When I was chatting with Yezi, you said I wanted to pursue her. Now that I've met Lin Lu, you say I want to pursue her too, Cheng Zhu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Why not say, I want to pursue your cousin? This remark made Jiang Wanzhou realize that he had been somewhat paranoid lately. Yet he responded, that's just the vibe I get. Is that a problem? Yes, indeed. Your intuition seems rather accurate, Cheng Zhu joked. Why not call me brother-in-law and see how it sounds? Get lost. Jiang Wanzhou began to curse. One must admit, certain assertive vehicles, if driven by a woman, can indeed evoke a more profound sensation. In school, Shun Qingning and Lin Lu were regarded as campus goddesses of the same caliber. However, fewer dared to pursue Shun Qingning than Lin Lu, as her aura set her apart. Residing in Hangzhou and studying there, she drove to class in a Land Rover. Coupled with her naturally cool demeanor, she often intimidated most boys. As they approached the neighborhood, Lin Lu adopted the tone of a pampered CEO's young wife, saying, Hubby, could you take me upstairs? I'm afraid to take the elevator alone. Shun Qingning shot her an annoyed glance and replied, If I take you upstairs, you'll ask me to come in for a bit, and then you'll want me to stay over and keep you company while you sleep. Isn't it nice to cuddle with me? Have you grown tired of me? She replied with a tone of feigned innocence. Stop being dramatic. It seems you're in a good mood today. Shun Qingning dismissed her clingy antics. Today has indeed been quite enjoyable, Lin Lu admitted candidly. I was right. Cheng Zhu is rather handsome. Oh, so you have an eye for him? I'm not merely a superficial admirer of looks. I have a slight appreciation for aesthetics. All right? Lin Lu confessed. I simply find him interesting. At that moment, the car arrived at Lin Lu's underground parking garage. After shifting the car into park, Shun Qingning turned to look her friend in the eye and asked, Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? A so-called interesting soul is someone whose information density and knowledge far exceed yours, willing to bend down and listen to you ramble about trivial matters, engaging in discourse that presents perspectives you have never encountered, thereby challenging your shallow imagination and worldview. Quickly, Lin Lu retorted, but he-'s just a kid, fresh out of high school. Are you looking down on me? After a pause, Lin Lu added, Your brother, old Shun, doesn't he even give me that feeling? Shen Minglang at least has some worldly experience. He has run several businesses and is older than us. Plus he-'s the quintessential chatty scoundrel. Perhaps, Shun Qingning replied, non-committally. Maybe you feel a connection with him, because your wavelengths happen to align. Perhaps I am overthinking it. If he could connect with anyone, then... Shun Qingning paused for a moment, smiled, and said, My brother, who fancies himself a silver-tongued charmer, would surely be regarded as a master in this realm. Wouldn't he? Chapter 18. Resource sharing around 10 o'clock in the evening, feeling rather bored due to the bar's lackluster business. Shen Minglang took the initiative to send a message in the group chat. Dear siblings, have you all arrived home safely? Jiang Wanzhou, his favorite sparring partner, immediately retorted, It's been over an hour since you asked. Your concern is truly touching. I'm almost in a magic city. Cheng Zhu smiled at the WeChat messages. The vibrancy of a group chat is paramount. And thankfully, with the presence of these two lively spirits, he need not personally engage to elevate the atmosphere. Lin Lu, with her spirited nature, was surely to join the conversation, unlike the more reserved Shun Qingning. Just as Cheng Zhu anticipated, the group chat erupted with laughter and banter, meandering on for over an hour. As a reborn individual, Cheng Zhu held himself to a standard of always being a step ahead. University life would span several years, and even before classes commenced, he had already begun to engage with captivating senior female students. Yet, he constantly reminded himself, do not be deceived by Lin Lu's charming exterior. Who could have guessed that beneath such a sweet facade lay a rather formidable physique? Men are indeed peculiar creatures. They might swoon over bare-eyed 3D visuals, but would never be fazed by 3060 dimensions. Time flew swiftly during their conversations. Unbeknownst to Shun Minglang, his newly acknowledged cousin not only participated in the group chat, but also engaged in daily private exchanges with his bartender, Yi Zi. Through Yi Zi's words, Cheng Zhu learned that the bar, Jiu Yin, had been experiencing a downturn in business since the conclusion of the World Cup. As a bartender reliant on commission, Yizi had begun to feel financial strain. She subtly conveyed to Cheng Zhu her need for money and desire to earn more. Cheng Zhu understood, well, that many women working in nightlife bore the burden of loans. As for why such young individuals might incur debt, the reasons were manifold, perhaps for cosmetic surgery or breast augmentation. He pondered, could men truly grasp that so many existed in such circumstances? Indeed, they do, and in large numbers. Cosmetic loans had even evolved into an entire industry. In conversations between men and women, if a woman is willing to reveal her needs, it is often a favorable sign. Cheng Zhu mused. However, he harbored no ulterior thoughts toward Yizi, nor would he squander his money on her. He needed to preserve his finances for future investments. Nonetheless, Cheng Zhu was pleased to see her in need of funds. After all, in the realm of e-commerce, product photography was essential. In the fashion industry, models were necessary. Upon reflection, Yizi seemed quite suitable for the role. Cheng Zhu had grown dissatisfied with merely having her take buyer show photos. Greed, indeed, defines a man. Of course, if Yizi was unwilling to take on this task, it would matter little. She had ample connections and could surely refer someone appropriate. In the realm of QQ-like products, sourcing models proved challenging, and fees were often higher than those for typical fashion products. However, it was merely a matter of capturing images, which could be edited, and professionalism was not a strict requirement. He resolved not to follow conventional channels that would lead to unnecessary expenditure. His current approach was quite effective. With his phone tucked away in his pocket, Cheng Zhu prepared to head to the restaurant. It wasn't mealtime yet. He wasn't going for food, but rather to accompany his little sister, Xiao Yuzi, in watching Balala the Fairies. That previous episode had ended on quite the cliffhanger. He cursed inwardly as he walked, feeling the sweltering summer heat. Arriving at the restaurant, he was taken aback. It wasn't mealtime yet, and old Cheng was not bustling about in the kitchen, but rather sitting leisurely, scooping out half a chilled watermelon with a spoon. He and Su Yin had become quite the old married couple, sharing bites in a rather endearing manner. Hey, why wasn't I called for the watermelon? Cheng Zhu silently fumed. A summer without chilled watermelon felt incomplete. Their family believed that the best way to enjoy watermelon was to scoop it out with a spoon. Naturally, Cheng Zhu had grown accustomed to not being called for watermelon by his parents. He had emphasized repeatedly that Xiao Yuzi was treated like a princess, while he was merely a sword-bearing guard. Upon noticing Cheng Zhu's arrival, old Cheng and his mother Su Yin paid him no heed. Cheng Zhu's gaze naturally fell upon his sister. Xiao Yuzi sat cross-legged in her chair, balancing half a small watermelon on her fair legs, vigorously scooping out watermelon with a large spoon and placing the chunks into a bowl. Spotting Cheng Zhu, she immediately set the half watermelon on the table, raised the bowl high above her head, and cheerfully announced, "Ding ding. Brother, you're here. I've scooped this watermelon just for you." Cheng Zhu's familial standing, indeed, felt as low as ever. Yet at times, he enjoyed such privileges granted by Princess Xiao Yuzi. He glanced at the half watermelon on the table, realizing she had scooped out all the sweet, central parts. He accepted her offering, indulging in the bowl's contents rather than the remaining watermelon. He understood the importance of not rejecting a child's goodwill. At her tender age, she would not comprehend his intentions and would only feel secretly disheartened. As the cool, chilled watermelon settled in his stomach, Cheng Zhu glanced at the blazing sun outside and suddenly felt that the summer wasn't so unbearable after all. He had initially contemplated sourcing goods in Guanyin County in such weather, a task fit for no one. The television began to play Balala, the Fairies, once more. Each time the fairies transformed, Xiao Yuzi would leap up with excitement, dancing as if she too could transform. Cheng Zhu, a tall and somewhat unruly school bully, would loudly provide voiceovers for his sister, Balala Energy. "Shero Shero, little fairy, transform." Old Cheng and Su Yun exchanged astonished glances at their foolish son, unable to suppress their murmurs. He never used to act like this. Little did they know, Cheng Zhu was entirely indifferent to others' opinions. His sole concern was whether Xiao Yuzi's smile was radiant. "Tomorrow, we shall set off for Guanyin. After all, Brother Zhu said it is a paradise for men." That night, Wang Anchuan, a sturdy youth with a hint of teenage acne, experienced a touch of insomnia, dreaming a series of youthful, audacious dreams. The following day, under the scorching summer sun, The two young men boarded the train, laden with luggage. As soon as they settled into their seats, Cheng Zhu observed Wang Anquan, grinning widely as he typed on his phone, his smile almost reaching his ears. Who could he be chatting with so joyfully? Cheng Zhu furrowed his brow, forming a suspicion. It's Rong, brother Zhu. I think I might be falling in love with Chen Rong, Wang Anquan confessed. Huh, have you installed a GPS? Are you aware of your position? Cheng Zhu chuckled lightly. Brother Zhu, what do you mean? I'm a bit confused, Wang Anquan replied, puzzled. Not important. Tell me, what makes you feel this way? We've been chatting well these past few days. She never used to reach out to me, but now she's always looking for me. Just asked if I boarded the train. He beamed, already tasting the sweetness of budding romance. Well, it does seem like something, Wang Anquan admitted. Cheng Zhu gazed out the window, his tone light, yet his words weighed heavily on Wang Anquan's heart. When showering, if the water temperature fluctuates from hot to cold, you know someone is sharing the water resources with you. Chapter 19. Your rank is insufficient. Wang Anquan listened to Cheng Zhu's words, initially taken aback. However, he was not a fool. He simply lacked emotional intelligence. After a moment's reflection, the meaning became clear to him. In the wake of the overwhelming information from the internet and the shifting social climate, despite the persistent presence of naive individuals, many truths had taken root in the collective consciousness. Concepts such as simps, nice guys, and backup options were now widely understood. Of course, for some, the acknowledgement of these truths did not preclude their willingness to play the fool in love. Coming to his senses, Wang Anquan asked Cheng Zhu, brother Zhu, do you mean to say that Rong might still be in contact with other boys? He opened his mouth, initially inclined to deny it, but ultimately weakly conceded perhaps. Perhaps it was the case before. After saying this, he lifted his head, a hint of stubbornness in his demeanor, and asserted, but this time is different. She's been actively reaching out to me these past few days. A girl who initiates conversations daily and shows concern for your plans. Surely, that must indicate something promising, right? Promising, you say? Cheng Zhu shot him a bemused glance. He had caught a crucial detail from Wang Anquan's earlier words. Chen Rong had inquired whether he had boarded the train. Thus, he probed further. Did you mention to Chen Rong that you would be going out with me? A cough escaped Wang Anquan, who did not deny it. To be fair, he was a rather earnest individual. He had merely told Chen Rong that Cheng Zhu was interested in e-commerce and suggested they all go out to explore suppliers together. Were he a typical adolescent boy, he might have exaggerated, saying something like, we're looking to venture into e-commerce together. After all, what harm would it be to tag along on a friend's business endeavor, flaunting a little? The reason for this was simple. Post-World Cup finals. Chen Rong had sought out Cheng Zhu. Initially, she cloaked her intentions under the guise of concern for his relationship with Li Xinyue. However, after Cheng Zhu warned her against discussing that topic, she deftly shifted the conversation, avoiding any mention of Li Xinyue, instead finding every opportunity to engage Cheng Zhu in dialogue. She would occasionally employ the little tricks that girls her age fancied. For instance, she might say, wait a moment, I'm going downstairs to pick up a package. My new camisole pajamas have arrived. A few minutes later, she would send him a picture of the outfit, eager for his reaction. In a flirtatious context, a boy could seize the moment to respond playfully. Why not try it on and send me a picture? One might wonder if they have encountered such individuals during their school days, or if they themselves embody such behavior, the desire to date a friend's ex. Chen Rong certainly showered Cheng Zhu with compliments, praising his prowess in earning in a night what others might take 2 years to make, subtly insinuating that it was Li Xinyue's failure to appreciate him. Chen Rong's true intentions were becoming increasingly transparent. Despite this, Wang Anquan noticed that every time he scrolled through his social media feed, there was Chen Rong posting polished selfies, sharing songs and snippets of her daily life, and bemoaning her summer boredom, hinting at a desire to travel. In short, she was posting with remarkable frequency. If there were any ulterior motives, a direct invitation to travel together would not be out of the question. Cheng Zhu had long believed that if someone's social media activity, once limited to a few posts every 3 days, suddenly became incessant, it often revealed underlying sentiments. Consequently, he had muted Chen Rong's updates. Damn it, what waste of my data. What exasperated him further was the persistent presence of Wang Anquan's likes and comments beneath her posts. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet, he had underestimated her patience. She was resorting to subtle maneuvers to gauge Wang Anquan's sentiments. Cheng Zhu felt a surge of annoyance akin to wanting to roll his eyes like Jiang Wanzhou. As the train began to move, Cheng Zhu glanced at Wang Anquan and confirmed, "When she speaks with you, does she ever mention Li Xinhua?" Wang Anquan nodded. "Brother Zhu, how did you guess? She often brings her up, insisting that Li Xinhua's attitude towards you is inappropriate. She claims that girls should understand boys and not always act like spoiled princesses." The young man continued his endless chatter, but Cheng Zhu had already tuned out. The girl had quite the repertoire of tactics and was even covertly establishing a communication channel with Wang Anquan. Cheng Zhu was becoming increasingly convinced of Chun Rongrong's intentions. Had he not cautioned Wang Anquan to refrain from mentioning Li Xinhua, it was likely that her boastful remarks would have reached his ears long ago. He knew her character well. She was cut from the same cloth as Li Xinhua, if not worse. She had simply discerned his disdain for Li Xinhua and was deliberately catering to his preferences. Typical of a young boy, still reeling from a broken heart. How can he resist her charms? Cheng Zhu mused. However, with his discerning eye, he could only comment. A classic case of a mid-tier green tea. Cheng Zhu opened his backpack and retrieved a large piece of bubblegum. Wang Anquan, wishing for a piece, was met with a curt refusal. "My sister gave this to me. You can forget about it." As he chewed on the excessively sweet gum, he said, "Anquan, let's speak candidly. In your heart of hearts, do you truly believe Chun Rongrong is a good girl?" He had heard some idle gossip about her before. "Wow, your awareness is surprisingly high. I underestimated you," Cheng Zhu remarked, giving him a light pat on the back. Wang Anquan, looking perplexed, pointed at Cheng Zhu's phone, saying, "But Brother Zhu, you are the one who diligently noted in your memo, don't waste good girls, don't squander bad girls." At this, Cheng Zhu felt a jolt of realization. "Damn it, you aren't just perceptive. You may be a little too perceptive." He cursed. "That memo was for my eyes only, not for yours. It's my reminder, not yours. So, you intend to adhere to the don't waste bad girls mantra, huh?" Cheng Zhu nearly wanted to applaud him. He had witnessed too many boys dig their own graves. Some began with the mindset of merely having fun, only to become more infatuated than anyone else, oblivious to the consequences. There were countless such individuals, far too many. Without the ability to withdraw at will, one must be prepared to be maneuvered by the other party, Cheng Zhu mused. He never imagined that Wang Anquan would attempt to leap forward in his emotional maturity. Chapter 20. You're still unconvinced. Wang Anquan had always been quite obedient to Cheng Zhu. He was a reliable younger brother. However, regardless of the circumstances, every person is an independent entity. When you ask him to do something, he may comply, but when you attempt to impart life lessons, he may not readily absorb them. He held a deep admiration for Cheng Zhu, perceiving an indescribable vigor within him since childhood. Cheng Zhu approached matters with a wildness and an unrestrained nature. Yet, when it came to romantic affairs, he had only experienced a first love that ended rather poorly. Although he appeared nonchalant, capable of both holding on and letting go, he lacked a certain persuasive power. Thus, Wang Anquan felt a twinge of discontent within. Nevertheless, out of respect for his leader, he refrained from direct rebuttal, lest he tarnish Cheng Zhu's reputation. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring about the itinerary for their trip to Guanyin County and its purpose. Cheng Zhu discerned that Wang Anquan wished to avoid discussing Chun Rongrong, and he was more than happy to spare his breath. Teenage boys often exhibit a hint of rebellion. It is not something that can be dismissed with a few casual words about their tender affections. They are all stubborn children in love. For Cheng Zhu, this matter was easily manageable. At worst, he could sacrifice a bit of himself and seize the opportunity to allow Wang Anquan to witness how Chun Rongrong adored him. He would surely come to a realization, perhaps even experience some personal growth. Of course, this was contingent upon Cheng Zhu's understanding that Wang Anquan was not the sort who lacked discernment. Some individuals genuinely lack awareness. They fail to recognize the good in a person and choose to harbor resentment toward their friends instead. Cheng Zhu blew a bubble with his chewing gum before responding. Our purpose for this trip is to investigate the local specialties of Guanyin County. He readily agreed. yet fearing the prospect of opening the door to a new world of women's clothing. He added, "Promise me you will learn to share and enjoy these with others." Jiang Wanzhou was momentarily taken aback by this. At that moment, Wang Anquan asked, "Is it something edible?" Cheng Zhu no longer kept them in suspense, softly revealing, "It's QQ lingerie." A mere handful of words caused an explosion of thoughts in Wang Anquan's mind. He felt as though he were seated in a high-speed train while his soul lingered outside. Wow. He was utterly astonished. He had always thought of Cheng Zhu as quite daring in his actions, yet he never anticipated him to be this audacious. For Wang Anquan, a youth who had never even held a girl's hand, let alone visited a massage parlor, this topic felt scandalously taboo and exceedingly distant. His impressions of such products were likely rooted in the few teachers he had encountered on his computer's hard drive. Suddenly, Wang Anquan considered their trip to Guanyun to be incredibly impressive, even somewhat legendary. On a scorching summer day, under the relentless sun, Cheng Zhu led Wang Anquan through several turns until they finally arrived at their destination. His plan was to first inspect 3 factories, all meticulously selected online. It was 2014, and some forward-thinking manufacturers had begun to recognize the potential of conducting business online, while others clung to outdated models. Cheng Zhu preferred collaborating with those who were open to new ideas. Even in 2014, many manufacturers were reluctant to engage in drop shipping. Yet, this service was crucial for him, as it could significantly reduce costs. Throughout the journey, Wang Anquan was visibly excited, his cheeks flushed as he spoke. However, as they approached the first factory, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over him. Though he was merely an assistant, he felt his body tense up, with sweat beginning to bead on his palms. Cheng Zhu noticed Wang Anquan's unusual demeanor, but paid it little mind. Many students today are overly sheltered by their families. Not only are they unaccustomed to negotiating business deals, but they may even hesitate to haggle at a market or shop. Some have developed a degree of social anxiety, losing even basic communication skills. Observe the university freshmen. How many are confident enough to introduce themselves on stage? If they struggle with self-introduction, discussing business becomes an even greater challenge. He cast a glance at Cheng Zhu, who was engaged in lively conversation with a taxi driver, quickly becoming well acquainted with the local insights. The taxi driver is an excellent source of information, and Wang Anquan felt a surge of admiration for Cheng Zhu. Upon reaching the factory, which was modest in size and lacked a security guard, the taxi driver inquired, "Should I stop here or drive in?" "Drive in," Cheng Zhu replied decisively. "It's too hot for such a short walk, and as a buyer, I must project the demeanor of a significant client. If you hesitate when spending money, who will take you seriously?" After exiting the vehicle, Wang Anquan glanced around, but soon felt too intimidated to look inside, stealing only furtive glances. Inside, workers were busy at their tasks. Half-finished products and completed items were visible. While Wang Anquan dared not gaze within, Cheng Zhu wandered in freely, even examining the items closely. Why was he so brazenly handling the merchandise? Wang Anquan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Cheng Zhu was feeling the fabric, assessing its texture, and his actions inevitably drew the attention of the factory workers. A middle-aged man approached, scrutinizing Cheng Zhu closely. Given the current climate of safety, he was wary. Surely, this young man wouldn't cause trouble. His companion, standing outside, appeared sturdy and kept surveying the area, resembling a lookout. "What's going on?" the middle-aged man inquired with a somewhat cool demeanor. Cheng Zhu was unfazed. After all, he was quite young. He set down the piece of fabric he had dismissed as outdated and asked, "Are you the owner?" "Yes," the man replied. "I'm here to inspect the goods. I called you a few days ago. Do you remember?" Cheng Zhu continued. Among the 3 factories, one had not answered his call, yet he paid little heed to which one it was. For some reason, the owner seemed to perceive Cheng Zhu as a potential customer. "Retail prices are a bit higher," the owner stated. "I operate in e-commerce," Cheng Zhu replied candidly. Standing outside in the sweltering heat, Wang Anquan remained until Cheng Zhu beckoned him to join in the shade. When Wang Anquan hurried over, he found Cheng Zhu sharing a smoke with the factory owner in the coolness of the doorway. Smoking was prohibited inside the factory, and as Cheng Zhu exhaled clouds of smoke, he proceeded to negotiate, attempting to strike a deal. "Young man, our profit margins are not that high. If you continue to haggle like this, we won't be able to finalize a deal," the factory owner said, appearing quite troubled. "And as you can see, our goods are of excellent quality. You get what you pay for," he added, gesturing towards the interior while holding his cigarette. Cheng Zhu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I don't need high quality. I need good texture." The factory owner cast a glance at him, and this time he truly believed that this young man was indeed an experienced QQ e-commerce entrepreneur. Wang Anxuan stood to the side, feeling as if the two smokers were exhaling smoke right into his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 21. The capricious nature of men outside the factory. Wang Anxuan muttered to himself, "Zhu Ge has been rambling nonsensically." They had just graduated from high school, and in his eyes, Cheng Zhu had no experience in e-commerce whatsoever. He lacked a storefront and had not received any customer complaints. In fact, when the factory owner asked him how old he was, he fabricated an answer, claiming he was born in 92. Wang Anxuan doubted that if he asked him what zodiac sign corresponded to 92, Zhu Ge would be at a loss for words. However, in the span of a cigarette, the factory owner's attitude towards Cheng Zhu transformed entirely. Cheng Zhu called him boss, and he reciprocated, addressing Cheng Zhu as boss in a tone filled with exaggerated lamentation. "Boss, I've never encountered someone like you who negotiates prices so fiercely. How can that be? The price I quoted for that model guarantees you a profit." Cheng Zhu promptly replied. He was quite satisfied with this factory for a simple reason. It met his standards of having texture, but lacking quality. Cheng Zhu believed that the pursuit of such products should be akin to silk stockings. One must consider whether they exude a sense of luxury upon sight, and whether they feel smooth to the touch. As long as they meet visual and tactile expectations, that suffices. Regarding quality, the earlier mentioned complaints provided some insight. Sometimes, one must regard such items as consumables, Cheng Zhu mused. In the realm of apparel, the return rate is notably high. Many customers return items after using them. For instance, a piece of clothing might be worn once before being returned within the allowed time frame. However, worn items are not so easily returned. Even if one has the audacity to return a girlfriend's or wife's used item, it must be in pristine condition. If it's damaged, how can one demand a refund? That is one reason for the low return rate of such products. Of course, quality cannot be excessively poor either. Cheng Zhu was well aware of this balance. At that moment, when Cheng Zhu saw that the factory owner was unwilling to lower the price further, he extinguished his cigarette, entered the factory, and picked up the product he had his eye on. "I want to negotiate further. Can you add a zipper to this section of the pants?" The factory owner envisioned the design and exclaimed, "Impressive." Wang Anxuan glanced at the spot Cheng Zhu was pointing to, turning his head away as he contemplated the advantages of adding a zipper, his heart racing uncharacteristically. How could Zhu Ge discuss such matters so earnestly? It was utterly nerve-wracking. He suddenly felt parched, while Cheng Zhu continued to speak eloquently. The current situation in Guanyun had yet to establish its own comprehensive system. A mere small town was propping up a significant portion of the national and even global QQ-style apparel market. Presently, Guanyun had only a few representative factories that had prospered by producing such items, prompting many others to follow suit. After negotiating a price reduction, Cheng Zhu sought the factory owner's assistance in dropshipping, but the owner hesitated, stating he had never done such a thing before. "I need staff to handle shipping. Coordinating that can be troublesome." He had not anticipated that after such a significant price cut, this young man would still push for more. Cheng Zhu began to paint a grand picture, asserting that many factories in the country were now adopting this practice to enhance their competitiveness. In fact, dropshipping, from a certain perspective, is a service that has emerged from increasing competition among factories, with everyone competing over products, prices, and various other factors. The only thing left to compete on is service. For Cheng Zhu, this would save time, effort, and costs, while also reducing inventory and capital pressure. Frankly speaking, he did not believe his products would not sell well, given his experience. Nowadays, merchants on Taobao could still engage in under-the-table dealings. Cheng Zhu was an expert in this domain. He could achieve maximum value with minimal promotional costs. However, as his business was just starting, he He needed to secure as many benefits as possible. Moreover, he remembered that when he began, negotiating shipping fees with courier companies was challenging, and he could not obtain favorable rates. But factories were different. They already had established relationships with courier companies and negotiated prices long ago, yielding a significant profit margin. After listening to Cheng Zhu for a while, the factory owner absorbed some of his points. Recognizing that drop shipping indeed offered strong competitive advantages for factories and could attract many customers, especially those just starting their ventures. These young folks are quite clever, he thought. Glancing at Cheng Zhu, let me think it over, all right? He did not dismiss the idea outright. Sounds good, Cheng Zhu agreed, adding the owner on WeChat and leaving his contact number. After finalizing these arrangements, he casually pointed to the products he had selected and remarked, "Boss, the samples should be complimentary." In the taxi, Wang Anquan clutched a bag full of samples. He was thoroughly impressed by Zhu Ge. Upon hearing the owner agree to provide samples, Zhu Ge even selected a few more. At that moment, the young man glanced at the contents of the bag, feeling a rush of excitement as his heart raced. A youth like him was not accustomed to such things, unlike Cheng Zhu, who had long since tired of the old styles. He planned to first find a reliable manufacturer before designing new styles himself. The second factory Cheng Zhu found was not far from the first, only about a 10-minute drive away. As they approached, Wang Anquan felt the samples in his hands were somewhat warm and asked, "Zhu Ge, will it be inappropriate for me to bring these into another factory? Should I put them in my bag?" "It doesn't seem matter. It's perfectly normal to compare prices when sourcing," Cheng Zhu replied. "Let the owner see. We're here to provide him with a chance to earn money. Why should we feel embarrassed?" Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow. Students often have thin skins. He scolded Wang Anquan, saying, "Don't turn into one of those people who constantly seek approval." Nowadays, the number of such individuals seems to be on the rise. Huh? Wang Anquan was momentarily taken aback, but due to his growing admiration for Cheng Zhu, he quickly added, "All right, sure." Truthfully, he wished to emulate Zhu Ge. Today, he had repeatedly found Cheng Zhu incredibly impressive. The demeanor, the confidence, he wanted to learn. It was akin to going shopping with one's mother, watching her haggle over a trivial amount, causing embarrassment. However, if a peer could render a vendor speechless, one might think, wow, that is quite impressive. Human psychology is indeed complex. At that moment, Wang Anquan noticed Cheng Zhu pull out his phone and take a picture of the samples. "Xu Yi, who are you sending that to?" Wang Anquan immediately grew anxious. Not that he dared to control Cheng Zhu, but purely out of fear that this leader would capture his face in the frame. Still embarrassed, he reassured him, "Don't worry, I didn't capture you." Cheng Zhu saw through his thoughts and replied, "I'm looking for models to showcase the samples. As we venture into e-commerce, we'll certainly need seller showcases." Cheng Zhu stated this as a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Wang Anquan could not help but glance down at the ragged samples in the bag. Looking for models? Taking pictures? "Zhu Ge, you are my idol." At that moment, Wang Anquan's phone chimed again. It was Chun Rongrong, who had initiated contact through WeChat. The message read, "What are you and Cheng Zhu up to?" Had it been earlier, Wang Anquan would have engaged in a lively conversation, completely oblivious to the subtle implications and attitudes embedded in that statement. Of course, he remains unaware of any additional nuances at present. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he glanced down at the sample cradled in his arms, and an unexpected disinterest in conversing with Chun Rongrong washed over him. He then shifted his focus, initiating a dialogue with Cheng Zhu regarding the auctioneer showcase. Chapter 22. A bounty of gains. The seller's showcase is not that complicated. It merely involves finding a model, selecting a location, and then capturing images according to my specifications, followed by some editing, Cheng Zhu remarked. However, he was acutely aware that Wang Anquan was not interested in such mundane details. Yet, how could he possibly discuss topics that were prohibited by the platform in a taxi, especially in the presence of the driver? Wang Anquan attempted to speak several times, but ultimately refrained. Cheng Zhu playfully patted his shoulder, saying, "Given the unique nature of our product, it is rather inconvenient to conduct photo shoots at a photography studio." At that moment, Cheng Zhu recalled how photography studios had evolved alongside the rise of e-commerce. These studios, often expansive, were filled with various scenic backdrops for online retailers to use for their product displays. A well-managed photography studio could be quite profitable. It had become a lucrative venture over the past few years. Wang Anquan's heart raced at the implication. If public locations were unsuitable for the seller's showcase, then they would have to resort to particular places. Cheng Zhu, noticing Wang Anquan's mind racing, mischievously added, the shooting scene should emphasize a homely ambience, such as sofas, beds, bathroom sinks, and bathtubs. Wait, Brother Zhu, if we shoot in those places for our type of product, wouldn't I be uncomfortable? Wang Anquan stammered. So you are rather knowledgeable about this. Cheng Zhu grinned. Since you are so understanding, remember not to show up then. The taxi driver navigated through traffic with reckless abandon, swiftly delivering them to their destination. As they exited the vehicle, Wang Anquan seized the moment, emboldened by the lack of onlookers, and asked, Brother Zhu, may I have the privilege of viewing your masterpiece later? Why are you still fixated on the photo shoot? With your attitude, I'll let you be the first to see. Cheng Zhu waved his hand dismissively. After all, the seller's showcase was meant for viewing. At this juncture, they arrived at the second factory, which was more substantial than the previous one. The proprietor, appearing to be in his 40s, maintained a lukewarm demeanor and adamantly refused to engage in drop shipping. Cheng Zhu was indifferent to this, leading Wang Anquan out without hesitation. Who does he think he is? Wang Anquan muttered, slightly disgruntled. Not to worry. I already informed him about the samples we procured from that factory, Cheng Zhu replied. And then? Wang Anquan inquired. Nothing further, except that he might one day discover his factory's machines are overworked and the workers are on double shifts. Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of confidence. Understanding his implication, Wang Anquan responded with a knowing 6. Cheng Zhu was not surprised by the factory owner's attitude. In his previous life, he had been involved in e-commerce in Wucheng, renowned for its small commodity market with abundant resources. He had cultivated close relationships with many charismatic proprietresses, and he had often listened to their grievances about customers who merely perused samples without any intention of placing orders. Some entrepreneurs had suffered losses due to such behavior, leading to a hardened mindset. The factory owner, in his 40s, was likely set in his ways, unable to appreciate Cheng Zhu's grand visions. Throughout the sweltering afternoon, Cheng Zhu and Wang Anquan visited all 3 planned factories and even an additional one. Ultimately, Cheng Zhu concluded that the first factory was indeed the best fit. In truth, after their visit to the first factory, he had already sensed it met his requirements. Yet, human nature often compels one to seek out the next potential opportunity. Additionally, in business, one must explore numerous options. He recalled a line from the drama The Lotus Lantern, where the character Erlang Shun, portrayed by Jiao Juan, admonished Chen Xiang, suggesting that if one always settles for mediocrity during practice, they will inevitably fall short in crucial moments. In Cheng Zhu's mind, Erlang Shun epitomized the archetype of the tragic yet noble hero. People preferred to believe that the Lotus Lantern was defective rather than accept that Erlang Shun, too, was a kind-hearted figure capable of wielding its power. At that moment, both Cheng Zhu and Wang Anquan were famished. They stumbled upon a modest eatery, where the food, though unimpressive, was consumed voraciously. Brother Zhu, should we consider returning to the first factory? Wang Anquan proposed. Let us stay the night and continue our factory visits tomorrow. Cheng Zhu replied, shaking his head. What if we end up wasting our time again, when the first factory is truly the best for us? Wang Anquan's concern was not born from fear of fatigue. He was a resilient individual, which was why Cheng Zhu enjoyed having him around. The entirety of the day's experience had instilled a sense of unease in him. Does your time and energy hold such value? Cheng Zhu retorted. That's not what I meant. Wang Anquan quickly clarified. I understand, Cheng Zhu chuckled. He continued, currently, we are in a position of choice, so let us explore our options thoroughly. When the time comes to sell, we will be the ones chosen. When we have the power of choice, we must wield it decisively, understand? Cheng Zhu began to dispense motivational words, regardless of whether Wang Anquan felt overly full after their meal. Wang Anquan was about to express his newfound understanding when Cheng Zhu shifted the topic. Of course, when it comes to selecting models, I won't be bringing you along. You appear too easygoing, likely to settle for the first option you see. I, on the other hand, prefer to conduct a thorough audition. Wang Anquan. As night fell, the two young men checked into a clean and comfortable hotel. Cheng Zhu was never one to make hasty decisions regarding accommodations. He also wished to avoid receiving unsolicited promotional materials slipped under the door in the middle of the night. They had booked a standard twin room, and the thought of receiving such materials was unwelcome. That night, Wang Anquan's snoring was thunderous, leaving Cheng Zhu exasperated as he eventually outsnored him. The following day, the two young men traversed 3 more factories in this unfamiliar town, ultimately concluding that, indeed, the first factory was superior. Cheng Zhu marveled at his foresight. After imparting so much wisdom to Wang Anquan the previous day, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He admired his own ability to lead and inspire, knowing that without team management skills, one would have to toil endlessly. The proprietor of the first factory, having pondered his decision throughout the day, finally acquiesced, expressing a willingness to experiment with drop shipping. This development led Cheng Zhu to believe that the journey had unfolded far more favorably than he had anticipated. "Well done. You deserve to prosper," Cheng Zhu exclaimed over the phone. He then resumed his familiar persona as an old-school e-commerce entrepreneur, as if he had been in this business for years. After concluding the call, he took Wang Anquan to the nearest internet CAF, where they quickly set up their own store on Taobao. The names of stores selling QQ-related products were often amusing, and Cheng Zhu recalled several entertaining titles. Thus, he decided on a playful name, Persevering Access. Wang Anquan observed from the side, feeling that the name held an unfathomable depth. After completing these tasks, Cheng Zhu instructed Wang Anquan, "Go ahead and play some computer games." "Brother Zhu, what about you?" Wang Anquan inquired. Cheng Zhu waved his phone, saying, "I still have work to do." He continued his ongoing banter with Yezi. With a deep breath, Cheng Zhu picked up his phone, cleared his throat, and sent a voice message in a low tone. "Are you there, my darling?" Chapter 23. Boundaries. Cheng Zhu truly possesses an extraordinary talent. Endowed from birth with a resonant voice, often referred to as a bass voice. Regardless of the era, those who appreciate vocal charm are ever present. A pleasing voice, whether from a man or a woman, invariably enhances one's appeal. Much like on Douyin, where some men may not possess striking features, yet their voices evoke boundless imagination. The same applies to certain female streamers who remain unseen. In reality, some men, upon recognizing their advantages, eagerly seek to showcase them at every opportunity. For instance, those who are tall may wish to proclaim their height, as if to immortalize it on their gravestones. However, Cheng Zhu believes this approach is misguided. Take the bass voice as an example. If one excessively utilizes voice messages while conversing with a woman, it can come across as overly slick and quickly become tiresome. Conversely, if one engages in text-based conversation throughout the day, when bidding goodnight, one might craft a reasonable excuse to feign an inability to type, then send a voice message saying goodnight, possibly leaving the other person wide awake, even dreaming of him. One must wield their strengths as a decisive strike rather than a mere ordinary attack. Cheng Zhu and Yi Zi have been exchanging flirtatious banter for several days, covering an array of playful remarks. A simple "Are you there, darling?" would hardly qualify as a substantial tease if not delivered via voice. He intentionally adopts a slightly slick demeanor, purely to enliven the conversation. Otherwise, what would be the point of flirting? "Have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time?" Cheng Zhu inquired. After a brief pause, a response came. "When are we filming? I'm feeling a bit unwell these days, but the day after tomorrow should work." Yeezy accompanied her message with a WeChat emoji depicting a frown. After sending that, she added, "To be honest, I don't mind telling you that I used to model, though I've never done something like this." In recent days, he has been rigorously training his younger brother. Soon, the two will serve as customer service representatives for a Taobao store. In this era, customer service strategies are rather limited. Wang Anquan is particularly enthusiastic about pretending to be a female customer service agent. It is worth noting that many men enjoy masquerading as women online to play pranks, finding it quite entertaining, and some even resort to deception for financial gain. Cheng Zhu suspects that since they are selling QQ apparel, Wang Anquan would be game for any task he assigns. Moreover, one must not overlook the fact that in the realm of fashion e-commerce, customer service representatives are often eager to encourage customers to post buyer showcases. Many merchants even offer incentives or direct payments for this. Upon hearing that he would need to persuade customers to submit buyer showcases, one could almost envision Wang Anquan's excitement. Thus, it becomes clear that hiring male employees is essential in this line of work. Cheng Zhu believes it is crucial to cherish the upcoming years, as in a few years, such products may no longer feature images in their buyer showcases. The management of comment sections for these products is paramount. Not only visual comments, but textual ones as well can significantly stimulate consumer purchasing desires. When someone posts a buyer showcase, it is imperative to shower them with compliments. Praise them thoroughly, as we are utterly captivated by you. Do not underestimate the power of such flattery. It can greatly motivate individuals to share their buyer showcases. After all, there is no need for them to reveal their faces. Once the momentum builds, there will be no need to hire anyone for praise. A multitude of onlookers will spontaneously leave comments. At that point, a virtuous cycle will ensue. Just 10 minutes before the train reached Hangzhou Station, both Cheng Zhu and Wang Anquan's phones vibrated simultaneously. Upon checking their devices, they discovered that their class monitor, Li Rue, had everyone in the class group organizing a reunion. Given that they had just graduated from high school, the class group was quite lively. Cheng Zhu had long ceased to participate in discussions, often too busy to even glance at the messages. He would rather engage in group chats with Lin Lu and her friends. Xu Ye, are you attending the reunion the day after tomorrow? Wang Anquan inquired. I'm not going. I'm too busy, Cheng Zhu replied curtly, and I'm not particularly interested. The few friends he enjoyed spending time with in high school could easily gather privately, rendering a reunion unnecessary. Then I won't go either, Wang Anquan stated. Cheng Zhu glanced at him, nodding in satisfaction. He had expected Wang Anquan to attend for Chen Rongrong's sake, but it seemed his focus and thoughts had indeed shifted. Cheng Zhu observed the class group and found the antics of the youthful boys and girls rather amusing. Some individuals initially declared their absence, but quickly changed their tune upon discovering certain attendees would be present. Conversely, others who had planned to attend retracted their statements upon learning that someone they despised would be there. Not long after, Li Xinyue and Chen Rongrong announced their own non-attendance. Eventually, the once animated class group devolved into a cacophony of disparate conversations. In a large group, unless a universally engaging topic arises, discussions often fragment into various threads. Some chatted about video games, others about travel, while some discussed affordable hair treatments. A few expressed a desire to work part-time, prompting someone to offer opportunities at their family business. When the topic of money surfaced, a classmate named Qin Wei suddenly tagged Cheng Zhu, saying, I heard you won several thousand in the World Cup? Cheng Zhu momentarily froze, then realized that Jiang Wanzhou must have let something slip. After all, he had deceived Jiang Wanzhou into believing he had only wagered 800, claiming the remaining amount was someone else's. If someone stated he had won several thousand, it could only mean Jiang Wanzhou had been boasting about Cheng Zhu. Wow, that's impressive. You won several thousand? The group erupted with excitement. Does this mean we should send a red envelope? How does one even win money in the World Cup? What amount did you wager? Incredible. That's a few months' worth of living expenses. Chen Rongrong, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Where did you hear such rumors? Cheng Zhu clearly won over 70,000. Cheng Zhu inwardly cursed. Damn it. Why are you speaking on my behalf? For a moment, the group fell into a stunned silence, only for the chat to explode into chaos. Astonishment filled the air as Chen Rongrong began to vividly recount the tale. Cheng Zhu felt overwhelmed. He had no intention of engaging in the discussion, but ultimately resorted to fabricating. The 12,000 isn't solely mine. I only wagered 800, merely participating for fun. Winning was purely luck. You see, our class monitor lost over 10,000 in one night, serving as a cautionary tale. I have resolved never to gamble again. Thank you, monitor. Cheng Zhu shifted the focus to Li Rue, sprinkling salt on this warm king. As expected, the conversation quickly pivoted to revolve around Li Rue. Cheng Zhu promptly exited the group chat, leaving Li Rue to feign cheerfulness, insisting that losing over 10,000 wasn't a big deal. Wang Anquan, seated nearby, was aware that Cheng Zhu had indeed bet 12,000 and won several tens of thousands, using that money for e-commerce. He was unsure why Cheng Zhu chose not to admit it, yet felt a sense of superiority over Li Rue. Those who win don't boast, while one who loses parades around as if it were mere pocket change. He resembled a jester. When will I ever reach Cheng Zhu's level? He pondered, unknowingly reflecting on the changes he had undergone in just a few days spent with Cheng Zhu. At this moment, the high-speed train arrives at Hangzhou Station. Once in a taxi, Cheng Zhu frequently gazes out of the window. "Brother Zhu, what are you looking at?" Wang Anquan inquires with a hint of curiosity. "It's none of your concern. I'm selecting a hotel for our photo shoot the day after tomorrow." Chapter 24. A gift for you. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Cheng Zhu and Wang Anquan bid each other farewell. If this trinket were to be discovered by their families, it would be quite difficult to explain. Indeed, Cheng Zhu had no intention of informing his parents about his venture into e-commerce, particularly in selling QQ merchandise, as it would only lead to unnecessary reprimands. After all, he had been raised by old Cheng with great effort. Surely, he understood him well. Having not seen her brother for a few days, Cheng Yu had become increasingly clingy. Today, she had not styled her hair in the traditional Neza fashion. Instead, it flowed freely around her. Cheng Zhu playfully tousled her hair with his large hand, causing her to immediately tidy it up, already displaying a hint of vanity. "Time to brush your teeth and wash your face," Cheng Zhu said, glancing at the clock. "Brother, can you tell me a bedtime story tonight?" Cheng Yu looked up at him, her round, glimmering eyes resembling a pet requesting a treat, her expression filled with earnest pleading. It was hard to refuse, Cheng Zhu thought, and replied, "Of course." "Yay!" Little Yuzi jumped up, raising her hands above her head in celebration before preparing to dash to the bathroom. "Put on your slippers," Cheng Zhu reminded her. "You can't be careless about brushing your teeth," he added, raising his voice slightly. After finishing her grooming, little Yuzi hopped onto her small bed, adjusted the bedside lamp to its dimmest setting, tucked herself under the air-conditioned blanket, and lay there with an eager gaze directed at Cheng Zhu, ready to listen to the bedtime story. At nearly 6 years old, she still wanted a bedtime story. Cheng Zhu pinched her cheek affectionately and began his tale. He recounted a humorous adaptation of a story in which a king sought to choose a princess for his prince, but had a peculiar requirement. The princess must weigh exactly 100 pounds. A princess came forth, but upon weighing herself, she fell just short of the mark. On her way home, she encountered a tiny fairy who offered a solution. She could hide inside the princess's ear and cast a spell to make her weight precisely 100 pounds. The princess, filled with hope, returned to the king, and indeed, she weighed exactly 100 pounds. However, in her excitement, she inadvertently shook the fairy out. Upon hearing this, little Yuzi's long eyelashes quivered with tension, and her small hands clutched the blanket tightly. The king, furious, bellowed, "Who are you? What are you doing hiding in her ear?" Cheng Zhu narrated with vivid flair. The fairy replied to the king. He purposely paused, leaning closer to little Yuzi's ear, whispering, "I'm telling a story to the little princess." Little Yuzi, having grasped the implication, burst into joyous laughter, unaware that the original tale was about a shrimp and a turtle. Cheng Zhu had previously told this story to Jiangwanzhou, where the Dragon King sought a son-in-law, and a turtle, failing to meet the weight requirement, had a shrimp hide within its shell to add weight. The concluding line had humorously transformed into, "I'm telling a story to the little turtle." After hearing this, Jiang Wanzhou had rolled her eyes in exasperation, dramatically gesturing at Cheng Zhu, insisting he repeat it. He had booked a hotel for their photo shoot online. At the designated time, he set out with the samples, leaving in the early afternoon. Indeed, he had not brought Wang Anquan along. He was still young and focused on his studies. Such worldly matters were best handled alone. Having promised not to take him, he was resolute in his decision. Hoping Anquan understood, he was not jesting. Since Yezi had to work at Shun Minglang's bar that evening, the shooting could only occur between 2 and 7 in the afternoon. However, 5 hours was ample time. To ensure sufficient shooting scenarios, Cheng Zhu had even booked a suite, a significant investment. Upon entering the room, Yezi marveled, "So luxurious. Are we just using it for the photos? You're not staying here tonight?" She had clearly put extra effort into her appearance today, her makeup more refined than usual. I prefer my own bed at home, Cheng Zhu shrugged. If you wish to sleep here after the shoot, you can take the room card with you. All right, Yezi replied cheerfully, delighted that she could take some selfies for her social media later. Those who worked in nightclubs often traveled far from home for work, some even maintaining 2 WeChat accounts, one for business, seeking clients for their services, and another for showcasing a polished, serene lifestyle. Cheng Zhu was well aware of this, and he merely smiled. So, can I get a discount on the model fee? Yezi ignored him, rummaging through her bag, producing an array of lipsticks, a compact for touch-ups, contouring and highlighting products, as well as a curling iron. Impressive. You clearly have experience as a model, Cheng Zhu praised. Then he noticed other items in her bag and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did you bring makeup remover and facial cleanser, as well as skincare products? Oh, and a phone charger too? What is the meaning of this?" These were all typical essentials for an overnight stay. After saying this, she upped the ante, asking, "Hey, handsome, could you grab me something to drink? Not water, but something from the mini fridge in the room." When she mentioned cold drinks, she even winked playfully. A well-prepared individual indeed. Unfortunately, Cheng Zhu's demeanor disappointed her. He showed no signs of bashfulness, instead urging her, "Hurry up. Although we agreed on an hourly rate, our chatting time doesn't count." Yezi put on an expression of disbelief, picking up the samples Cheng Zhu had brought, inquiring, "Which one should we photograph first?" The secretary, Cheng Zhu, specified the style. It was best to start with the pieces that had more material, gradually working their way through the shoot. Yezi nodded. Just as she was about to head to the bathroom to change, she couldn't resist lifting one of the products with 2 fingers. "It's not exactly a dress. It's more like a few strings," she remarked. "Wait, we didn't agree on this kind of thing beforehand. I'm not shooting this," Yezi stated. Cheng Zhu, lounging on the sofa with a cigarette lit, crossed his legs and grinned. "I always keep my word. This one ISNT for shooting." "Then why did you bring it?" Yezi questioned, sensing his insincerity. He leaned back, smirking. "Consider it a small gift to commemorate our first collaboration. A modest token of goodwill." Cheng Zhu had deliberately brought it to test Yezi's boundaries regarding what she would shoot. Yezi gently lifted it with her fingers, then placed it back down. Pouting as she muttered, "It is quite thin indeed." Chapter 25. The tools of the trade. The meticulous work of capturing the seller showcase for the store was currently underway. "Yes, sit at the table, tilt your head back, just like that, click, click. Perfect, cross your legs, lean against the side of the sofa, just so, click, click. Let us get a shot from behind. Place the pillow beneath you. Your curves need some work. Slide back a bit to enhance the arc. Yes, splendid, maintain that pose. Click, click." After approximately half an hour of shooting, Cheng Zhu, holding the camera borrowed from Jiang Wanzhou, remarked, "That set is sufficient. Let's change to another." He added, "Make it snappy, don't dawdle. A simple change should not take 10 minutes. Are you preening the restroom?" Yezi was thoroughly exasperated by his remarks and shot him a sultry glare. The youth before her, though still quite young, had an uncanny ability to stir emotions. A single phrase could elevate her spirits, while another could irk her. He was adept at playful banter. In truth, Yezi's reluctance stemmed from her own psychological preparation. Accepting this kind of work left her feeling a tad awkward, uncertain of what unexpected events might transpire. Yet, over the course of that half hour, she noticed Cheng Zhu was genuinely engrossed in his task, displaying no extraneous reactions, which inexplicably left her feeling slightly dissatisfied. She harbored quite a bit of confidence in her appearance, especially regarding her figure. This damned competitive spirit had been ignited within her. Initially, she had posed somewhat reservedly, struggling to find her rhythm. However, as the session progressed, she unleashed her full potential. "Impossible, he just graduated high school. Cannot be true. I refuse to believe it." With a determined mindset, she thought to herself, "This little wolf cub is firmly in my grasp today. Just watch how I can be utterly captivating." Yet, the result was a teasing remark from him about her preening in the restroom. The unsightly face of capitalism was laid bare. "Which outfit should I change into?" Yezi asked through gritted teeth. "The one with a tail," Cheng Zhu replied with a serious expression. Being a Taobao model is indeed a laborious endeavor. Initially, Yezi had many schemes in her mind and, during her breaks, observed Cheng Zhu's subtle expressions, even playing the role of a watchful cat, gauging the youth's reactions. You want to shoot the cat-themed products, and you're acting like a cat yourself, are you? Do you want a feather toy? However, as time wore on, after working for over 2 hours, she began to grow numb. It was exhausting, truly exhausting. Certain poses required her to demonstrate curves, and holding them for long periods led to backaches and even cramps. By the 3-hour mark, Yeezy was feeling a bit dazed. Why did I take on this job? It's even more tiring than when I worked as a clothing model. Even though Cheng Zhu had done nothing but take photos from a distance, she felt as if she were under some remote spell, her eyes glazing over. Let us take a break, Cheng Zhu suggested. I'll step outside for a smoke. After exiting the room, he plopped down in the living area, scrolling through his phone while smoking. So many unread messages. Let us see which sister is looking for me, he mused. Upon opening the messages, he found a barrage of WeChat notifications from Wang Anshuan. Though not present at the shoot, his concern for the progress and specifics was palpable. What is he so busy with that he can't spare a hand to type? It's been 3 hours. Wang Anshuan thought to himself, realizing the significance behind the brand name persisting visits. Just how many times have we been at it? He pondered, astonished. Zhugu, send me a few seller showcase photos to preview, the other party eagerly requested, wanting a glimpse. No way. Unedited seller showcases cannot be leaked. It's disrespectful to the model, Cheng Zhu retorted, opting to hold back. Typically, product images undergo substantial editing, often rendering them quite different from reality. The further removed from the truth, the better, many models argue. Once Cheng Zhu had finished editing the images, he would share them with Yeezy, as she had requested. Since their arrangement was informal, it was considerably cheaper than going through more traditional channels, so he would accommodate her as much as possible. As long as there were no additional charges, everything was negotiable. Yeezy had her own merits. An ordinary QQ model might not compare to her, making her a potential long-term partner for the store. Then, Shen Minglang tagged everyone in their group chat. The WeChat group bore a rather silly name, Me and My Siblings, clearly coined by Shen Minglang himself, who fancied himself humorous. The reason for his summons was his birthday, inviting everyone to dinner and karaoke the following day. However, he had a third event planned, hitting the nightclub, but he refrained from mentioning it in the group to avoid limiting his own fun. Since their last parting, Cheng Zhu had not seen the campus goddesses Shun Qingming and Lin Lu. Presently, he lacked the qualifications and conditions to organize a gathering unless an opportunity arose. He had been waiting for Shun Minglang, the master of arrangements, to take the lead. Surprisingly, the cool-down period for this tool was rather brief. It hadn't been long before he began organizing again. Shen Gu is truly resourceful, Cheng Zhu mused, and upon seeing Lin Lu express her intent to join, he confirmed his attendance in the group chat. After extinguishing his cigarette, Cheng Zhu returned to the room to find Yeezy alternating between rubbing her thighs and massaging her waist. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Do you require a male masser?" "Sure, I'm utterly sore," Yeezy, clad in a stepmother skirt, replied. "There's a fee deducted from your salary," Cheng Zhu remarked, seizing every opportunity to profit. Yeezy stared at him in disbelief. "Boss, you truly lack any sense of compassion for your employees. Who was it that claimed to possess a hint of masochism during our chat?" Cheng Zhu countered, looking at her. "If I don't show you any tenderness, and instead treat you harshly, wouldn't that just make you feel good? That's because I'm exhausted from working every night and don't want to do it anymore. Yet I still go back the next day. You have no context for your reading comprehension." Yeezy began to argue. That was self-deprecation. Cheng Zhu chuckled. "How unfortunate. I actually have a penchant for that masochistic attribute." "Oh," Yeezy replied with a forced tone, her eyes subtly shifting, her fingers clenching slightly. She believed him. Chapter 26. The Encounter to Speak Candidly. Yeezy's agreement to model stemmed from two motivations: financial necessity and a misconception about Cheng Zhu, whom she perceived as a wealthy and handsome individual, who among ordinary families would spend $12,000 on a score, who would graduate high school only to embark on an entrepreneurial venture in e-commerce, becoming their own boss. Such were Yeezy's thoughts. That evening at the bar, she had observed Shun Minglang's fervent excitement as he boisterously praised Cheng Zhu, celebrating a remarkable win of over 70,000. Yet, Cheng Zhu remained remarkably composed, betraying little excitement, as if this were merely a trivial affair. Yi approached the day with a mindset of taking things as they came, contemplating that if the atmosphere proved favorable, she might acquiesce. After all, it could potentially be a profitable endeavor for her. However, she could never have anticipated that no sparks would ignite at all, particularly while adorned in such attire. Logically speaking, wearing QQ apparel should have been far more alluring than donning the emperor's new clothes. Could it be that he was truly involved with Xiao Jiang? Confident in her own physique, Yi never engaged in self-doubt, choosing instead to question others. She had indeed listened to Cheng Zhu's words. He claimed to be quite fond of the M attribute, and she believed him. After all, in her view, men seldom jest about their proclivities. The photo shoot proceeded methodically, with only the final ensemble remaining. Remarkably, the attire possessed a distinctly Chinese flair. Yi, demonstrating her dedication, altered her hairstyle, elegantly arranging her long locks to better complement the traditional garments. With prior experiences in mind, the duo grew increasingly attuned to one another, and she began to grasp the effects Cheng Zhu desired. Consequently, the final seller showcase was captured with remarkable efficiency. At last, they collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a collective sigh of relief after 4 arduous hours of shooting. Clad in traditional attire, with her hair elegantly styled, Yi exuded a unique charm. Simply exquisite. We've wrapped up a total of 4 hours and 6 minutes. Shall we disregard the 6 minutes? Cheng Zhu remarked. As you wish, Yi surprisingly acquiesced. She turned to him, flashing a somewhat alluring smile, yet her words contrasted with her expression. To be honest, I felt quite nervous on my way here. Nervous about what? Afraid I might consume you? The young man, with his naturally arched eyebrows, scoffed playfully and said, "Puffed, don't overestimate your allure. You can't handle me." With that, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the table, placing one between his lips. Just as he prepared to light it, a delicate hand reached out, swiftly snatching the cigarette from his mouth. No smoking. Yi glared at him, harboring a surge of frustration, and suddenly felt the urge to tease him. "Hey!" Cheng Zhu turned, somewhat irritated, only to find Yi had turned her back to him on the sofa. "Little brother, stop smoking. It's bad for your health. If you must, perhaps you could indulge in a different vice," she said, her voice low, shrouded in an air of mischief. Although her expression remained obscured, her demeanor radiated a palpable energy reminiscent of a playful creature. Cheng Zhu instinctively reached out, but as anticipated, the elusive target evaded his grasp. "You little pervert, you truly enjoy this game." Yi swiftly dashed barefoot into the bathroom. The design of the room featured a sliding door, which she partially closed, leaving half her body exposed, and declared triumphantly, "Still think I can't handle you, huh?" With a thud, the door slammed shut, yet it did not lock, leaving a slight gap. Cheng Zhu resumed his earlier cigarette, igniting it as he took a drag. The smoke enveloped his face, rendering his features somewhat ethereal. Cheng Zhu maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of regret or disappointment over his unsuccessful attempt. "I knew you would evade that slap," he mused internally, aware that Yi was intentionally provoking him. "But I struck nonetheless. Seeing how tired you were, I feared you might not return, so I had to let you bask in a moment of triumph." Was this not excessively sweet? It was indeed sweet, too sweet. With the cigarette between his lips, he regarded himself as a considerate gentleman. Yet, through this brief encounter, Cheng Zhu concluded that his own proclivities were merely a fade, while Yi's seemed genuine. Moreover, he recognized that with the atmosphere reaching this point and the bathroom door left unlocked, it implied he could approach and open it. The initial rejection, followed by retreat, and then leaving a crack, merely a playful tug-of-war. As this thought crossed his mind, he faintly heard a crisp sound emanating from the bathroom. "Pia, you'd better be swatting mosquitoes." Cheng Zhu extinguished the cigarette, but remained seated, calling out toward the bathroom. Inside, Yi remained clad in her traditional garb, not having changed back into her original outfit. Her heart raced, and unable to resist, she playfully slapped herself, causing her flesh to quiver slightly. Yet, her face flushed deeper than her backside, and her breath grew heavier. This worldly woman understood well that men were not easily stirred, especially young ones. After all that had transpired, she had indeed provoked him. Glancing at the sliding door, her gaze began to wane. A full minute passed and the door remained shut, leaving her feeling unexpectedly disheartened. Had her waist grown thicker recently? Surely, her skin could not compare to that of a high schooler. Lacking exercise, her curves seemed less pronounced than before. Cheng Zhu's continual indifference only deepened her insecurity, making her feel inadequate in every aspect. To someone like her, his persistent neglect felt akin to wielding an invisible whip, a lash against her very soul. The seller showcase had concluded, and it was now past 6 in the evening. Cheng Zhu genuinely left the room card with Yi, opting not to take the samples with him, indicating they were for her to manage. It is worth noting that the original essence of such seller showcase models could fetch a high price on platforms like Xinyu. How about some KFC? I'm famished, Cheng Zhu inquired. I'm on a diet and skipping dinner, but if you're eating, I can keep you company, Yi offered willingly. Cheng Zhu regarded her smile. Though it lacked the adorably charming dimples of Lin Lu, it possessed its own allure. Then let us go, he said, striding inside and ordering a spicy burger meal. He was truly hungry, devouring the food with enthusiasm. Between bites, he remarked, I'll quickly edit the pictures and send them to you. Yi nodded slightly. Also, I need to schedule another time with you. In 10 days. I'd like to shoot some more styles. You must keep that slot open for me. Cheng Zhu did not inquire about her availability or whether she was willing. Upon hearing this, Yi lifted her head abruptly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and readily agreed, sure, despite the exhausting shoot, during which she had contemplated never accepting such work again. She now found herself unexpectedly looking forward to the second session, and even resolved to engage in more body sculpting exercises soon. As Cheng Zhu munched on fries, he remarked, just don't overdo it with the dieting. You must maintain that beautiful figure for me. Today's seller showcase was simply perfect. In her lifetime, Yi has heard countless individuals praise their own physique. By now, she should have grown weary of it. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable bloom of joy unfurls within her heart. Chapter 27. The warm-hearted man and the ancestor. After finishing their meal at KFC, Cheng Zhu bid farewell to Yi. At present, the e-commerce team consisted solely of him and Wang Anquan. Many tasks now required his personal attention, yet he found himself with ample free time. He had no intention of nurturing Wang Anquan's skills in this regard. The young lad, in his teenage years, would surely struggle to efficiently retouch seller showcases. The next day, his demeanor might even suffer as a result. As Cheng Zhu meticulously enlarged images and refined them, he muttered to himself, this burdensome task is best endured by me alone. Upon completing the first image, he promptly sent it to Yi. I will edit the remaining ones according to similar standards, he stated in their WeChat conversation. You possess quite a range of skills. Yi couldn't help but type back. Skills are never a burden. This is merely the beginning. Cheng Zhu feigned modesty. A moment of surprise washed over him as he murmured, the complexities of a woman's mind are indeed troublesome, reflecting on the day's events. Particularly the moment Yi snatched the cigarette from his mouth, stirred something within him for a considerable while. Consequently, after she entered the restroom, he hastily lit a cigarette and took long drags. After all, it was the tumultuous age of hormones. He thought to himself, fortunately, I adhere to the principles of male decorum. A boy's first time is precious. It must not be squandered lightly. He felt it should be reserved for goddesses of a higher caliber, such as Shun Qingning or Lin Lu. As for what followed, well, that was of little consequence. He possessed a sense of male decorum, albeit not excessively. Suddenly, he remembered that the following day marked Shun Minglang's birthday celebration. Thus, he messaged Jiang Wanzhou, have you prepared a birthday gift for cousin? I'm planning to stroll around the mall later. Would you like to join? Jiang Wanzhou inquired. Perhaps not. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Could you assist me with the shopping? Cheng Zhu replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, knowing she would enlist his help. Jiang Wanzhou sent 3 expressive stickers in response. Who told you to be affluent? Your home is right by the commercial district, Cheng Zhu reminded her. Noted. You're so annoying, Jiang Wanzhou retorted. By 8 in the evening, Cheng Zhu decided to take a short break before continuing his editing. He opened WeChat to find Li Rui organizing the classmates for a second gathering at a karaoke venue. He tagged everyone in the group. inviting those free that evening to join. Upon hearing it was KTV, some classmates who hadn't dined yet showed considerable enthusiasm. Cheng Zhu understood their excitement. For students, KTV offered the chance to sip some beer and engage in playful drinking games, which could be quite invigorating. However, he was unprepared for Li Rui's sudden private message just before 11. Cheng Zhu, could you come at KTV? The room number is 808. I'll send you the location. You need to come. Xin Yue seems to have had too much to drink and is crying in the restroom, refusing to come out. Rong Rong said to call you. Why wouldn't she just use another unoccupied restroom? Cheng Zhu responded, exasperated. Aren't you all university students? How can you lack such common sense? Are you serious? You're asking me to go to KTV for such a trivial matter? He thought, incredulous. Vam Hertikman, who do you think you're summoning? It's not that simple. Can't you comprehend? Li Hui persisted. Cheng Zhu rolled his eyes, realizing he had underestimated Li Rui's capacity as the warm-hearted type. He deliberately remarked, you're not trying to trick me into splitting the bill, are you? Cheng Zhu was taken aback. He never anticipated that his high school class monitor would be the type to exploit others. I like you, but if you miss him, I'll bring him to drink and sing with you. Just reimburse me. Hopeless, utterly hopeless, Cheng Zhu muttered to himself. No wonder Hangzhou has been so lively lately. It's all thanks to your warm-hearted antics. Cheng Zhu replied via WeChat, class monitor, you're quite amusing. Are you coming then? Cheng Zhu resumed his photo editing. To his surprise, just a few minutes later, Li Rui messaged again. Could you come? Or should I arrange a designated driver to pick you up? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. How does that sound? Having seen much of the world, Cheng Zhu found this experience quite enlightening. He promptly removed Li Rui from his contacts to prevent further exposure. The next day, Cheng Zhu awoke and continued his editing. After finishing a set of seller showcases, he would promptly list the product in the store. He remained busy until nearly 5 in the afternoon when he received a message from Jiang Wanzhou, stating she was on her way to pick him up. The dining venue was a Michelin-starred restaurant. Such establishments may not always guarantee exquisite cuisine, but Shun Minglang desired the prestige it brought. En route, Jiang Wanzhou inquired, have you dined here before? Cheng Zhu replied, in truth, the most delectable dishes often come from those inconspicuous eateries on the street. The grandiose establishments, adorned in opulence, are places I seldom frequent. Having spent considerable time in Wuching, he indeed had not dined in Hangzhou's upscale restaurants much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanzhou rolled her eyes dramatically. They arrived at the prearranged time of 6 o'clock, with Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou reaching the venue by 5:45. While Jiang Wanzhou searched for parking, Cheng Zhu was already on his phone, inquiring in the group chat whether Xin Qingning and Lin Lu had arrived. Once Jiang Wanzhou parked the car, she said, let us head in. Cheng Zhu shook his head. Let us wait for your cousin and Lin Lu. Why? Jiang Wanzhou asked, puzzled. It's your cousin's birthday. He must have other friends attending. Are you familiar with them? Cheng Zhu inquired. I know a few, but most are strangers, Jiang Wanzhou admitted. Then it's better to wait for them so we can sit together. Otherwise, we might end up scattered and unsure of what to discuss with those we don't know, Cheng Zhu explained. Fair point. A few extra minutes won't hurt. Let us wait, Jiang Wanzhou agreed. Naturally, their willingness to patiently wait in the parking lot stemmed from Lin Lu's sincere communication. When the navigation indicated just a few minutes away, she would genuinely state that they were almost there, unlike some who, when asked about their location, would misleadingly claim they were near when they had just departed. Before long, Shun Qingning arrived driving her white Range Rover. A vacant parking spot was conveniently located next to Jiang Wanzhou's Mercedes G-Class, and she expertly maneuvered the vehicle into it. As the car backed in, Lin Lu, seated in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, revealing a charming dimpled smile and sparkling eyes grinning like crescent moons. She energetically waved to Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou, exclaiming, hello, hello. Cheng Zhu thought to himself, how utterly adorable. Such charming girls easily ignited his possessiveness and protective instincts. If she were my girlfriend, I would ensure her safety, keeping her hidden from my future partners. Chapter 28. Highly aggressive today, Shun Qingning and Lin Lu are both exquisitely dressed. The ethereal beauty, Shun Qingning, seems to have a penchant for the color black. Today, she dons a black short-sleeve top with a contrasting white collar, adorned with a delicate chiffon embellishment beneath it. Although the top is cropped, it does not reveal her stunningly slender waist. Instead, she has opted for a pair of white, high-waisted, wide-leg trousers. It is a common misconception that tighter clothing elongates the legs. For someone like her, blessed with enviable long legs, the high-waisted trousers accentuate her proportions magnificently. Furthermore, she has chosen to wear minimal accessories, sporting only a Van Cleef Arpels bracelet on her left wrist. Her naturally fair complexion enhances the brilliance of any adornment, as if adding a radiant glow. Standing beside Shen Qingning, Lin Lu is dressed in a cream-colored Miu dress, a brand that perfectly embodies a youthful vibe, suiting her exceptionally well. On her feet, she wears matching white Mary Jane shoes embellished with pearls, featuring a metallic chain across the upper and a conspicuous pearl on the buckle. Such Mary Jane shoes are indeed best complemented by white socks, Cheng Zhu muses to himself. As the four of them enter the private room, they swiftly capture the attention of the crowd. Cheng Zhu notices that the majority of the attendees are male, with Xinming Lang already seated with 5 others. There are only 2 women present, both sporting faces reminiscent of internet celebrities. One is seated next to Xinming Lang, presumably his companion for the evening. In truth, she is a minor internet celebrity herself. Have you arrived? Xinming Lang stands up, eagerly pulling out a chair for Shen Qingning, inviting her to sit. Although he is the birthday celebrant and holds the highest status, some behaviors have become habitual. After Shen Qingning takes her seat, she glances at the internet celebrity beside her. This woman, with tens of thousands of followers on Weibo and daily messages from admirers, dares not meet Shen Qingning's gaze, swiftly averting her eyes. Though this internet celebrity is dressed quite elegantly, she pales in comparison to the authentic heiress, clearly feeling overshadowed. Xinming Lang enthusiastically introduces everyone. When he reaches Lin Lu, the men's attention intensifies. Having known Xinming Lang for a long time, they realize they have no chance of becoming his brother-in-law. However, this newcomer is undeniably sweet in appearance. Upon learning she is also a voice actress, their interest peaks further. A woman with a versatile voice is truly captivating. And discovering that she is Shen Qingning's close friend and schoolmate, does that not imply she is still a university student? Incredible. A genuine gem, without a doubt. Cheng Zhu observes the expressions of those around him, almost hearing the howls of wolves. A woo. Consequently, he promptly takes a seat beside Lin Lu, while Jiang Wanzhou is left to sit on his other side. Xinming Lang chuckles as he approaches the two, beginning introductions. He first pats Jiang Wanzhou on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Jiang, I want to say much about him. He is rather dull." Jiang Wanzhou brushes his hand off her shoulder, rolling her eyes silently. Xinming Lang then focuses on introducing Cheng Zhu, stating, "As for this individual, he is my closest cousin, the one I mentioned to you all, the one who placed a bet of 0-0 on the World Cup final. Impressive, right? I still think it's remarkable." The crowd's gaze shifts to Cheng Zhu. Since he entered alongside Lin Lu and is seated next to her, their relationship remains ambiguous. However, Cheng Zhu, adept at analyzing dynamics, considers the gifts they brought for the birthday celebration. If they were a couple, they would likely have brought a single gift together. After all, based on Xinming Lang's earlier introduction, their relationship does not seem intimate enough to warrant separate gifts. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. The crowd assesses Cheng Zhu. The 2 internet celebrities find him rather handsome, with a chiseled face and slightly raised eyebrows, exuding a roguish charm. However, his attire appears rather casual, seemingly composed of unbranded clothing. Is that Meters Bonwy? Surely not. In the world of internet celebrities, many tend to judge based on appearances. The 2 women are the type to mingle with wealthy heirs. Thus, they instinctively evaluate a man's background based on superficial traits. Seated directly across from Cheng Zhu is a somewhat overweight man. From Cheng Zhu's understanding of the wealthy second-generation circle, individuals with a heavier build are often more inclined to flaunt their wealth to compensate for their physical shortcomings. He smiles at Xinming Lang, saying, "Lang Ge, what does our cousin do? Since we're all friends here, let us get to know each other better for future support." Cheng Zhu finds this amusing. He knows well that some second-generation heirs boast extravagantly about their endeavors, yet possess little authority within their family businesses. The louder they brag, the more likely they are to be lacking. As for mutual support in the future, does his father even heed what he has to say? Such inquiries are merely veiled attempts to probe Cheng Zhu's background. This overweight man has heard Shen Minglang mention that Cheng Zhu wagered 12,000 on a 0 result. However, now that he sees Cheng Zhu in person, he perceives him as rather plain, adorned in nothing of value. This question momentarily stumps Shen Minglang. Damn it, I actually have no idea. Shen Minglang, with his open and generous nature, is unconcerned with such matters. Cheng Zhu, however, responds candidly, my family runs a small restaurant. To his surprise, Jiang Wanzhou suddenly interjects, the food at Cheng Zhu's restaurant is exceptionally good. Shen Minglang, hurry up and call the waiter to bring the dishes. I'm starving. I'll tell you, this place might not even compare to Cheng Zhu's restaurant. You really have poor taste in choosing venues. Despite their frequent banter, Shen Minglang is genuinely fond of his younger siblings. Upon hearing that his cousin is hungry, he rushes to summon the waiter for the dishes. While Shen Minglang converses with the waiter in the private room, Jiang Wanzhou crosses her legs, exuding a captivating charm. Yet her tone is rather unfriendly as she addresses the overweight man. Lu Hongjing's face instantly stiffens at her words. His family owns a factory, albeit not large enough, so they rent it out. Subsequently, they have leased a vacant factory space from Jiang Wanzhou's family. Initially, it was Shen Minglang's father who facilitated the connection between the two families. This year, Lu Hongjing's business has been mediocre, and he is struggling financially. However, if Jiang Wanzhou's family were in need of money, that would indeed be a rare occurrence. With a row of shops along a street and 3 substantial factory buildings, the annual rental income is an astonishing figure. Lu Hongjing attempts to speak several times, but finds himself at a loss for words, his face turning a deep shade of maroon. This effeminate man, so aggressive in his speech today, must be unwell, he muses inwardly. Shen Minglang pretends not to hear. It is worth noting that it was his father who initiated the rental agreement, and now that rent is overdue, the situation is uncomfortable for everyone involved. Although it has only been a month, it will likely be settled eventually. However, why should someone in arrears act so haughtily in front of the landlord? At this moment, 2 of Shen Minglang's friends enter the private room, having arrived late. Many begin to cheer, urging them to take shots as the atmosphere shifts considerably. After the meal, Lin Lu found the men seated opposite her to be utterly tedious. Their conversation meandered from cars to real estate prices and then to stocks, none of which captured her interest. She reminisced that her previous dining experience at the Golden Sands Hall had been far more engaging. The voice actress mused that Cheng Zhu's discourse was far more entertaining than theirs. Moreover, he was undoubtedly more handsome. Following the meal, Shen Minglang orchestrated a second gathering, announcing that he had reserved a private room for karaoke and drinks. As the group traversed the parking lot, Lu Hongjing and the bespectacled man beside him cast glances towards Cheng Zhu to discern the vehicle he had arrived in. Indeed, men often exhibit a heightened awareness regarding automobiles. Their curiosity was quite natural. Ultimately, they observed Cheng Zhu entering Jiang Wanzhou's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Once inside the car, Jiang Wanzhou took a moment to caution Cheng Zhu, stating, "Let me forewarn you, Shen Minglang's friends are all quite the revelers, exceptionally fond of drinking. Let us not linger too late. We should indulge briefly to honor Shen Minglang. Otherwise, you might find yourself clutching a toilet bowl by nightfall." Cheng Zhu glanced at him and inquired, "Have you had prior experience drinking with them? You appear somewhat apprehensive." Jiang Wanzhou replied, "Indeed, a bunch of beasts. They can truly drink. I cannot bear to have others provoke me. I end up blacking out." "Understood," Cheng Zhu acknowledged, mentally noting the warning. He then added, "We shall leave whenever Lin Lu decides to depart." Jiang Wanzhou, taken aback, turned to him and exclaimed, "Are you seriously considering pursuing Sister Lu?" Cheng Zhu affirmed, "Indeed." Jiang Wanzhou retorted in disbelief, "You actually admitted it. Weren't you just boasting last time about wanting me to call you brother-in-law?" Cheng Zhu replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I am indeed interested in your sister." Chapter 29. My rebellious nature get lost. Jiang Wanzhou rolled her eyes dramatically. "What on earth? You're actually talking about pursuing Sister Lu, and now you're planning to pursue my cousin too? Go to hell." He tapped on the car window, and Lin Lu, seated in the passenger seat, rolled it down. Shun Qingning, who had both hands on the steering wheel, turned to look at him in surprise. Jiang Wanzhou was in a foul mood today. He had kicked me out of the car, so I decided to hitch a ride. Excitedly, I thought, I'm going to enjoy a ride in a beautiful Lady S car. Thus, under Jiang Wanzhou's astonished gaze, Cheng Zhu hopped into Shun Qingning's Range Rover and waved goodbye as he rolled down the window. I'm so furious. I'm so furious. Young Master Zhang's face turned crimson, and he quickly fanned himself to cool down. Since the others had consumed a bit of alcohol during their meal, they needed a designated driver. Ironically, Cheng Zhu and the others ended up arriving at the private room first. Only about 10 people were expected tonight, but Shun Minglang had reserved an excessively large room. 2 tables were set with a complete set of alcoholic beverages. Cheng Zhu approached to take a look and thought, wow. They ordered 2 sets of Hennessy XO right off the bat. Each set included 2 bottles. Just these 4 bottles alone were quite expensive. Shun Minglang owned a bar, but I wondered if he could distinguish between real and fake liquor, Cheng Zhu mused. However, in their circle, authenticity mattered little. It was all about the price. In the private room, they would play drinking games, and the finest liquor was merely meant for chugging, Cheng Zhu contemplated. Soon, everyone had arrived. Following Shun Minglang's usual procedure, they all raised their glasses to toast the birthday boy before diving into the drinking games. Karaoke would only come after they could no longer drink. With Shun Qingning present, Shun Minglang dared not go to places where they could sing freely. They had not reserved a business club room and avoided such establishments that claimed to offer casual singing. Therefore, Cheng Zhu would inevitably miss out on the classic scene of Big Brother, Stop Touching Me, Let Us Sing a Song. Seated beside Jiang Wanzhou, Cheng Zhu observed the young master fixating on his glass, looking utterly tormented. The reason was simple. For a high school graduate, he might be accustomed to sipping beer or mixing spirits with soft drinks. However, drinking straight liquor was undoubtedly a challenge. They all stood up first to wish Shun Minglang a happy birthday. After downing a shot of pure liquor, Cheng Zhu suddenly realized, this isn't my past life. I have been reborn. Though this body is healthier, my tolerance for alcohol cannot compare to my previous life. I haven't built it up yet. It seems I'll have to take it easy tonight, he thought. Although Cheng Zhu was seasoned at the drinking table, he rarely drank to the point of drunkenness or memory loss. He disliked that feeling of losing consciousness. This man preferred to keep everything under control. Next, Shun Minglang proposed. Let us play World War. This is a common drinking game where 2 representatives are chosen to play rock, paper, scissors. The winner can select teammates from among the others, and the 2 teams then compete. Usually, the competition involves games like dice rolling, since only the winning team can choose their teammates. The number of players on each side may not be equal, leading to an uneven distribution. As the birthday boy, Shun Minglang had to take on the role of team captain. He stood up and shouted, who else has the guts to be a captain? Step up and let us play rock, paper, scissors to pick teams. Cheng Zhu had played dice with Shun Minglang on World Cup Day and knew his skills were merely average. In this case, his bravado indicated that his friends were of similar caliber. Cheng Zhu relaxed, aware of who would dominate the night. From a distance, Lu Hongjing volunteered. I'll do it. In the first round, Lu Hongjing won. Someone in the crowd shouted, pick Shun Qingning first, let the siblings battle it out. However, upon catching that person's gaze, Lu Hongjing immediately quieted down. The poised and powerful young lady, Shun Qingning, fixed her gaze on Lu Hongjing, causing him to feel intimidated. Alas, Shun Minglang, in his ignorance, began to berate others. You scoundrel! How dare you try to separate me from my sister? Lu Hongjing, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and declared, I choose Shun Qingning. He said this while avoiding eye contact with her. Shun Qingning looked at her brother as if he were foolish. Fuming, Shun Minglang exclaimed, You're unbelievable. Ning Ning, don't worry. Your team is bound to lose. I'll drink your share, even if I have to drink double. I'll drag these fools down with me. Cheng Zhu watched, arms crossed. In the second round of rock, paper, scissors, Shun Minglang emerged victorious. Lu Hongjing, knowing Jiang Wanzhou was inexperienced in drinking games, quickly said, As your cousin, should you pick your little cousin first? Shun Minglang's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he turned to shout, Cheng Zhu, I choose my cousin Cheng Zhu. His cousin Jiang Wanzhou rolled his eyes dramatically at this announcement. Lu Hongjing, indifferent, thought, this fresh high school graduate should be easy to handle. He speculated that both Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou would embarrass themselves tonight. As all eyes turned to Cheng Zhu, he calmly rose and approached Shun Minglang, whispering something as if he were a strategist offering counsel. Lu Hongjing remained unconcerned, thinking, what can this naive high school student possibly achieve? He has no experience in drinking games. Little did he know, Cheng Zhu was subtly threatening Shun Minglang. Cousin, if you win, pick Lin Lu for your team first. Why? She is terrible, clumsy, and inexperienced. Shun Minglang insisted on choosing someone more skilled. He quietly imparted his wisdom to Cheng Zhu, saying, cousin, when you wish to charm a lady at the table, it is best to wait until she is lost and find herself in a predicament, unable to drink. Seize her cup and drink on her behalf. This not only rescues her, but also creates an intimate connection by sharing the same cup, thereby elevating the ambiguity. He winked at Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu replied, do I really need your instruction? Is this not merely because your sister, Shun Qingning, has joined the opposing team? This strategy is meant for her. If both she and Lin Lu are in the rival group, then even if I assist them both in drinking, it would yield no effect. What truly unsettles a girl is the blatant favoritism you display towards her in front of others. This will ignite her imagination. If you drink for her and then for her friend, what good does that do? Others will either think you are a lecherous type who spreads affection indiscriminately or regard you as a foolish drunkard, desperately seeking drinks. Cheng Zhu then asserted quietly, regardless, I won't be responsible for this. You opted for Lin Lu to join the team first. Otherwise, I shall simply abandon ship and side with the enemy. When we play dice later, I shall certainly let you win. It is up to you, cousin, to manage your own affairs. Chapter 30. Indifference the perceptions of Cheng Zhu and Shun Minglang from others. They whisper and speculate about grand plans. The reality of Cheng Zhu and Shun Minglang. Cousin, I am inherently rebellious. You handle it as you see fit. There is a traitor among us. Let us cease our earnest exchanges. Shun Minglang, with his single-fold eyelids, now glares in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Cousin, are you engaging in this nonsense with me? The crux of the matter is, he cannot fathom what Cheng Zhu intends to achieve. I am fully aware that Lin Lu is a goddess on campus. Any adolescent male would be enchanted. Yet, I have genuinely laid bare my heart for you. Cousin, I have imparted to you all my wisdom on wooing women. Why do you not trust me? If Lin Lu were to join the opposing team, she would undoubtedly fare better than if she remained with us. Damn it, adolescent boys are so foolish. They refuse to be educated. Shun Minglang silently cursed. Yet, it is true. Without more life experiences, how could one possibly aspire to my caliber? He suddenly felt a swell of pride. Fine, fine. Let it be as you wish. It seems as though today is your birthday. But I am not succumbing to your threats. Who told you to be my cousin? Shun Minglang grumbled. Cheng Zhu patted his chest and pointed at Shun Minglang, embodying a brotherly camaraderie. Throughout, the duo never discussed whether to recruit Jiang Wanzhou into their team. It was as if she had been forgotten in the corner. Shun Minglang once again engaged Lu Hongjing in a game of rock, paper, scissors, and this time, he indeed emerged victorious. Lin Lu. I choose Lin Lu, Shun Minglang declared loudly. The voice actress momentarily paused, surprised that she could not team up with Ning Ning. Very well, let my brother assist you with the drinking later, Shun Qingning softly remarked, beginning to orchestrate everything. What do you mean? We might not necessarily lose. I am quite skilled. Lin Lu clearly struggled to identify her own standing. Shun Qingning felt a slight apprehension. However, this young voice actress was undeniably charming, exuding youthful exuberance, and her smile revealed delightful dimples. As the captain of another team, he found himself perplexed by Shun Minglang's thought process. First, you select a naive high school graduate, then a distinctly youthful girl. What is this? Are you collecting cannon fodder? Lu Hongjing believed Shun Minglang was merely thirsty, seeking to quench his thirst. In the subsequent 3 rounds of guessing games, Lu Hongjing won each time, selecting the most adept players present. Shun Minglang's countenance darkened significantly. Hey, what is wrong with my hand today? I am on such a losing streak, he exclaimed in disbelief. The unfortunate reality was, he continued to lose. Lu Hongjing consistently triumphed in rock, paper, scissors, and with each of his victories, the crowd erupted in cheers, as their team was now overwhelmingly outnumbered. This imbalance in team numbers is one of the charms of the game. Yet it is indeed rare to encounter someone as unlucky as Shen Minglang. Cheng Zhu once played this game and faced a situation of 2 against 8. By the end, among the 12 participants, only Jiang Wanzhou remained unselected. Lu Hongjing, uncertain whether to truly pity the birthday celebrant or to mock Jiang Wanzhou subtly, waved his hand. Since it is your birthday, Jiang Wanzhou shall join your team. No need for rock, paper, scissors. He did not care for Jiang Wanzhou, who was utterly incompetent and incapable of holding her liquor. He simply wanted Jiang Wanzhou on the opposing team to be thoroughly intoxicated, envisioning her later clutching the toilet bowl. Jiang Wanzhou felt genuinely unwell. He yearned to join Cheng Zhu's team, yet they had only 4 members, while the other team boasted 8, presenting a virtually guaranteed defeat. He and Lin Lu were merely cannon fodder, entirely useless. It is worth noting that while some may lack skill in games, they can still drink. Skill is inconsequential. What matters is sheer capacity. However, he could not hold his liquor. Lin Lu sat beside Cheng Zhu, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Her hands clutched the hem of her skirt, fists trembling slightly. Cheng Zhu remained unfazed, composed, and unruffled. He glanced at Lin Lu, finding her quite endearing, uncertain whether her charm stemmed from her profession or was innate. Sometimes, she spoke as if narrating a story, while at other times, her inner thoughts spilled forth unwittingly. Lu Hongjing declared, "As per our usual rules, once the teams are selected, the 2 teams will engage in 5 rounds of PK before we can select again." The bespectacled man beside him jested, "Langu, you might as well surrender. According to the rules, surrendering incurs a penalty of half the drinks." "What does that mean?" Lin Lu asked, confused. Cheng Zhu was about to respond when Jiang Wanzhou interjected. "It means we each hold up a napkin as a white flag, surrendering to their team. And we do not have to play the game. We simply drink half of the penalty." "Huh? We have to wave a napkin as a white flag? That is so embarrassing," Lin Lu thought, though she felt conflicted. After all, there were only 4 of them, which meant the opposing team would divide the penalty among 8, while their team would only share it among 4. But Shen Minglang was notoriously hard to provoke, especially on his birthday. Would raising a white flag be auspicious? Is this really lucky? I ask you, is this considered lucky? Damn it, stop calling out. 4 of us will still take you on, Shen Minglang, as captain, decisively declared. Then, following the rules, the 2 captains were to duel. Shen Minglang charged forth with great fervor, exuding an intimidating aura. His gaze was fierce, and his fingers were swift. Yet ultimately, he lost, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I slipped up. My performance today has been lacking," Shen Minglang lamented. "You go," Cheng Zhu urged Jiang Wanzhou, indicating for him to step up. Jiang Wanzhou, with a huff, rolled the dice with flamboyant flair, his expression radiating frustration, before he too met his end. Throughout the game, Lin Lu oscillated her gaze between her team and the opposing team, visibly anxious. When Jiang Wanzhou called out 3 threes, she could not help but echo 3 threes. When Lu Hongjing called out 3 sixes, she again echoed 3 sixes. Cheng Zhu found her repetitive nature amusing, akin to a recording device. He picked up a piece of watermelon from the fruit platter and began to eat it leisurely. Observing his calm demeanor, Lin Lu could not resist exclaiming, "How can you eat at a time like this? Do you want some?" "Here." Cheng Zhu offered her a slice. "Not." Lin Lu faltered momentarily, but the sweetness of the watermelon tempted her, and her hand instinctively accepted it. Lu Hongjing, brimming with confidence, urged who's next. In his estimation, only Shen Minglang was formidable on the opposing team. Once they eliminated Shen Minglang, he believed he could easily dominate. He surveyed the expressions of his 4 teammates, registering a mix of despair, amusement, and utter frustration. "Wait, what is this oddity? Cheng Zhu, do you not fear for your life?" Thus, he remarked, "Langu, according to the default rules, in our game of World War, we have doubles." "Oh, now you're throwing in some English. What does that mean?" Lin Lu inquired softly. "It means if he wins against all of us, We will have to drink double. Cheng Zhu replied mildly. What? Lin Lu was taken aback. Cheng Zhu gazed into her expressive eyes, smiling. Next, it's your turn. If you win against him, at least we 1T have to drink double. Go for it. You can do it. Cheng Zhu encouraged her. Lin Lu, with a serious expression adorning her delicate face, ascended the PK throne and grasped the dice cup with both hands, shaking it vigorously as if her efforts would somehow influence the outcome of the dice. 3 fours. She glanced at her own dice, furrowing her finely arched brows as she spoke. Being a true novice, she announced her points as they appeared. Lu Hongjing, on his end, decisively declared, "Add 1, 4 fours." To which she responded, "Then, 5 fours?" questioning her opponent with uncertainty. Lu Hongjing, observing her flawless visage, took a moment before replying, "Open. I have no fours." Lin Lu, taken aback, exclaimed with indignation as she pounded her small hands against Cheng Zhu's arm. "Cheng Zhu, he's deceiving me. He has no fours. Not a single 4, yet he calls for 4 fours. Seeing her slighted demeanor melted Lu Hongjing's heart, prompting him to say, "Ahem, this game operates like that. I will teach you later." However, Lin Lu was entirely unresponsive to his words. "I won't listen to that nonsense. Shall we surrender?" She suddenly proposed. "That is not possible. One cannot surrender mid-game," interjected the bespectacled man across the table. Lin Lu glanced at Cheng Zhu, feeling a sense of impending doom. If Cheng Zhu were to lose to him as well, they would be forced to consume double the drinks. "What should we do, Cheng Zhu? How can we proceed with all 8 of them still in the game?" she whispered. Cheng Zhu, looking at her, flashed a reassuring smile and, in a calm tone audible to all, declared, "It matters not. I shall take action." Chapter 31. The fairy's ethereal aura. It is now the year 2014, and the Emperor of the Red Walls has yet to utter that brimming phrase online. "It matters not. I shall take action." Thus, at this moment, Cheng Zhu's sudden proclamation left Jiang Wanzhou and Shun Minglang both wide-eyed, exchanging glances. Jiang Wanzhou pondered. Has he lost his mind? Meanwhile, Shun Minglang thought, "Jot this down. It's quite the boast." Lin Lu, a voice actress who has lent her voice to several domestic animations and is also a seasoned anime enthusiast, possessed a vivacious and spirited personality, surely with a touch of youthful exuberance. Truth be told, when Cheng Zhu abruptly declared, "It matters not, I shall take action," she found his demeanor rather impressive. There was no denying that the atmosphere had been built up to this point, and Cheng Zhu bore the brunt of the team's pressure. In such circumstances, to utter such words was a testament to his overflowing bravado. Lu Hongjing, on the other hand, was left utterly dumbfounded. What did he just say? He struggled to comprehend where this high school graduate found such audacity. Even Liang Jingru would have said he was quite the pretender. The bespectacled man seated beside him murmured, "It's hilarious. He's young yet speaks so grandly." They believed that if Cheng Zhu could best Lu Hongjing, it would count as a victory. Cheng Zhu switched seats with Lin Lu, taking the PK throne. He picked up the shaker and placed the dice in one by one. Once finished, he raised the shaker towards Lin Lu and said, "Come, blow your ethereal breath into it." Huh? Lin Lu was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to still play such childish tricks at this point. "Why blow? You're a novice, and with a novice aura, believe me, my luck will surely improve." The crowd awaited him to roll the dice, yet he merely smiled at Lin Lu's cherubic face, delaying the roll. "Oh dear. All right. Seeing everyone waiting, Lin Lu quickly puckered her rosy lips and blew into the shaker. At that moment, Cheng Zhu, wearing a satisfied expression, began to shake the dice. Before checking his specific points, he turned to his teammate beside him and remarked, "Don't look at my dice. I have a feeling there's a traitor in our midst, leaking information to the opponents. Otherwise, how could we have lost consecutively?" The opposing team thought, "Is he out of his mind? This is absurd." Lu Hongjing chimed in. "Little Cheng, could it not simply be that I am skilled at rolling the dice?" Cheng Zhu ignored him, quietly lifting the shaker to glimpse the points before gently closing it again. At this moment, their group was engaged in a dice game known as bluffing, also referred to as 067. In a one-on-one challenge, each player holds 5 dice, unaware of the other's points. When both players roll their 5 dice, a roll of 1. If no one has declared it, acts as a wild card, substituting for 2 through 6. For instance, if one rolls 11,223, it translates to having 4 points of 2 and 3 points of 3. If the 5 dice show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which has no repeating numbers, it is a straight, meaning one has nothing, rendering the wild card useless. If the dice show 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, that constitutes a triplet, translating to 6 points of 5 instead of 5, with an additional point added. If all 5 dice are 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, it is a pure triplet, counted as 7 points of 5, with 2 extra points added. At this moment, Cheng Zhu called out 3 sixes. Note, each player has 5 dice, but the number called must be the total of both players' 10 dice, not just one's own points. For threes, Lu Hongjing responded. After the first call, the second must either increase the quantity or elevate the points. For sixes, Cheng Zhu opened his shaker again to glance at his dice. Lu Hongjing, eager for a double shot, played this round with utmost seriousness and caution. He had 3 sixes on his side and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, add 1, 5 sixes. At this juncture, if one believes that the combined total of both players does not reach 5 sixes, one can opt to open the shaker to verify the result. If one believes they can still add, they may continue to raise the stakes. Cheng Zhu promptly opened his shaker to check the results. He didn't even glance at Lu Hongjing's points, seemingly indifferent to what lay within his shaker, casually stating, if you are not a triplet, it is your turn. In such games, the most commanding presence is not merely about boldly declaring, open, but rather about dismissing the opponent's points without a glance, confidently asserting, next. Lu Hongjing craned his neck to peek at Cheng Zhu's points. Xin Minglang felt a wave of relief as he exclaimed, don't look. We agreed that a straight counts as 0, and we have a straight. No sixes. How could you possibly have 5 sixes? Lu Hongjing couldn't contain his frustration, muttering, damn it, daring to call 4 sixes without having any? This is outrageous. However, Lin Lu, suddenly aware, exclaimed with delight, did we win? We won. Indeed, Cheng Zhu nodded, deliberately raising his left hand to initiate a high five with her. Smack! Lin Lu promptly returned the gesture, exclaiming, well done. Excellent, that was fantastic. Cheng Zhu smiled, picking up the shaker once more and asked Lin Lu, shall we blow again? This time, Lin Lu said nothing, simply leaning in closer, her rosy lips slightly puckered. And with great effort, she blew. Xin Minglang stood by, utterly astonished. What is happening? Can one truly play dice in such a manner? As Lin Lu leaned in to blow, the proximity between her and Cheng Zhu increased. From a distance, another teammate, Shun Qingning, observed this scene, her brows knitting in confusion. Unable to discern whether Cheng Zhu was being childish or merely a charming rogue. Nevertheless, she could see Lin Lu was growing increasingly excited. One more win, Cheng Zhu. One more win. Her little face taut with determination. She clenched her fists, cheering him on. And indeed, Cheng Zhu fulfilled her wish, winning again. The two exchanged high fives once more, and Lin Lu began to believe she was truly blowing ethereal luck. On the third blow, she no longer merely exhaled. Instead, she puffed 3 times with fervor. It was the third opponent, after all. One had up the ante. Cheng Zhu smiled at his adversary, maintaining an outward calm while secretly manipulating the dice's results. Yes, he was cheating. In a 1 versus 8 scenario, if total victory was the goal, sheer skill was insufficient. A stroke of luck was necessary. However, with cheating, he could alter the dice's outcomes during play. The most foolish method would be to slyly poke one's pinky finger in and manipulate the dice, which could easily be caught. Cheng Zhu employed a more cunning technique. Each time he opened and closed a shaker, he would gently nudge one of the dice with the edge of the shaker's bottom, causing it to flip. As long as one could remember the points on each face of the dice and practice diligently, one could successfully alter a single die's outcome each time. When he initially played against Lu Hongjing, he had a 6. Observing the brash and foolish opponent continue to raise the stakes, he promptly transformed his 6 into a straight. In his previous life, while drinking with friends, they had a rule to only check their points once, prohibiting repeated openings of the shaker, for everyone would inevitably cheat. This technique was not difficult to learn nor particularly advanced. However, one must not forget that Cheng Zhu is well aware of Shun Minglang's capabilities. Shun, despite his lackluster skills, continues to flaunt himself within their social circle, indicating that they have always engaged in a rather unsophisticated rivalry. Yet, when it comes to their friendly games of dice fueled by alcohol, he refrains from employing such tactics, as they are friends. The matter becomes entirely different when the opposition is overly demanding and has intoxicated Jiang Wanzhou. With his robust skills and quick-witted mind, coupled with his ability to manipulate the game, he swiftly ascends to defeat the fifth opponent. This time, he deliberately adopts a posture of having forgotten to ask Lin Lu to blow on the dice, leisurely preparing to cover the cup. Instantly, Lin Lu, sitting beside him, hurriedly grasps his wrist with her small hand. Remarkably, she feels quite exhilarated, her palms slightly warm, allowing Cheng Zhu to distinctly sense the heat emanating from her hand. Cheng Zhu casts a glance at her hands and finds them rather appealing, reaching a level of admiration befitting the term jade hands. Lin Lu, caught in his gaze, feels a wave of shyness and releases her hold. Had it been in the past, she would never have dared to act so boldly towards a boy she had only met twice. How presumptuous! At that moment, Cheng Zhu realizes the gravity of the situation, slowly lifting the cup and exclaiming, "All right, I forgot to blow." Lin Lu, having detached from her previous competitive mindset, suddenly feels the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, and Cheng Zhu, prompting a wave of embarrassment. She has never experienced anything quite like this with any boy before. Thus, when Cheng Zhu extends the cup towards her, she does not blow fervently as before. Instead, she gives a quick, casual puff before promptly pushing the cup away. Cheng Zhu, with his thick skin, continues to murmur, "Tease K," while his other hand firmly covers the cup, muttering, "It's not much this time. It's going to leak soon." He secures it tightly. Chapter 32. The sense of disparity for Shun Qingning for reasons unknown. Lin Lu suddenly felt that the soundproofing of her own body was woefully inadequate. Thump, thump. It seemed as though she could hear the thunderous beating of her heart amidst the clamor of the private room. Cheng Zhu merely made a vigorous gesture to cover the dice cup, yet it somehow provoked her. "Everyone is watching you. Why are you hiding it?" Lin Lu silently cried out, feeling increasingly embarrassed. "I certainly cannot be your lucky star, merely blowing a breath for you to win effortlessly." Jiang Wanzhou observed the scene in stunned silence. So, Cheng Zhu is staging a drama in this private room. He internally scoffed, barely resisting the urge to deliver a few swift blows. Shun Minglang, on the other hand, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Initially, upon seeing Cheng Zhu ask Lin Lu to blow, he thought, "What an immature high schooler. Ridiculous." However, he soon realized that if you truly are the king of dice and can consistently win, the girl would undoubtedly feel more engaged. Of course, that presupposes she doesn't find you insufferable and is willing to interact. Otherwise, it would merely be blow, 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 and to hell with you. Yet, the brief interaction between the two did indeed evoke in him a sense of excitement, as though he had stumbled upon something delightful. In a private room, the two internet-famous girls gazed at Cheng Zhu's roguishly handsome face, their hearts fluttering with exhilaration. So this is what a younger wolf cub looks like, they mused. Had Cheng Zhu been privy to their thoughts, he might have chuckled and remarked on the absurdity of their notions regarding little milk dogs and young wolf cubs. As for Lu Hongjing, he felt as if he might burst. Who wouldn't he harbor a touch of unrealistic fantasy about a sweet girl of Lin Lu's caliber? She's blushing. Damn, he made her blush. Only Shun Qingning observed everything from a distance, her cool demeanor marred by a furrowed brow. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu, determined to observe every little interaction between them. Jiang Wanzhou's friend was clearly a problem. She thought to herself. In the subsequent round of the game, Lin Lu seemed somewhat distracted, no longer watching with the same anxious expression as before. Cheng Zhu continued to tease her, chastising her playfully. Look, this time it was a narrow victory. I told you to blow properly." This time he didn't flamboyantly call for the next player, but rather, taking his time, opened the cup to reveal his score. His skill was indeed superior, resulting in a narrow win. The game operated on such principles. Even with superior skill, one could still encounter unexpected outcomes, rendering a perfect record impossible. Cheng Zhu, having won 5 consecutive rounds, radiated an entirely different aura. Even though he was the only remaining player on his team against 3 opponents, everyone felt the outcome was still uncertain. This mindset served as a testament to his formidable presence. What is pressure? This is pressure. Who is up next? Lu Hongjing inquired. I shall take my turn. A cold, calm voice rang out as Shun Qingning rose, picking up a nearby dice cup rather than the one her teammates had been using. Lin Lu had already felt a bit embarrassed about blowing in front of everyone. But upon seeing her dear friend, Shun Qingning, stepping up, she instantly broke into a mischievous smile and began blowing fervently into Cheng Zhu's cup. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clearly, this was a close friend. Shun Qingning watched as Lin Lu's cheeks puffed up, unable to suppress her annoyance. You're a wind machine, aren't you? Just blowing and blowing. I don't care. Lin Lu shot her a glance before lowering her head to continue blowing. Whoosh, whoosh. Shun Qingning's irritation began to rise as well. The entire game swiftly reached its conclusion. When Cheng Zhu faced off against her, he was as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. He showed no intention of being courteous, each of his actions reflecting how inept she was. He boisterously called, next, without even glancing at Shun Qingning's score. He exuded confidence in his inevitable victory. This left the cool girl feeling somewhat uncomfortable, acutely aware of the stark contrast in his treatment of her compared to Lin Lu. Shun Qingning pondered, it seems as though he treats Lin Lu and me entirely differently. Yet, she was not one to dwell on such trivial matters, normally dismissing such random thoughts and certainly never comparing herself to her close friend. It was indeed puzzling. Shun Qingning had anticipated that a simple drinking game could evoke such a sense of disparity. At that moment, Shun Minglang stood up and exclaimed, your team only has 2 lives left. Haha, Sun Yu, why don't you go first? You're quite terrible. Sun Yu, one of the little internet celebrities, had been sitting closely beside Shun Minglang during dinner, their demeanor very intimate. Sun Yu looked at Cheng Zhu with a smile, saying, handsome, let me have a turn. Lin Lu, seeing her behavior, impulsively nudged Cheng Zhu with her leg as a warning. Cheng Zhu chuckled and turned to Shun Minglang, saying, cousin, it seems she wants to pour you a drink, encouraging you to drink more. No, no. Shun Minglang waved his hand dismissively, asserting, cousin, don't mind her. I can't drink a drop today. Cheng Zhu, with a light-hearted demeanor, won yet another round, internally surprised by Sun Yu's lack of skill, just as Shun Minglang had described. He had encountered many girls who were exceptionally skilled at games when out socializing. If they continuously lost to you, it was often a deliberate act of affection rather than a reflection of their abilities. They were merely playing the long game. Now, only the bespectacled man remained. Someone named Wang Wei, who, according to Shun Minglang's earlier introduction, was involved in his family's e-commerce business. At that moment, the pressure mounted on Wang Wei. Damn it, all 7 teammates had failed. He could not afford to lose. Lu Hongjing was still exerting pressure from the sidelines. Cheng Zhu found amusement in the situation, deciding to attack psychologically, and said, Wazti, there's someone who mentioned the old rule about, oh, it's double. When he spoke in English, his enunciation was particularly clear, eliciting laughter from many. I can't recall who said that. Cheng Zhu continued, given that the rules include double penalties for drinking. As the final player of my team, why shouldn't I have a chance to go 1 against 8? Upon hearing this, Shun Minglang immediately became animated, standing up to shout at Lu Hongjing, yes, yes. If there's a double, there's a reverse double. Cheng Zhu, as the last member of our team, going 1 against 8. If he wins, you all must drink double. Shun Minglang no longer cared about winning or losing. He felt victorious in spirit. Even if their team ended up drinking, he would do so heartily, allowing the younger ones to drink less. After all, drinking was meant to be enjoyable. At that moment, Wang Wei felt even more pressure. Damn it, it felt less like a game and more like a matter of our team's dignity. The dignity of men at the table. While the stakes were high on one side, the other was still flirting. Cheng Zhu gently nudged Lin Lu, who had been inching closer to him, and whispered, you don't need to blow. How about you take a turn shaking? Really? Lin Lu gazed at him with her doe-like eyes, then excitedly replied, "All right." She shook the cup vigorously several times before pushing it toward Cheng Zhu. Cheng Zhu had previously declared that no one in the team was permitted to gaze upon his dice, as he harbored suspicions of a traitor within their ranks. However, on this occasion, he chose to make an exception, addressing Lin Lu. "Since you have rolled them yourself, you may take a look." With that, he beckoned her closer, and the young girl obligingly leaned in, her delicate face drawing near. They found themselves in close proximity, akin to conspirators, bending down to inspect the dice together. Cheng Zhu felt a tickling sensation on his left cheek, a result of Lin Lu's hair brushing against him. Across from them, Shen Qingning watched with furrowed brows. Having never witnessed Lin Lu display such intimacy with any boy, she thought to herself, "Your faces are nearly touching." Shen Qingning had no intention of pursuing romance during her university years. In contrast, Lin Lu expressed her hopeful anticipation, stating, "If I encounter someone I like, I will certainly pursue it." Shen Qingning replied coolly, "Only fools fall in love." Unexpectedly, Lin Lu chuckled, revealing her charming little dimples, and with an air of yearning, exclaimed, "I would love to be a fool." Chapter 33. I've got your back within the private room. Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu leaned closely together. As they both lowered their heads to observe the dice, he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. It was only natural for a beautiful girl to smell sweet. In contrast, a man would typically exude only the scent of laundry detergent. However, it is said that if a girl enjoys the scent of the man she is dating, it signifies that she truly adores him. After glancing at the dice, Cheng Zhu gently closed the cup. To his surprise, this young voice actress had matured rapidly. She was already engaging in external distractions, wearing an expression of faux awe as if the dice she rolled were extraordinarily impressive. Cheng Zhu watched her, subtly nodding in agreement while shielding her face with his hand, as if reluctant to let their opponents see her expression, lest it reveal their prowess with the dice. Interestingly, Lin Lu had always found playing dice rather tedious and had never perceived it as entertaining. Yet tonight, she felt an unusual thrill, finding it immensely enjoyable. Her spirits lifted. Being in the company of a man of such caliber had that effect. Though she dared not say more, the emotional value he brought was undeniably fulfilling. Meanwhile, the bespectacled Wang Wei adjusted his wooden-framed glasses, his expression tense. In this era, wooden frames had briefly been fashionable, although fewer people wore them now. Just as he was about to roll the dice, Lu Hongjing interjected, "Xiao Cheng, Lin Lu rolled the dice for you, and I shall roll for our side. You will use my roll." With that, he pushed his cup towards Wang Wei. Upon examining it, Wang Wei discovered a full house. Lu Hongjing had played a trick. Everyone's attention was captivated by the theatrical performances of Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu, and they had not noticed Lu Hongjing and Wang Wei's little maneuver. In an instant, Wang Wei felt emboldened. His dice showed a full house, equating to 6 fours. "Huh, 6 fours, you're finished," he thought to himself. How could he lose with such a hand? His 5 dice displayed 1 1 1 4 4. Over at Cheng Zhu's side, his dice weren't too shabby either, 1 1 1 2 3. However, the moment he covered his cup, he was already scheming again. He turned to Lin Lu and said, "Remember the numbers? Now you can't look anymore. We must keep our strength concealed." All right. Lin Lu was now entirely obedient to Cheng Zhu. According to the rules, since Wang Wei's side had lost the previous round, they had to call first. Wang Wei, feeling lazy to employ tricks, boldly declared, 3 fours. Cheng Zhu cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, 3 ones. Damn! Both Wang Wei and Lu Hongjing cursed inwardly. How could that scoundrel suddenly call for ones? Their full house was wasted. If he called 1, it was no longer a universal number. Wang Wei's 6 fours had now dwindled to 2 fours. With such confidence, he must have at least 1 1. "We have 3 ones here, don't worry. Add 1. Lu Hongjing, acting as a strategist, whispered to Wang Wei. "For once." Wang Wei shouted loudly. "Add 1. Cheng Zhu replied indifferently. Lu Hongjing began analyzing again, whispering. If he was lying from the start, he wouldn't dare call for 5 ones, which means he definitely has a few. Don't back down at him. Damn, 6 ones. Wang Wei almost shouted himself hoarse, feeling a sense of desperation. Lin Lu listened nervously from the side. Indeed, calling 6 ones in the final round was exhilarating. Cheng Zhu leisurely opened his cup, appearing to focus on the dice while, in reality, he was manipulating them. He had managed to turn his dice into 5 ones. All 5 dice showing the same number meant a pure full house, and he could add 2 more, equating to 7 ones. I'm done 4. Add 1, he stated coolly. He deliberately played this way to keep his opponents in a frenzy of analysis. As expected, Lu Hongjing and Wang Wei immediately became alert, whispering to each other, "This is impossible. He can't have 4 ones. We're already at the limit. Anything higher would mean 8 ones, requiring all 5 dice to be ones. It's impossible." As they conspired in hushed tones, Shun Minglang had already leapt up, shouting, "What the hell? How can he call for 7 ones? Is this how good the last round is?" Lin Lu's face paled. She knew she had only helped Cheng Zhu roll 3 ones, making it unlikely for the opponents to have 4 ones based on probability. Seeing her expression, Cheng Zhu beckoned her closer, signaling her to lean in, whispering, "I have a secret to share." Lin Lu immediately shifted, her body pressing against the sofa, and brought her delicate ear closer to his lips. "You rolled the dice, and you blew on them, didn't you?" he murmured, his breath making Lin Lu feel a tingling sensation, sending shivers through her body. Despite the sensations, she nodded in response. "Do you know why I asked you to blow?" Cheng Zhu continued. Lin Lu felt the warmth of his breath on her ear, heightening her senses as she instinctively recoiled slightly, shaking her head and pulling back a bit. "Let me show you a magic trick," he smiled broadly. At that moment, Wang Wei stood up and shouted, "Open. We reached the limit. If I lose, I'll accept it." "Xiao Cheng, you go first. Let us see how many ones you have." Lu Hongjing chimed in. Both were secretly anxious. Cheng Zhu surveyed the 8 people opposite him and declared, "There's no need for you to reveal your dice. Just drink up." As soon as he finished speaking, he unveiled his cup, revealing a stunning 7 ones. Gasps erupted throughout the room, and Shun Minglang was already leaping with excitement. 1 against 8. And in the last round, he rolled 7 ones. Shun Minglang felt a tingle run down his spine. In his lifetime of playing dice, he had only rolled 7 ones once. Even Zhang Wanzhou couldn't help but stand up to glance at the dice, disbelief etched across his face. When had Cheng Zhu become so formidable? He felt utterly bewildered. Was this rascal secretly practicing his skills behind his back? Lin Lu's large, expressive eyes widened, filled with questions. She was the only one privy to the truth. This was precisely the effect Cheng Zhu desired. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, he ignored everyone. Even as Shun Minglang approached to pat him on the shoulder, he remained unaffected, merely giving Lin Lu a discreet wink. The message was clear. The magic trick was a success, but this was our little secret, one that required her discretion. Thus, in their second encounter, they shared a special secret. A feeling that was indescribable stirred within Lin Lu's heart. Moreover, one must understand that Cheng Zhu's choice of words was artfully crafted. The term magic trick is well known. Many magicians have their accomplices. "You are my sole accomplice, signifying my trust in you, boundless trust. Look, the dice were rolled by you." From another perspective, he was merely being mischievous at the table, cheating a little. While he had indeed done so, he couldn't say it outright. Instead, he presented it as a romantic magic trick. Lin Lu suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy, her heart racing in response to the gaze cast upon her by her younger brother. An inexplicable tension enveloped the two of them in that moment. However, at that instant, Lu Hongjing and Wang Wei could no longer contain themselves. "This is impossible. Rolling 7 ones. There must be an issue. The probability is just too minuscule." The two had indulged in a bit of wine during dinner and were now in a state of light inebriation. Moreover, while many men might appear carefree in daily life, they often become exceedingly meticulous at the dining table. Some even excel at holding their liquor, yet delight in pressuring others to drink, displaying appalling drinking etiquette. Lu Hongjing was genuinely at a loss for words, cursing inwardly. How could I deliberately roll a leopard number and still lose to Wang Wei? In that moment, Lin Lu felt questioned, as she had rolled the dice in the final round. Yet, as a witness to the magic, she found it hard to muster the courage to argue. Indeed, there is something amiss. Cheng Zhu, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, eager to engage in a debate with them. He even intentionally rolled the 7 ones, anticipating their backlash. Little Cheng, he thought, I've been called out all night. Damn it, you're ruining the atmosphere I just built with Lin Lu. I'll show you who's the king of the table tonight. Cheng Zhu picked up the dice cup and leisurely tossed 5 dice inside, one by one. As he did so, he proclaimed everyone was watching during the game. Clatter. 1 die tumbled into the cup. You doubt my skill? Very well. Clatter. Another die followed suit. How about this? Instead of a world war, let us have one of you face me in a duel. Lin Lu will roll the dice, and once rolled, will only reveal the result once. This way, there is no chance to manipulate the dice, right? Best of 5. Whoever loses drinks half a bottle of foreign wine. He held the cup in one hand, gently shaking it, producing a distinct, clattering sound audible throughout the private room. He had previously bested 8 opponents, and his momentum had been steadily rising. Now, he was at the pinnacle, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. You little rascal, do you dare play? Taking on 8 opponents is a matter of luck. So I'm giving you a chance. In a duel, you'll see me defeat you. Do you understand the weight of being the king of the drinking table? Today, I'll make sure you leave that door lying flat. Sitting beside him, Lin Lu gazed at his sharply defined profile, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. In that moment, the young girl did not contemplate the notion of cheating, for human thought often stems from one's own standpoint. Since she had rolled the dice, and having been rendered speechless by the earlier accusations, she momentarily entertained the thought. He is backing us up? Oh, I seem to be turning a bit mischievous. She felt a little devil within her stirring to life. However, today has truly been a joyous occasion. Chapter 34. Let me handle this, as Cheng Zhu's voice faded. The atmosphere within the private room shifted, imbued with a hint of tension. Yet, this was merely the nature of men at this age when drinking. They revel in exchanging banter, even men in their 40s or 50s. As the captain and elder cousin, Shun Minglang was compelled to take charge. What on earth are you saying? Drink up first. Losers must face the consequences, double the drink. All 8 had lost, yet they still had the audacity to complain. The drinks could not be avoided. Even if a showdown were to occur, the penalty shots had to be consumed first. With a jovial spirit, the birthday celebrant cheerfully approached, arranging 8 cups on the table and pouring liquor into each with precision. As he poured, he continued his tirade. Damn it, 8 people sharing a single bottle, and you dare to claim our dice are faulty? I don't believe your lucky rolls either. Should I go and check the surveillance in this room? Just as his words lingered, an elegant, slender hand reached out, seizing one of the cups and consuming its contents. Ning Ning, why did you drink that? Shun Minglang finally registered that Shun Qingning had taken it upon herself to drink. He had intended to drink on behalf of his sister, especially since her group consisted of 5 men whom he believed should step up to assist. Shun Qingning shook her head, glancing at Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu, and replied, It's fine. Shun Minglang, recognizing her capacity for alcohol, chose not to press further. Their father, during his endless hours online, had once summoned them to drink, intending to teach them about their limits. After several days of drinking various types of alcohol, he had solemnly told Shun Qingning, The reason I had you accompany me for so long was to help you understand your own limits, so that when you drink in the future, you'll be aware of how much is too much. Shun Minglang pondered, so I was merely here to keep him company. Nevertheless, he knew Shun Qingning could handle her liquor better than most women, though not as adeptly as those seasoned in the drinking scene. He mused that it was perfectly normal for her to wish to indulge a bit on her brother's birthday, especially with him present to ensure everything went smoothly. Upon witnessing Shun Qingning's proactive drinking, Lu Hongjing and the others realized they could not remain aloof, begrudgingly lifting their cups to join in. Jiang Wanzhou, having experienced the consequences of excessive drinking in the past, eagerly approached to supervise. Lu Hongjing, you've left so much liquor in your cup. Are you raising fish? Oh, and Wang Wei, you're not even drinking as cleanly as the girls. Adding ice to your drink. Are you planning to deceive everyone into thinking it's just melted ice? Jiang Wanzhou unleashed his playful criticisms. Once the opposing team finished an entire bottle of Hennessy XO, Shun Minglang echoed the earlier conversation. Lu Hongjing, Wang Wei, what do you say? Care to challenge my cousin Cheng Zhu to a duel? They dared not accept. Losing would mean downing half a bottle and losing all dignity. Wang Wei, ever resourceful, retorted, what duel? Let us continue the world war. We still have 4 rounds left. I see you're just trying to shift the battlefield due to your smaller team. Lu Hongjing eagerly joined in. Exactly. Prove you can win those 4 rounds. All right, let us go. Shun Minglang, despite his own lack of skill, was filled with bravado. With my cousin here, I fear nothing. As captain, he stepped forward to engage Lu Hongjing in a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the winner would determine the number of penalty shots. This time, we drink a bottle. After winning, Shun Minglang exuded confidence, as if he commanded a team of 8. Logically, a captain with fewer members would typically set a lower penalty drink limit after winning. But Lin Lu, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, are we playing for such high stakes this round? She turned to Cheng Zhu, her expression serious. I'm counting on you. How about you teach me a few tricks? She added. What? Are you asking to be my disciple? Cheng Zhu replied with a grin. Surprisingly, Lin Lu clapped her hands and exclaimed, Master. Her voice was crisp and melodious, earning Cheng Zhu's approval as he beckoned her closer. Not so loud, Master. I'm listening. Lin Lu playfully insisted. Cheng Zhu, aware of her sensitive ears, found no issue with the public display. Ah, whispering? What a cheeky term. He discreetly advised Lin Lu that many seasoned players bully newcomers simply because the latter are timid. Newcomers need to be bold. As luck would have it, Lin Lu, following Cheng Zhu's advice, managed to win her round. The voice actress was overjoyed, feeling as if she had truly connected with her master. Time flew swiftly as they indulged in their drinking games, the moments of bravado fleeting. Before long, it was nearing midnight. Despite Cheng Zhu's skill and experience, the game did not guarantee victory every time. There remained the possibility of loss. After 5 rounds, their team had lost once, while the opposing team had lost 4 times. An impressive feat as Shun Minglang continued to revel in the festivities. He exclaimed, I'm so thirsty. He was thoroughly enjoying this birthday celebration. At the conclusion of the last round, Jiang Wanzhou suddenly recalled, Shun Minglang, we haven't eaten the birthday cake yet. Oh right, it's almost midnight. I nearly forgot. Shun Minglang responded. He had arranged for the cake to be delivered to the venue's front desk for chilling. Immersed in the drinking games, they had completely overlooked the cake cutting. Naturally, whether they ate the cake was of little consequence. What mattered was making a birthday wish. Thus, Shun Minglang instructed Jiang Wanzhou, you supervise their team drinking. Sun Yu, come help me unwrap the cake. He turned to Shun Qingning, adding, oh, and Ning Ning. Don't drink anymore. I'll drink on your behalf later. At this moment, Shun Qingning's cheeks flushed, and her mind felt slightly dizzy. Among girls, her tolerance was commendable, yet the effects of the alcohol were starting to take hold. Strangely enough, the drunken flush transformed her normally cool complexion, making it radiate with a newfound vibrancy. Additionally, it seemed she possessed a mild alcohol allergy, which caused her to flush without feeling unwell. Her long, fair, and perfectly contoured legs took on a delicate rosy hue, resembling exquisite red jade. At that moment, she flipped her hair and disregarded Shun Minglang's words. Reaching for her glass once more, a large hand extended at that moment, covering her cup. Shun Qingning looked up in confusion and met the sharply defined visage of Cheng Zhu. Their eyes locked for a fleeting instant, and Cheng Zhu found her gaze infused with a hint of post-drink haze, rendering her all the more alluring. At this moment, Shun Qingning exuded an intense sense of contrast. Cheng Zhu refrained from directly drinking from her designated cup. Instead, he silently poured her penalty drink into his own glass and consumed it entirely. According to the local custom, drinking on behalf of another necessitated a double portion, so he quietly added more liquor to his glass, mirroring the previous amount, and then tilted his head back to drink deeply. His Adam's apple bobbed as he downed the spirit in one swift motion. Drink less, he succinctly advised Shun Qingning. Having completed his task, for anything more would be superfluous. Chapter 35. The Senior and the Junior Yet. She continued to observe in the shadows the interaction between Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu. Lin Lu, with her icy little hand, gently patted her cheek and exclaimed to Cheng Zhu, I just looked in the mirror and my face is so flushed. You rarely drink pure alcohol, do you? Cheng Zhu glanced at Lin Lu and indeed noticed her cheeks were quite rosy. However, the most prominent redness was in her ears, where the delicate, fair lobes appeared to be burning with warmth. After speaking, she checked the time on her phone and said, "Oh, it's almost midnight. Once we finish the birthday cake, I should be heading out." Cheng Zhu nodded slightly, replying, "Jiang Wanzhou and I agreed to leave by midnight as well." Jiang Wanzhou, sitting nearby and enjoying a fruit platter, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, affirming, yes, we agreed on that long ago." He felt that his previous worries were unfounded. He had been concerned that Cheng Zhu might be heartbroken after his breakup with Li Xinyue, but now he thought it seemed he had moved on too quickly. Jiang Wanzhou scoffed inwardly. However, he genuinely admired Cheng Zhu's character, carefree, unrestrained, and bold. Cheng Zhu was advancing rapidly, like a form of ultimate evolution. Typically, high school students would be too intimidated to approach a goddess like Lin Lu, especially someone like Cheng Zhu, who came from an ordinary background while Lin Lu's affluent conditions were evident. Next, everyone in the private room sang a birthday song for Shun Minglang and shared the birthday cake. After midnight, Shun Qingning and Lin Lu prepared to leave. Cheng Zhu and Jiang Wanzhou also stood to bid farewell. Upon seeing this, Shun Minglang urged everyone not to linger in the private room any longer and suggested they all head out together since they planned to go to a nightclub for some dancing. Without Shun Qingning around, he felt more at ease. To Shun Minglang, while the girls outside had no control over him, a single glance from his sister sent shivers down his spine, a testament to the power of familial bonds. As they exited the private room, Shun Minglang casually draped his arm over Cheng Zhu's shoulder, warmly asking, "Cousin, shall we go dancing?" "No, thank you," Cheng Zhu declined. "What's wrong? It's harder in summer vacation. And you have nothing to do every day," Shun Minglang remarked. "I still have some matters to attend to. I recently opened a store on Taobao, and there are quite a few trivial tasks to manage," Cheng Zhu replied with a smile. He intentionally brought this up to see if Yi had mentioned to Shun Minglang that she was working part-time as a model for him. As expected, Shun Minglang had no idea about Cheng Zhu's e-commerce venture and, inebriated, exclaimed, "Is that so? Let me know when you have your store ready, and I'll rally everyone to place orders." "Sounds good," Cheng Zhu chuckled, thinking to himself, "You seem to be quite the potential customer. Purchasing quite a few items throughout the year, I presume?" Lin Lu and Shun Qingning exchanged glances towards Cheng Zhu. Shun Qingning, with her cool demeanor, was not one to ask questions easily. In simpler terms, she was somewhat reserved. However, Lin Lu was different. Tilting her head, she directly inquired, "Cheng Zhu, what do you sell?" Unsurprisingly, Lu Hongjing and Wang Wei, who had previously been overheard retching in the restroom, were also keenly eavesdropping. They were particularly curious because their previous bravado at the table had been diminished, leaving them with no courage to engage in the drinking games. Moreover, Shun Minglang had introduced Wang Wei as someone who handled e-commerce for his family, making him the most inquisitive of the bunch. Cheng Zhu smiled at Lin Lu and replied, "I sell women's clothing." Technically, he was lying. QQ Women-S clothing is still Women-S clothing. Lu Hongjing, intoxicated, exclaimed, "You a grown man selling women's clothing?" Afterward, he patted Wang Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Little Cheng, Wang Wei manages his family's e-commerce. Their family makes sports pants. Perhaps you could learn from him?" Wang Wei, seizing the opportunity, chimed in enthusiastically, "Little Cheng, let us exchange WeChat later. Feel free to ask Brother Wang anything you don't understand." Once people had a few drinks, they became more talkative. Wang Wei began sharing his experiences, recounting how much money he had wasted on ads before figuring out the ropes. Cheng Zhu found himself tuning out. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Lu Hongjing, noticing Cheng Zhu's disinterest, adopted a condescending tone. "Little Cheng, when we were your age, we didn't listen to others either. When you fall into a pit, you'll realize how stubborn you really are." Wang Wei added, "What kind of style are you going for with your women-esque clothing? I can help brainstorm." Seeing Wang Wei's insistence to show off, Cheng Zhu couldn't help but grin. "Sporty style. I also sell sports pants." This was not a lie, but merely a different interpretation of sports pants and style. Shun Minglang perked up. "Oh, same category? A competitor? Then you might as well not teach him. I'm worried you might sabotage him. Cousin, let us not listen to him. He is quite the trickster. Wang Wei. While Lin Lu listened to the conversation, she wanted to express her support for Cheng Zhu, stating, when you have the link, send it to me. I'll definitely buy something. Shun Qingning remained silent, but for some reason, she felt that Cheng Zhu was merely boasting. Cheng Zhu glanced at Lin Lu and waved his hand with a smile. No need, no need. If there is an opportunity in the future, I'll give you a few sets. Gifting me? You've just started your store. You shouldn't. When you make a fortune, I'll come asking for it myself. Hee hee. The slightly tipsy Lin Lu appeared even more vivacious, playfully walking backward with her hands behind her back, flashing a bright smile at Cheng Zhu. After summoning a designated driver, the group parted ways at the entrance. Shun Minglang, noticing Shun Qingning had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, felt a twinge of concern. Lin Lu quickly assured him she hadn't drunk much and would stay with Shun Qingning that night, relieving his worries. Shin Minglang then felt at ease and even arranged for a female designated driver. He hopped into a taxi, while Lin Lu and Shun Qingning sat together in the back of a white Range Rover. Throughout the ride, the slightly tipsy Lin Lu remained excited, chattering away and mentioning how she had called Cheng Zhu master twice, and he had taught her several tricks. Weren't you bored with such activities last time? In the dimly lit car, Shun Qingning fixed her beautiful eyes on her. Yes, perhaps it was because the people we were with last time weren't fun. Lin Lu replied, last time, it was just a few of us. You mean my brother, Jiangwan Zhou, and my older cousin who is already working in the capital. Shun Qingning continued to gaze at her. Well, that explains it. That lineup sounds quite dull, Lin Lu laughed. Shun Qingning interjected. Why don't you just admit that you think Cheng Zhu is fun? She replied somewhat exasperatedly. Let me tell you. Jiang Wanzhou informed me that Cheng Zhu also attends the same university in Hangzhou. Once school starts, he will be our junior, and yet you keep calling him master. Really? Lin Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if illuminated by a light. That is wonderful. In the future, I'll call him master, and he'll call me senior. We'll each have our titles. Hee hee. The voice actress beamed with joy. Shun Qingning was speechless. You seem to have taken to that title quite well. Suddenly, Lin Lu exclaimed, how could he not tell us he is attending the same university as us? No way. I'm going to find him and have a chat right now. Shun Qingning. So you found a reason to privately message me, did you? Chapter 36. I refused to add friends inside a white Land Rover. Lin Lu, slightly inebriated, raised her phone to show Shun Qingning. Ning ning. Look at my WeChat note for Cheng Zhu, she said. Shun Qingning glanced down and saw the note read. Master Cheng Zhu. What did you change it? Shun Qingning asked, somewhat speechless, finding it rather childish. Lin Lu replied, just while we were in the private room. Everyone had a bit too much to drink and was off doing their own thing. I want to learn a trick from him, specifically how to roll the dice. Just a little magic trick. She hoped that next time she and Shun Qingning play dice together, she could use this skill to get her tipsy. Magic? Shun Qingning questioned, puzzled. It doesn't matter. Those 4 short words made Shun Qingning keenly sense. Ah, you two have a little secret. Anyway, as a price. He asked me to change the note to include a master prefix to show sincerity, Lin Lu explained. Isn't that annoying? Just as Shun Qingning was about to say he was quite childish too, she saw Lin Lu already typing in the chat box. This voice actress girl, resembling a narrator, spoke while typing. No way. I must have him add senior in front of my note. Oomph. She was brimming with excitement. Her face lit up with a smile, as if engaged in the most impressive feat in the world. The word childish got stuck in Shun Qingning's throat, for she recalled that Lin Lu sometimes indeed acted like a child, and she found it quite endearing. Meanwhile, in a taxi, Cheng Zhu soon received Lin Lu's WeChat message. She questioned him with fervor. Is there something you haven't told me? Cheng Zhu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she found out about me helping Shun Qingning drink? That shouldn't be the case. Their relationship hadn't developed to that extent, so what was there to confront? Lin Lu, in her excited private message, would surely spill the beans in a few minutes. As I know her, Cheng Zhu couldn't help but mutter, this little voice actress uses a lot of filler words in her chats. Is she narrating her own thoughts while typing? He had never actively told Shun Qingning or Lin Lu that he was their junior. In his view, having a title could facilitate interactions for some people. A junior is, after all, a rather appealing title. However, for Cheng Zhu, He felt that starting off with multiple identities would become a constraint. Many of his actions would be limited by this identity. Thus, he thought it unnecessary to disclose it to them initially. Of course, it didn't matter if they found out now. He suspected Jiang Wanzhou had mentioned it. In truth, developing a mutual nickname between the genders in a private context carries a hint of flirtation. If one easily acquiesces, it indicates submission. Often, a little tugging is quite pleasant. After all, I am indeed your senior, Lin Lu quickly messaged, accompanied by an animated sticker to express her vexation. But you see, you called me master. Doesn't that mean I fulfill my duties by teaching you a couple of things? Cheng Zhu intentionally wrote in the chat. All right, remember your bold words at this moment. Lin Lu replied, as Cheng Zhu changed her WeChat note and sent her a screenshot. Sitting next to Lin Lu, Shun Qingning watched as a smile broke out on Lin Lu's face, her dimples prominently visible. The voice actress girl even picked up her phone to show Shun Qingning the screenshot of the nickname Cheng Zhu sent, providing her own sound effect. Ding ding. Stop fooling around. We're almost home, Shun Qingning replied blandly. She found such antics laughably childish. Yet for some reason, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She didn't have Cheng Zhu as a WeChat friend. That night, after a bit of drinking, Cheng Zhu fell into a deep, restful sleep. He was not one to act foolishly when intoxicated. Even after consuming too much, he would merely doze off. Upon waking, he dug out the QQ photos he took for Yezi, comparable to a private collection, and continued editing them. Just 2 more sets left to finish by the afternoon. Cheng Zhu thought. By around 2:30 in the afternoon, Cheng Zhu wrapped up his current tasks. He opened WeChat and sent the last 2 sets of seller showcases to Yezi. After reviewing them, she remarked, I personally love the last set. She was referring to the stepmother dress. Of course, such a name hadn't become so outrageous yet in this era. One could only say that later netizens were indeed creative with names. In Yezi's eyes, the stepmother dress was the most elegant among the selections. She believed that Cheng Zhu mostly interacted with peers of his age, and in some respects, she could not compare with those 18 or 19-year-old girls. But the stepmother dress was different. High school graduates could never exude that kind of aura. Only urban young women like herself could pull it off. After chatting with Yezi for a little longer, Cheng Zhu began to message Wang Anquan. Starting today, I'll be setting up a direct link for the store, he told Wang Anquan. Wang Anquan, who previously knew nothing about e-commerce, had been learning on the go while working with Cheng Zhu, and he had grasped that a direct link was essentially paying to promote products. Naturally, Cheng Zhu planned to use a black hat approach. There were many tricks involved, and he had no intention of teaching Wang Anquan about them at this stage. Earlier, Cheng Zhu had casually checked out the store of the bespectacled man, Wang Wei, whose store name he had mentioned the previous night. Wang Wei thought that since Cheng Zhu was just beginning in e-commerce, he would surely be astonished by his store's data. However, Cheng Zhu merely glanced at it and thought, is this it? How could one shamelessly use such a name publicly? Cheng Zhu pondered. If he were Wang Wei, he would never reveal his store name if someone asked. It was simply too embarrassing, let alone voluntarily disclosing it. Back in his previous life, if people from such a company sought Cheng Zhu's advice, the meal budget would need to be set high, with several bottles of Mao Dai prepared for the toast, and the clinking of glasses would need to be done with lowered rims. How could it be so exaggerated at once? Cheng Zhu found it both amusing and perplexing. But he still said, well, things will definitely get busy gradually. It's time to give the factory owner at Guanyun a little shock with an order. Cheng Zhu sent the WeChat message. All right, Wang Anquan was already getting eager. It was as if he had been brainwashed, silently chanting the internal motto for maintaining store visits. Use the least fabric, earn the most money. Chapter 37. Aspiring for success in recent days. Cheng Zhu has skillfully navigated the complexities of online marketing, carving a path through the intricacies of Taobao's direct sales platform. He has managed to generate maximum profit with minimal operational costs. If Wang Wei, who has invested heavily in his own advertising endeavors, were to discover this, he might very well be consumed with envy. Cheng Zhu's patience with customers is commendable. He finds joy in their interactions. Unlike some who feel the strain of customer service, those who have worked in customer support understand that in this vast marketplace, one encounters all manner of individuals, each with their own unique idiosyncrasies. He even suspects that a few customers are not genuinely interested in purchasing items, but rather seek to engage in frivolous conversations with the support staff. At that moment, Cheng Zhu received a message from a customer inquiring, "What should I do if my wife refuses to wear the item after purchasing it?" Cheng Zhu thought, "Is this really a question for customer service? Shall I assist her in wearing it?" Deep down, he comprehended that there are indeed individuals who might leave negative reviews simply because the intended user is reluctant to utilize the product. Such a situation seems profoundly unjust. He relegated this inquiry to Wang Anquan, who diligently brainstormed various strategies. Suggestions range from planning a romantic candlelit dinner to organizing a nearby getaway, or even preparing small gifts. The female customer service representative was quite amiable. Cheng Zhu mused about how the buyer would react if they knew that the individual advising them on how to encourage their wife to change outfits was merely a high school graduate, inexperienced in romantic pursuits. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that it was already August. Time indeed flies. His reason for checking the date was not to calculate how long until school resumed, but rather because his uncle would soon come seeking financial assistance. Despite his busy schedule, this thought lingered in his mind. His uncle is a quintessential gambler, a fact Cheng Zhu firmly believes leads to one's downfall. Although he had made his initial fortune through the World Cup finals, it is essential to note that he possesses an extraordinary advantage due to having been reborn. In his past life, he was ambitious and captivated by the allure of the world, yet he steadfastly adhered to the principle of avoiding gambling and drugs at all costs. There is a saying that once one achieves success, friends will abound. While there is truth to this notion, it is also possible for dubious individuals to emerge among one's acquaintances. A young person who accumulates wealth may attract those with ulterior motives. Gambling is one of the most common traps. However, Cheng Zhu has never fallen prey to such snares. His uncle serves as a cautionary tale. Younger than Cheng Zhu's father by 5 years, his uncle was once a small business owner, raking in substantial profits. A couple of years ago, his business was thriving, netting nearly $1 million annually. During family gatherings, his uncle often displayed an air of superiority. However, when fortune smiles upon an individual, it can lead to dire consequences. Influenced by a circle of dubious friends, he succumbed to gambling. Cheng Zhu's parents still retain a considerable savings amassed through years of hard work. This money is, in essence, a dowry intended for their son. Under normal circumstances, it remains untouched, and if their income has been decent, they may even contribute further to it. However, with both of Cheng Zhu's grandparents having passed away early, his father has only one younger brother. Cheng Zhu's current objective is straightforward: to devise a plan to convince his parents to spend this savings before his uncle arrives to borrow money. If the family is short on funds, what grounds would his uncle have to request a loan? In a month or two, the truth about his uncle's gambling habits will inevitably surface. At that point, his wife will likely demand a divorce, creating a tumultuous situation that will reveal his uncle's true nature to his parents. Cheng Zhu has never considered intervening forcefully in this matter, as he recognizes his parents still perceive him as a child. Moreover, familial dynamics can be exceedingly intricate. Addressing them directly often leads to complications. He aims to avoid any disruptions that might disturb the household's peace. It would suffice to ensure that the savings are spent. This business venture is viable for the next couple of years, but in the long term, the market may become saturated with competitors. In a single neighborhood, one might find a fresh produce store every few dozen meters. If such businesses continue to thrive, it would be nothing short of miraculous. One must remember that when everyone begins to view a business as lucrative, it is likely on the verge of decline. However, 2014 still offers opportunities for community fresh markets to yield profits. Cheng Zhu's parents possess a distinct advantage, as their restaurant is well known in the area, having established strong ties over the years. Additionally, being in the restaurant business affords them clear procurement channels. Cheng Zhu reflects on the importance of not hastily diving into business ventures. He recalls that in a few days, a long-standing small supermarket in the neighborhood would be up for transfer. This particular establishment holds a special place in his memory. He used to buy cigarettes there and was quite familiar with the owner. In his youth, he was timid and avoided purchasing cigarettes from nearby shops, fearing his parents would discover his secret. Despite his outward bravado, He held a deep-seated respect for his father, who had raised him with great care, often employing discipline. Nevertheless, Cheng Zhu is somewhat unconventional. While some children become more docile after receiving a few reprimands, he emerged from such experiences with a newfound resilience and self-awareness. The reason this supermarket's transfer is etched in his memory is due to the gossip surrounding it. The owner had gotten an employee pregnant, leading to a costly abortion and continued harassment from the woman and her family, seeking further compensation. Cheng Zhu inadvertently learned valuable lessons from this scenario. The transfer fee was quite reasonable, and he recalls it was rented out shortly thereafter. When he returned to buy cigarettes, he discovered the storefront had changed. However, the exact date of the transfer remains elusive. No matter, he resolves to visit the area more frequently, if circumstances allow. Cheng Zhu genuinely wishes for his parents to earn more, as it would provide them with a sense of accomplishment. While it is undoubtedly a positive thing for a son to be financially independent, the psychological satisfaction derived from his parents' success is distinctly different from his own. He muses to himself that from the shadows, he can subtly influence events. Who knows, perhaps in an unexpected twist, he and his companion Xiao Yu might just find themselves among the ranks of the wealthy. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed his mother, Su Yun. However, upon answering, he was greeted by the sweet, childlike voice of a little girl. "Brother, I've been very good this afternoon and didn't eat any snacks. I'm already hungry by 5 o'clock. Can you come to the store early to have dinner with me?" Chapter 38. Everyone's 18. After Cheng Zhu hung up the phone from Xiao Yuzi, he dashed downstairs in haste. Information acquired. His sister was hungry. Second piece of information. She would only eat once he arrived. Cheng Zhu sprinted faster than an athlete, akin to a wild dog unleashed. The sweltering heat of August in Hangzhou enveloped him, and by the time he reached the restaurant, he was drenched in sweat. Suyin looked at him, puzzled. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere. I just ran all the way from home." "Pretty fast, right?" Cheng Zhu replied, a hint of pride in his voice. At that moment, two small hands appeared, holding a couple of tissues. "Brother, wipe this off." Xiao Yuzi, recalling their mother's advice, insisted that after sweating profusely, one should wipe off before entering an air-conditioned room to avoid catching a cold. Cheng Zhu smiled, but did not take the tissues. Instead, he bent down for Xiao Yuzi to help him wipe his face. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Xinming Lang and Lin Lu to invite them over for a meal whenever the opportunity arose. At that moment, looking at his sister, Cheng Zhu felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, "Look at my esteemed position in my sister's eyes. Xinming Lang must be envious." During dinner, Cheng Zhu casually brought up, "Mom, I heard you mention to Dad that you wanted to open a fresh produce supermarket. Why do you bring this up?" "Su Jun in Guit. I have a classmate whose family runs one," Cheng Zhu said, fabricating a story. "Is that so?" Su Yin seemed intrigued. "It appears to be doing well." Cheng Zhu nonchalantly replied, then continued to enjoy the meal with Xiao Yuzi. Su Yun retrieved a bowl of mung bean soup from the refrigerator and placed it on the table for the siblings, saying, "Your dad and I have indeed considered it, but we haven't found a suitable location nearby. You're just a child. Don't concern yourself with these matters. Enjoy your summer vacation and focus on your studies when you get to college." Su Yin began her familiar lecture. Yet, Cheng Zhu found her words far from bothersome. Rather, he was quite willing to listen. To speak of it, Su Yin played the role of cashier and a part-time server at the restaurant. She was not irreplaceable, as another employee could easily be hired. She could dedicate her full energy to the community-fresh produce supermarket. The restaurant did not serve breakfast, so Lao Cheng could help out in the mornings as well. In Cheng Zhu's view, if his parents ultimately could not summon the resolve to open the store, it was of no consequence. He would think of other ways. After all, he would not allow his second uncle to swindle the money. As dusk approached, Cheng Zhu's phone chimed. It was a WeChat message from Yizi. "Boss, I checked the store, and sales have been quite good lately. Congratulations." She had gotten used to addressing Cheng Zhu as boss. After all, she was a full 7 years his senior. At 25, a splendid age for a woman, Cheng Zhu mused, "If only I weren't so young." "Really? Does that model get a share of the profits?" he inquired. Yizi, undeterred, responded, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Cheng Zhu stared at the WeChat message, momentarily dazed. Why do I feel like she's being a bit flirtatious? Now that I've uncovered your remarkable attributes, you're not even trying to hide it, are you? He thought to himself. However, there was indeed one matter he was uncertain if Yi Zi could assist with, and he did not know if she would be willing. Cheng Zhu began typing rapidly. You've seen it. Sales are decent, but the comment section is rather sparse. Isn't it good to be clean? I see there are no negative reviews or any complaints. Isn't that excellent? Not quite. What I mean is, there are too few images. Cheng Zhu felt that the buyer shows were lacking. The comment section was far too plain. In selling this type of product, buyer shows were crucial. They could stimulate consumer desire. Some may coincidentally stumble upon the page, having no intention of purchasing. But when images are laid before them, can they truly avert their gaze? Once they see, doesn't it stir something within? Hey, if you happen to have a girlfriend or a wife, are you sure you want to buy one? He added, let us not forget, in our case, women are the users, but men are even more so. Sometimes, men must learn to treat themselves a little better. Yi Zi read Cheng Zhu's WeChat message, pondered for a moment, and began typing. Let me ask some people for you? Sure. Ask your friends if anyone is willing to take buyer show photos. The clothes are on the house. Consider it a gift for me. Cheng Zhu replied generously. Is it okay if they don't show their faces? Yi Zi idiot. One photo will suffice for the comment section, but if they wish to take more, they can send them to me privately, and I'll offer a rebate, Cheng Zhu explained. Wow, boss, so young yet quite the flirt, buying images? Yi Zi teased. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhu recognized her misunderstanding. This woman had no idea that this was merely a seller's tactic. Some customers, even if they bought the product, were reluctant to post buyer shows. Even if they didn't show their faces, they would prefer not to. Men certainly wouldn't want to post their girlfriends or wives online, except for a few enthusiastic ones. As for women, it was even less likely. In 2014, societal norms were not as relaxed as they would become in subsequent years. In a few years, certain online platforms would tread dangerously close to the edge. To abstain from temptation, one would have to disconnect from the internet. Otherwise, distractions would abound. Cheng Zhu understood well that the comment section for such products wasn't composed solely of genuine buyer shows. Not at all. Merchants held a plethora of images, seeking a few customers to assist by sending images to clients, encouraging them to attach the pictures when leaving positive reviews. The images would be provided by us, and with a few store discounts, many would be willing to post. Yi Zi worked in nightlife, having spent a year marketing at a bar in Shanghai before becoming a bartender apprentice at a quiet bar, and eventually settling in Hangzhou. Her social circle lacked no daring girls. Those in her profession were diligent in adding female friends. If one could arrange outings with girls, would they not worry about their performance? There were plenty of men ready to spend. With his thought, Cheng Zhu suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Some images didn't require girls to take. He and Wang Anquan, two grown men, could capture them. He mused. These images didn't need anyone. They merely require the aftermath to be photographed. People would naturally fill in the blanks in their minds. Moreover, some male customers might be reluctant to take pictures of people. But if they were asked to capture the scene of their exploits to showcase their masculinity, they might just get excited. Ah, so I'm quite impressive, huh? Discovered by the customer service sister? Huh. Some might even go as far as to fabricate their escapades. For instance, pouring a bottle of mineral water all over the sheets. Amen. With these thoughts swirling, Cheng Zhu promptly sent a WeChat message to Wang Anquan. After reading it, Wang Anquan was utterly astonished. Impressive, Xu Yi. You are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, filled with admiration. Wang Anquan perceived his classmates, realizing that they were either madly in love or glued to internet cafes. At this age, spending a night in an internet CAF felt like a major achievement, and achieving a few kills in a game could be boasted about for days. Scoring a pentakill could be bragged about for an entire year. If a girl happened to accompany them to the internet CAF, they might even feel like winners in life. Then there was class monitor Li Rue, who tirelessly spread warmth every day. And what of Zhu Ge? He was on the verge of creating his own QQ photo gallery. While some classmates were still busy trying to get their QQ numbers upgraded, Zhu Ge was already engaging in real-life QQ showcases. Wild, truly wild. Our 18 years and Zhu Ji's 18 years seemed to be quite different. Wang Anquan pondered. Chapter 39. The showcase the following day. Cheng Zhu summoned Wang Anquan to his residence, requesting that he bring along his laptop for a meeting. At this juncture, Wang Anquan was utterly obedient to him, harboring an endless admiration for his esteemed mentor. Indeed, he felt that this summer vacation had been more exhilarating than the entirety of his previous years combined, particularly since the store's official launch had taken place. His role as a customer service representative brought him immense joy. His enthusiasm for engaging with customers surpassed even his previous interactions with Chen Rongrong. After all, a considerable number of female clients willingly approached him to make purchases. They would often inquire, "I'm a size 36D. What size should I buy?" Or "I'm quite flat but have a rounded backside. What should I choose?" For special styles, they would ask, "How does one wear this cattail?" How could a spirited young man like Wang Anquan resist such inquiries? Could he ever engage in such conversations with Chen Rongrong? He adored this job. Initially, he had been concerned about inquiring about his compensation, uncertain of how much he would earn each month. Now, however, he found himself indifferent. As long as he had something to eat, that sufficed. Matters of salary were trivial. After all, he considered Cheng Zhu to be akin to a brother, though they shared different fathers and mothers. Cheng Zhu's decision to have him serve as customer support was also a deliberate effort to cultivate his skills. To Cheng Zhu, customer service meant interacting with a diverse array of individuals. Selling their products entailed engaging with an even wider spectrum of personalities. Yet, it remained uncertain in which direction Wang Anquan would develop. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Anquan arrived at Cheng Zhu's home. Cheng Zhu did not possess a laptop of his own. His household only had a desktop computer. Wang Anquan's laptop was a reward from his family for his academic achievements following the college entrance examination. Their financial situations were incomparable to that of Li Rue, who had received an Alienware laptop directly from his father and had boasted about it among his classmates. In this era, those Alienware laptops were notoriously heavy, yet Li Rue carried his around with ease. At that moment, Cheng Zhu, clad in slippers, opened the door for Wang Anquan. After welcoming him in, he quickly dashed to the desktop computer, exclaiming, "Did we not agree on 2:30? Why have you arrived at 2? I just started my game. Please wait a moment." Wang Anquan was quite familiar with Cheng Zhu's home. After changing into a pair of guest slippers from the shoe cabinet, he joined Cheng Zhu, catching a glimpse of him selecting the mid-lane champion Yasuo in a flash. The young man could not help but grimace. Fully aware of Cheng Zhu's lackluster gaming skills, his teammates could be wiped out, and he would still be happily last-hitting minions. A joyful win god, indeed. Cheng Zhu donned his headphones and said to Wang Anquan, "You can play for a bit while I get ready." Then, wearing the headphones, he spoke to his online companion. "Did I not mention I have a meeting with my classmate who is involved in e-commerce at 2:30? He arrived early." Curious, Wang Anquan asked Brother Zhu, "Are you duo queuing with manager Xiao Jiang?" Cheng Zhu, partially removing one earphone, did not catch the question clearly. After Wang Anquan repeated it, he replied, "No, I'm with someone who is quite the noob." "Hey, if you think you're not a noob, then wait until it's your turn to pick a champion. Do we not agree that you would choose Ollie Star to synergize with me? You said you wanted to make it enjoyable for me." Cheng Zhu grumbled into the headset. Wang Anquan speculated that the person on the other end must be male. However, Cheng Zhu seemed to hear a strong protest from his companion, and he removed his earphone halfway, speaking to Wang Anquan with a tone of exasperation. "Why are you so concerned about a trivial nickname? She wants me to tell you that she is my senior." Upon hearing the term senior, Wang Anquan was taken aback. His admiration for Cheng Zhu had largely stemmed from his career acumen, his interpersonal skills, and his inherent charm. Yet, when it came to romantic matters, Wang Anquan had thought of Cheng Zhu as more of a theoretical expert, given his lack of practical experience. However, the mention of a senior evoked a distinctly different sentiment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Anquan asked, "Brother Zhu, is she a senior from our high school?" He was eager to learn how Cheng Zhu had met her. He even theorized that they must have met during the summer break, as Li Xinyu, a girl of notable temperament, would likely have kept a close watch on her romantic interests. Cheng Zhu, while last-hitting minions, replied, "No, she is a university senior." The brevity of this statement left Wang Anquan astonished once more. Wow, How could you have arranged to play games with a university senior before even starting school? Wang Anquan's mind raced. Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with each other. It's not merely an online acquaintance. At this stage, high school graduates held an idealized vision of university life. Seniors represented a group that ignited the imaginations of freshers. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu, having only just begun to farm in the mid lane, was ambushed by the jungler. In the brief moments while waiting to respawn, he noticed Wang Anquan's bewildered expression and inquired, "What's wrong? You look dazed." "Brother Zhu, how did you get to know a university senior before even starting school?" Wang Anquan sought enlightenment. "Well, it's quite simple. You can add a multitude of friends through the university's forum," Cheng Zhu casually remarked. "In this day and age, women can be quite forward. Seniors also wish to pursue juniors. Naturally," he added, "but for someone of Lin Lu's caliber, don't expect to meet her on a forum." "Is it really that surprising to have a senior?" Cheng Zhu responded nonchalantly, eliciting Lin Lu's vigorous protest from the headset. To Wang Anquan, their banter resembled a playful exchange. After a while, Cheng Zhu was eliminated once again. He set down his headphones and said to Wang Anquan, "I need to use the restroom. Just farm some minions for me and accumulate some gold." "All right." In reality, Wang Anquan played much better than Cheng Zhu. He took his place at the computer and instinctively put on the headphones. However, it quickly dawned on him that this was Cheng Zhu Sr., and he found himself questioning what he could possibly discuss with her. Just as he prepared to remove the headphones, he heard Lin Lu's voice on the other end, speaking as if narrating a story. Cheng Zhu had noted during their first duo queue in League of Legends that she often recited classic lines from a game while playing. Her voice was versatile, both enchanting and commanding, capable of embodying various personas, from a playful girl to a sophisticated woman. In this match, Lin Lu had chosen Fiora for the top lane. As she executed a successful gank with the jungler, she confidently proclaimed in a sultry voice, precise and elegant, "I am an artist of the sword." Upon returning from the restroom, Cheng Zhu immediately noticed the astonished look on Wang Anquan's face. "What is going on?" he asked, perplexed. Wang Anquan hastily removed the headphones and offered Cheng Zhu his seat with utmost respect, as if he were serving a master of the highest order. The ultimate guru for men. That voice is phenomenal, he thought to himself. He sensed that many voice-based streamers could scarcely reach such a level of excellence. Duo queuing with such a senior was nothing short of an auditory feast, a transcendent experience of the spirit. So this was the life Cheng Zhu led? This was the existence he embraced? Wang Anquan felt profoundly transformed. He was utterly in awe. If Cheng Zhu were aware of his current thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him for his lack of ambition. Your perspective is too narrow. Do you think the senior is merely blessed with a lovely voice? Who could have anticipated that such a dulcet tone was paired with an equally flawless and charming visage? Moreover, when purchasing our QQ products, one must opt for the larger sizes. As the game concluded, Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu exchanged brief farewells. Lin Lu did not forget to extend a wave of blessings, wishing you great success in e-commerce. And remember, when you earn a fortune, do send me a few pieces to wear. Farewell. Cheng Zhu exited the game and removed his headphones. Just as he turned his head, he was startled by Wang Anquan's expression. "What's wrong?" Cheng Zhu inquired with curiosity. "Brother Zhu, I implore you to hold a class. I wish to attend." Chapter 40. Lin Lu's first class. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Anquan's youthful naivete. It was evident that he had a crush. And though Cheng Zhu had no intention of putting on airs before him, he found himself inadvertently showcasing his own charm. In all honesty, Wang Anquan confessed, "Brother Zhu, when you went to the restroom, I reflexively put on my headphones." This senior said a line from a voice actress. "She's incredible." "Oh, I forgot to mention. She's a voice actress," Cheng Zhu briefly explained. In his eyes, Wang Anquan was his most loyal sidekick, and he believed there would be opportunities for him to meet Lin Lu in the future. Therefore, a simple introduction was nothing out of the ordinary. However, this revelation struck Wang Anquan differently. A voice actress? That's impressive. He had not anticipated that she was a professional. With such an impressive array of attributes, being a senior and a voice actress, if she also possessed decent looks, she would undoubtedly be the envy of many in the university. Suddenly, a thought crossed Wang Anquan's mind, and he exclaimed, "Brother Zhu, since she's a voice actress, she must be searchable online, right?" Cheng Zhu, realizing he was unaware of Lin Lu's works, opened Baidu and typed in her name. It dawned on him, and he chuckled, "We're such fools. She must have a stage name, just like online writers have pen names." As he scrolled, he found no voice acting-related content, but he did stumble upon Lin Lu's name on a forum. It was quite normal for Lin Lu's name to appear in the forum of a technical university, as Cheng Zhu recognized her as a top-tier beauty among sweet girls. To his surprise, he also found several posts about her on the forum of the nearby Measurement University. Hangzhou's Xiaxia area was known for its concentration of universities, some merely streets apart. So, Lin Lu is popular even beyond her own school? That's impressive, Cheng Zhu mused. He clicked on a few posts and was amused by one titled The School Beauty Contest. "I believe Lin Lu is the school beauty of our technical university. How could there be such a sweet and charming girl in the world?" The very term girl evoked a sense of nostalgia in Cheng Zhu. Shun Qingning, will be the first to disagree. The goddess who drives a Range Rover to school. There was even someone championing the wealthy Shun Qingning. Cute pales in comparison to sexy. I think Jiangxin is the true school beauty. Cheng Zhu silently noted the name Jiangxi, and Wang Anquan, watching the screen, was increasingly bewildered. "Brother Zhu, we came to search for this senior's voice acting works, and instead, you found a beauty contest post?" And there are so many comments below. While the post content indicated a debate, it was a normal occurrence. After all, beauty is subjective. No single girl could universally be deemed the most beautiful by the entire school. However, one must understand that the average person was not meant to participate in such beauty contests. Even Wang Anquan, despite his simplicity, could discern the high caliber of this voice actress's attractiveness. "Brother Zhu, this is unbelievable. Let us get started with the class," Wang Anquan exclaimed, nearly kneeling to grasp Cheng Zhu's leg. "Charging a fee is fine. Just deduct it from my salary." He had completely elevated Cheng Zhu to an almost divine status. "Brother Zhu, give me a sign, grant me a touch, turn my fortunes around." Ultimately, Cheng Zhu did not impart any lessons to Wang Anquan, believing that with his life experience, he would not understand any insights shared. Rather, he thought, "This kid seems to have too much time on his hands. Perhaps I should assign him more challenging tasks." The next half hour was dedicated to an internal meeting of the QQ shop, albeit with only 2 participants. Cheng Zhu maintained a serious demeanor, even taking photos to commemorate the occasion. He recalled that many entrepreneurs, in the early stages of their ventures, would document everything like it was a documentary. Most ended up becoming successful figures. During this process, Cheng Zhu pointed out some of Wang Anquan's shortcomings, which Wang Anquan humbly noted, jotting down several phrases in his memo. This was one of the reasons Cheng Zhu valued him, both emotionally and rationally. Wang Anquan was a childhood friend, and his father, a firefighter, had once helped Cheng Zhu's family in times of need. Wang Anquan harbored no ill intentions towards him, making him trustworthy and diligent. Cheng Zhu had never regarded Wang Anquan as exceptionally intelligent. However, he had steadily improved while working alongside Cheng Zhu for many years, which was a commendable feat. As the meeting concluded, Wang Anquan asked, "Brother Zhu, where did you learn all this knowledge and experience?" Cheng Zhu chuckled, "In my dreams." Wang Anquan did not probe further. He was eager to digest Cheng Zhu's words before bedtime. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in Hangzhou, Lin Lu lounged in a white knee-length nightgown on a rocking chair in her spacious bedroom, which spanned over 40 square meters and featured a small balcony. During the renovation, the balcony had been enclosed with single-pane glass, transforming it into a small sunroom that expanded the room's area. She had arranged a soft and comfortable chaise lounge there, along with a small coffee table. As the rocking chair swayed, Lin Lu hummed a little tune, her fair legs gently swinging in the air. She picked up her phone and initiated a video call with Shun Qingning. The call was promptly declined, and it switched to a voice call. "How many times must I tell you not to just pop up with video calls?" Shun Qingning's cool voice came through. "Well, it's true. I missed you," Lin Lu replied playfully, adopting a tone reminiscent of a domineering CEO addressing his beloved wife. "I'm not swayed by that. Spare me the theatrics." Shun Qingning remained indifferent. "What would you prefer? I can adapt," the confident voice actress asserted. Shun Qingning sighed. Save your talents for your future boyfriend. I cannot bear such a fortune. Whoever that lucky guy is, he'll surely have a blissful time with me. I can mimic various women and scenarios with my voice. Wow. Lin Lu began to boast. At this point, she sincerely reverted to her previous playful tone, saying, All right, I'll concede this time. Are you gaming with him? Online or offline? Shun Qingning inquired, her tone slightly probing. Of course, it's online duo play. What else could it be? Playing together at an internet CAF? Lin Lu replied. Shun Qingning, whether intentionally or not, casually remarked, This is the first time I've seen you duo playing games with a boy. Oh, I just realized that. I must document this. Lin Lu exclaimed, springing up from the rocking chair, her bare feet searching for her slippers. Shun Qingning recalled that Lin Lu kept a record book where she noted significant moments in her life. Lin Lu was known for her passion for documenting her life through photography, video recordings, and journaling, a habit she had developed after her grandmother's passing when she was 16. Prior to that, she had not been inclined toward such activities. At this moment, she retrieved a locked notebook from the drawer. Only after entering a 4-digit code could the notebook be unlocked. She swiftly turned the pages, and the name Shun Qingning, or her nickname Ningning, appeared most frequently in the recent entries. Soon, she arrived at a pristine page. Initially, she and T thought much of playing games together. Hence, she and T felt the need to document it. However, upon Shun Qingning's suggestion, she suddenly felt it might be worthwhile to jot it down. Lin Lu began to inscribe. August 3rd, the first time playing a duo with a boy. Upon finishing, she playfully poked her cheek with the pen's tip and quickly struck through the word boy, drawing a line through it. Below, she added a parenthesis and inscribed Cheng Zhu's name within. Chapter 41. Opening a store for you inside the room, Lin Lu, with her delicate feet clad in slippers, rhythmically raised and lowered her toes, tapping against the wooden floor. Her gaze fell upon the open ledger on her desk, specifically on the name Cheng Zhu, eliciting an oddly peculiar sensation within her heart. A fleeting impulse to strike through his name crossed her mind, yet she ultimately decided it would be more appropriate to simply write it down. After all, they were friends, and friends ought to be generous and straightforward. Not writing his name would only betray a sense of guilt, she mused. It was she who had initially invited Cheng Zhu to play games together. However, she had not anticipated that their skills would be equally lackluster, each showcasing their own unique brand of ineptitude. Strangely enough, she found no irritation in this. The mutual banter between two novice players proved to be quite entertaining. Just today, she learned a new term. During one of their games, she executed a completely ineffective flash, failing to dodge any skills or evasion attempts. Cheng Zhu happened to witness her demise and promptly remarked with a chuckle that she had performed a flash grave relocation. The voice actress smiled as she closed her ledger and placed it into the drawer. Since her grandmother's passing, she had maintained this habit. The impetus for this change was a poignant phrase she had encountered. Pausing time is indeed a divine skill, yet photography and recording allow us to glimpse the divine's abilities. Upon reading this, she felt a profound sense of regret. She had scarcely taken photographs with her grandmother. Consequently, she began to diligently document her life. In essence, her grandmother's departure had altered certain habits, influencing the minutiae of her existence. The loss of a loved one is not a fleeting storm, but a lifelong humidity. As for Shun Qingning, she was not particularly fond of photography or recording. Initially, Lin Lu would often urge her to take pictures together, causing her some discomfort. However, as Lin Lu grew to understand Shun Qingning's perspective, the reserved girl gradually became more amenable. After their voice call concluded, what was Shun Qingning doing? The cool and composed girl found herself lost in thought for about half a minute. Then, she picked up her phone and sent a message in their family group chat, which included Xin Minglang, Jiangwan Zhou, and her older cousin. Shun Qingning, do you think there is something going on between Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu? In this group, only her older cousin was not in Hangzhou, working in Beijing, and thus missed Xin Minglang's birthday celebration. Yet, he remained the most active participant in the chat. Older cousin, Lin Lu? You mean that sweet girl who is a voice actress? Xin Minglang, what is the issue? Jiangwan Zhou, I think there is something off as well. Older cousin, by the way, who exactly is Cheng Zhu? No one ever told me last time. Shen Minglang. Now that you mention it, I've noticed their frequency of chatting in the group has significantly decreased recently. Jiang Wanzhou. That's just scratching the surface. Come on, older cousin, what? You all have a separate group without me? Shen Qingning. I feel like Lin Lu enjoys playing with him. Shen Minglang. What is so surprising about that? I enjoy playing with my cousin too. Older cousin. If no one pays attention to me, I'll leave the group. Jiang Wanzhou. No. Shen Minglang. You're such a fool. You still don't get it. Shen Minglang. How can I not understand? Am I clueless about Lin Lu or Cheng Zhu? Older cousin, no. Who the hell is Cheng Zhu? In the family group, Shen Qingning hesitated repeatedly, ultimately refraining from delving deeper. She could not very well state definitively that Lin Lu harbored feelings for Cheng Zhu. Only Shen Minglang, adopting the tone of someone with experience, remarked, "Oh, come on. Little Lu is so beautiful and has a lovely voice. It's only natural for young ones to feel a bit smitten. However," he added, "but I'm so exceptional, and I still have no fate with little Lu. So Cheng Zhu is even less likely to succeed. If he manages to win Lin Lu over, I'll wash his underwear for a year. He would soon learn to maintain his place." Being content as friends seemed quite splendid. Playing together was undoubtedly enjoyable, wasn't it? Clearly, when he uttered this phrase about playing together, he gave no thought to the feelings of his older cousin, who was far away in Beijing. At this moment, the older cousin erupted in the group chat with the same impotent fury as before. "Seriously, no one is paying attention to me. What am I even doing in this group?" As night fell, Cheng Zhu left the restaurant with Xiao Yuzi after dinner for a leisurely stroll. While he claimed to be walking for exercise, his true intention was to check if the small supermarket had begun its transfer process. Hand in hand, they strolled at a leisurely pace. Cheng Yuzi, being petite, struggled to keep up with his long strides. The sultry summer weather of August made their clasped hands prone to perspiration. Whenever she felt her palms becoming sticky, she would wipe them against her little skirt before promptly slipping her hand back into Cheng Zhu's. Xiao Yuzi was the sort of child who rarely made demands, remaining quiet and composed, unlike some children who would throw tantrums in public when denied their requests. Cheng Zhu paused and looked down, asking, "Would you like something to drink?" Cheng Zhu couldn't help but chuckle at her. After a hearty laugh, he said, "Brother has recently made a little money." It's curious how conversations with sweet children naturally invite a softer tone. Cheng Zhu, typically one to curse without restraint, softened his speech around Xiao Yuzi. She looked up at him with her big eyes, her braids swaying as she tilted her head back, and replied, "Then let us have a drink occasionally." Due to her mother, Su Yun, frequently restricting her intake of snacks and milk tea, always insisting she could only indulge once in a while, the young girl had already learned to define once in a while flexibly at her tender age. Regardless of the frequency, she would mutter to herself each time she indulged, "I'm just having it once in a while." Cheng Zhu took her to place the order, lifting her so she could choose for herself. After a lengthy deliberation, she hesitantly inquired, "Sister, which milk tea is the cheapest? And it has to be sweet. I can't handle sour." Cheng Zhu found her amusing and replied, "It's not that serious." He ordered her favorite flavor and even added coconut jelly, as she had a particular fondness for it, unlike tapioca pearls. After paying, Cheng Zhu snapped a photo of Xiao Yuzi while waiting for the milk tea and shared it in the group chat, specifically tagging Jiang Wanzhou. "Didn't you want to acknowledge a little sister? Xiao Yuzi wants milk tea. Shouldn't he show some support?" Moments latte. Jiang Wanzhou sent a generous red envelope in the chat, sufficient to cover 2 cups of milk tea, effectively treating Cheng Zhu to one. "I'm truly moved," he thought. Nearly in tears, Lin Lu chimed in, "Wow, your sister is adorable." Shen Minglang, always eager to engage in such topics, added, "Ningning was also very cute when she was little, but sadly, she is not so cute anymore as she grew up." Shen Qingning, although she had seen the WeChat messages, chose to ignore him. As the milk tea was prepared, Xiao Yuzi sweetly thanked the staff. "Thank you, sister." Cheng Zhu, with a serious expression, reminded her, "I paid for it, so you should thank me too." "Thank you, brother," Xiao Yuzi replied. As for Jiang Wanzhou, Cheng Zhu did not even mention her. With the prospect of milk tea, Xiao Yuzi's pace quickened, and soon the two arrived at the small supermarket. Cheng Zhu had visited just the day before, and while no transfer notice was posted then, today it had finally been affixed. Just as a table of customers finished their meal, Cheng Zhu stepped in to assist his mother with clearing the table. While tidying up, he casually shared his recent experiences, much like he would during a casual family chat. He recounted a visit to a supermarket where he encountered a girl and an old man causing a commotion because the girl had gotten into trouble with the supermarket owner. Cheng Zhu's storytelling resembled a comedic performance, as he even played both parts in his narrative. Su Yun shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "You have quite the gift of gab, don't you? I wonder who you take after." At that moment, Cheng Zhu turned to see his little sister, Xiao Yuzi. Listening earnestly, he knew she couldn't fully comprehend, yet in her eyes, a supermarket that sold snacks was among the most remarkable places in the world, on par with a bubble tea shop. So she listened intently regardless. A thought crossed Cheng Zhu's mind, and he asked, "What kind of shop do you want to open when you grow up, Xiao Yuzi?" The little girl hesitated considerably before finally choosing between a supermarket and a bubble tea shop, declaring, "A bubble tea shop." Cheng Zhu gently patted her head and, in front of their mother, proclaimed proudly, "All right, when I earn money, I will open one for you." To which Xiao Yuzi responded with eager anticipation, "Can we make a pinky promise?" "Of course," Cheng Zhu replied with a smile, extending his hand. At that moment, Lao Cheng happened to have no vegetables to stir-fry, so he emerged from the kitchen to enjoy a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. Su Yun immediately chimed in, "Lao Cheng, your son is boasting that he will open a bubble tea shop for your daughter in the future." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of defiance, retorted, "Mom, you're mistaken. I never said I would open one for her." Chapter 42. It was my fault several days have passed. During this time, Cheng Zhu has been extraordinarily busy. The factory owner supplying Cheng Zhu in Guanyin County is named Chinbin, and the two have become quite familiar with one another. Chinbin never anticipated that this somewhat roguish young man could sell merchandise so effectively. It's a new store, and how is it possible to receive so many orders in just a few days? Chen Bin Muzit. He had collaborated with e-commerce businesses before and understood the magnitude of this achievement. Just yesterday, their factory's largest client visited, prompting Chinbin to invite this significant customer to a hotel for dinner. As they dined, exchanging toasts and merriment, Chinbin, intrigued, inquired about the status of a newly opened chain store specializing in QQ products, named Persist and Visit. The major client, who had previously dabbled in e-commerce with disastrous results, fell silent upon reviewing the data from Persist and Visit. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Old Chun, do you know who operates this store?" "What's the matter?" Chinbin asked. "The owner hasn't hired an operator. It's a young lad managing it himself." The man sighed, raising his glass to clink with Chun Bin's, saying, "Well, there's nothing to be done then. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider poaching such talent. The compensation would be negotiable." In that brief exchange, Chinbin grasped the situation. He recalled the last time they met, standing outside the factory while smoking. The young man had confidently surveyed the premises and proclaimed, "Boss, if our collaboration goes well, you should prepare for next year. You'll need to hire more staff and add more production lines. If this store, Persist and Visit, can indeed maintain its momentum, it may very well ascend to the top 10 in its category." "Damn it, it seems the youth are indeed clever," Chunbin mused repeatedly. The afternoon sun blazed in Hangzhou. Cheng Zhu was reviewing a negative review in the backend system. The review stated, "Poor gathering effect." Upon checking the size purchased, he noted it was indeed the smallest size. Cheng Zhu felt a twinge of helplessness regarding such feedback. Damn it, we're selling QQ products, not magic items. How can one gather when they themselves are squeezed front to back? Yet they insist on purchasing this model. Isn't that merely amplifying the flaw? Nevertheless, as an e-commerce merchant, addressing negative reviews is imperative. Cheng Zhu promptly delegated this task to Wang Anxuan, who had been growing rapidly in his role and should be able to handle it. Indeed, Wang Anxuan immediately reached out to the customer. Upon discovering she was a female customer, he swiftly remarked, "Dear, doesn't your boyfriend find the small size rather endearing?" He then proceeded to shower her with compliments. Cheng Zhu had long recognized Wang Anxuan's potential for flattery. The customer is king, and this particular king was entrusted to him for his adulation. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Zhu's phone rang. It was his mother. However, upon answering, he heard the voice of his younger sister, Xiaoyu. Brother, Mom says to wait a moment. We're going to Grandpa's house for dinner. All right, Cheng Zhu replied. After hanging up, he surmised that his parents must have discussed the transfer of the supermarket business with the owner. His intuition suggested that today's dinner at Grandpa's might be a quest for financial assistance. The business at Yunlai restaurant was indeed stable, but with both a son and a daughter to support, the family's savings were hardly substantial. They must have calculated that they were slightly short on funds. Cheng Zhu's grandparents had passed away early, long before his father married. Thus, neither Cheng Zhu nor Xiaoyu had ever met their grandparents. With no parents of his own, Cheng Zhu's father had been a poor lad in his youth, effectively making him a quasi-son-in-law, as their family had once resided in Cheng Zhu's grandfather's house. Cheng Zhu's grandfather had once been a chef, imparting his culinary skills to Cheng Zhu's father, which led to the establishment of Yunlai restaurant. To Cheng Zhu's father, the elderly man was both a father-in-law and a mentor, commanding both respect and apprehension. In his rebellious years, if Cheng Zhu faced punishment from his father, he would sometimes call his grandfather to report the wrongdoing. This grandfather had some savings, and when Cheng Zhu was accepted into university, he generously gifted him a red envelope containing 5,000 yuan. The elderly man's reasoning was simple. He was aging and uncertain of how much longer he would live. Money, after all, is not taken with us in death, so it was better to be generous to his grandchildren. Thus, it was thanks to his grandfather that Cheng Zhu possessed sufficient capital to venture into the World Cup. After winning money during the World Cup, he had even spent an afternoon buying fruits to visit his grandparents. However, he believed that once he earned significant wealth, things would improve. Currently, Cheng Zhu maintained a routine of visiting his grandparents once a week. It is a harsh yet realistic truth that many people can count the remaining opportunities to see their elders. Last weekend, Cheng Zhu did not visit his grandparents because the store had finally stabilized, leaving him exceptionally busy. Even when Jiang Wanzhou invited him to the movies, he declined. Speaking of which, the film currently screening during the summer rush is titled Tiny Times. In Cheng Zhu's view, if his parents were indeed seeking financial assistance from their grandfather, it would not be entirely unfavorable given the circumstances. First, he had confidence in their community fresh supermarket venture. They would certainly be able to repay the money. Secondly, his uncle, the gambler, was known for swindling money, and coincidentally, their family was already in debt. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Suyin arrived at her parents' house with her son and daughter. Cheng Zhu's father was absent, as someone needed to manage the restaurant. Outside, Xiaoyu knocked on the door. Instantly, the voice of Grandpa, Su Chonglin, rang out, feigning ignorance. Who is knocking at the door? Grandpa, it's me. Xiaoyu chimed in sweetly. Once the door opened, a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through, delightful and inviting. Ah, it smells wonderful. Cheng Zhu exclaimed. I stewed a free-range chicken. Grandpa Su Chonglin replied with a smile. Cheng Zhu had always been uncertain whether free-range chickens and eggs genuinely possessed superior nutritional value. He only knew that they seemed to taste better. Upon entering the living room, he noticed it was relatively cool, indicating that the air conditioning had only recently been turned on. Typically, the elderly would only cool the bedrooms and rarely the living room. In this case, it seemed they had calculated the time well, anticipating their grandchildren's arrival. Hence, the air conditioning in the living room was turned on early. During dinner, although Cheng Zhu's father's culinary skills were inherited from his grandfather, resulting in many similar flavors, Cheng Zhu relished the meal immensely. He devoured his food with gusto, only stopping once he felt full. He understood that the elderly found joy in such simple pleasures. If he ate with enthusiasm, it would delight them. Conversely, if he ate sparingly, they would worry if they had done something wrong. As people age, they often become sensitive like children. After the meal, Grandma went to the kitchen to cut fruits, while Grandpa seemed to recall something and rose to open the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of fresh milk. Cheerfully, he approached the sofa and placed 1 bottle in front of both Cheng Zhu and Xiaoyu. Cheng Zhu had grown somewhat accustomed to this routine, aside from last week. He had been visiting almost weekly, each time greeted with fresh milk, clearly prepared with care by his grandfather. Little Yuzu was preoccupied with the television, oblivious to the milk. Cheng Zhu eagerly unscrewed the cap, ready to indulge. However, after taking a sip, he swiftly realized that something was amiss. The shelf life of fresh milk is rather brief, and it seemed it had indeed spoiled. It was likely the same milk intended for him last week, but his busy schedule had prevented his visit. Although Cheng Zhu had managed to feign enjoyment, the astute elder soon noticed a hint of something wrong. Upon inspecting the bottle, he sighed in dismay. "Oh dear, my memory fails me. This has been sitting here for over 10 days. It wasn't the cost that troubled him, but rather the thought of serving his beloved grandson spoiled milk." The elderly gentleman hurriedly rose to pour Cheng Zhu some water, muttering to himself incessantly, "Oh dear, I'm becoming forgetful, truly forgetful. You see, it's been nearly half a month since your last visit, and now I've offered you expired milk." He continued to repeat those words, forgetful, truly forgetful. Hearing his words, Cheng Zhu felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. He contemplated the necessity of hiring additional help. Many tasks need not require his direct involvement. He needed to carve out time in his schedule to maintain his weekly visits as consistently as possible. For he understood well that the spoilage of food was not the fault of his elders. Chapter 43. The astounded boss Shun, after approximately 2 minutes. Cheng Zhu's grandmother emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sliced oranges. Suyin glanced at her parents and informed them that she had a matter to discuss, prompting the three of them to enter a room together, while Cheng Zhu remained in the living room watching television with Xiao Yuzi. This only strengthened Cheng Zhu's conviction that his mother was indeed there to ask for money. At that moment, the television was broadcasting Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Cheng Zhu sat with Xiao Yuzi, engrossed in the antics of the character Fei Yangyang, who was infatuated with Mei Yangyang, even as she disdainfully rejected being cooked alongside him by the big bad wolf. Cheng Zhu knew his mother was easily moved to tears, likely having succumbed to some heartfelt words from his grandparents. He recalled that even now, every year during the New Year celebrations, she received a red envelope from them. Whenever she declined it, his grandfather would scold her, saying, "Who says that a daughter married off cannot still receive money from her father?" The family lingered at the grandparents' home for another half hour, during which they all kept Xiao Yuzi company while she watched cartoons. Once they got into the car, Suyin turned to Cheng Zhu and said, "Did you not mention a small supermarket that was up for transfer last time? Your father and I want to take a look, and we're considering opening a fresh produce store." "Really? Is that true?" A look of astonishment washed over Cheng Zhu's face as he felt as if he were in a script for a Beijing Film Academy textbook. Su Jun, oblivious to his excitement, nodded and continued, "Your father and I thought we should take advantage of our current vigor to undertake more ventures. As we grow older, we may find ourselves willing but unable." Cheng Zhu returned to his usual playful demeanor and quipped, "Just don't overexert yourselves. Your son is destined for great success." Such confidence. Suyin chuckled lightly, but did not pursue the topic further, merely stating, "Well, I shall look forward to it a little." Cheng Zhu's parents were not like some who preferred to employ discouraging educational tactics. They would not undermine their child's confidence. In Lao Cheng's view, a man without ambition could never achieve greatness. While he might not earn a substantial income to bolster his son's confidence, he at least refrained from constantly belittling him and fostering insecurity. Upon arriving home, Suyin instructed Cheng Zhu to take Xiao Yuzi upstairs to wash up while she went to the restaurant to discuss matters with Lao Cheng. Cheng Zhu nodded and took Xiao Yuzi's small hand as they ascended the stairs. In the brief moments while Xiao Yuzi brushed her teeth and bathed, Cheng Zhu opened his computer to check the back end of his store. He was currently promoting a product known as the stepmother skirt. At first glance, the skirt appeared unremarkable from the front. However, the intrigue lay in its back and the side slits. The name stepmother skirt had only recently gained popularity, a product born from the whimsical creativity of internet users. Undeniably, the name evoked a sense of taboo, making it particularly eye-catching in 2014, likely capable of igniting a trend. Moreover, the style, imbued with elegance, diverged significantly from mainstream QQ products, which typically favored a more direct approach, focusing on immediate visual impact. In contrast, the enigmatic nature of this product was relatively rare in the market. Cheng Zhu recalled a gray knitted dress with a hollowed back that had gone viral online for a time. He intended to have the factory produce that style as well. Naturally, relying solely on innovation was insufficient in the domestic market, as a horde of imitators would soon emerge to seize a share of the profits. Cheng Zhu was acutely aware of this. The sales of his stepmother's skirt were steadily increasing, and he surmised it would not be long before many other stores introduced similar styles, adopting the same name. However, he remained unfazed, knowing he had several other strategies up his sleeve and resolved to savor the current success before worrying about competitors. As he muttered to himself, he silenced his phone, noticing several messages on WeChat. To his surprise, they were from Shen Minglang. Cheng Zhu and this cousin usually chatted in their group, but seldom privately. Shen Minglang was inquiring about the name of his e-commerce store, as he had been developing a relationship with the internet celebrity Sun Yu, who was thriving and was keen to support his cousin's business. Cheng Zhu found himself amused by the thought of Shen Minglang, typically frivolous in nature, turning into a high-spending customer. "Are you not selling anything inappropriate?" Shen Minglang jested. Cheng Zhu recognized that despite Shen Minglang's carefree demeanor, he was quite reliable. Consequently, he promptly sent him the link to his store. "Is it truly that enjoyable to browse?" Cheng Zhu mused, then checked the back end again, only to find Shen Minglang placing orders in a frenzy. He bought everything? Cheng Zhu was momentarily taken aback, realizing his cousin was quite generous. Meanwhile, in a villa in Hangzhou, Shen Minglang willingly opened his wallet, astonished by the quality of the products in the store. "Goodness, I didn't realize you were running such an exceptional store," he exclaimed. The impressive photo editing skills of Cheng Zhu had rendered the models nearly unrecognizable, blending the lines between reality and illusion, leaving Shen Minglang momentarily confused. He examined the best-selling items and was impressed. This particular piece had sold over 1,000 units in just a short time. "Not bad at all. This design is remarkable, filled with clever details." Shen Minglang was clearly discerning. When he saw the name of the item, he nearly spewed his drink. "Stepmother's skirt. Absolutely brilliant. Who came up with such a name?" Shen Minglang was genuinely astounded. Though he had a playful disposition, he was also well aware, due to his upbringing, of the significance of a compelling product name for subsequent promotion and marketing. Previously, he had considered Cheng Zhu merely an amusing companion with various skills and a knack for conversation. However, he now recognized that his cousin was not ordinary. What 18-year-old high school graduate possesses such acumen? Shen Minglang reflected on his own high school days and the caliber of his peers, realizing the stark contrast. In that era, he received a scholarship red envelope from his family and impulsively invested over 100,000 yuan in the game Fantasy Westward Journey. Surprisingly, upon withdrawing from the game, he even managed to make a profit. Shen Minglang felt incredibly impressive. However, in retrospect, it truly is a case of comparing goods that ought to be discarded and people whose worth is diminished. The audacity to bet on a score of 0-0 during the World Cup and the ingenuity to sell such items in e-commerce, coupled with a myriad of clever tricks and schemes. "My cousin seems to be rather wild." Shen Minglang was astonished. After this enlightening experience, a thought emerged in his mind that was somewhat amusing yet equally profound. Could he possibly be a business prodigy? He had heard his father mention such individuals, despite their youth, possess a remarkable knack for success, destined for limitless achievements. When encountering such a latent dragon, even a fool like you should consider flattering him a little. These were his father's exact words. Chapter 44. Clandestine under the cover of night, Shen Minglang, having purchased all the products from the store he was keen on, took a moment to reprimand Cheng Zhu. "Cousin, why didn't you inform me sooner about such remarkable goods?" "What do you mean by this?" He scoffed. "Go on then. I may be your elder by mere years, but I am in the prime of my vigor." Shen Minglang was indignant. Of course. How else could I have bought them all?" Cheng Zhu replied, not minding to indulge in a few insincere words in front of customers. "Your willingness to buy everything brings me great joy." Such vitality, indeed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two went their separate ways. Shen Minglang even assured Cheng Zhu that he would keep the store's secrets. He pondered to himself that, were he in this line of work, he would also maintain an air of mystery in the early stages. Naturally, once substantial profits were made, it would matter little. In these times, as long as the business is legitimate and one can earn a fortune, that is what truly matters. Once Cheng Zhu finished his work, he reclined on his bed, contemplating the necessity of hiring additional staff and eventually renting a space for a studio. With the current momentum, he was confident that a breakout product could be launched by August. By September, there was a real chance of hitting a sales jackpot. Preparation was essential, he mused. Wang Yuan had now matured into a seasoned customer service representative for their QQ business. Having him train new hires should pose no significant issues. As for whether to hire male or female employees, naturally, males would be preferred. In this line of work, it is essential to have men involved. Only men truly understand men. Young and timid female customer service representatives often struggle to engage comfortably with male clients, unlike their male counterparts, who can banter while simultaneously deriding the opposing party. Cheng Zhu resolved to rent a place in the coming days and procure several affordable computers. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for Shen Minglang to receive his package. He had initially presumed it would be shipped from within the city, but to his surprise, it came from Guanyin County. Cheng Zhu informed him that this was due to a partnership with the factory, which would handle drop shipping, sparing him the cost of renting a warehouse or hiring staff. This revelation made Shen Minglang, who knew little about e-commerce, feel increasingly impressed. Let's not forget that his friend Wang Wei's family sold sports pants. Shen Minglang had often listened to his complaints about the immense pressure of inventory in the clothing e-commerce business, despite the decent profit margins. Cheng Zhu's approach significantly alleviated the initial pressure. Hence, he bestowed upon Cheng Zhu the ultimate male commendation. Impressive. At noon, Shen Minglang and Shen Qingning sat at the dining table, having just finished a sumptuous lunch prepared by their aunt. After the meal, Shen Qingning went to unbox her online purchase, a portable sunshade that had arrived. At the villa entrance, she gathered the packages piled there. Turning to Shen Minglang, who was lounging on the sofa, she asked, "Shall I help you unbox your parcel?" The package was somewhat dirty. Their family's custom was to open parcels at the door, ensuring that no boxes were brought inside. While sprawled on the sofa, Shen Minglang casually replied, "Sure, thank you, Miss Shen, for assisting me." Shen Qingning squatted outside, her slender figure and curvaceous form creating an alluring silhouette as she bent down. The silk pajamas clung tightly, accentuating her curves. However, in an unexpected burst of energy, Shen Minglang suddenly sprang from the sofa. He himself was astonished at his athleticism. It had just dawned on him that he had not made any online purchases recently, aside from visiting Cheng Zhu's store. Therefore, the contents of the package were all too predictable. Without even putting on his slippers, he strode towards the door, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, allow me to unbox it. The sun is fierce at noon, and the UV rays are strong. You should go inside and let your considerate brother handle this." "All right, you go ahead." The aunt should have already prepared the fruit platter, Shen Qingning replied as Shen Minglang gently nudged her inside. 2 minutes later, while savoring a kiwi, Shen Qingning caught sight of her brother, stealthily ascending the stairs with a package cradled in his arms. She glanced up, and with that motion, her elegant jawline was unmistakably highlighted, resembling a noble swan. Her demeanor was cool, and she had no intention of prying. If it were Lin Lu, her lively nature would have likely transformed her into a little detective by now. Once inside, Shen Minglang let out a sigh of relief. He had almost faced social humiliation before his sister. He opened the package and casually extracted an item, muttering, "Cousin, let me inspect the goods." He held the item up, scrutinizing it thoroughly, and gently tugged at it, a satisfied smile spreading across his seasoned visage. The quality was evidently excellent. The texture felt delightful, and it was notably tear-resistant. If it was indeed tear-resistant, that was splendid. Shen Minglang rated the merchandise highly. Good stuff. He seized his phone, snapping pictures, and sent them to the online influencer Sun Yu, accompanied by a bashful emoji. It was clear she was eager to wear it. After completing these tasks, a sudden inspiration struck Shen Minglang. Having never engaged in e-commerce, he lacked a concrete understanding of the achievements of a newly established shop. However, Wang Wei was well-versed in this. He had burned through considerable funds, effectively paying steep tuition fees on Taobao. Recently, his father had even enrolled him in courses, at his age, still needing to attend classes, which was quite comical, Shen Minglang thought. Now, Shen Minglang was purely curious about how far a high school graduate could take their business during the summer break. Cheng Zhu had mentioned previously that he made a bit of money from betting on the World Cup finals and thought about dabbling in small business ventures. Shen Minglang mused. I shall see just how far he has progressed. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and messaged Wang Wei with a standardized script, beginning with, I have a friend. It was not about him, he assured Wang Wei, sharing a screenshot of his orders as proof that he had purchased every item. Shen Minglang remarked, jealous of your carefree life, Lang Ge. Wang Wei had a somewhat sycophantic attitude toward Shen Minglang, being a pragmatic individual who would boast to those below him while fawning over those above. The Shen family and his were not on the same level. True friends would not speak in such a manner. Had they seen Shen Minglang's purchases, they would likely tease him about spending so much for fleeting moments of enjoyment, saying, Son, you certainly know how to indulge. Shen Minglang typed, enough chatter, the store is called persistently visiting. Please take a look for me. All right, I'll check it out. Wang Wei replied. In this era of big data, e-commerce metrics were relatively transparent. One could easily access various data points. Software like Business Advisor and Shengyi Jing provided such functionalities. However, Wang Wei claimed he would only take a quick glance, but ended up scrutinizing the shop's data for over 10 minutes. Shen Minglang felt as if he were witnessing his own past. Heavens, he isn't busy placing orders, is he? What few items? After a considerable wait, Shen Minglang finally received a message from Wang Wei. He had indeed been engrossed in analyzing the shop's data, becoming increasingly meticulous and earnest, utterly astounded by what he discovered. A remarkable talent. Wang Wei could not help but send a message. Lang Ge, may I invite you and your friend to dinner? Chapter 45. The female internet celebrity Wang Wei's stance was unequivocal. As long as Shen Minglang could arrange for this so-called friend to dine with him, the venue was entirely at his discretion. Wang Wei proactively suggested, Brother Lang, how about we go to Gu Mountain House? This restaurant had a per capita cost exceeding 1,000, which was rather extravagant. If they were to indulge in a fine bottle of wine, the meal would indeed be quite costly. Shen Minglang, not being naive, could easily discern from Wang Wei's demeanor just how impressive this newly established restaurant, named Jianxi Access, truly was. Ignoring Wang Wei's invitation, he directly typed, from what you imply, this establishment is rather commendable. Not just commendable. This place is bound to have a surge in orders at any moment. Wang Wei acknowledged, demonstrating some perceptiveness. The operation of this restaurant is extraordinary, truly remarkable. He added, this only deepened Shen Minglang's confusion. Cheng Zhu, a mere high school graduate, where did he acquire such prowess? Could it be that someone in his family was involved in e-commerce? Or perhaps he had received guidance from a mentor? Regardless of the reasons, it was evident that this young man possessed undeniable talent. In contrast, Wang Wei had been endowed with a substantial amount of startup capital from his family and frequently sought advice from prominent e-commerce moguls in Hangzhou. Yet he had not achieved significant success. A mere deadwood, Shen Minglang couldn't help but recall how, on the day of his birthday party, Wang Wei had been posturing in front of Cheng Zhu, attempting to impart wisdom. He wouldn't dare to ask Cheng Zhu anything, especially since Cheng Zhu was secretive about the name of his establishment, not wanting others to know. It would be quite improbable for him to agree to dine with you. Oblivious, Wang Wei quickly typed, all right, thank you, Brother Lang. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Drinks are fine. Just call me anytime. Shen Minglang readily agreed. Sure. Make sure to bring your cousin along. Wang Wei added, I meant Xiao Cheng. Shen Minglang found it increasingly amusing. Xiao Cheng, and the eager desire to consult him. When they actually met, one would surely have to address him as Teacher Cheng. After ensuring that the product from Jianxi Access were well hidden in the room, Shen Minglang descended the stairs. His sister, Shen Qingning, who was leisurely enjoying some fruit, glanced up at him and pointed to the plate across the table, saying, hurry and eat, and he's been cutting it for a while. Shen Minglang nodded and sat down across from his sister, unceremoniously beginning to eat the fruit. As he indulged, he could not suppress his eagerness to share. Hey, I only promised you I wouldn't disclose the name of the shop or what you're selling. I made no other promises. Thus, Shen Minglang revealed to his sister, Ning, I just checked out Cheng Zhu's e-commerce shop, and this kid is really impressive now. He regurgitated some seemingly professional terminology he had gleaned from Wang Wei. as if he were somewhat knowledgeable about e-commerce himself. Shen Qingming casually poked at the fruit platter with her fork, appearing to listen with some seriousness. In Shen Minglang's view, he appeared scholarly, professional, and articulate. To Shen Qingning's ears, however, it sounded like gibberish. Baba, baba baba. Cousin is so amazing. Baba, baba baba. Ultimately, Shen Minglang concluded that kid Cheng Zhu is likely to strike it rich. The cool girl casually pierced a piece of kiwi with her fork and remarked, "Is that so?" Given her understanding of her brother, if Shen Minglang mentioned wealth, it certainly implied a considerable sum. Due to the connections of their parents' generation, many young individuals around the brother and sister had chosen to embark on entrepreneurial ventures at a relatively young age. These individuals typically started from a significantly higher point and enjoyed smoother sailing initially. They possessed the confidence and capital to take risks, allowing them to pursue their ambitions more freely. However, for a high school graduate to independently make a name for himself during the summer before college truly stood out as extraordinary. Shen Qingning placed the kiwi into her rosy lips, slowly chewing and swallowing before inquiring, "What is the name of his shop?" "Huh?" Shen Minglang was taken aback by his sister's question. Initially intending to deflect, he decided to relent and replied, "I promised him I would keep it a secret from you all." This caused Shen Qingning's delicate brows to furrow slightly in confusion. "What's the big deal about keeping it secret? Doesn't he sell women's clothing? Perhaps he doesn't want you all to consume out of friendship. That is just how ambitious young men are." Shen Minglang began to ramble nonsensically. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingning retorted, "Does Lin Lu not know?" Shen Minglang looked at her, perplexed. "Why do you ask that?" Hearing this, Shen Qingning thought, "Indeed, why am I asking this?" She set down her fork and stated, "I'm done eating," before rising to leave the table. As Shen Qingning ascended the stairs to her room, she pondered, "Have I been paying too much attention to them lately?" Upon returning to her room, she donned her headphones and engrossed herself in a romance novel. Who could have imagined that this seemingly aloof and serious ice queen, who attended a polytechnic university and drove a luxury Range Rover, was a devoted fan of romance novels, refusing to read anything that was not lighthearted? She had indeed told Lin Lu once, "Only fools fall in love. The wise do not enter the realm of love." Yet the wise can often indulge in reading love stories. In the afternoon, Cheng Zhu ventured out to view several rental properties and ultimately secure a place. It's hard to believe that even in 2014, rents in Hangzhou were quite steep, he mused. In his previous life, Cheng Zhu had purchased a spacious flat in Hangzhou. He had just stopped to take a look. The area was still an old community, yet to be redeveloped into commercial housing. While property prices had already been relatively high in 2014 compared to prior years, they were still considerably lower than what they would become later. Indeed, not only property prices, but even gold prices would soar significantly in the years to come. Cheng Zhu, being young and accomplished, surely had a few friends working in banks. They often shared gold prices, urging everyone to invest in gold. He had checked the gold prices from 2014 recently, which were notably lower than what they were when he was reborn, a difference of 200. Of course, he had no inclination to hoard properties or gold bars. He possessed numerous strategies to make money work for him. Many great opportunities lay ahead, and he needed to seize them. With a new laptop at home, his parents would not question it too much, merely assuming that Cheng Zhu had purchased it with his graduation red envelope. After all, it was quite normal for a university student to acquire a laptop. Late at night, just as Cheng Zhu was preparing to devise ways to clandestinely promote his shop, he received a WeChat message from Shen Minglang. The message contained several images, all of which were decidedly inappropriate for solitary viewing in the quiet of night. "Cousin, there's a female internet celebrity wearing your stepmother's dress." Chapter 46. Please arrange me freely. Cheng Zhu gazed at the WeChat image sent by Shen Minglang, his immediate reaction being, "You old lecher, searching for petite flasks at this late hour, are you?" It was still 2014. A time when the live streaming industry had yet to gain widespread traction. The year 2016 would later be dubbed the inaugural year of live streaming. For now, it was still early days. During this period, internet celebrities predominantly thrived on platforms like Weibo and were even active on QQ Space. If Cheng Zhu recalled correctly, The influencers of this time wielded considerable influence and generated substantial income. Take Weibo as an example. With a sufficiently large and active follower base, a single advertisement could easily fetch thousands or even tens of thousands. The most prominent Weibo influencers could command fees of over 100,000, rivaling those of celebrities. Just a single top-tier account could generate advertising revenue in the millions. A few tens of millions in 2014 could indeed be deemed impressive. Cheng Zhu had previously explored this industry and had even contacted several well-known companies to obtain their pricing lists. He was familiar with the rates of many prominent influencers mentioned during that era. As he ventured into the e-commerce realm, he had certainly heard of a few renowned female influencers in the sector. Opening an online store was one such endeavor, particularly in the women's clothing industry, where many successful shops were backed by female influencers. One notable example was a former girlfriend of Wang Xikong, a representative figure who amassed wealth through e-commerce, only to later engage in tax evasion. The influencer Shun Minglang had sent to Cheng Zhu had only a few 100,000 followers, likely inflated by numerous fake accounts. Her Weibo post featured 9 images, showcasing herself in a dress from Cheng Zhu's family brand, captured from various angles while skillfully maintaining a tasteful boundary to avoid censorship. She was an experienced provocateur. With 600 to 700 comments, it was quite a considerable engagement. Cheng Zhu mused internally, fully aware that if the designs were appealing and trend-setting, some influencers would certainly purchase them for photo shoots. After all, many smaller influencers were solely focused on attracting attention. Cheng Zhu suspected that it was merely a coincidence that this provocateur caught Shun Minglang's eye, as there were numerous other influencers wearing his clothing that remained unnoticed. Moreover, let's not forget the multitude of benevolent women online, or rather, numerous alluring figures. As long as his store continued to lead trends and embody creativity, they would serve as his unpaid models and promoters. Cheng Zhu had long recognized this potential. One should not underestimate the traffic this could generate. After all, a portion of the lecherous individuals following them could very well be potential customers. Individuals like Shun Minglang might, on a whim, begin searching for similar styles. It seemed that our persistence in accessing the market was yielding benefits beyond just internal traffic. Cheng Zhu smiled, satisfied with this realization. Damn it, you scoundrel. As a frontline reporter, I send you battle reports, and you still extort me. Shun Minglang cursed, insisting, go ahead, post it. Once you do, I'll let everyone know whose clothing she is wearing. Through this small test, Cheng Zhu discovered that Shun Minglang was indeed tight-lipped. He wouldn't stoop so low as to demand that 50 yuan, although if Shun Minglang did share, he would certainly take advantage of that. After a few more casual exchanges with his inexpensive cousin, Cheng Zhu began to immerse himself in work. Our products, even in the dead of night, attracted visitors. As those born under the sign of the rat, we ought to earn this nocturnal income. Days passed swiftly, and the daily sales from persistently accessing the market steadily increased, with the potential for explosive orders at any moment. Cheng Zhu had already hired 2 new employees, one of whom had previously worked at an e-commerce company. One day, while riding his electric scooter to work, he was struck by a vehicle, leading to his resignation to recover. Wang Anquan was subsequently promoted to management, wielding considerable power. Naturally, he still had to handle customer service. The 2 new employees, Zhao Yong and Wang Haitao, were both slender and bespectacled. Initially, they were quite excited to hear that they would be selling QQ lingerie, seemingly more motivated than when selling other products. However, upon seeing their boss, they were taken aback. He looked far too young. Moreover, with the shop's increasingly impressive results, Cheng Zhu's youth only made him appear more formidable. Meanwhile, Lao Cheng and Su Yun, having rented a small supermarket, became increasingly busy as they began preparations for the community fresh supermarket. Such a store did not require overly exquisite decoration. After many days, it was beginning to take shape. As for the name of the fresh supermarket, it was chosen by his mother, Yujia Fresh Supermarket. The name bore little relation to Cheng Zhu, reflecting the family's preference for daughters over sons. In the afternoon, Cheng Zhu received a package from Guan Yun at the studio. It contained samples sent by the factory owner, Chen Bin. This batch of goods integrated much of Cheng Zhu's creativity and ingenuity, incorporating new elements into some classic designs, enhancing the product's playfulness. Chen Bin, listening to his words, appeared quite bewildered. He even began to imagine, could it be that he had personally tested the samples? Youngsters certainly had abundant energy. Wang Anquan observed Cheng Zhu bustling about, wondering where he acquired such experience. It certainly did not seem like mere theoretical knowledge. Ah, theoretical knowledge? Wasn't that a true reflection of us, the paper-wasting individuals? He glanced at Cheng Zhu, who had risen to grab his phone and was heading outside, evidently to discuss more profound issues with Chen Bin. Upon stepping outside, Chen Bin said to Cheng Zhu, "Boss Cheng, let me tell you, many factories here are producing those stepmother dresses. The trend has taken off. Brother Bin, I can't control what other factories do. Just don't sell this to anyone else." Cheng Zhu replied while lighting a cigarette. "Absolutely. Our factory's primary goal is to supply Boss Cheng wholeheartedly," Chen Bin assured. Despite Cheng Zhu always addressing him as Brother Bin, he would not take the bait to call him Cheng Laudi. He consistently referred to him as Boss Cheng. The financier was extending him a courtesy. One would not genuinely believe that aging the financier by a few years made him a brother, would they? In truth, Cheng Zhu did not wish to call him Brother Bin. Every time he saw that name, he was tempted to call him Abin and inquire about his high school grades. Chen Bin specifically mentioned this to convey that many merchants were following the trend, each vying for a piece of the market cake for stepmother dresses. Cheng Zhu had long been aware of this. Not to mention, while managing direct sales, he now struggled to compete for the keyword stepmother dress, with prices skyrocketing daily. Although Cheng Zhu had coined the term, the willingness of others to spend money made it difficult to maintain dominance, due to the heavy financial investment of competitors. When one searched stepmother dress on Taobao, the top advertisements showcased other companies' products. Fortunately, Cheng Zhu had already accumulated considerable sales, and his monthly figures were impressive, entering a positive cycle. Additionally, as a master of under-the-table operations, he was not currently worried about traffic generation. During the conversation, Chen Bin could sense the calmness of his counterpart. He pondered whether it was the youthful lack of urgency or genuine composure. One could never truly discern what thoughts occupied Cheng Zhu's mind. After concluding the call with the factory owner, Cheng Zhu finished his cigarette and gazed out the window. Only then did he take out his phone, preparing to send a WeChat message to Yizi. Recently, he has been exceedingly occupied, finding it necessary to carve out moments to converse with Lin Lu and the others, which has led to a greater neglect of Yizi. Paradoxically, the more indifferent he becomes towards Yizi, the more fervently she seeks his attention. It seems that once that invisible whip manifested, her attributes were laid bare, ensnaring her in this peculiar cycle. Strangely enough, Cheng Zhu had previously remarked on his fondness for the M dynamic, although he claimed that this was merely a fabrication. Yizi remains unwavering in her belief. Cheng Zhu typed, "In the past few days, I've been shooting several new products. The first and third emojis are identical, both depicting a celebratory scene. The only distinction lies in the emoji nestled between these two, which features the text at your service. Chapter 47. My hand is full of royal flushes since her last modeling stint." Yizi has been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase the new collection, a longing that has lingered for quite some time. At last, the moment has arrived for her to don her attire with a light heart. Simultaneously, she has been diligently applying facial masks to nourish her skin. Aware of Cheng Zhu's exceptional photo editing skills, she still strives to maintain her prime model physique. Additionally, she has been actively assisting Cheng Zhu with the operations of his boutique by facilitating buyer showcases. Through her own channels, she has enlisted numerous girls to capture photographs, leading Cheng Zhu to contemplate integrating her into his team. Not to mention, the boutique sales have flourished since she began modeling, bringing her a sense of joy and an unusual satisfaction for her vanity. She frequently checks the sales figures and rankings, feeling a sense of pride as they steadily rise. The two exchanged a few messages on WeChat to confirm their shooting schedule, set for the following afternoon at 1:30. That night, Yizi made a special trip to a beauty salon for a hydration treatment. The next day, she and Cheng Zhu met in the hotel lobby as planned and took the room key to the elevator. Cheng Zhu noticed that she, much like last time, was carrying a large bag. This time, however, it seemed even heavier, prompting him to remark, Perhaps you should consider bringing a small suitcase next time? Possibly. Easy nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, Cheng Zhu promptly said, "You should change. I'll take a few shots of the empty space to gauge the lighting. Today's shoot involves more styles than last time, and the workload is considerable." "All right," Yizi replied, retreating into the bathroom. The efficiency of this shoot was markedly higher than the first. Yizi had learned how to cater to Cheng Zhu's preferences. "Very good, maintain that pose. Just shift your thigh a little to the right," Cheng Zhu instructed. "Yes, excellent. Now tilt your head back a fraction. Hey, no sticking out your tongue. That's unnecessary." Cheng Zhu couldn't help but praise. "Remarkable, remarkable. This is only your second shoot, and you're already resembling a seasoned QQ model." He had essentially paid an amateur's fee for a professional's output. Yeezy shot him a playful glance, exuding charm, and replied, "I have no intention of becoming a professional QQ model. I want to take on anyone else's orders." After completing 2 outfits, they both took a brief respite. Cheng Zhu reviewed the images while Yeezy languidly draped herself in a bathrobe, crossing her legs, her toes playfully dangling from her slippers as she fixed her gaze on him. "I've noticed many people on Taobao replicating our styles lately," Yeezy suddenly remarked. "That's to be expected," Cheng Zhu replied nonchalantly. "Moreover," she continued, "I saw a model from another shop mimicking my poses. Humph. Their physique pales in comparison to mine. What's more infuriating is that they're engaging in price wars, undercutting our prices." Her frustration was palpable, embodying the spirit of a concerned emperor. Cheng Zhu lifted his gaze to her, chuckling. "It's of no consequence. I anticipated this long ago." "Is that so?" She leaned forward slightly, resting half her body on her bent leg, tilting her head to observe Cheng Zhu's profile. "Ah, what a little sycophant." Cheng Zhu had already reviewed all the photos on his camera and was quite pleased with the results of the 2 outfits. In a good mood, he didn't mind indulging Yi Zi in conversation, saying, "Since you're so invested in my boutique, I'll let you in on a little secret." "What secret?" "Y is zisa curiosity piqued. Once this new batch is released, keep an eye on the buyer showcases. I'll be introducing some novel strategies." Cheng Zhu teased her with a hint of mystery. "Using the buyer showcases I shot?" Yi Zi's eyes sparkled. This was her chance to feel involved. "Indeed," Cheng Zhu confirmed. "Were these new strategies?" She pressed. "A commercial secret," Cheng Zhu grinned, refusing to divulge further. The shooting concluded around 5 o'clock. Their synergy had improved significantly, yielding a far more efficient outcome than their previous encounter. Yeezy's experience as a model had also advanced. As previously mentioned, being a QQ model was indeed exhausting, as many poses felt somewhat unnatural. The results were impressive, but maintaining these positions for several minutes induced aches and numbness. Whenever Yeezy's focus wavered, Cheng Zhu would playfully pinch her, serving as a form of encouragement. Surprisingly, she would spring back to life, as if recharged. By the end, Cheng Zhu noticed her skin had turned slightly red from the playful pinches, yet the photographs turned out splendidly. He had a keen appreciation for symmetrical beauty. Thus, the other side of her hips soon received similar treatment. Admittedly, he was not fond of such actions and did not enjoy pinching people. Yeezy had entirely misinterpreted his intentions. He considered himself above such base amusements. After the shoot, Yeezy changed into her bartender uniform. According to her, although Shinming Lang had no shortage of money, he was eager to elevate the bar's status to avoid embarrassment. However, her heart was divided. When discussing the bar, she referred to it as his bar, but when mentioning sales figures, she used the term our boutique. Despite the exhaustion from today's shoot, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. As night fell, Shinming Lang arrived at the bar. He noticed that Yeezy appeared to be in high spirits, her face aglow with smiles. Indeed, the business was thriving, and as a member of the bar, she must have felt quite pleased, he mused. Afterward, he quickly edited the photos, knowing they would prove useful later. Once completed, Cheng Zhu opened Taobao to investigate his competitors. Some small shops posed little threat, but the larger establishments were a different story. Cheng Zhu thought to himself, some of these shops have been in operation for many years, boasting a solid fan base and ample financial resources. They're vying for the top spots within the same category. The term stepmother skirt had garnered considerable buzz online, creating a bit of a viral effect, with netizens sharing it widely. As mentioned before, the keyword stepmother skirt in the direct traffic ads had seen prices soar. They were aggressively competing. Big shops, the term you coined is fantastic, but now it belongs to me. Big shops, your design is quite impressive. I shall first emulate it as a sign of respect. Cheng Zhu silently noted the names of these shops, murmuring to himself, "Let us have some fun with this." When his boutique began to rise, it was akin to sitting at a gaming table where the opponents were surrounded by chips, money, heritage, a solid fan base. These were all stakes. Cheng Zhu had relatively few chips at his disposal, and he would need to win round by round to gradually accumulate more. Yet he felt no anxiety. Having prospered in his past life, he remained unfazed in this new existence. "I possess nothing but royal flushes," he declared. "Since you all love to imitate others, let me show you that there is still much for you to learn." Cheng Zhu opened Weibo and began reaching out to select influencers, individuals he had previously vetted. It was now 2014, and the realm of comics was still dominated by Japanese manga. However, with the passage of time, a certain country-esque comics within a specific niche had begun to rise dramatically. Perhaps you've heard of Korean comics? Chapter 48. I suspect he is in love. The allure of Korean manhwa proves to be a formidable temptation for countless individuals striving to abstain from indulgence. Its artistic style is distinctive, and its content often invites criticism. Many viewers find themselves exasperated by the blinding radiance of the divine light depicted within these comics. Cheng Zhu, possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience, has certainly encountered several such works, some of which remain indelibly etched in his memory. Their titles still at the tip of his tongue. What led him to this intriguing realm? It was during a period when he had a companion, an ardent fan of Korean manhwa, who frequently invited him to join in her reading escapades, adding an element of enjoyment to the experience. Occasionally, she would even engage Cheng Zhu in playful narrative role-playing. He has often pondered the ephemeral nature of the websites hosting these works, perplexed as to where she sourced them from. Currently, Cheng Zhu's task is rather straightforward: to draw inspiration from the visual style of Korean manhwa and enlist artists to create illustrations. He intends to transform his own photographs into comic-style renderings. In due course, he plans to amalgamate the photographs with the illustrations and post them as a complete showcase for his products. This technique has been adopted by numerous QQ merchants with considerable success, and some shops have even established it as a unique feature. It is worth noting that many people have a particular fondness for the comic medium. Some enthusiasts prefer it to live-action representations. Viewing real people is often mundane, while comics bring a delightful thrill. Years later, amidst the onslaught of online content, many will have become well-versed yet still captivated by this phenomenon. It is only 2014. The Korean manhwa scene has yet to experience its meteoric rise, and the market is ripe for exploration. Indeed, if this venture proves fruitful, a wave of imitators will likely follow. Such is the reality of the world. Barren land remains uncultivated until competition arises. But what of it? I possess a plethora of aces up my sleeve, and when the time comes, I shall unveil new strategies. I shall overtake the competition with such swiftness that they will be left in my dust. Cheng Zhu reached out to several relatively unknown artists on Weibo. Among them were two who would later gain significant popularity, yet at this juncture, they remained obscure. This cohort of artists was notably characterized by a high concentration of seasoned creators. Several well-known artists eventually ascended to the top of Weibo's most popular list, earning the distinction of being irreplaceable by AI. After all, soulless machines lack the perverse charm that these individuals possess. The artist Cheng Zhu selected exhibited remarkable skill, yet appeared to charge modest fees. Should he indeed set a new trend, he could potentially create additional job opportunities for them. It is a fact that many artists struggle to earn a decent income annually. Before long, Cheng Zhu established a collaborative relationship with one artist. The quoted price was within his acceptable range, and the artist seemed eager to earn, indicating willingness to follow Cheng Zhu's directives for the project. Some creative individuals can be rather obstinate. In Cheng Zhu's opinion, the artistic style of Korean manhwa is particularly well-suited to the fashion industry. Otherwise, the term Korean manhwa fashion would not have emerged. Many platforms feature fashion bloggers who adopt this approach, pairing illustrations with real-life outfits, although in reality, Many of these influencers first curate their outfits before creating the corresponding illustrations. At this moment, the artist named Hu Yin had no inkling that the client seeking her services was requesting illustrations for QQ products. The client, indeed, possessed a discerning eye, recognizing her talent for creating alluring content. There was no hiding it. It was simply too evident. Upon hearing Cheng Zhu's requests, Hu Yin experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to discovering a kindred spirit, a partner sharing her vision. Their ideas resonated harmoniously. This collaboration felt promising, Hu Yin mused. However, she sensed that Cheng Zhu might be under the impression that she was male. Little did he know that when it comes to creating enticing content, the finesse of women hold the upper hand. Determined, Hu Yin resolved to work late into the night to produce several illustrations for her new client. The initial collaboration would undoubtedly require some adjustment. Throughout their conversation, Cheng Zhu maintained his usual approach, enthusiastically pitching ideas and negotiating terms. In 2014, this method still bore fruit. Unlike in the years to come, Hu Yin, feeling overwhelmed, found herself eager for long-term projects due to her current low income. Upon receiving the photographs sent by Cheng Zhu, she exclaimed, "Wow, this lady has an incredible figure. This QQ product is fascinating. Paired with my artwork, it would be spectacular. Who could resist such an enticing sight?" Thus, Hu Yin immersed herself in her work. The following day, Cheng Zhu awoke early. To his surprise, he discovered that Hu Yin had sent him images at 4 in the morning. Upon reviewing them, he nodded in approval. "Not bad at all. A few minor adjustments, and they will be ready for use." After completing these modifications, he resumed editing the images. At 3 in the afternoon, he received a message from Hu Yin, revealing that her sleep schedule was quite erratic, as she had managed to sleep until the late afternoon. Cheng Zhu appreciated individuals who demonstrated high efficiency, for he himself was one who acted decisively without succumbing to procrastination. Procrastination is a notoriously difficult affliction to overcome. One might resolve to combat it, only for procrastination to suggest, why not wait a little longer? And more often than not, one truly does wait. By 5 in the afternoon, Cheng Zhu received a message in their group chat indicating that Jiang Wanzhou and others had already set off. Previously, Cheng Zhu had promised to treat his friends to dinner, and today was the day he would host them. He had specifically instructed his mother to reserve the restaurant's only private room. Upon hearing that her son was inviting friends for a meal, Su Yun readily agreed. She and Lao Cheng intended to discreetly observe whether there might be any female acquaintances among Cheng Zhu's guests. It felt as though he was embarking on a romantic endeavor. Su Yun and Lao Cheng had been monitoring the situation for some time, and since their son had taken the initiative to invite a group of friends for dinner, Lao Cheng decided to personally serve in the private room to keep a close watch. Cheng Zhu was now an adult, and while they did not oppose him dating during his youth, they were undeniably curious. Thus, a covert investigation team was established, determined to uncover their son's intentions that evening. However, Lao Cheng and Su Yun had agreed that even if they uncovered undeniable evidence, they would not confront their son directly, pretending to be oblivious. At 5:30, Cheng Zhu peered through the restaurant's glass and observed a white Land Rover backing into the parking space. As the host of the evening, he rose to greet his guests. Su Yun, busy at the cash register, could not help but cast a sidelong glance, observing the scene discreetly. As Cheng Zhu stepped outside, he saw the passenger window of the Land Rover slowly lower, revealing the exquisite visage of Lin Lu. She greeted him with her characteristic smile, displaying her charming dimples. Her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "Cheng Zhu, hello. Hello there." Chapter 49. What right does he have? It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the sun still shone brightly, a remnant of August's warmth. The golden rays illuminated Lin Lu's youthful face, enhancing her radiant beauty. At that moment, Cheng Zhu understood why many love stories often include the phrase "the sun was just right that day." The expressions of the Huaxia people are always restrained, yet laced with romance. It's akin to writing about mountains. One must also depict the soaring birds and the drifting clouds. You may have noticed her in an instant, your gaze fixed solely on her, her presence strikingly vivid in your world, yet you would say that day, the sunlight fell perfectly upon her. Cheng Zhu found Lin Lu's allure stemmed from the vitality she exuded, both inside and out. Her sparkling eyes and charming dimples were the finishing touches. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shun Qingning helplessly rolled up the window of the passenger side, saying, "Can't you just greet them after getting out? Why the rush? Since he has already come out to greet us, I must respond at the first opportunity," Lin Lu exclaimed, quickly unbuckling her seatbelt and grabbing her bag as she exited the car. Shen Qingning sighed and followed suit. Inside the restaurant, Su Yun sat by the cash register, peering through the glass at the incoming guests. With just a glance, her gaze momentarily froze. The first girl who stepped out radiated youthful vigor, instantly captivating. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a hint of playful charm. The second girl, however, possessed a demeanor entirely different from the first. Graceful and dignified, she emanated an aura of wealth, akin to a flower of opulence. Su Yun thought that these two could rival some of the actresses on television. Where did this kid meet them? Su Yun pondered, perplexed. At that moment, Cheng Zhu entered the restaurant with the two girls and briefly introduced them to his mother. Shen Qingning and Lin Lu greeted her warmly and politely. "Hello, Annie." In this day and age, many young people tend to shrink away when encountering parental figures, especially those of friends of the opposite sex. Su Yun felt a surge of pride, thinking how much more beautiful the two girls appeared up close. After their introductions, Cheng Zhu led them into a private room, casually remarking, "Cousin and Jiang Wanzhou are really slow. You two arrived ahead of them." "We were just at a nearby hair salon," Lin Lu replied. Inside the room, Xiao Yuzi was sitting quietly, diligently working on her summer homework. Upon seeing her, Lin Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, your sister is even cuter than in the photos." "Of course, our family's standout feature is our looks," Cheng Zhu boasted. "Call her sister," he instructed Xiao Yuzi. Xiao Yuzi looked up and called out to Lin Lu first, then turned her head to Shen Qingning and addressed her in the same manner. The private room had its own air conditioning, so Cheng Zhu closed the door behind them. The moment the door shut, Su Yun sprang from her post at the cash register and hurried to the kitchen. "Old Cheng, something terrible has happened." In the kitchen, Old Cheng paused mid-cooking, bewildered. Su Yun babbled on, while wiping the sweat from his brow. "So after all this chatter, you're saying your son brought home a friend who is stunningly beautiful?" "Yes, like a fairy." Su Yun struggled to find the right words. Old Cheng continued to stir the vegetables, unabashedly proclaiming, "What is the big deal? I had many beautiful girls interested in me when I was young." Such bravado. Su Yun shot him a glance, but didn't strongly rebut him. After all, Cheng Zhu's grandparents had passed away early. Old Cheng had been a poor orphan, and during his apprenticeship, he had won over his teacher's daughter, indicating he had some charm. Su Yun had indeed been attracted to his looks back then. Even though Old Cheng had lost his youthful figure, he treated his wife and daughter exceptionally well, which kept their marriage strong. "You'll see for yourself later. It's not the kind of beauty you're imagining." Su Yun, a frontline reporter, left the sweltering kitchen. Old Cheng muttered to himself as he continued cooking. "What is so remarkable about it? This little brat, as charm probably doesn't he even compare to mine back in the day." As he reminisced about his glorious past, Su Yun exited the kitchen just as Jiang Wanzhou and Xin Minglang entered the restaurant together. Jiang Wanzhou greeted Su Yun warmly and introduced her companion, "Annie, this is my cousin. Where are Cheng Zhu and Xiao Yuzi?" Jiang Wanzhou inquired. "They're in the private room," Su Yun replied with a smile. "Your Uncle Cheng will make your favorite vinegar stir-fried chicken soon." "Great," Jiang Wanzhou beamed. Xin Minglang glanced around the restaurant, noting that it was even simpler than he had anticipated. However, he was not the kind to categorize friends based on family background. On the contrary, he found Cheng Zhu's ability to thrive in business during summer break without relying on family prestige to be quite impressive. Upon opening the door to the private room, Jiang Wanzhou exclaimed, "Xiao Yuzi, your big brother Jiang is here. Did you miss me?" Xiao Yuzi raised her head, her little braids swaying, and with a small hand, she gestured a distance with her thumb and index finger, saying, "I missed you this much." Jiang Wanzhou dramatically clutched his chest, exclaiming, I've been struck. I've been hit." What greeted him was Cheng Zhu's incredulous expression, reminiscent of a classic meme. An elderly man on the subway looking at his phone. "Isn't it true that you weren't supposed to let Xiao Yuzi recognize me as her godbrother?" Cheng Zhu retorted. "I'll just go find Annie later and make her my godmother. Rebel, how dare you? Cheng Zhu hadn't anticipated this new strategy, letting out an incredulous shout. Just be grateful that I allowed you to call me Big Brother. Cheng Zhu's glare was fierce. He then turned to Xiao Yuzi, instructing, from now on, you should call him Little Sister Jiang. Jiang Wanzhou immediately fumed, pointing dramatically at Cheng Zhu, but in front of Xiao Yuzi, he restrained himself from cursing. At that moment, a knock came at the door, and old Cheng entered the room carrying a plate of cucumber salad and salted peanuts. He had come to satisfy his curiosity about the situation and felt it was time to make an appearance since his son had brought new friends to the restaurant. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find that his wife had not exaggerated. These two girls were indeed extraordinarily beautiful. The sudden influx of visual appeal left old Cheng momentarily dazed. After years of running the restaurant, he had never served such stunning guests, and now two had arrived at once. Could his own daughter be on par with such exquisite beauties? Old Cheng found himself engulfed in deep confusion, pondering, what right does he have? Chapter 50. A poem for you. After old Cheng left the private room, Su Yun immediately approached. I told you. I senti it beautiful, she remarked. Though it pales in comparison to how you looked in your youth, old Cheng seized every opportunity to flatter his wife. Oh please, if the flattery is too insincere, it loses its charm, Su Yun retorted with exasperation. The couple speculated that Cheng Zhu's acquaintances might be connected to Jiang Wanzhou. Cheng Zhu had a somewhat wild nature, and his parents were aware of this trait. However, it was precisely this personality that made them feel more secure about him. In the eyes of middle-aged individuals, if there is too great a disparity in economic strength, it often becomes difficult for friends to enjoy each other's company. For many parents, the sudden emergence of their child among a circle of wealthy peers, arriving in 3 luxury cars for a meal, would naturally evoke a sense of concern. Concurrently, they might feel a pang of insecurity, comparing themselves to the parents of these affluent children, and some might even harbor a sense of guilt towards their own offspring. That said, Cheng Zhu had always donned a school bully's visage, with a slightly rogue charm, yet he had never done anything that caused his parents significant worry. Old Cheng and Su Yun felt relatively at ease with him. Earlier, they had suspected Cheng Zhu was in a romantic relationship, but for some inexplicable reason, that thought had since dissipated. Inside the private room, Xiao Yuzi had initially been engrossed in her summer homework. However, with the current lively atmosphere, concentrating became impossible. Instead, Lin Lu and Shun Qingning flanked her, curiously wondering what kind of summer assignment a kindergarten child could possibly have. Do we have homework when we were in kindergarten? Lin Lu inquired. Cheng Zhu observed them and replied, her summer homework is entirely optional. There are no strict requirements in kindergarten. She simply has a strong passion for learning. He chuckled. In truth, some children exhibit a fervent desire to learn at a young age, only for that enthusiasm to abruptly vanish as they grow older. Upon hearing her brother praise her for loving to learn, Xiao Yuzi straightened her back and lifted her chin, as if receiving a commendation. Jiang Wanzhou, munching on cucumber salad nearby, asked Xiao Yuzi, tell Brother Jiang what homework you need to complete today. I can help you, and I'm definitely better than your brother. Impossible. Xiao Yuzi immediately countered. Jiang Wanzhou remained unfazed, smiling as he said, why not? I'm quite adept at teaching children. Cheng Zhu refrained from interjecting, knowing full well Jiang Wanzhou was indeed skilled in this regard. He was a compassionate individual, often found at welfare institutions, where he easily connected with many children. In a past life, Cheng Zhu regarded one of Jiang Wanzhou's most impressive feats as donating to a Hope primary school, funded entirely by his own earnings. In that moment, Cheng Zhu thought Jiang Wanzhou truly embodied the essence of a domineering CEO. Lin Lu, equally curious, asked Xiao Yuzi, tell your sister what learning task you have today. Cheng Yu spoke up. The teacher said we need to memorize 3 poems over the summer. Any poems we wish. Instantly, the private room buzzed with excitement. After all, who doesn't know a few poems? Especially when teaching kindergarten children, one must select simple ones. As long as one is not illiterate, everyone has something to share. The room erupted into a cacophony, causing Cheng Zhu a headache. With Jiang Wanzhou, Shen Minglang, and Lin Lu, the trio of lively characters, chaos was inevitable. Jiang Wanzhou recited, goose, 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 while Lin Lu, in an attempt to capture Xiao Yuzi's attention, unleashed her unique talent and began imitating a goose. Shen Minglang vehemently opposed, insisting they should first recite quiet night thoughts instead of goose, goose, goose. His reasoning was quite peculiar. He had seen a saltwater goose on the restaurant's menu and commented, "How many of those do they serve in a year? And yet here we are, singing about them. It's already cooked. Let us see you sing it." Shun Qingning, listening to the three rascals, found them unbearably noisy. Cheng Yuzi flitted her gaze from one to another, struggling to absorb the mixed messages conveyed by these three oddballs. Yet, her primary focus remained on Lin Lu's goose imitation, which she found impressive rather than silly. Noting the sparkle in her eyes, Lin Lu promptly switched to a playful tone resembling that of a childhood cartoon character, completely forgetting their initial intent to teach her poems. Shun Qingning could no longer tolerate the commotion and interjected, "Weren't we supposed to be teaching her poems? What are you three doing?" Among those present, only Cheng Zhu was unafraid of Shun Qingning. The others felt a tinge of apprehension, and the room quieted somewhat. Cheng Zhu added, "The dishes will be served soon. At this rate, she won't memorize even a single poem before dinner." Lin Lu retorted, "Memorizing poems isn't that easy for young children. In such a short time, she definitely can't memorize one. I was quite slow at it when I was her age." "That depends on the poem," Cheng Zhu shrugged. Jiang Wanzhou, unable to resist, chimed in, "Then you give it a try?" "Sure, if I can pull it off, what then?" Cheng Zhu looked at him. "Then you'll be impressive," Jiang Wanzhou replied. As a certain stand-up comedian once quipped, boys are truly simple creatures, often engaging in light-hearted bets, sometimes without even stakes involved. Two boys might stroll down the street and suddenly declare, "If you can touch that leaf, then you're impressive." Who could resist the urge to jump towards that leaf? All while pretending to scoff, "What nonsense! Of course I can't touch it." Statements like "you're impressive" or "I'm in awe of you" are regarded as the highest accolades in the male realm. Listening to Jiang Wanzhou, Cheng Zhu felt a surge of determination. "Oh ho, it seems I must take this seriously." In that moment, all eyes turned to him. Cheng Zhu addressed Xiao Yuzi now. "Hand me your notebook and pencil." With swift strokes, he began writing, his pen gliding with elegance. Cheng Zhu's reasoning was straightforward. Children memorize at a slower pace because their understanding of the world differs from adults. What poems could a child easily memorize? Naturally, those crafted by the child themselves. Quickly, he penned a poem reminiscent of those written by third graders. "The dark clouds and white clouds wed. We cheerfully gather the candy they scatter." Zhang, after completing one, he felt a lingering urge for more. Glancing out the window at a street lamp, he couldn't resist and penned the widely recognized poem composed by a 7-year-old. Before he put pen to paper, he shot a glance at Jiang Wanzhou, internally declaring, "Now you shall witness what true inspiration looks like." With fervor, he wrote, "Lamp, the lamp burns a hole in the night." Finished. Cheng Zhu set down his pencil and turned to Lin Lu with a cheeky grin. "You definitely couldn't have memorized such poetry in your childhood, could you?" Lin Lu, watching from behind, couldn't help but strike him playfully, exclaiming in frustration, "Ah, Cheng Zhu, you rascal." The others, captivated by the antics of the pair, were instantly drawn to their exchange. Chapter 51. Fond of her, Shun Qingning sat quietly, observing as Lin Lu playfully tapped Cheng Zhu with her small hand. Her thoughts lingering. Are they flirting? Curiously, she began to wonder what exactly Cheng Zhu had inscribed on the paper. Cheng Zhu turned to Lin Lu, who stood behind him, and asked, "Why are you being so unreasonable?" "I simply inquired whether this qualifies as poetry." Who decreed that brevity disqualifies it for being poetic? His rationale was assertive. After all, the work of a writer cannot be deemed merely short. It is succinct and powerful. Lin Lu, being a university student, possessed a basic level of appreciation for literature, despite the prevailing stereotype of university students as naive. The quality of a poem is indeed subjective, varying from person to person. However, to claim that it is not even poetry would be an exaggeration. Curiosity began to ripple through the others as they crowded around to see what Cheng Zhu had written. Upon her first reading, Shun Qingning found the first poem, Rain, to exude an innocence and romanticism, imbued with childlike wonder. As for the second poem, Lamp, although it consisted of merely 2 lines, the word burning genuinely captivated her. This poem, penned by a 7-year-old, had once sparked a sensation online. Personally, she found both poems delightful, particularly the latter. Such simple yet whimsical verses are easily memorized by children and can foster their imaginative capacities. Who authored these? Shun Qingning couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired. I have no idea. It certainly wasn't me. Cheng Zhu replied nonchalantly, picking up a pair of chopsticks to grab some salted peanuts. While being a literary thief was indeed pleasurable, he wouldn't stoop to pilfering works from children. At that moment, he couldn't help but glance at Shun Qingning, who was searching for the poems on her phone. Was she genuinely intrigued? Cheng Zhu pondered, wondering if she might be an artistic soul. In his memories, Cheng Zhu recalled several striking poems written by children. Some conveyed a tinge of melancholy amidst their innocence. For instance, one poem read, "On my father's notebook. There are no poems or essays, only dates for others' work." Meanwhile, Lin Lu queried Cheng Zhu, "Do you really expect Xiao Yuzi to memorize this without any explanation?" Cheng Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, she understands it. Children have their interpretations." He believed that literary education has its delays, and comprehension will naturally come at the right time. After a while, dishes began to arrive one after another. Jiang Wanzhou was particularly enthusiastic, resembling a waiter as she eagerly introduced each dish. Vinegar fried chicken is Uncle Cheng's specialty and my personal favorite. Jiang Wanzhou encouraged everyone to dig in before the food cooled down. After tasting a few bites, Shen Minglang graciously remarked, "We should come here more often. The flavors are indeed superior to many restaurants." As Lin Lu nibbled at her food, she asked Cheng Zhu, "Can you cook?" "Of course, I can," Cheng Zhu replied. However, he hadn't learned to cook specifically for this purpose. "Is your cooking palatable?" Lin Lu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just then, Jiang Wanzhou interjected, "Don't get your hopes up. I've known Cheng Zhu since elementary school, and I've never tasted his cooking." "Oh, really?" Lin Lu responded. Cheng Zhu scoffed. "You think I would prepare a meal for you?" "You wish." Jiang Wanzhou shot him a glare. "Who said I wanted to eat your cooking? What's so remarkable about knowing how to cook?" As they continued to chat and dine, the overall atmosphere remained jovial. During the meal, Xiao Yuzi, as usual, displayed a reluctance to eat vegetables. Yet if Cheng Zhu fed her, she would comply. Watching this unfold, Lin Lu remarked, "It's strange. I also disliked vegetables as a child, but now I find myself enjoying them more." Shun Minglang replied, "That's because you girls want to maintain your figures, right?" "Not all. I genuinely enjoy vegetables now," Lin Lu retorted. Cheng Zhu, while serving Xiao Yuzi greens, explained it's normal. Children's taste buds are more sensitive than adults, and they often find vegetables bitter. As they grow, some of those taste sensations gradually fade. That's why bitter melon is colloquially known as half-life vegetable. It signifies that once you can tolerate bitter melon, half your life is already passed. Of course, some may never acquire a taste for it. It varies from person to person. This was the first time Lin Lu had heard such a perspective, but she echoed Cheng Zhu's sentiments to Shun Minglang. Shun Minglang responded, "Why does it seem like Cheng Zhu manages to turn every conversation into a showcase of his knowledge?" While Cheng Zhu continued to serve Xiao Yuzi, he made sure to angle his phone screen away from his sister, not wanting her to see certain content. However, his WeChat messages were inadvertently laid bare for Shun Minglang to see. "Is this what you spend your time looking at?" Shun Minglang was taken aback, puzzled by the explicit material he appeared to receive regularly. The meal neared its conclusion, and Shun Minglang began rallying everyone to go out and have some fun, his lively nature unable to be contained. Throughout their conversation, Xiao Yuzi was quietly attentive, absorbing their words. Upon hearing the suggestion to go out, her eyes lit up, her small braids almost bouncing with excitement. Yet, she was also aware that her older siblings might not find it convenient to take her along, as she was merely a little child in need of care. Lin Lu noticed the expression on her face and suggested, "How about we go to an arcade? That way, we can bring Xiao Yuzi along." "An arcade? Is that the kind where you can win stuffed toys?" Xiao Yuzi, despite her usual composure, could barely contain her excitement, her bright eyes sparkling. She thought, this sister who can imitate the sounds of a goose and speaks like a cartoon character is really nice. Everyone burst into laughter, and Shen Minglang said, "All right, let's go." Jiang Wanzhou nudged Cheng Zhu and said, "Why don't you go ask uncle and aunt for permission? I haven't had a chance to play with Xiao Yuzi in a while." She then turned to Xiao Yuzi and added, "Watch your brother show off his skills and win you 10 stuffed toys." Cheng Zhu chuckled, nodded, and stood up to seek his mother's consent. The summer break for kindergartners was nearing its end, and it was lovely to take the children out for a bit. Xiao Yuzi immediately chimed in, "Brother, I'm going with you." "Oh, you want to tag along? Can't bear to be away from your brother for a second?" Lin Lu teased. Cheng Zhu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Not quite. She possesses her own clever little tricks. In a moment, she will first plant a kiss on my mother's cheek, and then plead, 'Please, please, can I go out and play with my brother?'" This elicited laughter from everyone, as they found the antics of today as children to be rather amusing and whimsical. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Yuzi gently tugged at him. "What is it?" Cheng Zhu inquired as he looked down at her. Cheng Yu waved him over, signaling him to lean closer. With a hint of reluctance, Cheng Zhu complied. Squatting down to her level, Xiao Yuzi leaned in and conspiratorially whispered, "Brother, I must secretly tell you, I have a little crush on Sister Lu." Chapter 52. A gift for you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhu lowered his gaze to glance at his younger sister. He was not surprised that Cheng Yu had taken a liking to Lin Lu. This vivacious voice actress was brimming with energy and possessed a versatile voice capable of imitating numerous cartoon characters. Just moments ago, she had suggested that everyone visit the arcade and had brought Lil Yu along. How could she not instantly win the hearts of the children? The affection of children is often fervent and straightforward, expressed without hesitation, unlike adults who tend to be indirect, circling around the point and feigning ignorance while knowing the answer. "Do you like Sister Lu?" Cheng Zhu inquired. "Yes, but doesn't Ti Ning Ning like her too?" "She does, but she prefers Sister Lu even more." "Oh, I see." Cheng Zhu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair before entering the private room and calling everyone to set off. The arcade they were heading to was not far from Cheng Zhu's family restaurant. As a major city, Hangzhou boasted numerous commercial districts with several malls featuring arcades. Before departing, Shen Minglang remarked, "I believe I've been to this arcade, but I'm not certain if I have a membership card." This scoundrel had often taken girls to the arcade, playing claw machines and video games, a decent date spot. As a wealthy heir, he typically obtained a card since it was more economical to purchase tokens in bulk. The tokens in the card could last for days. If he brought a different girl next time, he would surely spend them. Cheng Zhu had frequented arcades in his past life as well, but he usually refrained from acquiring a card, fearing that girls would incessantly inquire about whom he had come with. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his previous occupation as an e-commerce operator in Wu City, while Little Yu resided in Hangzhou. Otherwise, he could have claimed to be there with his sister. On the way, Lin Lu sat in the passenger seat beside Shun Qingning, bubbling with excitement. "I haven't been to an arcade in ages. I'm going to win 10 stuffed animals today." She began setting goals for herself. How childish. Arcades are just places for kids and young couples. Shun Qingning remarked nonchalantly as he drove. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu and Little Yu settled into Jiang Wanzhou's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, his mind contemplating the commercial potential of arcades. In earlier days, operating an arcade was a promising venture, but it had gradually lost its appeal. After all, arcades of the past often had gambling elements. He turned to Jiang Wanzhou and suddenly recalled, "Didn't T your family used to run an arcade?" Little Yu, listening intently, gasped, "Wow. Is it impressive that your family had an arcade?" Cheng Zhu asked. Little Yu nodded eagerly. "Then when I earn money, I'll open one for you to enjoy." Cheng Zhu responded with a smile. "Come on, nowadays running an arcade isn't as easy as it used to be," Jiang Wanzhou replied. As expected of my childhood friend, you didn't question my future wealth, which means you believe I can effortlessly open an arcade, right?" Cheng Zhu affirmed his thoughts. "Go away. There are kids present. Stop with the morbid jokes." Cheng Zhu covered his sister's ears. Indeed, the risks of large arcades are high nowadays. In Cheng Zhu's recollection, a trend emerged later for smaller establishments. These shops typically open near universities, occupying only 1 or 2 rooms at most, and occasionally 3. Inside, they were solely filled with claw machines, a dazzling array of them, Such shops generally required little decoration since the rows of machines were already eye-catching enough. However, most did not last long. After making a quick profit, they would sublet the space and sell the machine secondhand. Due to this model, while it could initially spark a craze among girls, once the novelty wore off, foot traffic would plummet, leaving little potential for future success. Operating them for fun and making a quick buck was feasible. If a wealthy heir were managing it, they could also meet a multitude of female college students. Upon arriving at their destination, Shun Minglang approached the front desk to register with his phone number. To his astonishment, he discovered he indeed had a membership card with over 300 tokens remaining. Though he couldn't recall the last time he had come with a girl, he withdrew the tokens and distributed 50 to each person, including Little Yu. Go play for now. I'll recharge the tokens once they run out, Shen announced with a flourish. Cheng Zhu surveyed the group and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Little Yu, take your tokens and find Sister Lu. Let her help you win some stuffed animals. You heard her just now. She is a claw machine expert. He gently patted his sister. Huh? Little Yu looked up at her brother, confused, but she could not resist the allure of the title expert. She was too short to manage the machines on her own and needed an adult's assistance. Hence, she summoned her courage and hurried over to Lin Lu and Shun Qingning. Cheng Zhu observed from a distance as the two girls crouched down, listening to Little Yu amidst the cacophony of the arcade. Passers-by couldn't help but glance their way, captivated by the beauty of the two girls and the extraordinary cuteness of the little one, creating a picturesque scene amidst the arcade. With Lin Lu leading Little Yu, her face radiated determination as they ventured to the claw machine. Cheng Zhu, having executed his plan, sauntered behind them. Today, Little Yu wore blue denim overalls, while Lin Lu donned blue denim shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. The fitted jeans accentuated her rounded backside, and as she leaned forward while attempting to grab a stuffed animal, her face nearly pressed against the glass of the machine, causing her hips to rise slightly, presenting a delightful curve. Cheng Zhu observed from the side, noting her intense focus, as if she were engaged in combat with the machine rather than merely trying to win a toy. However, the outcome was once, twice, thrice. Each attempt resulted in failure. The claw was far too loose, barely managing to grip the toy before releasing it. This left Lin Lu feeling slightly embarrassed, especially since Little Yu was watching eagerly with wide eyes, sparkling with anticipation. Oh no, this machine must be faulty. Come on, let us go for that little sheep. Lin Lu switched tactics and began to mimic the voice of Shaun the sheep, showcasing her voice acting skills. Seeing her move away, Cheng Zhu quickly seized the claw machine Lin Lu had just used. Teasingly, he remarked, "Oh, you're so nervous. I touched it earlier, and the buttons were all sticky. Are you sweating from anxiety?" Lin Lu glanced at her palm and retorted, "Nonsense. Don't waste your tokens on this machine. It's a scam, is it?" Cheng Zhu replied lightly. As a frequent visitor to arcades, he knew that the settings on claw machines could be adjusted by the staff. He had experienced a machine where, after persistent attempts, the claw would occasionally tighten, gripping the toy firmly. There is a probability to it, he thought to himself. Winning at claw machines indeed requires skill. Many experts share their tips online, attracting boys eager to impress girls. However, in practice, it's not as easy as it seems. Seriously, grabbing a stuffed animal now requires mathematical and physical knowledge? What nonsense! It's too difficult to even begin. The things my teachers failed to teach me in school. You think you can impart through your posts? What a joke. Cheng Zhu's personal insight is quite straightforward. Simply follow the lead of others. If a prior patron has successfully seized a toy from the machine, he resolutely refrains from playing, for the subsequent hook may be exceedingly loose. Conversely, if the preceding player has made multiple attempts without success, then, by all means, that toy is likely destined for my possession. This strategy may not be particularly ingenious, yet it certainly surpasses the folly of aimlessly grasping in hope of luck. Furthermore, the arcade staff can be of assistance. One can request the attendant responsible for that section to rearrange the toys within the machine, positioning them for easier retrieval. This is, after all, part of their job description. They're tasked with tidying the chaotic claw machines, presenting the toys in a seemingly accessible manner to entice patrons to part with their coins. If a multitude of toys are piled upon one another, Only a fool would attempt to snatch from that machine. Thus, occasionally enlisting the staff for a little adjustment can yield positive results, as some may not refuse the request. Lin Lu, witnessing Cheng Zhu's determination to engage with the deceptive machine, chose to disregard him. Forget about that foolishness. Watch as I secure you, a little lamb. However, as she concentrated intently on her pursuit of the lamb, Cheng Zhu strode over with an audacious air, ready to implement the next phase of his plan. In his grasp was none other than the very piglet that Lin Lu had just been unable to capture. Her mouth slightly agape. She wore an expression of astonishment. Just as she was about to utter a word, Cheng Zhu spoke up. Little Yuzu, it seems that Sister Deer was quite earnest in her efforts to capture this piglet. But alas, she proved rather inept. How about we gift it to this foolish sister, shall we? Chapter 53. An intrusion. The little pig plushie held by Cheng Zhu was indeed quite adorable. With its silly expression and plump body, it felt delightful to the touch, though its expression was somewhat cheeky. Clearly, this arcade had a modicum of integrity. At the very least, the quality of the plush toys in the claw machine was commendable, even if the machine's settings were absurdly rigged, making it exceedingly difficult to win. Little Yuzi was a sensible child. Upon hearing her brother say he intended to gift the pig plushie to their sister, she immediately nodded in agreement. This brought immense satisfaction to Cheng Zhu, who contemplated helping her snag another pig shortly. Lin Lu gazed at Cheng Zhu, her eyes wide with surprise. She anticipated his prowess in effortlessly retrieving the plush toy. Simultaneously, she was taken aback by his intention to present it to her. However, his words were infuriating. "You're so useless and silly, sister," causing Lin Lu to feel a surge of annoyance. Cheng Zhu, you're driving me mad," she silently screamed within. Initially, she struggled to catch any toys and had boasted too much earlier. Now feeling a bit embarrassed, her emotions swiftly transitioning to indignation. Fortunately, little Yuzi proved to be an excellent ally in her defense, pouting at Cheng Zhu and asserting, "Brother is talking nonsense. Sister Lu is not silly." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu's anger dissipated, though she still huffed at Cheng Zhu. She snatched the plushie he offered and handed it to Yuzi, saying, "You're the cutest. So this pig belongs to you. Sister doesn't want it." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Lu nodded, affectionately ruffling Yuzi's hair. "Then I shall reluctantly accept it." As she spoke, she shot Cheng Zhu a glare and playfully thumped the plushie a couple of times with her small fist, venting her frustration. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Zhu was acutely aware of her emotional fluctuations, using the pig plushie to tease her, mocking her perceived ineptitude without any genuine intent to win her toys. Regardless, this moment marked the arrival of the first gift from a boy into her home, an intrusion of sorts. Cheng Zhu continued his usual routine, trailing behind Lin Lu and little Yuzi. Should Lin Lu manage to snag a toy, he would ignore the claw machine, but if she failed, he would step in, leveraging her efforts to amass plush toys for himself. Yet, none of these toys were bestowed upon Lin Lu. They all went to his beloved sister instead. As for Xin Minglang and Jiang Wanzhou, they dove into a game of King of Fighters the moment they entered the arcade, thoroughly engrossed and oblivious to the happenings nearby. Conversely, Shun Qingning had seemingly vanished from sight. Lin Lu speculated that she had ventured off alone, having remarked earlier that claw machines were utterly childish. As moments ticked by, Cheng Zhu noticed little Yuzi's eagerness to operate the claw machine herself, and he promptly lifted her up to let her try. Lin Lu stood to the side, her face nearly pressed against the glass of the machine, earnestly directing, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Move the claw a bit to the left. Yes, just like that. Yuzi, inch forward a tad. Perfect. Now grab it. To any onlooker, it would appear as though a young couple was playfully entertaining their little sister at the arcade. Cheng Zhu observed Lin Lu's proximity to the machine, her short sleeves threatening to brush against it, and he couldn't help but jest. "What are you doing? Planning to kiss the claw machine? Seeking blessings? Blessings? Nonsense. Your sister is under my protection," the spirited girl declared with a dramatic flair. Just beside the arcade's front desk, an automatic vending machine caught Cheng Zhu's eye, and he strode over. However, around a discreet corner, he spotted Shun Qingning intensely focused on a small claw machine designed for keychains. This machine bore a similar nature to the plush, toy claw machines, albeit smaller, with hooks designed to retrieve cartoon character keychains instead. Cheng Zhu stood at a distance, observing her. After a failed attempt, a flicker of frustration crossed her otherwise serene features, bringing a hint of life to her typically cool demeanor. She pursed her rosy lips and inserted another coin with noticeable determination, muttering something under her breath that was inaudible from afar. This time, the claw tightened, successfully capturing a Pikachu keychain. The pale-skinned girl raised her alabaster arm, executing a triumphant fist pump, her toes lifting slightly off the ground in excitement before she resumed a light bounce, repeating the motion. She crouched down to retrieve the fallen keychain, and from a distance, her crouched form was indeed captivating, especially viewed from the side. Her long legs were proportionally perfect, leaving no room for critique. Were she to wear stockings, few could resist her allure. After retrieving the keychain, Shun Qingning held it up with 2 fingers, admiring it closely, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if relishing a small victory. The once cool girl appeared even more animated. Noticing she was about to turn, Cheng Zhu casually advanced, pretending to buy water from the vending machine. As Shun Qingning turned around, she immediately spotted Cheng Zhu's back. In an instant, her smile vanished, her previously warm demeanor retreating into her usual aloofness, and she quickly departed. After purchasing the water, Cheng Zhu did not head straight for Lin Lu and little Yuzi. Instead, with a raised eyebrow and a sudden thought, he made his way back to the machine Shun Qingning had just used. At that moment, a young couple had just unsuccessfully attempted to grab a toy 3 times and left in disappointment. Cheng Zhu grinned and expertly maneuvered the machine. As he pressed the buttons, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, this is harder than the claw machine. This arcade is truly ruthless in its quest for profit." The young man who had just given up on the keychains, bringing his girlfriend, should have tried a few more times. Perhaps his affections were not as deep. His singular aim was to seize a Pikachu keychain. After a full 5 attempts, Cheng Zhu finally captured the electrifying little creature. He tucked the keychain securely into his pocket before nonchalantly cradling several bottles of mineral water and stepping further into the arcade. Chapter 54. Impossible to decline. Come, everyone, drink some water, said Cheng Zhu, holding 6 bottles of mineral water as he addressed Lin Lu and the others. At that moment, Shun Qingning stood nearby. Her demeanor returned to its usual aloofness, observing with boredom as Lin Lu and Xiao Yuzi attempted to win stuffed toys from Claw Machine. Cheng Zhu opened a bottle for his sister, disregarding the 2 girls. Most girls can easily twist off a bottle cap, so assistance was unnecessary. As he glanced at his sister, he quickly noticed the Pikachu plush dangling from her suspenders. It seemed that Shun Qingning had gifted her hard-won Pikachu to Xiao Yuzi. Cheng Zhu said nothing, choosing to pretend he hadn't seen it. After distributing the water, he began searching the arcade for Jiang Wanzhou and Shun Minglang. Where could these 2 fools have wandered off to? Cheng Zhu pondered, perplexed. He found no trace of them in the arcade games area, nor at the basketball machines, or the racing games. Ultimately, he spotted them seated on a pair of small stools in front of the dance machines. Every arcade typically features 2 dance machines, often bustling with players. Sometimes, it's customers eager to dance, while at other times, it's hired girls from the arcade. Damn it, after searching high and low, you 2 are just sitting here watching girls shake their butts, Cheng Zhu thought, holding 2 bottles of water, his expression one of disbelief. How lowly. He then took a seat on the stool behind the dance machine, joining the audience. To his surprise, although he could only see her back, the girl dancing had a delightful figure and a remarkable ability to sway. She wore tight, black denim shorts, paired with a cropped pink top that revealed her slender waist. A tattoo adorned her waist, only partially visible due to her shorts. Cheng Zhu noted this detail, recognizing the tattoo as an arrow symbol pointing downward, aimed directly at her posterior. How playful. Jiang Wanzhou twisted open a bottle cap and remarked to Cheng Zhu, "Shun Minglang is contemplating whether to ask her for her WeChat." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhu immediately decided to distance himself, saying, "Then I must leave?" Or she might realize that the friend of the guy asking for her WeChat is much more handsome. Get lost, Shen Minglang retorted. Cheng Zhu didn't even inquire about that little internet celebrity from before. They probably parted ways amicably after fulfilling their respective needs. It was now 2014, a time when people would do anything for an iPhone, let alone when Shen's family was known for their generosity. Throughout their conversation, the three remained focused on the dance performance, engrossed in both watching and chatting. Shen Minglang reminisced. Actually, Ning Ning loved the dance machines back when she was in elementary school, but once she entered middle school, she became too mature to play anymore. Now that you mention it, I vaguely recall that from the arcade where I invested, right? Jiang Wanzhou responded. Shen Minglang nodded, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Ning Ning was much livelier and cuter back then. Truly, girls change a lot as they grow. Of course, you too, Xiao Jiang. You used to be quite the dancer. Incredibly captivating on the dance machine. Godi. Cheng Zhu thought of Shen Qingning's current appearance, paired with her enviably long legs. If she were to dance on that machine. At that moment, Shen Minglang stood up abruptly as the dancer finished her routine and prepared to rest. It must be said his approach was commendable. He refrained from making disparaging remarks about unattractive individuals, usually opting for the phrase, "not my type." Cheng Zhu chuckled, quietly committing to memory Shen Qingning's childhood fondness for the dance machine. Typically, men possess a decent memory, as a poor recollection can lead to significant blunders. Just then, Lin Lu and Shen Qingning approached, holding Xiao Yuzi's hand. The sight of two beautiful women accompanied by an adorable child drew the attention of countless onlookers in the arcade. Had Shen Qingning not exuded such an intimidating aura, perhaps some brave souls would have dared to strike up a conversation. "Why are you all sitting here? We searched everywhere for you," Lin Lu complained. With no one dancing at the moment, Shen Minglang replied nonchalantly, "We just found a place to rest." The group continued to play in the arcade for about half an hour, but when Shen Minglang intended to buy more tokens, Cheng Zhu intervened. "In a little while, the little girl will be sleepy. With so many plush toys beside her tonight, she will surely sleep soundly." As they left the arcade, Cheng Zhu noticed his sister appeared a bit tired, so he picked her up in his arms. As he did so, he casually grasped the Pikachu keychain attached to her suspenders and asked, "Oh, where did this Pikachu come from?" Shen Qingning, overhearing, replied coolly, "I figured Xiao Yuzi would like it, so I casually helped her win one." Cheng Zhu smiled silently at this. It was indeed casual, and it was clear she didn't really desire it. "Oh, I remember you used to mimic Pikachu's voice," Shen Minglang exclaimed excitedly. The aloof girl cast a glance his way, causing him to feel a chill, which he quickly interpreted as a signal to keep quiet. Instead, Lin Lu, the voice actress, began imitating Pikachu's sounds. "Pika Pika." Her antics made Xiao Yuzi giggle, and soon, she joined in, calling out Pika Pika as well. The two girls continued this playful exchange, calling out to Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning regarded them, seemingly finding their behavior childish, and naturally refrained from participating. At that moment, Cheng Zhu, holding Xiao Yuzi with one arm, retrieved the Pikachu keychain he had won from his pocket with a look of mild embarrassment. "I found this keychain while buying water earlier. It was quite cute, so I got one for Xiao Yuzi as a surprise. And now, you've beaten me to it." He shook the keychain, the electric yellow rodent indeed possessing a certain charm. Shen Qingning paused, slightly taken aback as she noticed the keychain in his hand. "Oh, right." Xiao Yuzi seemed to have envisioned a scene where Su Yun would chatter incessantly. She stretched out her little hand, snatched the Pikachu from Cheng Zhu, and offered it to Shen Qingning. "Sister Ning Ning, you gave me one Pikachu, so my brother and I will give you one too. Now it's even." Xiao Yuzi waved the keychain enthusiastically. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but think that his parents had truly blessed him with a wonderful sister, adorable, considerate, and so useful. Many children might declare, "Then I'll give you one too," naturally assuming that what their brother acquired was rightfully theirs, which wasn't entirely wrong. But Xiao Yuzi's offer, "My brother, and I will give you one too," was inherently charming. Huh? Shen Qingning was caught off guard. But how could one refuse a child's kindness? It was not due to her genuine affection for the Pikachu, nor because she had tirelessly attempted to win one from a machine. Thank you," she said, a gentle smile warming her expression as the frost of her demeanor began to melt. Chapter 55, We haven't added each other as friends outside the arcade. Cheng Zhu emulated the little girl, attaching a Pikachu keychain to her jeans. As she walked, her remarkably long legs swayed gracefully, causing the yellow mouse to bob along. Occasionally, Cheng Zhu would gaze at her and ponder whether heaven had bestowed upon her a special leg-enhancing effect at birth. Thus, Lin Lu acquired a small pig plush, while Cheng Zhu added a Pikachu keychain to her collection. They all took the elevator to the parking lot and waved their goodbyes. Shortly after getting into the car, the exhausted little girl fell asleep, hugging her plush toy. Her slumbering form was utterly adorable, occasionally pouting her lips as if immersed in delightful dreams. At that moment, Cheng Zhu's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He quickly silenced it to avoid disturbing the sleeping child. Thankfully, children often sleep soundly, unlike many adults who suffer from insomnia and wake at the slightest disturbance. He glanced at his phone and saw that the artist Hu Yin had sent him an illustration. She had begun to grasp the style that her patron desired, and this latest piece was quite mature, requiring no modifications, ready for immediate use. Cheng Zhu silently commended her exceptional talent. Some artists struggle to capture the essence of ordinary subjects, yet when tasked with something more risque, they flourish with creativity. While waiting at a red light, Jiang Wanzhou, the designated driver, glanced at Cheng Zhu and curiously asked, "What are you looking at? Your expression seems rather profound." "Is it profound?" Cheng Zhu replied. "It feels filled with a sense of exploration." "All right, then," Jiang Wanzhou mused, sensing that Cheng Zhu was becoming increasingly secretive. No longer the outspoken childhood friend he once knew. He suspected that Cheng Zhu had been up to many things behind his back. Upon arriving at Cheng Zhu's residence, he carefully carried the sleeping girl out of the car. The little one, half awake, sleepily bid farewell to Jiang Wanzhou. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu had already escorted Lin Lu to her doorstep. Lin Lu waved goodbye and unbuckled her seatbelt to exit the vehicle. She carried her handbag in one hand and the pig plush in the other as she entered the elevator. Cheng Zhu observed her retreating figure, noting the toy in her grasp, but thought little of it. Throughout the journey, Lin Lu had chattered about how the claw machines at the arcade were a scam. Cheng Zhu responded with feigned ignorance. "Is that so?" As if she had never experienced it herself, while internally agreeing with Lin Lu's grievances. When she attempted to attach the keychain, it proved to be a struggle, leading her to believe that the vendor was indeed unscrupulous. Lin Lu lived in a spacious flat in Hangzhou, with a private elevator serving her floor. Once inside, she lifted the pig plush to inspect it, only to be met with its comically smug expression, which reminded her of Cheng Zhu's less than pleasant demeanor. Unable to resist, she playfully punched the plush several times. After returning to her room, Lin Lu washed up and changed into her pajamas. Although she didn't consciously aim for a cute look, even the most alluring sleepwear on her would inevitably give off an innocent vibe due to her appearance and demeanor. As previously mentioned, Lin Lu enjoyed documenting her life. She retrieved a locked notebook from her drawer and picked up a colorful pen that exuded a sense of youthful exuberance. She began to write energetically. "I haven't visited an arcade in years, and I had so much fun helping Xiao Yuzi win several toys." After finishing, she glanced at the pig plush and added in parentheses, "Cheng Zhu's pig is utterly hideous." Suddenly inspired, she poked her chubby cheek with the pen and exclaimed, "Eureka!" She then inscribed the words Cheng Zhu on the plush's clothing. "Huh!" She giggled, lifting it to admire her handiwork, feeling immensely satisfied. This behavior may seem childish to some, but for her, it was perfectly fitting. In a mock-serious tone, she declared, "If Cheng Zhu annoys me again, I shall retaliate." Beneath the table, her bare feet rhythmically tapped against the floor, her toes playfully colliding. Lin Lu remained blissfully unaware that the nickname she had just given to a boy now prominently adorned her room. In a high-end villa community in Hangzhou, Cheng Zhu's legs, glistening from the application of body lotion, radiated a subtle sheen under the light, reminiscent of exquisite white jade. One can only imagine how many would wish to pamper such a girlfriend daily. Cheng Zhu was a girl of refined tastes, as are many from well-off families. After completing her skincare routine, she reclined on her bed with a tablet, indulging in a nostalgic episode of Pokemon. After many years without watching, she quickly became engrossed in it. After finishing an episode, she took a sip from her water cup on the bedside table. As she set it down, her gaze fell upon the Land Rover key and the Pikachu keychain. Deep down, she genuinely adored that keychain, despite its cartoonish nature clashing with her usual elegance. She inexplicably attached it to her car keys. While sitting on her bed, she recalled how Lin Lu and Xiao Yuzi had imitated Pikachu's voice at the arcade and, with a light-hearted tone, mimicked the Pokemon's electrifying cry, Pikachu. Thinking fondly of the adorable Xiao Yuzi, she decided to take a photo of the car keys alongside the Pikachu. She intended to share the image in the group chat and have Cheng Zhu relay to his sister that she was indeed using it. However, for reasons unknown, her fingers naturally tapped on Cheng Zhu's profile picture in the chat. His cartoon avatar was a choice he made, believing that scammers tended to avoid those with such playful images. Upon clicking the avatar, a prompt appeared, revealing an unseen friend request option, add to contacts. She remembered that Cheng Zhu had never added her as a friend, preferring to converse only in the group chat. A flicker of realization crossed her beautiful brow, as if she had only just discovered this fact, and she quickly sent a friend request. After completing this task, she tossed her phone aside and resumed watching television, seemingly indifferent to when he might accept her request. A while later, her phone vibrated. Shen Qingning picked it up to see Cheng Zhu's first message after accepting her request. Oh, so we haven't added each other as friends? Chapter 56. Someone is here. Let me show you the image. The WeChat message from Cheng Zhu left Shen Qingning momentarily taken aback. Regardless of whether his words were truthful or fabricated, it undeniably indicated that he had never intended to initiate a private conversation with her. Shen Qingning sent over a photograph she had taken, accompanied by a message. Please remind Xiao Yu tomorrow that I am indeed making good use of this keychain. The conversation came to an abrupt halt, as he wished it to. At this moment, he ceased chatting with Shen Qingning and instead opened the photo she had sent, glancing at it casually. The image featured not only a car key and a Pikachu, but also a glimpse of the bed sheets and curtains. By discerning the colors and style, Cheng Zhu pondered, could she truly be one of those women who feel an intense sense of self-confinement? He had never believed that those who presented themselves in an austere fashion, with dark-toned home decor, were genuinely consistent in their appearance and demeanor. He had frequented numerous women's bedrooms and had often found that once the lights were dimmed, a completely different persona emerged. With this thought, he closed the image. He was not the type to scrutinize a photograph sent by a woman, examining it in minute detail over and over again. His time was quite precious at this juncture. Just as he was about to focus on managing his store, another WeChat message arrived from Lin Lu. She had also captured a photo of a pig plushie and sent it to Cheng Zhu. You two are indeed best friends. Your actions are remarkably similar, he muttered. Upon opening the image, he noticed the pig plushie's clothing emblazoned with the words Cheng Zhu. Beneath the two characters, a small pig head was drawn. I see you wish to betray your master, do you? He typed back, somewhat irked. Cheng Zhu continued, originally. Our master-apprentice duo could have derived a character from each of our names. Calling ourselves hunting deer in the world, how majestic would that be? Yet you insist on making it resemble a zoo. You are a deer while I am a pig. Is that truly amusing? Cheng Zhu expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Lu, reading the WeChat message, exclaimed, You want to derive a name? Are you forming a CP name? Nevertheless, she genuinely found hunting deer in the world quite impressive. The voice actress girl, however, stubbornly typed, in hunting deer in the world, why should your name come before mine? I do not officially recognize this pairing. Cheng Zhu sent her a nonchalant emoji. By the way, I start school in a few days. You catch my drift, senior? Cheng Zhu typed. Got it. This senior will provide you with a comprehensive service. Lin Lu replied cheerfully. All right. I look forward to your thorough assistance, Cheng Zhu remarked. His demeanor towards Lin Lu markedly warmer compared to his interaction with Shen Qingning. They continued their lively conversation for another 5 minutes before Cheng Zhu mentioned he needed to attend to other matters. He settled in front of his computer and first checked the store's data for the day. The daily growth is impressive. Cheng Zhu expressed his satisfaction. He estimated that his store would soon experience a surge in orders. Before that happened, he needed to swiftly update the main images of the seller showcase, transitioning to a new model that combined Korean comics with photographs. Currently, The store vying for the high-priced stepmother skirt keyword was the Mom Yao flagship store. It ranked remarkably well within its category, holding the second position in QQ lingerie. At this level, the owner must have accumulated a considerable fortune over the years. The styles were essentially copied, yet priced 8 yuan lower than his own. Oh, buying a stepmother's skirt comes with a free pair of stockings? He mused. It was indeed costly to run direct traffic for QQ products on Taobao. After all, the nature of direct traffic was akin to placing a bid for a keyword. For instance, if one spends money to purchase the stepmother's skirt keyword, their product will appear prominently when users search for it. The charges are based on deductions, making conversion rates crucial. Nowadays, many individuals merely browse for images without any intention to purchase, merely indulging in visual satisfaction or even handling the items without committing to a purchase. Yet, these individuals still incur costs for the merchants, who must pay the platform fees. The term stepmother skirt has become somewhat of a trending buzzword, gaining traction, attracting many who seek to educate themselves, yet refrain from making purchases. The operations of the Mom Yao flagship store merely reflect a strategy of burning cash to seize market share. Yet, they undeniably possess the resources to sustain such expenditures initially. All of this was foreseeable. It would be strange if such occurrences did not transpire. What displeased Cheng Zhu was the recent influx of several negative reviews, with some buyers claiming the quality was subpar, stating that after wearing it once, they developed red spots on their skin. Such reviews were particularly detrimental, far more alarming than vague complaints about quality. After all, these were QQ products, intimate apparel, and sensitive areas. He had assigned Wang Anshuan and others to address these negative reviews and reach out to the customers. In this day and age, there are indeed individuals who specialize in leaving negative reviews to extort businesses. However, these particular individuals were unique. They simply disregarded any offers of compensation, each exhibiting a stubborn demeanor, expressing their displeasure and claiming not to lack money, insisting on leaving negative reviews. Furthermore, they often completely ignored attempts to contact them, making it nearly impossible to have the reviews removed. It was amusing to encounter so many individuals with such poor resistance yet strong resolve. Among them, one buyer was particularly intriguing, akin to someone well-versed in Sun Tzu's Art of War, leaving a negative review about developing red spots, only to purchase another item the next day and promptly leave another negative review. Was it not a curious case? Did they believe that the other region would not develop red spots, succumbing to their obsessive-compulsive tendencies? Or was it that the phenomenon of red spots had become addictive, impossible to shake off? This behavior was a classic case of intentionally annoying someone, deliberately undermining their mental state. Quite the psychological tactic. Cheng Zhu mused. There was a high likelihood of malicious competitors engaging in negative review campaigns. Some less experienced sellers might genuinely be at a loss on how to handle such situations. However, Cheng Zhu was well aware of how to navigate these challenges. There were numerous solutions, including the option to hire professional handling teams. The problem was manageable. To him, this back and forth seemed pointless. Low-level business warfare was like this, not sufficiently exhilarating, not direct enough. If he were to assign blame, it would be because he had yet to amass substantial wealth, lacking the qualifications to participate in high-stakes business battles. He had long yearned for the thrill of high-end commercial warfare. What you envision as high-end business warfare is capital operations, stock market fluctuations, and hacker intrusions. No. It involves dousing your money tree with boiling water or offering a cleaner 200 yuan to discreetly cut off your company's power supply every 2 hours. It includes the manager of a bike-sharing company personally slashing the seat of a competitor's bike early in the morning, only to be caught by the police. And it also entails the chairman secretly infiltrating another factory to steal confidential information, only to be apprehended by security. This is the stimulating battlefield I long for. Cheng Zhu lamented. The next day, in the afternoon, the artist Hu Yin finally completed all the illustrations. The depiction of that ample dairy was impressive. Cheng Zhu increasingly regarded this individual as a promising talent. The seasoned connoisseurs of his industry desperately needed someone of her caliber. Oh, my beloved QQ apparel industry. Are you prepared to embrace the impact of manhua and reality merging? Cheng Zhu sat before his computer, raising an eyebrow, ready to upload the images. Chapter 57. Securing benefits for my brothers. Persistently visiting the studio, which spans over 80 square meters, one finds only 4 tables and 4 computers. At this moment, Cheng Zhu sits before a computer, a shrimp-flavored stick dangling from his mouth as he begins to upload images. Wang Anquan, seated beside him, gazes at the images on the screen, his small, single-lidded eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, 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 he exclaims, utterly dumbfounded. The artwork is simply extraordinary, and it is rendered in full color. The characters depicted bear an uncanny resemblance to those in the photographs, yet the visual impact is entirely different. It presents a fresh perspective, captivating someone like Wang Anquan, who still enjoys anime. Did you commission this artwork, Brother Zhu? Wang Anquan inquires. This is truly impressive. His astonishment draws the curiosity of the 2 male customer service representatives across the table, who cannot help but wonder what their boss is up to. However, feeling subordinate to Cheng Zhu, they dare not approach too closely. This artwork is remarkable. The artist possesses exceptional talent. Cheng Zhu praises the illustrator, Foxian. At that moment, customer service representative Wang Haitao interjects. That surely must be thanks to General Cheng's guidance. Cheng Zhu, upon hearing this, cannot resist glancing at him. Here we go. The sordid battles of the adult office begin. Wang Anquan, listening to this exchange, feels no turmoil within. He shares the same sentiment, holding an unwavering admiration for Brother Zhu. The other customer service representative, Zhao Yong, internally scoffs. What a sycophant. You only know how to flatter. How can you say that about a boss so young? Little does he know that Wang Haitao believes Cheng Zhu's youth warrants such adulation. He analyzes that since Cheng Zhu is embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture, he refrains from calling him boss, opting instead for General Cheng, seizing every opportunity to flatter him, thinking that this young man might become elated by such praise. Zhao Yong embodies the typical worker, focused solely on earning a steady salary. I'll do my job well, but don't expect me to provide anything beyond that, he thinks. On the other hand, Wang Haitao is the type who is both competitive and obsequious. Having worked in an e-commerce company before, he understands the vast potential of persistent visits and harbors some ambitions himself. Cheng Zhu observes him and remarks, your flattery feels a bit forced. Try to be more natural next time. Sure thing, replies Wang Haitao. Zhao Yong rolls his eyes internally, thinking, shameless. Wang Anquan, watching Cheng Zhu continuously upload the comic images, asks curiously, Brother Zhu, does this really work? The two have long been itching with curiosity about what their boss is creating and promptly approach him. Cheng Zhu poses a question. Do you think it looks good? The 3 exchange glances, initially shy, then share a knowing smile that only men can muster. It looks great. Cheng Zhu imagines capturing their expressions to create a meme, complete with silly text and laughter, quite reminiscent of the camaraderie among characters in a sitcom. That's all that matters, he tells them. After completing the uploads, Cheng Zhu reflects with a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that in reliving this life, I would become a pioneer of this artistic style? He is acutely aware of which types of images would be wildly circulated and fervently shared in various groups, particularly those with numerous members, as he has never encountered a group of over 100 that doesn't delve into risque content. Years later, some might tire of this style and find it uninspiring. Yet in 2014, it was genuinely groundbreaking, an entirely new version you had never seen before. Oh well, let us consider this a benefit for my brothers. Cheng Zhu feels a sense of righteous camaraderie. Those who engage in live streaming sales often refer to their audience as family, claiming to provide benefits. In his past life, his sales company operated similarly. However, in this life, he genuinely prioritizes his brothers. In a neighboring city to Guanyin County, Li Mantang, the owner of the Mamiao flagship store, sits in his office, waiting for the operations manager to report on progress. This year marks his 10th year in the QQ-related industry. In previous years, he focused on brick-and-mortar stores, selling a variety of products, including male enhancement items. QQ products offer high profits, but foot traffic in physical stores is generally low. Many feel embarrassed to enter such shops, but fortunately, competition is not fierce since most people are also too shy to open such stores. When e-commerce emerged in the country, he decided to give it a try, hoping to earn a little extra. The results were astounding. He truly struck gold. Li Mantang soared to success, transforming from the socially awkward man selling QQ products into a major e-commerce mogul. He now drives a BMW X5 and resides in a grand villa, occasionally taking charge of filming, paying models extra for their time to ensure they remain productive. After all, a man must toil diligently in his endeavors. Since last year, the Monmiao flagship store has firmly held a position among the top 5 in its category. This year, it has surged to second place. The team behind this store is quick-witted and highly skilled. They speculate that it must be an experienced e-commerce team, either new to the QQ domain or an established store rebranded. Soon, Li Mantang and the operations manager engage in a series of discussions, copying whatever they can and spending money to secure keywords, while also attempting to throw obstacles in their competitors' paths. A leading store in a category can attract an overwhelming amount of traffic. However, maintaining that top position is no simple feat. It requires raising the barriers for others trying to climb up. Consequently, many e-commerce operators, upon reaching the top, choose to reduce prices to allow some profit margin. This way, competitors must consider their operational costs, as the profit margins have shrunk. Can they afford to burn through that cash? Raising the barriers is essential. At that moment, the operations manager enters the room, discussing various matters with Li Mantang. They quickly turn their attention to the concept of persistent visits. Let us exploit this. We'll take our share of the profits, Li Mantang suggests. He then requests the operations manager. Your team is quite clever, so, occasionally, you should come up with something fresh to lead the industry trend, right? The operations manager thinks this is the plight of the worker. Bosses always have unrealistic expectations. Workers are like the characters from Journey to the West, tasked with impossible challenges. You want me to eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples? For mere 1,800 salary, am I to risk my life? As if a mere sprite could vanquish the Monkey King. Who knows, the white dragon horse might just kick me into oblivion. The operations manager does not believe his team possesses the capability to set trends. They are all seasoned individuals who cannot even keep up with the latest fashions in QQ models, let alone influence the entire industry. At this moment, he picks up his phone and searches for persistent visits. The store had announced a new product launch today, and he thinks to discuss potential styles with Li Mantang. However, upon opening the store, he is left speechless. What is this? What am I seeing? He realizes that if it were a photograph, one must edit it realistically. One cannot alter body proportions too drastically, or it will come off as uncomfortable. Yet, the flood of comic images offers no such pretense of reality. I shall attract attention in every possible manner, captivating others with my allure. The mesmerizing waist-to-hip ratio and the long, voluptuous legs are simply extraordinary. Mr. Li, look, the operations team promptly handed over the phone. Li Mantang glanced at the persistent seller showcase, astonished to see the comic illustrations seamlessly combined with the photographs. Hiss! The middle-aged man drew in a sharp breath, uncertainly remarking, "Is this contraption truly effective?" Chapter 58. This is not the surprise for you. The operations of the Monmiao flagship store left the manager feeling utterly perplexed. The efficacy of combining comic-style images with real-life pictures remained an enigma, for such an approach had never been attempted before. If you ask me, who should I consult? For reasons unbeknownst to him, the chief operator began to harbor a growing disdain for the persistent demands of the store's operations team. "You're truly full of tricks," he silently cursed. "This makes it seem as though we come to work without applying any intellect." The response to such tactics remained uncertain. Yet in the eyes of the boss, results were one aspect, while the dedication displayed was another. Frustratingly, even if others failed to achieve good outcomes, the boss would often remark, "At least they put in the effort." Conversely, after one has exerted their diligence, if the results falter, it is deemed a lack of sufficient commitment on their part. Li Mantang looked at his operations team and finally said, "Keep a closer watch on this store over the next few days." Understood, he promptly nodded in agreement. Exiting the office, the operator resolved to thoroughly study the concept of persistent visits. As he was entitled to a share of the profits, his motivation remained robust, though it did not prevent him from privately labeling Li Mantang a fool. As night fell over the bustling metropolis, a seasoned customer named Zhou Kong, a longtime patron of QQ lingerie, sat before his computer, engaging in conversation within a QQ group dedicated to the Monyao flagship store. Many shops maintain such fan groups, with varying degrees of care put into their management. Within these groups, there exist staunch, loyal customers alongside some youthful dreamers. Some of these young individuals might ponder whether there are any female customers purchasing QQ products in a group. Add me. Let us flirt. It's noteworthy that these QQ groups indeed attract female customers, and occasionally, there are even women seeking to lure others into purchasing. Not to mention the scammers posing as attractive women and the merchants masquerading as enthusiastic group members. The atmosphere is undeniably chaotic. Zhou Kong relished chatting in this group precisely because of its disorder. It never failed to provide amusement. He had even witnessed two individuals openly engaging in flirtatious banter. One eye-opener. It is easy to imagine the high concentration of lewdness present in such a group. At this moment, he opened the group chat and scrolled through the previous discussions. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an image. It was a seller's showcase from a store named Persistent Visits, featuring a blend of real photos and comic illustrations. Upon its release, the group members quickly fell into a pattern of repetitive exclamations. 666. Zhou Kong couldn't help but think, indeed, that's impressive. Perhaps this particular creation resonated with his tastes, striking a chord deep within him, igniting a sudden desire to purchase. Being a veteran customer of such products, it was no surprise that the merchants had gone to great lengths to draw him into this group. Following the flurry of 666 comments, many in the group jested about having already placed their orders. However, Zhou Kong was different. He genuinely bought a style he had never seen before in the Monyao flagship store and shared a screenshot of his order in the group. The group administrator responded with disbelief. You actually placed an order? After the main images of the store were all replaced with the combined comic-style visuals, the three male customer service representatives at Persistent Visits distinctly noticed an uptick in customer traffic. More inquiries were pouring in. Can you believe someone is asking if there are more comic images? Send them over. Even more audaciously, some would inquire whether the store had a group and if there were any additional resources available, preferably with some narrative. Really, if you've ever worked in customer service, you'd understand the sheer variety of people out there. Do you think we're serializing a comic? And you want a narrative? For the beautiful, croupier outfit you mentioned, we'll include a pair of stockings and a deck of cards, best suited for a gambling table scenario. Customer service representatives Zhao Yong and Wang Haitao exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Impressive." At that moment, all three of them sensed that Cheng Zhu's new strategy was proving remarkably effective. Most importantly, the platform continued to direct traffic towards Persistent Visits, which showcased exceptional performance. Cheng Zhu's timing for incorporating the comic was impeccable. Meanwhile, he was on the phone with a factory in Guanyin. "Brother Ben, how is the stock piling up?" Cheng Zhu inquired. "The machines are nearly smoking." Chen Bin replied, "Zulmavat ilkit." It was unclear whether he was joking or speaking the truth. "You know, my factory is filled with female workers, and they've been working overtime these past few days, all complaining nonstop. They're going to end up with irregular cycles thanks to you." Cheng Zhu felt disinclined to entertain the middle-aged man's crude jokes. "I'm well aware of the ages of your female workers. Many of them are likely well past menopause." Chen Bin continued over the phone. "This is the first time I've engaged in such large-scale stockpiling. Honestly, this should be a burden on you merchants. Yet it has turned into a pressure for my factory." "That's because you know these goods will sell," Cheng Zhu replied without pause, painting an optimistic picture. "Let us aim to significantly boost your factory's profits this year." After a brief exchange, Cheng Zhu hung up. They were not a trendy store, so timely shipping was crucial. At times, it was necessary to stockpile and bear the risk. He couldn't help but envy the ease with which trendy stores operated, where fans would place orders first and wait for the goods, with many shops taking around 2 weeks to ship and fans willingly waiting. The allure of fan-driven economics was enticing, and he felt an urge to capitalize on it. Just as he was about to pocket his phone, it vibrated. Upon checking, he was surprised to find a message from EZ. "Is this the business secret you refused to share with me last time?" The enigmatic figure was indeed infuriating. Yet there was a certain thrill in the mystery. "How do you like it?" Cheng Zhu typed. "I love it. Yizi replied, adding 3 exclamation marks for emphasis. Cheng Zhu thought, since it's a depiction of her, her emotional connection must be different. Yizi continued, I've saved each comic image. My mood has improved today. Thank you for this delightful surprise. Cheng Zhu was taken aback. What is this scent of self-delusion from a lovesick fool? How did this turn into a surprise I prepared for you? Nevertheless, he decided to let it go, acknowledging that such a diligent model was hard to come by, and thus he shared the several discarded comic drafts stored on his phone with Yizi. Do not leak these, do you hear me? He warned sternly. Of course, she responded, brimming with excitement. Yizi held her phone, gazing at the discarded drafts not chosen by Cheng Zhu. Each image was exquisite, clearly reflecting the significant investment made in their creation, conveying a sense of dedication. Her eyes sparkled with delight. The following day, Cheng Zhu visited the Yojia Fresh supermarket to check on the renovation progress of his own fresh produce store. Looking good. It's nearing completion, he mused. At that moment, his phone rang, playing the popular song Ordinary Road. I have crossed mountains and seas, waded through crowds. Everything I once possessed has scattered like smoke. Cheng Zhu had set this song as his ringtone as a reminder that all his past wealth and possessions had dissipated into nothingness. And in this life, he must strive to accumulate riches. The call was from Wang Anchuan, a team leader at the company, who exclaimed, Brother Zhu, the store has received a flood of orders. Chapter 59. The gesture of the shop thrived due to persistent traffic, and sales soared beyond expectations, arriving earlier than anticipated. Cheng Zhu pondered how to capitalize on this surge of attention before the school term commenced. He hailed a taxi to his studio, eager for the busy days ahead. Fortunately, his foresight allowed him to implement numerous strategies in advance. The studio had recently hired 2 additional staff members to facilitate a shift rotation. The factory had also stockpiled ample inventory, alleviating any immediate shipping pressures. Beyond this, he had completed various preparatory tasks to ensure a seamless operation. Many customers impulsively ordered QQ uniforms, driven by a fleeting desire. He was acutely aware that if shipping delays occurred, the enthusiasm could wane, leading to refund requests. A high refund rate could spell trouble for any shop. Thus, he had to stock up early. One must always look several steps ahead. Otherwise, opportunities may slip away when they finally arrive. Upon arriving at the studio, Cheng Zhu was serenaded by the delightful clatter of keyboards. Among his employees, only Wang Anchuan appeared genuinely exhilarated, while even the ever-complimentary Wang Haitao bore a look of despondency. The keyboards were nearly smoking from the fervor of typing. At this rate, hand cramps loomed on the horizon, perhaps even the threat of tendinitis. Cheng Zhu wasted no time, declaring, everyone worked diligently, and there will be generous bonuses at the end of the month. Instantly, vitality returned to their faces. In his view, a good boss must inspire employees with grand visions. But it is equally important to let them savor smaller victories along the way, propelling them towards the larger goals. In this era, people are increasingly discerning and difficult to deceive. Cheng Zhu settled into his chair, lightly touching the flourishing money tree he had nurtured, its lush foliage a sight to behold. As night descended, Shen Minglang arrived at the bar he owned. Business at the establishment had been decent lately, thanks to the promotional efforts involving social media influencers and advertisements on various platforms, aspiring to become a trendy hotspot, a strategy suggested by Cheng Zhu. Hangzhou, being a large city with a significant population, still favored such establishments. During lean times, he felt embarrassed to invite friends over, as he placed great value on appearances, particularly as a second-generation wealthy individual. Upon entering the bar, Shen Minglang noticed that Yezi seemed distracted, frequently glancing at her phone, though he could not discern what occupied her attention. What's wrong? Is something troubling you? He inquired. No, not at all, Yezi replied, casting a glance at a nearby table occupied by Shen Zhu's friends. Boss, it's been a while since Xiao Jiang has visited the bar. Not wanting to inquire directly about Cheng Zhu, she used Jiang Wanzhou as a subtle reference. Him? He seems to be focused on fitness lately, trying to build some muscle. Shen Minglang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. I've been telling him to stop. Imagine him with bulging biceps and a dainty wrist. It's a terrifying thought. Yezi smiled slightly and refrained from pressing further, suspecting that encountering Cheng Zhu at the bar was unlikely, thus missing the opportunity to invite him for a drink. Just then, the door swung open, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Shun Minglang exclaimed, "Wang Wei, are you late again? You'll have to penalize yourself with half a Long Island iced tea." All right. Wang Wei grinned as he approached Shun Minglang, placing a hand on his shoulder. Shun Minglang, puzzled, replied, "You of all people usually avoid drinking. Today you're so agreeable about this penalty?" Wang Wei nodded, chuckling. "If Brother Lang asked me to drink, how could I refuse?" He pulled Shun Minglang to the bar, choosing not to join their friends at the table just yet, indicating he had something to discuss. As the bartender, Yezi, prepared the Long Island iced tea, she casually eavesdropped on their conversation. "What is going on?" Shun Minglang queried. "You're not here to borrow money, are you? You know I don't lend to anyone. Fairness is key. Don't assume that being part of the affluent circle exempts one from borrowing. It actually happens quite frequently." "Not at all." Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "It's about that matter we discussed last time. Brother Lang, you promised to ask about the owner of that persistent shop. If you have time, let us share a meal." Wang Wei was tactful enough not to mention the QQ lingerie explicitly in front of Shun Minglang's employees, sparing him any embarrassment. However, he was unaware that Yezi stood a little straighter at the mention of the persistent shop, her ears perked up, eager to listen closely. Shun Minglang raised an eyebrow at Wang Wei, surprised by his relentless pursuit of this topic. "Why are you still pressing me about it?" Shun Minglang teased. "Oh, it's just that the operations of that shop are incredibly impressive. Brother Lang, I must tell you, their sales have skyrocketed," Wang Wei excitedly shared. Having closely monitored the performance of the QQ shop, peppering his speech with buzzwords he had learned at e-commerce school, praising the shop as remarkable success. Yezi, having finished preparing the Long Island iced tea, handed it to Wang Wei and subtly repositioned her chair to listen more intently. She harbored a singular thought: the more praise, the better, preferably detailed praise. Although some of the jargon eluded her, she found herself captivated, deriving a sense of satisfaction from it. Shun Minglang, although unable to grasp every word, felt a profound sense of astonishment. "Damn it, my younger cousin just graduated high school and is already raking in serious cash." After extolling the shop's virtues, Wang Wei implored, "So, Brother Lang, you must help me out. I genuinely wish to seek guidance from the owner of that shop. It's astounding how a new establishment could achieve such heights in just over a month without burning through cash. Let us do this. Remember I mentioned dining at Guiyu Mountain House? We'll go as planned, and afterward, I'll treat you all to some karaoke. How about that?" Wang Wei even began to up the ante, proposing to take everyone to a club for singing, along with a few models. It seemed he was willing to cover the cost for the models too. In their circle, it was common to treat others to meals, drinks, and service fees. But the models' tips were typically out of pocket for the guests. While you're there groping and singing, and the ladies' legs are practically worn raw, you expect me to pay for it? Dream on. This sequence of generous offers added up quickly, and a night of dining, drinking, and tipping at upscale venues would easily exceed 20,000. Shun Minglang could practically hear Wang Wei's internal calculations, realizing he aimed to cultivate a friendship for long-term mentorship. Thus, Shun Minglang chuckled and replied, "All right, but whether they're willing to come is another matter. You know how busy they LLB with their booming business." "Understood. I get it." Wang Wei raised his Long Island iced tea and downed the penalized drink in one go, adding, "It's all in the drinks." "Haha, sure. Shun Minglang relished the sight of this notorious drinker indulging, feeling quite pleased. Wang Wei set down his cup and suddenly remarked, "By the way, Langgu, how is Xiao Cheng's shop faring?" Shun Minglang, amused at Wang Wei's mention of Cheng Zhu, could hardly contain his laughter, yet feigned ignorance, replying, "I'm not sure. I haven't discussed such matters with him. Do you think he is capable?" Wang Wei immediately scoffed, saying, "That guy is so pretentious. At such a young age, he refuses to heed advice. You saw his dismissive expression when I kindly offered him my experience. It was as if I were deliberately trying to show off in front of him. Since he hasn't brought up the business himself, it's likely failing miserably, and he is too embarrassed to admit it." The more Shun Minglang listened, the more he found it amusing, finally unable to resist saying to Yezi, Could you bring over a deck of cards? Wei Zi, let us play some cards later. Wang Wei. Oh, Wang Wei, I suspect your identification card may have been misplaced. I shall thoroughly search for it among the cards. This joker, let no one contest, is solely yours. Have you ever considered the possibility that you might not be worthy of teaching him? Shen Minglang pondered. He felt a strange anticipation. What expression would Wang Wei wear if he were to discover that the esteemed person he wished to consult was Cheng Zhu? The mere thought of Cheng Zhu, with his physique beneath the bartender's uniform, made her feel a slight stir of excitement. They would surely engage in games while drinking, and the losers would face a penalty drink. When mixing a cocktail for this pretentious, bespectacled man, I shall slyly elevate the alcohol content. Yi Zi thought. To refer to him as Xiao Cheng, do you think you're deserving of that? I shall make you regret it later. Yi Zi vowed fiercely in her mind. Chapter 60. The conman arrives. As Cheng Zhu's summer vacation gradually drew to a close, the continued influx of orders marked a splendid conclusion to this season. With Wang Anquan also preparing for university, Cheng Zhu appointed Wang Haitao as the deputy team leader. His decision was not merely due to Wang Haitao's knack for flattery. Rather, it stemmed from his commendable ambition and genuine competence, embodying the spirit of diligent competition. In August alone, Cheng Zhu calculated earnings nearing 300,000, primarily accrued in the latter half of the month. The store had only just opened in the first half, so the figures were modest. However, given the spike in orders towards the month's end, he anticipated even greater profits in the month to follow. Recently, their seller showcases had begun to gain a certain viral momentum, circulating widely in various groups frequented by seasoned enthusiasts. The unique aesthetic of human and fantasy in harmony was indeed refreshing, and the quality of Cheng Zhu's images was undeniably exceptional. He felt as though he posed a significant threat to the standing of certain private photographers in the industry. At this moment, after a long afternoon of work in his studio, Cheng Zhu felt a bit fatigued and decided to peruse the comment section of his store, indulging in a bit of entertainment. Soon, his attention was captured by a particular review. I tried it on with my lover, spent the entire afternoon on it, and will wear it again tomorrow to compare with my husband's. Thank you for the 2 pairs of stockings. How considerate. I'll leave a positive review. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but think, what a frugal housewife. If only 1 pair had been gifted, she might have left a mediocre or even negative review. His gaze then shifted to another positive comment. I initially intended to purchase a dress from another store, as it was cheaper, but I felt their showcases lacked the quality yours possesses. The product I received was indeed delightful. I'll try it during ovulation, hoping for success. Cheng Zhu mused. Do they consider my store a temple of fertility? With the enhancement of his showcase images, the impact of his store had risen to unprecedented heights. What use was it for competitors to mimic his styles at lower prices? The true value of such products lay in the unique experiences they offered. A few yuan saved was insignificant. Did customers truly care about that? If my showcases were more alluring than theirs, customers would inevitably choose my offerings. If their prices were significantly lower, a new dilemma would arise. Customers would question their quality. In this day and age, even a simple game of League of Legends or a new skin costs a hefty sum. Is it not reasonable to invest similarly in real-life experiences? In gaming, one may operate a new skin, but does that guarantee prowess? In reality, one ought to showcase their skills. Can a mere skin enhance your attributes? My products can elevate your performance, provide additional capabilities, and even feature special effects. If your own skills are commendable, you might even activate hidden voice lines and experience unique dialogues and sound effects. Who truly embodies the spirit of a conscientious seller? Buy it. Uncle has finally arrived to swindle some money. Cheng Zhu had eagerly awaited this day. Upon reaching his community, he spotted his uncle's car parked downstairs. He suspected his uncle had just arrived, as the restaurant would not close so early, and Uncle Cheng would not visit while busy. Cheng Zhu hurried upstairs, his steps light with anticipation for the unfolding drama. In his haste, he nearly stumbled on the stairs, excitement bubbling within him. Upon entering, his family regarded his spirited demeanor with curiosity. His uncle, Cheng Nanli, donned a polo shirt tucked into tailored trousers, showcasing an LV belt. Cheng Zhu offered a perfunctory nod. His uncle remained the same, meddling in everyone's affairs, always eager to impart his wisdom, yet unable to rein in his own behavior. In the past, Cheng Zhu would retreat to his room upon guests' arrival, finding their conversations tedious. However, today, he chose to sit down and began munching on an apple from the coffee table. Had Uncle not come to con money, he might have relished bragging in front of his younger relatives, for his nephew was an excellent audience. Yet, today was different. He wished to avoid directly asking for money in front of his nephew, so he began to usher him away. Am I not allowed to listen? Cheng Zhu feigned ignorance while crunching on the apple, his expression embodying the naive innocence peculiar to contemporary university students, as if oblivious to the intricacies of human interactions. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Uncle barked impatiently. Upon hearing this, old Cheng furrowed his brow. Why speak so loudly to a child? Cheng Zhu understood his low standing within the family hierarchy, yet he recognized old Cheng's protective nature towards family. Some parents, during family gatherings, would join in chastising their children when relatives criticized them, openly reprimanding them. Old Cheng, however, would never stoop to such behavior. He believed no one had the right to judge others based on mere blood ties. Cheng Zhu, aware that old Cheng would be displeased, intentionally provoked him to build up some tension before they discussed serious matters. Moreover, he understood that gambling often heightened one's emotions, leading to volatile temperaments. Uncle, already quick-tempered, had become even more irritable since his foray into gambling, incurring heavy debts. What attitude is this? I, Cheng Zhu, currently possess the most cash among our family members. I'll enter the room once I finish this apple, Cheng Zhu declared, leisurely savoring his snack, the crispness of each bite resonating in the air. Surprisingly, he consumed it with remarkable tidiness, prompting Cheng Nanli to wonder if he might even eat the core. After finishing, Cheng Zhu washed his hands in the kitchen, then returned to the living room to dry them with a paper towel, plopping back down on the sofa. It wasn't until his uncle shot him a glare that he belatedly remarked, "Oh, I forgot. I'll go in now." Cheng Nanli could only think, what has happened to this kid? Once in the room, Cheng Zhu leaned against the door, eavesdropping for a moment, only to hear his uncle laying the groundwork for his money-grabbing scheme, boasting about some grand project he had undertaken. Clearly, he intended to embellish his tale for at least another 10 minutes. Cheng Zhu settled into a chair, opting to play on his phone while waiting to listen in again. His uncle's bluster held no value for him, as he was far more adept at posturing than his uncle would ever be. He had no desire to absorb such drivel. It was only when the tone of their conversation escalated that he resumed his position by the door, catching snippets of Uncle mentioning a loan to old Cheng. It seemed he had heard from Su Yun that the family's fresh produce supermarket was short on cash. Truly, Uncle had audacity, expecting their family to lend him money for gambling. Cheng Zhu realized he had underestimated the depths of a gambler's desperation. Cheng Nanli finds himself ensnared in a considerable financial quagmire. Even if he were to borrow several $100,000, he would hardly contemplate repayment. For such an amount would seem trivial to a gambler, who would instead fixate on leveraging this money to attempt a turnaround. Initially, he might consider wagering only a few thousand. Yet, as the game unfolds, he would inevitably become consumed by the thrill. Fortunately, both old Cheng and Su Yun maintained their composure, undeterred by familial ties, recalling that they had even sought assistance from Cheng Zhu's grandfather to finance a fresh produce store. Ultimately, the outcome leads to a discordant parting. Cheng Zhu stands by the window, his vantage point affording him a clear view of his uncle's BMW parked below. It is a vehicle destined to be reclaimed by the lender in due time. He remains there, observing as Cheng Nanli approaches his car. His uncle initially shudders, then glances around nervously for a considerable while, subsequently muttering curses under his breath while furiously tearing at the paper affixed to the car window. Noticing this, Cheng Zhu steps out of the room and into the living area. Has my uncle left? He inquires. Yes, old Cheng replies with a nod, his expression unremarkable. Old Cheng and Su Yun exchange a knowing glance, silently agreeing to approach the window together to observe whether the uncle and his vehicle are still present. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu takes his cup to refill it with plain water. Chapter 61. Unstable heart, he promptly ventured to the neighborhood convenience store to procure paper, pens, and glue. He inscribed the characters for payment with a flourish, using his left hand. Once finished, he stealthily ran off to paste it up, applying glue with reckless abandon on the glass. In the process, he nearly made a mess of it all. After completing this task, Cheng Zhu gleefully jogged upstairs. Although he had already set the stage for his parents to spend their money on opening a fresh produce store, there was no telling what mischief his uncle might concoct. Today, he was determined to expose his uncle's identity as a gambler. That was Cheng Zhu's intention. After all, he had borrowed so much money that he likely could not even discern who was pressuring him for repayment. This was indeed the most perilous aspect. In his past life, Cheng Zhu had a friend who became a gambler, borrowing from every possible source, and eventually, the interest compounded to the point where he could not even track how much he owed. All that occupied his mind was the pursuit of more money to gamble again. At this moment, Cheng Zhu stood in the living room, pouring boiling water into his teacup. His gaze was fixed on the flowing water, his expression calm and detached. He could hear the conversation between his mother Su Yun and his father. He truly has been tapping at the glass. You should hurry down and inquire, Su Yun suggested. Oh dear, he asked, getting in the car. Lao Cheng, why not call him and check on things? Do you think he might have encountered some trouble? She added. Lao Cheng paused for a moment, then replied, No need to call him. I'll ring Xu Ping instead. Xu Ping was Cheng Zhu's uncle's wife. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhu sensed his father's astuteness. If he could not ascertain any information from his siblings, then there were two likely scenarios. The first being that the couple had already conspired together to conceal matters from their family, with their intention for borrowing money being far from simple. The second scenario indicated that Xu Ping was genuinely unaware of anything, which would escalate the situation tremendously. Furthermore, given Lao Cheng's understanding of his brother and sister-in-law, he was likely inclined towards the second scenario, hence his immediate decision to contact his sister-in-law. Indeed, while the older generation may not have received much formal education, they possess their own set of wisdom, Cheng Zhu mused. Lao Cheng stepped outside to make the call, and Cheng Zhu could hardly be bothered to eavesdrop on the specifics. He had already intervened sufficiently in this matter and found it unnecessary to involve himself further in the ensuing familial turmoil, where his influence would likely be minimal. The meager savings accumulated over the years could be squandered by his uncle in a single night. It was worth noting that Lao Cheng seldom purchased new clothing throughout the year. Gamblers deserve their fate, Cheng Zhu thought to himself. Upon returning to his room, he recalled that it was now 2014, and some lending businesses were still viable, particularly campus loans. However, he deemed it impossible to delve into such industries. Cheng Zhu acknowledged that while he had a rather audacious approach to his endeavors, he still maintained certain boundaries. For now, he resolved to focus on becoming a QQ tycoon. Once in university, numerous opportunities awaited him, with plenty of potential profits to be reaped. He plopped down in front of his computer and accessed the back end of his store, which had seen earnings nearly matching those of the previous month. If only the profits could be withdrawn immediately, Cheng Zhu murmured. But he reassured himself that gradual withdrawals would suffice. Moreover, he held the conviction that he had pioneered a new artistic style in the realm of manga, establishing a unique niche in an industry that deserved far greater recognition. It was well known that the allure of adult content was a primary driving force in the market. Just look at the skins and models in subsequent games, and one would understand this truth. The true storm had yet to commence. Cheng Zhu contemplated. Let the bullets fly a while longer. The Quit Porn Forum was a fascinating entity, boasting millions of members, with its popularity consistently soaring. It was hard to fathom that such a forum had even been honored with the title of Model Forum on its 10th anniversary. This platform had once been the birthplace of many resounding aphorisms. For instance, society has shackled my desires, but quitting has led me to the pinnacle of life. Within this supportive community, many referred to one another as quitters, encouraging mutual growth. Of course, in any gathering, the presence of ill-intentioned individuals was inevitable. Yet among millions, the majority remained whimsical netizens. Within the Quit Porn Forum, there existed a classic type of post known as the Quit Check-In. Some individuals engaged in this practice purely because their bodies could no longer keep up, while others simply struggled with their thoughts. In these check-in posts, the original poster would leave daily updates, such as Day 1 of Quitting Porn, Check-In. Among them, there were those genuinely committed to this endeavor, while some merely deceived themselves and others. Recently, a particular check-in post gained considerable traction. The poster, who went by the name Tang Sanzang, cleverly obscured certain areas of his face in photographs to prevent real-life recognition. Yet, it must be said, from the unedited sections, this so-called macho man appeared to be improving in health. In his first photo, he looked lethargic with heavy dark circles under his eyes, some puffiness, and a receding hairline. Judging by his overall demeanor, he seemed to belong to the category of those who had to quit. The comments below initially offered encouragement, with others sharing experiences and methods, emphasizing the genuine bonds of humanity. It was impossible to overlook the concern for his well-being. After all, he appeared on the brink of an early demise. Keep it up. My advice is to spend less time online. The internet is rife with distractions. Engage in some physical activity, ride a bike, or go for a run. Avoid fantasies. Avoid fantasies. Avoid fantasies. When feeling anxious, listen to music. It truly helps, one user advised. Encouraged by the support from fellow quitters, Tang Sanzang persistently adhered to his commitment. The comments transitioned from initial encouragement and advice to expressions of admiration and astonishment. Wow, impressive. It's been over 20 days. The changes are evident in the photos. You're doing great. Every time I create a post, I break my streak after 3 days. Respect. I'm inspired. Starting today, I'll bid farewell to being a lecherous woman. I wonder if my appearance will change like yours. Goodness, when one is spirited, it seems to enhance their looks. As time passed, the original poster evolved into a mentor sharing his insights. Gradually, the whimsical netizens began to offer new suggestions, and the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. The whimsical netizens were known for their sharp humor, and soon, some started to coax him gently. It's been quite a few days. You should reward yourself occasionally. Come on, don't be too hard on yourself. Private message me. I can provide you with some great resources. No, you can't swing from one extreme to another. Come on, relax a bit. Join our oil quitting team. It's about quitting, then relapsing, and then quitting again. Wow, you're quite the handsome guy. Can I add you on WeChat? The more benevolent, whimsical netizens would share playful banter, while others would genuinely post images or resources. However, the forum's management maintained a strict oversight in this regard. Today, one whimsical netizen left a comment in the thread, accompanied by an image. Ah, my dear friends, behold what treasures I have discovered. A comic rendition of a QQ seller showcase has unexpectedly graced us. A multitude of individuals below are inquiring about its essence. Is this a new creation from some foreign virtuoso? The artistic style is utterly novel to me. Simply remarkable. There seems to be an insider among us, urging a halt to our temperance. Indeed, the adversaries lurk within. I seek enlightenment. Is there a knowledgeable soul who can elucidate this for me? Remarkably, the internet is filled with individuals capable of unearthing any information. I'm also familiar with this shop, though I dare not utter its name, for it stands in stark contrast to our principles of abstinence, seemingly irreconcilable. I am aware, yet I choose to remain silent. Good heavens! It appears that each one is a riddle master. The more you speak in such a manner, the greater the curiosity becomes among the masses. What could be the name of a shop that ascends to such heights and offends the sensitivities of our moderation team? Moreover, consider who requires such temperance. What past do these individuals harbor? In this forum, numerous members were once frequent patrons of QQ shops. Yet, they have never encountered a QQ establishment so inventive, so artistically skilled, as to produce such comic illustrations for their showcases. Eventually, even the original poster could not restrain their curiosity, asking, "Do not keep us in suspense. What is the name of this shop?" Surely, revealing a name holds little consequence. But fret not. If you riddle masters remain silent, others shall inevitably speak. With so many active users in this forum, it is improbable that every single one would play the riddle master. Indeed, it was not long before someone commented, enlightening fellow abstainers about the name of the shop. In an instant, every abstainer who glimpsed the shop's name was momentarily taken aback. It is, astonishingly, called Persist in Visiting. Abstinence Forum and Persist in Visiting? Bold indeed. How dare they adopt such an absurd moniker? Visiting indeed. Persisting. Nonsense. Abstain. Almost abstain. This cunning QQ shop, with its uniquely innovative seller showcase, has not only created something remarkable, but has also chosen such a name. Now it is clear why those riddle masters spoke as they did. The name of the shop stands in stark opposition to the teachings of our forum. These scoundrels compromise our convictions. Chapter 62. Hello, hello. The shop has unexpectedly gained popularity in the realm of abstinence. Numerous whimsical netizens clamored to mount a campaign against it. Yet behind the scenes, they were secretly placing orders. It's impossible for this establishment to remain inconspicuous in such an environment. Primarily, the patrons here are well-informed individuals who have learned to dismiss many distractions in their pursuit of abstinence. Familiar films? Away with them. Familiar images? Begone. Familiarity? Away. What is this novel aesthetic I have not encountered before? Intriguing indeed. This pioneering style is undoubtedly a new challenge for the community. Just look at its audacious name. It stands in stark opposition to our principles. The whimsical netizens are filled with joy, eager to share. Content from the abstinence forum was promptly screenshot by a multitude, shared amongst friends, or disseminated across various groups and platforms. In an instant, a considerable stir was created online. This was largely due to the novel aesthetic that felt fresh even in 2014. To be candid, the stylistic approaches of Korean comics are rather limited and can become monotonous with excessive exposure. However, the initial impact is undeniably striking. Otherwise, this burgeoning trend of Korean comics would not have made such an impressive entrance, quickly establishing a foothold in this unique category. With the added momentum of online popularity, the shop has taken on a semblance of a trendy establishment. Many whimsical netizens have contacted customer service, offering heartfelt counsel. My friend, such a remarkable style should not merely be confined to a shop. You should consider serialization. The world of comics is where you truly belong. Draw fiercely. I advise you not to overlook this opportunity. This left the customer service team exchanging bewildered glances. Goodness, our workload has inexplicably increased. Where do these clueless customers come from? We are merely running a shop. The illustrations are certainly sourced from outside artists. Surely, you don't think they were crafted by our in-house designers? We are just humble customer service representatives. Why are we discussing this? Truly, the whimsical netizens bring an abundance of amusement. On another front, Cheng Zhu felt somewhat bewildered. After living a second life, he had always harbored a sense of strategic foresight, believing he had everything under control. He considered himself far-sighted, with an eye as sharp as lightning, capable of predicting outcomes. Yet, he never anticipated that the sudden surge in popularity of his shop would originate from the abstinence forum. It felt like an unexpected twist of fate, leaving Cheng Zhu both amused and exasperated. He even searched the abstinence forum, only to find that all content related to his shop had been deleted. This struck him as entirely reasonable, given that it contradicted the forum's mission and bore commercial intent. Ironically, the deletion only added to the intrigue of the narrative. After all, netizens had already taken countless screenshots, which are now circulating wildly. This incident even captured the attention of many industry insiders in the QQ sector, particularly those in e-commerce. Is there truly such a marketing model? They wondered. This comic seems promising. This shop is indeed impressive, worthy of study and emulation. I have high hopes for this establishment. It possesses the potential to rise among the top tier of its category. If all goes as expected, a wave of imitators will soon emerge, attempting to blend human and comic art by commissioning artists. Some will mimic the style directly, while others will likely seek to innovate. Such occurrences are inevitable. But Cheng Zhu is indifferent. As long as everyone knows who the pioneer is and who the imitators are, that suffices. After all, I have many strategies up my sleeve. Soon, you shall understand what it means to be perpetually imitated, yet never surpassed. However, he now has more pressing matters at hand. Cheng Zhu must find time to visit a barber and trim his hair, which is nearly obscuring his eyes. School is about to commence. He wonders how well Lin Lu's promised services from the senior sister are prepared. The day for new students to enroll is fast approaching. Since Cheng Zhu is studying in Hangzhou, Suyin plans to accompany him today. However, Cheng Zhu politely declined his mother-esque kind offer, urging her to focus on the fresh produce store. The Yuzu Fresh supermarket opened 3 days ago, chosen based on auspicious calculations. Thus, his parents have been quite busy, with his grandparents occasionally lending a hand at the store. Both Lao Cheng and Su Yun feel reassured about their son, acknowledging that he is now an adult and can manage on his own. After all, some new students travel great distances for their studies, often alone, without parental accompaniment. Nonetheless, although Cheng Zhu is studying locally in Hangzhou, he will be residing on campus. Last night, while packing his suitcase, little Yuzu sat atop it, comparing her size to the suitcase. "Brother, can you fit me in there and take me to school?" she asked with wide eyes. "No way. It seems you don't want to go to kindergarten." Cheng Zhu immediately saw through her little ploy. "Not at all. I enjoy going to kindergarten," little Yuzu countered. "I'm just a bit reluctant to part with you." She raised her right hand, indicating a tiny distance with her fingers. Cheng Zhu looked at her small hand and remarked, "Is that all you're reluctant about?" Upon hearing this, little Yuzu laughed and gradually widened the distance between her fingers, exclaiming that she felt much more reluctant. Cheng Zhu chuckled as he ruffled her hair and pinched her cheeks, wishing that little Yuzu would remain forever young. The next day, Cheng Zhu casually donned a refreshing outfit. It is said that as long as a boy maintains a decent physique and has a modicum of fashion sense, it significantly enhances his appeal. He recalled the saying, "Boys only need a hint of handsomeness to be deemed very handsome, while girls must be truly beautiful to be considered pretty." At this moment, he stood before the mirror, playfully tousling his hair. "Time to set off," he murmured. The Hangzhou University of Science and Technology is located in Xiaxia. This area is renowned for its university town, making it impossible for vehicles to approach the campus gate. The entire road is congested. Cheng Zhu sat in the taxi, feeling that he could reach his destination faster by walking. Since he had little luggage, he paid the fare and alighted. Retrieving his suitcase from the taxi's trunk, he recalled Jiang Wanzhou, who had gifted him this suitcase for his birthday. This suitcase is still a Rimawa, Cheng Zhu thought. Last year, when he received it as a gift, he was somewhat dismissive. Jiang Wanzhou had argued that it would be useful for future travels together. However, up until now, Cheng Zhu had only ventured on one trip to Guanyin and had not dared bring along this ominous item, opting instead for the spirited Wang Anxuan. Now, as he drags his suitcase along this familiar road, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. Despite the university being named a technical institution, giving the impression of a scarcity of female students, that is far from the truth. The Hangzhou University of Science and Technology boasts a commendable gender ratio, with no shortage of female students. The situation of many wolves and few sheep is not pronounced. Moreover, regardless of gender, university students yearn for love. However, many female students actively pursue it, while numerous male students merely entertain thoughts of romance. Spending 4 years ensconced in video games within dormitories and internet cafes. If one cannot find love during their university years, it is high time to reflect on personal shortcomings, especially when surrounded by competitors who are inept and lackluster, with a pronounced addiction to gaming. It must be acknowledged that many young women, irrespective of their facial beauty, possess a certain charm as they walk gracefully, revealing their legs. During this brief journey, Cheng Zhu attracted numerous glances from the opposite sex. Standing at just over 6 feet tall, dressed in a simple yet tidy manner, and exuding an aura that markedly contrasts with those of the surrounding males, he stands out in the crowd. Furthermore, the bowl-cut hairstyle is currently quite trendy. However, those who sport it insist on referring to it as micro-fringe rather than a bowl cut. Cheng Zhu's hair is cut relatively short, and his tall stature imparts an impression reminiscent of an athlete. As he dragged his suitcase to the school gate, he was immediately greeted by a familiar voice. A charming figure stood beneath a parasol, diligently rising onto her tiptoes and energetically waving her right hand. With 2 delightful dimples gracing her cheeks, she unabashedly called out, "Cheng Zhu, hello." "Hello there." Chapter 63. What does it mean to have a presence? At the entrance of the Institute of Technology, numerous students were gathered, tasked with welcoming newcomers. Among them were members of the student council and some enthusiastic seniors. The sweltering heat made the welcoming a rather arduous task. Nevertheless, the school never lacked students willing to participate in the welcoming festivities, although the motivations behind their involvement were rarely innocent. Given the personalities of Lin Lu and Shun Qingning, it was unlikely they would engage in such activities. Both had been inundated with admirers throughout their university life, and they certainly did not resemble those flirty senior girls who hunted for fresh prey among the younger male students. Moreover, the blazing sun was not particularly kind to their skin. As previously mentioned, Lin Lu had more suitors than Shun Qingming at the institute. The latter exuded an aura that was intimidating. Being the affluent daughter of a family that drove a Range Rover to school created an insurmountable distance, causing ordinary individuals to feel inferior. Even if they harbored affection, they would conceal it deep within their hearts. Consequently, those who dared to pursue her were often self-assured individuals. Who would dare approach such an iceberg without a modicum of confidence? Pei Yin, the vice president of the student council, was one such individual. He joined the welcoming group and had even extended an invitation to Shun Qingning, only to be met with her swift and indifferent rejection, offering no explanation whatsoever. Shun Qingning found him quite bothersome, although Pei Yin presented himself with charm and politeness in her presence. He often spoke with a hint of pretentiousness when addressing others, a common flaw among many student council members, contributing to their unpopularity among peers. In truth, Pei Yan's attempts at sophistication fell somewhat short. Considering Shun Qingming's background, she had undoubtedly encountered individuals of genuine power and influence from a young age. Attempting to impress her with ostentation and barking orders at others merely made him appear foolish. Today, Pei Yin had dressed meticulously, donning a crisp white shirt and styling his hair in a manner befitting an adult. The trend of the so-called white shirt male god had indeed gained traction over the years, with even numerous celebrities frequently appearing in the public eye clad in white shirts. This trend had rendered the white shirt a staple for aspiring heartthrobs. Pei Yin, with his refined appearance and a height of 178 centimeters, often rounded up to 180 by man, along with his impressive title as vice president of the student council, indeed possessed a certain allure. He had hoped to meet more attractive junior female students and intimidate some naive younger males, but unexpectedly, Shun Qingming appeared at the school entrance. Wasn't she supposed to be absent? With a puzzled heart, Pei Yin approached her briskly, flashing what he believed to be an elegantly charming smile, and said, "Junior, long time no see." Shun Qingming merely nodded curtly, while Lin Lu, aware of her friend's disdain for him, mirrored her indifference. It is often said that the emotions of a girl can be perceived clearly through her friends. As one strolls through the campus, if a girl encounters you, feigning calmness while her friends gaze at you with a hint of playful teasing, it may well signify the beginning of your story together. "Chen Hao, go fetch 2 bottles of mineral water." Pei Yin began issuing orders again. He handed the bottles to the 2 girls with a smile, inquiring, "Didn't TU say you wouldn't come today?" Shun Qingming shot an annoyed glance at Lin Lu, who responded with a teasing grin and a playful giggle. Clearly the instigator of the situation, Pei Yin, accustomed to his own embarrassment, kindly added, "If we run out of water later, just let us know. We've prepared several boxes." He then returned to his welcoming duties, though his gaze frequently drifted back toward them. In fact, he was not alone. The majority of those arriving at the campus entrance couldn't help but steal glances at the 2 captivating figures beneath the sunshade. Many oblivious freshmen were swept away by excitement at the prospect of college life. Wow, are all female university students this beautiful? Is the Institute of Technology really that impressive? Look at these goddesses. I've chosen the right school. Such was the allure of university life that the excitement in Hang City matched the legends, brimming with beautiful women. Among the throng of newcomers, there were indeed some brave souls who, one after another, mustered the courage to approach and inquire about directions to their dormitories or the locations of their respective departments. One boy even attempted to add Lin Lu as a friend, only to be met with rejection. Pei Yin, observing from the sidelines, strategically placed a girl next to them. This girl, named Zhou Xiao, was a junior and thus a senior to both Lin Lu and Shun Qingming. Listening to their conversation, she surmised they must be waiting for someone they knew. Shun Qingming was notoriously aloof towards males, while Lin Lu appeared lively and cheerful, yet maintained a considerable distance from them. What kind of male could possibly be worthy of such a grand display, allowing 2 campus goddesses to stand under the scorching sun in eager anticipation? Only a sister could merit such treatment. In Zhou Zhao's mind, even a boyfriend would not be deserving of such privilege. She believed that men ought to wait for women. While if a woman waited for a man, it merely indicated his lack of consideration and warranted a suggestion to break up. At that moment, Lin Lu playfully nudged Shun Qingning's arm with her shoulder, saying, "You promised to be more proactive today." This left Zhou Xiao utterly bewildered. What is going on? She was oblivious to the fact that Lin Lu had orchestrated an elaborate plan to have Shun Qingning serve as senior Cheng Zhu. This spirited girl, known for her vibrant personality, had given it considerable thought and, just last night, declared to Shun Qingning, "Ning Ning, my birthday is approaching, and I have a specific gift in mind for you to give me." "Absolutely not. Can I not ask for my birthday gift in advance?" Lin Lu protested playfully. "What do you want then?" Shun Qingning inquired. "I want you to warmly welcome Cheng Zhu today," Lin Lu exclaimed. Shun Qingning replied, "You must be joking." Indeed, this was Lin Lu's ingenious idea. She had suggested that Shun Qingning provide a series of welcoming gestures for the new student, which certainly qualified as a grand display. Didn't he? Beyond that, she also intended to play a little prank on her friend. "Why is that absurd? I put so much effort into your birthday. You can't even grant me this minor request? You're impossible," Shun Qingning retorted. "Don't you remember the surprise I prepared for you on your birthday? I was at your building at dawn. You're so annoying. I ended up with a bruise on my calf that day. I even collaborated with your brother to decorate the living room with flowers for over 2 hours, and I cut my finger in the process. I'm only asking for this small wish, and you can't even grant it? Woe is me. Do you not realize how much a green tea princess you sound? I don't care. You don't love me anymore. You have no heart. I was wrong to have my affections misplaced." She began to inundate Shun Qingning with voice messages. Eventually, after much coaxing, Shun Qingning relented and agreed to host Cheng Zhu for Lin Lu today. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she had become an unwitting participant in their childish antics. Caught inexplicably between two lively characters, Lin Lu's moral coercion transformed me from a mere bystander who once mocked her childishness into the protagonist of today's narrative. As Cheng Zhu appeared at the school gate, Lin Lu immediately rose on her tiptoes, waving excitedly at him. Oblivious to the presence of others, she exclaimed, "Cheng Zhu, hello, hello there." Beside her, Shun Qingning was startled, helplessly raising her sunshade higher to prevent this clumsy girl from accidentally hitting it with her flailing arms. In an instant, many gazes converged upon them. Zhou Xiao, nearby, appeared somewhat dumbfounded. "Cheng Zhu? Who is Cheng Zhu?" Such thoughts emerged in the minds of many. A group of male freshmen gazed at the vivacious voice actress, who was standing on tiptoe and waving, feeling as though their hearts had been struck. Who could withstand such charm? Who could resist? Her exquisite features, sweet disposition, adorable dimples, an astonishing figure. Cheng Zhu, which scoundrel goes by the name Cheng Zhu, stepped forward and faced the consequences. The student council vice president, Pei Yin, stood by in astonishment. He had never heard of this individual. Could they be a new student? He wondered, dragging his suitcase. Cheng Zhu was utterly unfazed by the spectacle. Such triviality was hardly worth his concern. Striding confidently toward them under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he kept one hand out of his pocket, a testament to his effort to maintain composure. Upon reaching Lin Lu and Shun Qingning, the ensuing scene left the student council vice president nearly apoplectic. Shun Qingning, who had previously declined his offer of water, now retrieved a bottle from her bag and handed it to the newcomer. This water was evidently prepared specifically for him, having been kept in her bag for quite some time, her little hand having held it for ages. Pei Yin thought to himself, "Who on earth is this person?" Chapter 64. What does service entail? Relatives. They must undoubtedly be relatives. Pei Yin began to concoct justifications for the goddess in his mind. Only the bond of blood can yield such effects. Even romantic affection seems to pale in comparison. It is akin to a scenario where, during one's university days, a girlfriend eagerly awaits at the foot of your dormitory, holding a bottle of mineral water or milk tea, and looking exceptionally beautiful. Wouldn't you boast about that for an entire year? Wouldn't your roommates kneel before you, seeking your wisdom and guidance? Yet, the girl in question, while decent in appearance, is not extraordinary. Pei Yin surreptitiously appraised Cheng Zhu. noting that he was of average height and did not possess the demeanor of a typical student, certainly not someone the student council would welcome. Pei Yin was adamant about finding some sense of superiority. At this moment, Cheng Zhu was somewhat puzzled, wondering why Shun Qingning had prepared mineral water for him. Lin Lu, what purpose do you serve? Nevertheless, he was indeed thirsty, and he took a swig from the bottle. Simultaneously, he felt the sun blazing down at the school gate. Moving closer to the shade of an umbrella, exclaiming, "Let us squeeze in, it's unbearably hot today." In university, if a male student holds an umbrella by himself, it is not a significant issue, yet he might attract some whispers. However, if accompanied by a female, he is deemed a victor on campus. Zhou Xiao, a member of the student council, observed the newcomer, sensing a certain charming swagger about him. He was tall and well-built, exuding an air of ease and composure, unlike some who walk with their heads down, afraid to meet others' gaze. He is indeed handsome, she thought to herself. At this juncture, Pei Yin approached. For anyone who could ascend to the position of vice president in the student council must be naturally inclined towards social interaction. I was wondering why you two were waiting here. It turns out you were waiting for someone, he remarked, directing his gaze toward Cheng Zhu. And this is? He emphasized the term junior. Pei Yin's heart surged with unease. There is something amiss. If they were merely friends, Shun Qingning would not treat him like this. Am I not a friend? Surely I am. Why do I not receive such treatment? Why does he deserve it? Damn it. You must be Cheng Zhu, right? Hello. I'm Pei Yin, the vice president of the student council, he said, looking at Cheng Zhu. Ah, it'll Cheng Zhu. Having previously studied at a prestigious technical university, he was aware of Pei Yin's reputation. His most vivid memory was of an incident where Pei Yin was beaten by a rowdy fellow student from the same school, an event that garnered applause from many underclassmen who viewed the assailant as a hero for taking down such a pompous student council member. Since then, the atmosphere within the student council had improved slightly. What department are you in, Junior? Which dormitory do you reside in? Would you like me to show you around? Pei Yin inquired, taking the initiative. Huh? No need. Lin Lu interjected immediately. Wouldn't he, that mean Ning Ning, and I will be waiting here for nothing? As she spoke, she grinned at Shun Qingning, signaling her agreement. Huh? Yes, the cool and composed Shun Qingning responded, then turned to Lin Lu with a frosty tone. You can leave now. All right. Lin Lu obediently exited the shade of the umbrella supported by Shun Qingning, retrieving her own portable umbrella from her bag and quickly opening it. As Cheng Zhu pondered the situation, he suddenly felt the world dim as Shun Qingning tilted her umbrella towards him, shielding him from the harsh sun. Let us go, she said to Cheng Zhu, her tone seemingly calm, yet her right hand holding the umbrella was somewhat stiff. Shun Qingning began to regret her decision. She felt Lin Lu was intentionally setting her up, yet she had indeed acquiesced to Lin Lu's request because she couldn't help but monitor the interactions between Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu. Shun Qingning had an inkling that something was amiss between them and hoped to uncover it today. Meanwhile, Lin Lu watched with a grin, seemingly pleased. Am I overthinking this? She mused. Could it be that they are merely good friends? At that moment, Lin Lu declared, I actually have a voiceover job today, so I'll take my leave. Bye. Know you. Shun Qingning watched as Lin Lu briskly exited. Cheng Zhu was equally perplexed. Damn, is she pulling a fast one? Let us go, Shun Qingning suddenly whispered. This marked Shun Qingning's first experience standing publicly with a male, surrounded by a peculiar atmosphere that easily stirred the nerves of any girl. Often, during school years, couples are pushed together by the teasing of their peers, and what may have started as nothing can evolve into a genuine relationship. Such occurrences are quite common, and there is a certain finesse to it. A strange emotion began to spread within her, typically confident and unbothered by others' gazes. She now felt an urge to escape. All right, Cheng Zhu replied languidly. He rolled his suitcase along, relishing the fact that Shun Qingning was shielding him from the sun as they walked along the familiar campus path, enjoying a privilege that other freshmen did not possess. It must be noted that an umbrella can indeed block some faces, yet Cheng Zhu and Shun Qingning were of different heights. While Cheng Zhu might be shielded, Shun Qingning remained exposed to the stares of onlookers. She couldn't help but whisper, Lin Lu asked me to do this as a favor, claiming it was a birthday gift for her this year. She has a birthday coming up? Cheng Zhu began to calculate the date, realizing he was unaware of when Lin Lu's birthday was. Oh, I see. Isn't she a bit odd? Cheng Zhu sought common ground, grumbling about Lin Lu while mentally noting the date. Exactly. Shen Qingning lightly pressed her lips together, her expression frosty, her tone unfriendly. Cheng Zhu found this version of her to be more vibrant, her icy demeanor softened. It seems rather amusing to provoke her anger. This thought unexpectedly crossed his mind. As Chekhov once said, when a gun appears in a story, it must be fired. Many dramatic narratives follow this rule. If a gun is introduced in the first act, it will surely be fired in the third. Some malevolent thoughts in people's hearts are similar. An irritated Shen Qingning is indeed quite entertaining. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Zhou Xiao watched the two retreating figures, suddenly feeling as though a romance novel had come to life. The aloof and wealthy girl from school alongside the rebellious boy. Isn't this the quintessential romantic trope? She couldn't help but remark in front of Pei Yin. Could they possibly be in a relationship? Is it permissible to speculate about this? Might Shen Qingning's cold demeanor towards males stem from her having a boyfriend? How sweet. This third-year woman began to concoct her own fantasies, creating her own sugar-coated narratives. Pei Yin furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing, yet maintaining a facade of elegance. He replied, "Let us not discuss uncertain matters. Rumors can be perilous. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiao quickly realized that Pei Yin was pursuing Shen Qingning and promptly replied, Oh. You think your position can silence me? Only my future boyfriend has that privilege. Such juicy gossip would undoubtedly circulate in the girl's dormitory. As long as she wasn't the first to speak of it, it wouldn't count as having originated from her. At that moment, under the umbrella, Cheng Zhu and Shen Qingning had already distanced themselves from the school gate. After expressing her grievances about Lin Lu, the two of them hardly engaged in conversation. It was only when passing by certain buildings that Shen Qingning offered brief introductions. Cheng Zhu deliberately refrained from initiating topics, allowing the awkwardness between them to linger. The crowd around them remained substantial. Shen Qingning was quite renowned at school, and Cheng Zhu, being rather striking himself, garnered curious glances from passers-by. As they continued this uncomfortable silence, her peculiar feelings intensified, deepening her experience of the moment and enriching the emotions that arose. It resembled the scenario of adolescents experiencing their first moments alone together. While laughter fills the air, the atmosphere seems mundane. Yet, when silence envelopes them, an unspoken tension becomes the catalyst for a wondrous beginning, provided the girl does not harbor aversion towards him. Shall we forego the umbrella? Shen Qingning suddenly suggested. Although she had promised Lin Lu to share the sunshade with Cheng Zhu, the notion of walking together under one umbrella on campus felt exceedingly strange and ambiguous. Envious gazes from many boys around Cheng Zhu were palpable, some tinged with admiration. This made her prefer to endure a little sun exposure, absorbing some ultraviolet rays, rather than continue using the umbrella. At that moment, she felt a surge of frustration towards Lin Lu. It's of no consequence to me. I still have military training ahead, Cheng Zhu replied. Many boys often resort to minor surgeries before military training to evade participation, leading to a flurry of advertisements in hospitals during the summer, enticing them to come in pairs with promotional slogans for discounted procedures. Shen Qingning promptly folded the umbrella. Is that acceptable? She asked, holding the sunshade, her expression momentarily blank. Hearing those words, Cheng Zhu found her unexpectedly endearing in a contrasting manner. He involuntarily recalled the day at the arcade, where she had been hiding in a corner, attempting to grab a keychain. That's fine, he said, raising an eyebrow and grinning. What's the matter? Did Lin Lu hold something against you? He stepped closer to her, reducing the distance between them, then leaned down teasingly. The guys from male dormitory are all watching you. Having already been annoyed throughout, Shen Qingning was finally ready to conclude the day's awkwardness. She raised her gaze to survey her surroundings, exuding an air of confidence. We are innocent. Why should we lack confidence? Boys in their adolescence can be quite cowardly. Before parting ways, Shen Qingning remarked, By the way, Lin Lu mentioned inviting you to dinner at the school cafeteria tonight. Cheng Zhu was taken aback. This little heiress is only treating us to the cafeteria? he replied, rendered speechless. As he pulled his suitcase while glancing at her alluring silhouette, he couldn't help but marvel. It truly seems like she has the effect of elongated legs. Fortunately, I maintain a balanced diet. If I focus solely on my legs, I might be utterly captivated by this leg goddess. With this thought in mind, he began handling some tasks, then turned and headed upstairs, indifferent to the envious, gossiping, or even hostile gazes directed at him. What are you staring at? This is nothing, he thought, leaving behind a casual silhouette with one hand in his pocket. Let be known, that year I walked with one hand in my pocket. I challenged anyone from the Institute of Technology to compete. Cheng Zhu's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. Thanks to his strength and the lightness of his suitcase, he had a free hand to play with his phone. Initially, he intended to update his parents, but instead received a new message. Cheng Zhu opened WeChat, guessing that Shun Qingning had informed Lin Lu that their task was completed, and this spirited girl had come to claim her credit. How about that? Did the coolest senior from the Institute of Technology provide you with a worthwhile welcome? Chapter 65. The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. Don't worry. Ning Ning will only be angry for a while. Lin Lu was entirely unperturbed. Little did he know that the consequences of Cheng Zhu's words extended beyond Shun Qingning's ire. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Lin Lu, Cheng Zhu set off in search of his dormitory, number 309. As he approached the door, he overheard voices emanating from within. There are so many exceptional seniors at the Institute of Technology. One voice exclaimed, "What's so surprising about that? Let me tell you. I just saw a freshman dragging his luggage downstairs, accompanied by a goddess-like figure. She brought him to the dorm, but she didn't seem like a student. I suspect she might be his sister." At this point, the speaker added, "I've memorized that student's appearance. I'll see if I can spot him in one of the dorms. For the sake of his sister, I want to befriend him." Laughter erupted in the dorm, but it was abruptly interrupted by a male voice. "Are you talking about someone who looks like me?" Cheng Zhu, with his naturally raised eyebrows, dragged his suitcase into the room. The boy who had just been jokingly laughing now sat on a stool, swallowing nervously as he looked up at this tall and imposing figure. As soon as Cheng Zhu entered the dormitory, he left a lasting impression on his roommates. This time around, he had chosen computer science as his major, unlike in his previous life, resulting in a different set of roommates he did not recognize. He glanced at the 3 individuals before him, noting their hairlines in an attempt to remember their most attractive features. I am Lu Feng, nicknamed Youchuan Feng," one of them introduced himself. While his appearance bore no resemblance to the character he claimed to emulate, he was of average height and relatively fair-skinned. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but think that appropriating 2 characters from someone else's name for a nickname was a tad presumptuous. "Very well, Chuaner," Cheng Zhu replied. Lu Feng looked perplexed. Cheng Zhu's gaze then shifted to another boy, who was slightly plump and appeared rather mature for his age. If it weren't for his lack of wrinkles, one might easily believe he was nearing 40. The contrast of his looks with his choice of major was striking. However, this individual seemed to come from a well-off background, as evidenced by the Cartier Ballon Bleu watch adorning his wrist. Such a watch was quite impressive for a university student, given that not everyone could afford luxury like Xiao Jing. This seasoned gentleman met Cheng Zhu's gaze and succinctly stated, "Zheng Qingfeng." Cheng Zhu nodded slightly and turned his attention to the last individual. This was the very person who had just mentioned the abundance of exceptional seniors at the Institute of Technology. Tall and slender, with narrow shoulders, he resembled a bamboo pole. His looks were decent, placing him in the upper echelon of university aesthetics, and he exuded a certain trendiness, likely stemming from a comfortable upbringing. He wore a pair of high-end Rick Owens shoes, which bore a resemblance to Converse, yet were several times more expensive. "I am Dong Dong, from Chengdu," he introduced himself. For some reason, Cheng Zhu felt an inexplicable intuition that the probability of encountering a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick in dorm 309 was quite high. These individuals seemed to deviate significantly from the stereotypical image of computer science students. While Lu Feng found Cheng Zhu's demeanor somewhat intimidating, his curiosity could not be contained. His earlier comments had been made in jest. He understood that such a goddess was likely beyond his reach. Yet he couldn't help but wonder about Cheng Zhu's relationship with her. Before Lu Feng could finish his thought, he caught Cheng Zhu's eye and his words inexplicably morphed into Sheng Yi. He felt an odd sense of pressure from this individual, which made him uneasy. To his surprise, Cheng Zhu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't call me Cheng. It's unlucky. Call me Zhu Gu instead." The phonetic similarity to Cheng makes me uneasy about my fate. Among boys, it was not uncommon to refer to each other as bro, which was acceptable, while those who referred to each other as foster father were viewed as lacking dignity. "Zhu Gu, who was that person who accompanied you to the dorm?" Lu Feng asked cautiously. Zheng Qingfeng and the stylish Dong Dong perked up their ears to listen. After all, discussions about women were always the most engaging among university students. Cheng Zhu took a sip from his mineral water, clearing his throat before responding. "She is not what you imagine. She is just a sophomore at the university." "Wow. Is the aura of a university student really that strong?" Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "And Zhu Gu, you met a goddess right at the beginning of the semester?" Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong exchanged bemused glances at Lu Feng's exaggerated reaction. They found Lu Feng rather unsophisticated, especially with his incessant talk of aura and goddess. They believed themselves to be of a higher caliber than Lu Feng. However, they were intrigued about how Cheng Zhu had come to know a senior. Given that they were studying computer science, the gender ratio was already skewed, and attractive women in their field were scarce. Most students aspired to date across majors or even seek out mature, charming older women. What followed was certainly worth hearing. "It's nothing much. I met her through a friend during the summer," Cheng Zhu stated candidly. Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong were somewhat disappointed. There seemed to be no intrigue to his story. However, Lu Feng, having previously encountered Shen Qingning, felt differently. He didn't look down on Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong, but he believed that neither of them could forge a close friendship with someone of such caliber. "Zhu Gu, I want to hang out with you from now on," Lu Feng said, half jokingly, yet with a hint of sincerity. Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong regarded him with increased disdain. This prompted Dong Dong to ask, "So, has everyone had a romantic relationship?" He assumed Lu Feng had not, which was why he spoke so clumsily. To his surprise, Lu Feng replied, "I've had one." Cheng Zhu raised a finger to indicate he too had experienced a relationship. Dong Dong squinted his eyes and remarked, "I've had two, but they weren't particularly meaningful. Women tend to be fickle, so I prefer being single. I've lost interest in dating." Cheng Zhu interpreted this as he had two relationships, devoted himself to both, and was subsequently rejected twice, yet he still longed for love. Now, only the mature-looking Zheng Qingfeng remained. All eyes turned to him, yet he merely shook his head, remaining taciturn. His response, however, was profound enough to leave a lasting impact on the others, even causing Cheng Zhu to feel a slight headache. The portly roommate, who appeared old enough to be Lu Feng's father, shook his head and solemnly stated, "They all think I'm very aloof." With such an appearance, paired with a serious expression and a deep voice, the impact was striking. Cheng Zhu suddenly felt that his dormitory life might not be as mundane as he had anticipated. The four continued to converse in the dorm for about 10 minutes. Lu Feng spoke with a low profile, demonstrating a keen awareness of social cues. Dong Dong, while straightforward, carried a hint of arrogance. Zheng Qingfeng, who spoke the least, left Cheng Zhu perplexed with his solemn declaration that they all think I'm very aloof. Ultimately, at Cheng Zhu's suggestion, they began to tidy up the dormitory together. In truth, one could glean insights into a person's character based on their approach to cleaning. Zheng Qingfeng appears to possess a certain degree of obsessive cleanliness and compulsiveness, which leads Cheng Zhu to realize that he is genuinely convinced that the girls perceive him as aloof. After completing the dormitory cleaning tasks, Dong Dong suggested they take a stroll around the campus to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Cheng Zhu, well acquainted with the university and preoccupied with other matters, politely declined, saying, "You all go ahead. I have a few things to attend to." He waved his hand dismissively. However, it must be said that boys enjoy venturing out in groups. Otherwise, they would insist on bringing someone along, even to the restroom. Moreover, the camaraderie among boys is generally quite strong, so the three of them persisted, urging, "Let us go together." Ultimately, upon realizing that Cheng Zhu genuinely had matters to attend to, they relented. The fashion-forward Dong Dong, slender as a monkey, merely remarked. We must dine together in the cafeteria tonight. It's our first gathering in room 309, and I shall treat. Cheng Zhu glanced up, and the trio had already vanished without a trace, though they claimed to be familiarizing themselves with the campus. It was evident they were off to pursue the company of girls. He opened his notebook on the table and began operating the back end of his store. Business was indeed improving day by day, and the entire market would surely flourish year after year. It must be said that the burgeoning consumption of adult products holds great potential. Cheng Zhu was determined to keep his identity as a QQ lingerie tycoon hidden from his roommates and classmates. A freshman selling such items on Taobao successfully could become an overnight sensation on campus. Even the cafeteria staff would soon hear of his name. Would campus reporters not come rushing with microphones to him? Maintaining a low profile was essential, especially to avoid the possibility of being asked to supply them with a few items when they venture out for some leisure. Cheng Zhu was taken aback by the flamboyant nature of computer science students during their academic years. It seemed that coding had indeed stripped away much from their personalities. Lu Feng rushed in, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed to Cheng Zhu, "Brother Zhu, do you know what Dong Dong just did?" "Yes, impressive. He added a female classmate on WeChat." "Oh, has he already encountered someone he fancies on the very first day?" Cheng Zhu inquired. Little did he know this fellow, both pretentious and innocent, replied, "How can I directly say I like her? It's merely a coincidence that I found her somewhat appealing. I just wanted to add her as a friend and get to know her better." "Ah, so in your eyes, the term like carries a significant weight, does it?" Cheng Zhu remarked with a hint of amusement, recognizing that this fellow was attempting to gauge the new roommate. "I can tell you find her appearance fitting to your taste." Cheng Zhu offered a somewhat immature piece of advice, stating, "Do not rush into romantic pursuits. First, seek friendship with her and see if her friends are even more attractive." What followed left the trio exchanging glances filled with newfound respect for him. Cheng Zhu observed that each of them possessed their unique traits. Yet they unanimously agreed that there was something intriguing about Cheng Zhu that eluded their comprehension. This statement only solidified their impressions, and Dong Dong realized that throughout their 4 years in college, he might not be the sole focus of attention in the dormitory anymore. Chapter 66. The legendary gathering. For a brief moment, the dormitory 309 was enveloped in silence. The boys, fresh into university, still retained their innocence, particularly in the year 2014. Dong Dong initially believed that after adding the WeChat of a charming girl while exploring the campus with his roommates, he could bask in the glory of his conquest in the dormitory. Little did he know, there was another resident who, though rarely leaving the confines of the room, could effortlessly captivate with his words. Alas, the bluntness of the statement held a kernel of truth. What you deemed as an immature suggestion was, in fact, a rather astute and audacious proposition. Cheng Zhu was merely teasing Dong Dong, intrigued by his earlier remarks that oscillated between pretentiousness and innocence. "You met a girl on the way and know nothing about her, yet you want to tell me this isn't lust at first sight?" As expected, the moment Cheng Zhu's words fell, Dong Dong began nodding vigorously. "Old Cheng, you make a valid point." In truth, Cheng Zhu had ulterior motives as well. He continued coaxing, "Let us not forget, she is new to this school today. She must have roommates too, right? That means she has already met at least 3 new friends. If the girls mingle in the dorm, they get to know even more. If I recall correctly, it was you who said the girls at the Institute of Technology are of exceptional quality, right? I personally propose that we elect Dong Dong as the head of dorm 309 and extend an invitation for a gathering to her dorm. To dine together at the cafeteria tonight." Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow. "Let us give a round of applause." This proclamation sent Lu Feng and Zheng Qingfeng into a frenzy. A gathering? The legendary dormitory gathering? Clapping enthusiastically, Lu Feng immediately joined in. Zheng Qingfeng, initially eager to clap vigorously, suddenly remembered his aloof demeanor. His expression changed, and he began to clap half-heartedly. "I'm just going through the motions." Dong Dong was first bewildered by Cheng Zhu's suggestion, and then swept away by the applause. Suddenly elevated to such heights, he felt the weight of youthful embarrassment. How could he refuse? Becoming the dorm leader seemed acceptable. It could be considered a position of some authority. He could share this exciting news with his father, who might just send him money to treat everyone, allowing him to ask for more. However, he had only just added the girl on WeChat and hadn't even thought about how to break the ice. He couldn't think of a single starting line. Yet here he was thrust into the role of orchestrating a gathering. Clearing his throat, Dong Dong began to mentally prepare his lines. But Cheng Zhu nudged him with his shoulder. "What major is that girl in?" "Fashion design," Dong Dong replied. Cheng Zhu's tone brightened. "Do you understand the caliber of girls in fashion design? I need not elaborate, right?" Although the others were unaware, it sounded as though they were far superior to those in computer science. Yet Dong Dong still felt daunted. Cheng Zhu casually draped an arm around his shoulder. "No wonder you are the one wearing Converse. You're quite the character." Dong Dong's heart swelled with pride. His brother recognized that he was wearing Row, not just any ordinary Converse. "Impressive, old Cheng. I didn't expect you to be so stylish." Dong Dong's admiration for him grew. "Enough with the old Cheng. Where's your phone?" Cheng Zhu prompted. Lu Feng was practically bursting with anticipation, while Zheng Qingfeng pretended to be calm but kept reaching for his cup to sip water nervously. After this exchange, Dong Dong felt compelled to take out his phone, open WeChat, and then hesitated. "What's the matter? Can't you type in pinyin? Should I suggest handwriting?" Cheng Zhu asked, concerned as Dong Dong remained still. "What? I don't know how to start a conversation," Dong Dong admitted, revealing his vulnerability. He glanced at the three of them. "How should I approach her?" A useless man surrounded by a bunch of self-proclaimed strategists. A classic scenario. Lu Feng remarked. "Don't look at me. I don't even dare to ask for WeChat." Zheng Qingfeng added, "I'm too aloof." Finally, they all turned to Cheng Zhu, who moments ago had been reluctant to join them in exploring the campus and seemed somewhat out of place. Now he inexplicably became the backbone of dorm 309. "Just tell her directly, 'Hello, classmates. We're new here and don't have many friends. Our dorm would like to host a gathering with yours to share a meal together,'" Cheng Zhu advised. "Will that work?" Zong Zhong hesti da. "Really?" Dong Dong was skeptical but decided to follow through. A few minutes later, he received a confirmation from the 309 gathering invitation. In an instant, Dong Dong and Lu Feng let out a triumphant howl, while the composed Zheng Qingfeng strategically drank half a bottle of water to quell his excitement, maintaining his aloof facade. Cheng Zhu mused that university freshmen were indeed naive. If the girl was willing to add you as a friend, it meant she had a favorable first impression. Once she asked her roommates about him, curiosity would ignite, and the dorm's gossip train would be in full swing. Wu Ti, they all want to see what this boy looked like. Moreover, at this age of budding romance, it was not just boys who sought to connect with the opposite sex. Many boys falter at this initial step, held back by shyness and lack of courage. At this moment, Lu Feng and Zheng Qingfeng were the most elated. Originally, Dong Dong's edition of a girl had nothing to do with them, but now it had transformed into a gathering between two dormitories. Now, that was a different story. "Zhu Ge, you truly are a prophet." Lu Feng flattered him. "You've only had one girlfriend?" The truth was, he wasn't even sure which encounters could be classified as a relationship. He had reached the final stages with some girls, but couldn't even recall their real names. Could that really count? It was akin to the bartender Yi Zi, who also didn't know her full name, right? The mathematics of it all became an unsolvable conundrum. After all, from one comes two, two gives rise to three, and three births myriad things. Such is the way of the universe. He patted Lu Feng's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Chuan this isn't important. Are you all not going to take advantage of this early moment to spruce yourselves up a bit?" Lu Feng and Dong Dong sprang from their seats, eager to select their outfits. Zheng Qingfeng, calm on the surface, secretly retrieved hair wax from his drawer. After Cheng Zhu's scheme came to fruition, he finally spoke up. "By the way, I want to be joining this gathering. A senior has invited me to dinner, and I've already accepted. So let us not consider this our first group meal for dorm 309, all right?" Sunlight streamed in at that moment, illuminating Cheng Zhu, dressed in simple attire, basking in the golden glow. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a roguishly handsome face, he embodied the type favored by many girls. Though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed the most attractive in dorm 309, possibly even in their entire class. During the gathering, his looks would undoubtedly overshadow the others, drawing the majority of attention his way. Dong Dong felt a pang of dissatisfaction regarding Cheng Zhu's advantage, realizing that no matter how well he dressed, he might still pale in comparison. However, now that he was the dorm leader, for the sake of unity, he said, "Old Cheng, can't you have dinner with the senior another time? That might not be possible. How about this? I'll drop by for a while, but I want to eat." Cheng Zhu replied. Indeed, he had set the stage for this elaborate escape from the dormitory dinner to dine with Shun, Qingming, and Lin Lu. However, he would definitely make an appearance, if only to see if that new girl in the female dormitory was truly a gem. If they do not come to see me, will they not be at a loss? A mere appearance would leave an impression, which cannot be amiss. Surely among the newcomers, there will be delightful individuals. As for the meal, participation is optional. After all, Cheng Zhu can likely surmise that it will be an excruciatingly awkward dinner filled with trivial conversation, devoid of any substance. Upon hearing that Cheng Zhu was dining with a senior sister, Lu Feng, while buttoning up his favorite floral shirt, exclaimed, "Brother Zhu, are you dining with that goddess senior today?" Cheng Zhu nodded in affirmation. Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong exchanged knowing glances. They both felt that. While Lu Feng was generally amiable and skilled in social interactions, he seemed somewhat sheltered, often exaggerating his expressions. Was goddess really a term fit for the mundane world? Surely, it should be reserved for the class beauty or the most esteemed of the department. Just wait until I flourish in university. I shall show him the grandeur of life. The girls from dorm 309 had arranged to meet at 5:30 p.m., while Cheng Zhu's rendezvous with the two senior sisters was set for 5:45 p.m. Surprisingly, the cafeteria was quite bustling today. The canteen at the Institute of Technology, though not particularly to Cheng Zhu's liking, evoked a sense of nostalgia after so many years. It had been ages since he witnessed the culinary prowess of the cafeteria ladies, he mused. As the four of them made their way, they walked with an air of confidence, engaging in light-hearted banter, feigning ease. Yet, upon entering the cafeteria, the other three instantly deflated, leaving Cheng Zhu as the sole one still buoyant. Zheng Qingfeng wore a stern expression, devoid of humor. Lu Feng glanced nervously around, his anxiety palpable. Dong Dong was engrossed in his phone, too apprehensive to look up and locate the girl he had recently added as a friend. Cheng Zhu lightly nudged him, inquiring, "Are those the ones who walked past us?" "Ah, yes. Zong Zip Li." "Then why don't you greet them?" "Oh, right." After finishing his greeting, Dong Dong immediately sensed the attention of the girls across from him, who seemed to be whispering, giggling, and teasing one another. The social gathering had unofficially commenced. In an instant, Dong Dong felt his face flush, quickly crouching down, keeping his head low, and inexplicably began tying his shoelaces. Chapter 67. Fame through battle. Cheng Zhu was perplexed by Dong Dong's actions. He had not loosened his shoelaces. What was he tying? It was merely a reflex of boys seeking to occupy themselves in an awkward situation. Among the four boys in dormitory 309, only Cheng Zhu maintained a steady gaze towards the four girls approaching. The other three were visibly flustered. The girls were of commendable quality, representing a fine female dormitory. Cheng Zhu mused. The elegant girl, who appeared slightly embarrassed while holding her phone, was likely the one Dong Dong had added on WeChat. The two girls beside her were also quite appealing. One was striking with a well-proportioned figure, clad in denim shorts and skillfully adorned with makeup, albeit slightly heavy-handed. The other exuded an innocent charm, though Cheng Zhu could easily discern that it was an artfully crafted facade. True purity emanates from within, not merely from attire and hairstyles that conform to societal standards of innocence, nor from an exaggerated display of charm. After all, a girl who radiates a contrived aura of purity may not easily enchant most boys. As for the most peripheral girl in the group, Zhou Qin, she appeared relatively ordinary. Despite the three boys' tense demeanor, their peripheral vision was covertly stealing glances, silently expressing gratitude towards Cheng Zhu. Indeed, he had been spot on. There was indeed a gem among them. Ying, which one added you on WeChat? Was it the tall and handsome one? The voluptuous Yao Yaina whispered to Zhu Ying as the four girls approached. No, it was the one tying his shoelaces. Zhu Ying quickly noticed Cheng Zhu. Her subtext was clear. In her eyes, the one tying shoelaces did not fit the description of tall and handsome. The one tying shoelaces is quite good too. The innocent Guan Jiayu remarked, her eyes secretly darting towards Cheng Zhu while she spoke, subtly engaging in the gender dynamics at play. Zhu Yingying would have to be paired with Dong Dong today. After a brief self-introduction and pleasantries at the dining hall table, Dong Dong finally remembered he needed to get the food. He stood up to ask if anyone had preferences, receiving nonchalant replies, except for Yao Yana, who requested sweet and sour pork ribs. Cheng Zhu also stood, saying, "It's not ideal for you to go alone. I'll accompany you." He noticed that Lu Feng had a knack for conversation and could ease the atmosphere, which would prevent any awkwardness. As for Zheng Qifeng, it was best to leave him be. He seemed restless, but kept the fade of composure. As they walked a short distance, Dong Dong could hardly contain his excitement. "Old Cheng, no, brother Zhu. Zhu Yingying's roommate is truly a gem. Yao Yana is impressive, but I prefer Guan Jiayu. She is so pure. Have you already switched affections?" Cheng Zhu chuckled. "Such words are inappropriate. We are merely getting to know one another. There is no love involved," Dong Dong asserted, his expression serious. Cheng Zhu gave him a thumbs up. He was not particularly interested in the girls from this dormitory. Yao Yana was indeed attractive, but could she compare to his QQ model, Sister Yezi? A woman who could be a QQ model must possess an extraordinary allure. No further elaboration needed. She was a genuine embodiment of a mature and voluptuous woman with unique qualities. As for Guan Jiayu, she was not as beautiful as Zhu Yingying, nor did she possess Yao Yana's makeup skills. Her appeal lay in her authentic persona of purity that radiated from within. Regardless of the time, past, present, or future, girls embodying innocence will always find their market, and it is a vast one. Particularly the type that appears innocent, yet harbors a certain allure, can captivate many men effortlessly. Cheng Zhu had grown weary of this type. His former colleague, the popular female streamer Yi, was precisely this kind of girl, blessed with a naturally innocent visage, unlike the fabricated purity of Guan Jiayu. This thought led him to ponder. Yi must have studied in Hangzhou as Xia, right? The details eluded him. Meanwhile, the girls in the dormitory had come with a sense of gossip and a stroke of luck in mind for this social gathering. Honestly, holding a social event in the school cafeteria was rather lacking in sincerity. How frugal. Yet, unexpectedly, there were indeed tall and handsome boys present. Yao Yana began to regret not having styled her hair better. Although she appeared adept at makeup, her heavy application made her stand out awkwardly among the newcomers. She was genuinely focused on enjoying her life. In contrast, Guan Jiayu thought to herself, "It's a pity Cheng Zhu seems to come from a modest background." Dressed quite ordinarily from head to toe, while Dong Dong flaunted trendy brands that must have cost him a small fortune. To her, being with a boy like Cheng Zhu might provide some satisfaction, but no substantial benefits. She had little interest in Lu Feng, the social butterfly. As for the silent, expressionless heavy-set boy, she noticed the cardiac ballon bleu on his wrist. He was merely a hefty fellow, but rather a potential catch. "I'll find a way to add him as a friend later," she decided, granting him a chance to engage with her. As for Cheng Zhu, she would investigate further later on. At that moment, Cheng Zhu was admiring the cafeteria staff's culinary skills. They wielded their utensils with the precision of skilled hairdressers, adhering to their own standards. When asked to reduce the amount of fatty meat, they paid no heed, scooping with casual indifference, leaving the balance to fate. Dong Dong ordered 5 meat dishes for vegetable dishes and 2 soups, intending to add more, but Cheng Zhu intervened. "You never know when school leaders might drop by the cafeteria. Don't become a symbol of food waste." "Oh, good point. I'll grab some yogurt and drinks later. I see they have desserts for sale over there." It seemed Dong Dong had quite a bit of living expenses. Cheng Zhu looked at him and remarked, "So all those words Lu Feng shared in the dormitory went in one ear and out the other? Huh? Which ones are you referring to?" Dong Dong asked, bewildered. "Not important. You'll understand soon enough," Cheng Zhu replied, nonchalantly. Dong Dong was left in a fog. That one remark made Dong Dong straighten his back and feel a surge of warmth in his heart, moved to the verge of tears. "Cheng Zhu, you're my brother." The bond of friendship among boys is always so straightforward. At that moment, Cheng Zhu glanced towards the cafeteria entrance and smiled. "I must take my leave. Enjoy your meal." He then picked up his phone and made his exit. Yao Yana couldn't help but glance at his retreating figure. Huh? Is Cheng Zhu not having dinner? She was deliberately crafting an image of him as a polite gentleman, pointing out how he helped others with their food when he couldn't join them. Lu Feng and Zheng Qingfeng were left dumbfounded, recalling how they had previously described Cheng Zhu as somewhat reclusive and not inclined to venture out with others. As the three boys faced the cafeteria entrance, they quickly noticed a small commotion brewing. Many heads were turned towards the door. Two stunning girls, capable of captivating everyone's attention during their college years, had appeared at the entrance. The two were scanning the cafeteria, seemingly searching for someone. Dong Dong and the others overheard the boys at a nearby table discussing, "Why are Xin Xingning and Lin Lu here? What kind of cryptocurrency could possibly allow one to engage in a romance with such a goddess? Why even ponder such matters? She is a wealthy beauty, stunning in appearance, and hailing from an affluent family. Merely a single piece of her attire could cover several months' worth of living expenses for someone like me. We exist in utterly different realms." Lu Feng glanced toward the entrance of the cafeteria, unable to resist the urge to slap the thighs of Zheng Qingfeng and Dong Dong with vigor. "Why are you hitting us?" Dong Dong asked, bewildered. "Look over there. Hurry," Lu Feng exclaimed, pointing toward the entrance. This prompted Zhu Yingying and her companions, who had their backs turned to the cafeteria door, to curiously turn around. Zhu Yingying murmured, "Shun Qingning, Lin Lu. Those names sound somewhat familiar. Oh, I've seen them mentioned on the school forum." Many new students browsed the school forum before enrollment, taking note of those bestowed with titles such as Campus Beauty or Heartthrob. Naturally, one might think I must see what they look like. And now, behold, at this moment, Yao Yana, who had always been immensely pleased with her own legs, felt as though she had encountered a rival whose legs eclipsed her own. How absurd. Her legs are longer than my life. Even the ever-calculating Guan couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. She may feign innocence, but Lin Lu's sweetness is genuine. Due to the presence of Zhu Yingying and the others, they stifled their gasps of admiration and refrained from immediately reprimanding Lu Feng. "Are they searching for someone?" Yao Yana inquired. Before long, it appeared that Lin Lu had located her target. She began to rise on her toes, waving her hand with a radiant smile. Many who had been paying attention turned their gaze toward the direction of her gesture. "Who is it? Who could it be?" Cheng Zhu remarked, seemingly unperturbed, displaying a lack of shame. He stood up from an empty table and called out to them. "Why are you just standing there at the door? Come over here." Chapter 68. The ambiguous period. At times, individuals experience sudden epiphanies. Such was the case for Dong Dong and Zheng Qingfeng. Their minds seemed to transform into mobile devices set to vibrate, buzzing incessantly. The two of them were on the verge of simultaneously addressing Lu Feng, exclaiming, "Chuaner, we apologize." Indeed, she was a goddess, and it was not due to their lack of discernment. Even the mightiest of figures would be awed by her presence. It was no wonder Lu Feng had slapped his thigh in realization. Were they, in fact, seeking out Cheng Zhu? This implied that one of them was the senior accompanying Cheng Zhu to the male dormitory. Dong Dong suddenly grasped this notion and hastily inquired of Lu Feng, "Which one? Which one?" His abrupt question left the four young women momentarily bewildered. Lu Feng promptly responded, "The taller one. I knew it. The aura she exudes is undeniably captivating. Initially, I thought they weren't students, but rather relatives of Zhuge," Lu Feng elaborated. Before encountering Shun Qingning in person, they would have scoffed at Lu Feng's use of aura to describe a senior. Yet now, they could only nod in agreement, recognizing the chilled elegance and poised demeanor that made them hesitant to approach her. A senior like her, who would voluntarily escort him to the male dormitory and even hold an umbrella for him. Dong Dong felt his worldview had been irrevocably altered. What kind of background did their roommate possess? Meanwhile, they began to comprehend why Cheng Zhu had agreed to meet with the senior. Even after seeing the charming beauty in Zhu Yingying's dormitory, he remained unfazed. Indeed, they were not of the same caliber. Initially, Dong Dong had feared that the tall and handsome Cheng Zhu might pose a threat to him that evening. How naive of him! Yao Yana, the most intrigued among the girls regarding Cheng Zhu, could not help but ask as she observed Shun Qingning and Lin Lu approaching him. "What are you all discussing?" Lu Feng provided a brief explanation, causing Yao Yaina to feel a wave of despondency wash over her. She was straightforward, exclaiming, "Ah, I was planning to add him as friend." This only intensified the envy and resentment among the other three in room 309. Damn, he was merely passing through. And yet there are girls wanting as we chat? Guan Ju's gaze was fixed on Cheng Zhu, watching him converse calmly with the two girls. For some reason, she suddenly perceived him as a young man of considerable wealth. How foolish she had been. She had truly misjudged him. Initially, she believed he merely possessed two of the three traits of being tall, rich, and handsome, but it turned out he was devoid of any shortcomings. Furthermore, judging by his manner of speaking, he was certainly not a sycophant catering to beautiful girls. Having raised several such sycophants herself, she recognized the distinction. Her interest in Cheng Zhu intensified, yet she simultaneously felt he had become distant. At that moment, the table overheard a voice from a nearby table. "Damn, isn't that guy the one from the front table, that dog over there?" A voice thick with jealousy struggled to articulate a disparaging remark, but ultimately refrained. The boys at this table had previously thought the girls at the front table were quite appealing, considering the newcomers seemed to possess some talent. However, upon closer inspection, they realized they were merely observing from a narrow perspective. After all, this was Shun Qingning and Lin Lu. This was not merely a matter of talent. It was sheer luck. Some in the crowd even harbored malicious thoughts. "He's a gay. Please, he's just a male best friend. A total gay." Truly, they wished him ill. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu remained oblivious to the fact that, having just entered school and gained notoriety, some harbored such vile thoughts, hoping to influence him through their intentions. One could only marvel at the sophistication of such malignity in individuals as young as 14. At this moment, he sensed the gazes directed his way. Thus, he inquired, "You two don't frequent the cafeteria, do you?" "Indeed," Lin Lu replied. "That explains it," Cheng Zhu mused, gaining insight into the situation. "But why are you being so stingy and inviting me to eat in the cafeteria?" He raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "This is to help you acclimate to your surroundings. Where else would you find a senior of my caliber?" Lin Lu reiterated her identity as a senior and suggested, "How about this? From now on, you must address me as senior instead of my name. What do you think?" "All right, Lin Lu," Cheng Zhu replied, sensing her penchant for creating drama. "Then you should call me master in public." "Not a chance, Cheng Zhu," she retorted, finding his insistence equally tedious. What was an ostensibly childish exchange between them brought an unexpected sense of relief to Shun Qingning, who had been vexed by Lin Lu all day. Eventually, Lin Lu went to queue for food while Cheng Zhu remained seated, demanding another bottle of cola. The cafeteria's offerings had always been unpalatable to him, yet he found himself drawn back by nostalgia, determined to endure its taste once more. After their meal, Cheng Zhu departed the cafeteria with the two girls, pausing to greet his roommates. Dong Dong and the others yearned to follow, but restrained themselves. As twilight descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow. Cheng Zhu's shadow elongated in the fading light, with Lin Lu trailing behind, purposefully stepping on his shadow to vent her frustration. Upon realizing this, he cleverly maneuvered to the left, evading her playful assault. Their antics struck Shun Qingning as juvenile, leading her to suspect that Cheng Zhu was treating Lin Lu like a child. Nevertheless, she observed their interactions and noted how comfortable and relaxed they were with one another, a stark contrast to her own feelings of tension. As previously mentioned, Shun Qingning and Lin Lu had chosen to live off campus, renting a lovely apartment together, thus embarking on a sisterly cohabitation. The residence was a 3-bedroom unit, with the extra room designated as a walk-in closet. Just before parting ways, Lin Lu suddenly called out to Cheng Zhu, "Oh, my mind, I nearly forgot." She rummaged through her bag, affectionately nicknamed the Black Chubby, and produced a small bottle of dark gold substance. "Here, senior, I present you with a gift for the new semester, sunscreen. Since you're about to undergo military training, it will come in handy. My service is comprehensive. ISNT it? I'm a big guy. I don't need sunscreen," Cheng Zhu grumbled. "What kind of gift is that?" Yet, despite his words, he swiftly accepted it. Even if he didn't need it, he could always gift it to another girl. After all, give it back. As anticipated, their gathering for the dormitory event turned out to be merely a meal, with no intention of attending the subsequent activity. They could have ventured to the nearby milk tea street to chat, play cards, or enjoy board games. Instead, as soon as Dong Dong and Lu Feng arrived, they pulled their chairs from their own table and positioned themselves directly across from Cheng Zhu, plopping down with enthusiasm. Zheng Qingfeng, less exuberant, took his time in joining them. "Why are you all surrounding me?" Cheng Zhu frowned. "Brother Zhu, you truly have no idea how many people in the cafeteria are talking about you," Lu Feng announced. Cheng Zhu remained unfazed, finding nothing remarkable about the situation. If his identity as a QQ mogul were to be exposed, it would surely ignite discussions throughout the entire university circle in Hangzhou. Do you comprehend the significance of being the most talked about man in the QQ industry? I am indeed the leading figure in the QQ realm. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Is it just because I had dinner with him? Is that all it takes to garner such attention?" This simple remark abruptly extinguished the gossip flames of the three, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Conversely, Cheng Zhu maintained the youthful curiosity of his previous life, eager to learn whether any progress had been made in the initial social interactions among these youngsters. "What about your gathering? How did it go?" he inquired. It was at this moment that Dong Dong recalled, exclaiming, "Oh, right. Zhu Yingying mentioned that our dormitories could create an 8-person group. Wow, it seems I underestimated you all," Cheng Zhu remarked in surprise. Previously, such a statement might have provoked mild resentment from Dong Dong and the others. However, at this juncture, even our stoic friend Zheng Qingfeng found no fault with Cheng Zhu's tone. In truth, Cheng Zhu had no particular interest in joining the group. Yet, as they were all from the same dormitory, it would be impolite to disregard the feelings of his companions. Soon after, Dong Dong began adding members from room 309, while Zhu Yingying invited her roommates to join the group. Upon entering, Cheng Zhu immediately muted notifications, sending out a playful meme before retreating into silence. Ironically, they were all seated in the same room, yet these three youngsters prefer to interact by typing in the group chat rather than engaging in direct conversation. They would occasionally nudge each other with their shoulders, their expressions delightfully animated. Although Cheng Zhu remained a silent observer in the group, his WeChat contacts began to light up with several new friend requests. "What? Zhu Yingying just added me?" exclaimed Lu Feng, the first of the group to break his silence, clearly relieved that his vocal cords had not been damaged by excessive silence. "What did you say?" Dong Dong, the second in line, perked up, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice, for he had initially requested Zhu Yingying's WeChat during their earlier encounter. Zheng Qingfeng, the quietest of the trio, raised his hand and simply said, "Add one," indicating that he too had been added. The collective gaze of the group turned to Cheng Zhu, who reluctantly nodded. "Yes, she added me as well. She added all of us, which is quite normal. Old Dong, you can rest easy now, right?" "That's more like it," Dong Dong replied, nodding. "Did the others add you?" Lu Feng and Zheng Qingfeng both shook their heads. "What about that Yao Yana and the other one?" "Guan Jiayue." "Oh right, Guan Jiayue. They added me too," Cheng Zhu responded. In their eyes, adding a friend was no big deal, even if Cheng Zhu turned out to be a paragon of male charisma. Having a friend with such stature was a delightful prospect. Hearing this, Dong Dong raised his hand and pretended to give himself an air slap, muttering, "Damn, why did I even ask that?" Cheng Zhu reassured him, "Don't worry, even if I added them, I won't initiate any conversation. Damn it, we crave such attention. Yet he seems indifferent." Dong Dong thought, feeling increasingly agitated. Why did I even pose that question? He raised his hand again, delivering 3 imaginary slaps to himself, the last one accidentally connecting with his chin. "That's what you get for being so talkative." He scolded himself with a wince. Chapter 69. Enveloped in scandal within the 8-member group chat of the male and female dormitories, the conversation on the female side gradually became perfunctory, leading to a decline in activity. This was inevitable, as the most intriguing figure, Cheng Zhu, had merely shared a meme upon joining the chat and then submerged into silence. Lu Feng, serving as the atmosphere creator, was adept at sparking discussions, yet the girls exhibited no interest in him. Zheng Qingfeng, too, was reticent, maintaining an aloof persona with minimal words. Cheng Zhu had observed his plump fingers typing away. Despite only sending a few words in the chat, they never ceased moving. indicating a continual cycle of typing and deleting. In this dynamic, Dong Dong was the one most eager to engage in conversation. He was fond of Zhu Yingying, as well as Yao Yaina and Guan Jiayue. However, he noticed that both Yao Yaina and Guan Jiayue, initially vibrant in the group, gradually faded into silence. Zhu Yingying was still willing to converse, yet it seemed unreasonable for her to monopolize the discussion alone. Dong, feeling disheartened, set his phone aside, realizing that as the dormitory leader, he was rather ineffectual. Unbeknownst to him, the cornerstone of their group had shifted to Cheng Zhu. He could easily envision that if they requested Cheng Zhu to be more active, the group chat would instantly ignite with fervor. He imagined that the girls were likely discussing Cheng Zhu rather than him. Indeed, the female side had initially been discussing Dong Dong, as he had taken the initiative to add Zhu Yingying on WeChat and invited everyone for a social gathering. The girls inquired about Zhu Yingying's impression of Dong Dong and whether she harbored any desire for deeper interaction. Feeling a tad bashful, she brushed it off, asserting they were merely ordinary friends and urged them not to speculate. As the conversation progressed, it seamlessly shifted toward Cheng Zhu. Prior to their arrival at the school, they had perused the campus forum and were familiar with the names Shen Qingning and Lin Lu. Guan Jiayue, engrossed in her phone, became increasingly astonished. Wow, this Shen Qingning drives a Range Rover to university? A Range Rover Vogue must cost around $2 million, right? She exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. This particular model indeed had a higher price threshold than the newer versions that followed, intensifying her suspicion that Cheng Zhu must be exceedingly wealthy. Strangely, upon confirming Shen Qingning's affluent background, she inexplicably concluded that Cheng Zhu's family must share a similar fortune. As they scrolled through the forum, they soon stumbled upon a highly popular gossip post. The title, dating back to 2014, still resonated with a certain trendiness. It was captivating to see a campus goddess paired with a freshman, undeniably eye-catching. Upperclassmen would be tempted to click in, curious about the post's claims, particularly regarding the formidable Shen Qingning. Freshmen, on the other hand, would be eager to discern which remarkable individual had captured the attention of the school beauty. Despite not yet knowing what she looked like, the title campus flower was indeed impressive. The post vividly recounted the scene at the orientation, exaggerating the temperature to a scorching 42 degrees, despite the actual temperature being merely in the 30s. Shen Qingning and Lin Lu, braving the heat, stood beneath the sunshade at the school gate to welcome this remarkable individual. As he approached, Lin Lu waved enthusiastically, appearing very welcoming. The name she called out sounded like Cheng Zhu, though was uncertain which character corresponded to his name. Henceforth, he would be referred to as Brother CZ. Clearly, as Shen Qingning's boyfriend, he had also garnered approval from her equally stunning friend, Lin Lu. Otherwise, Lin Lu would not have exhibited such friendliness toward him. Upon his arrival, Shen Qingning retrieved a bottle of water from her bag to offer him, demonstrating her thoughtfulness, surprising everyone who believed her to be an aloof goddess. Parenthetical note: aloof yet warm-hearted, enviable indeed. Another parenthetical note: damn, he truly deserves to be envied. Furthermore, reports from the student council revealed that the vice president, Pei Yin, attempted to offer Shen Qingning water, only to be declined. This insider emphasized repeatedly that Brother CZ was more handsome than Pei Yin. But was it merely offering water? She also personally held the sunshade for him, guiding him to his dormitory, and they lingered at the male dormitory's entrance, reluctant to part ways. Do not assume I am exaggerating. Many upperclassmen responsible for orientation witnessed this unfold, and if I am lying, may I be struck by a vehicle. The post concluded with an update from the original poster. Latest intel: they were seen dining together in the school cafeteria. Does this signify Shen Qingning's intentions? After seemingly entering a romantic entanglement, the principal character himself stepped forward to clarify. It is not a rumor, not a rumor, not a rumor. Within the female dormitory, Guan Jiayue and her companions exchanged glances after reading the post. Initially, they believed Cheng Zhu and Dong Dong merely shared a meal, unaware of this significant development. Such a person, who tenderly brought him water and shielded him from the sun. Could it be true? Many involved in the orientation confirmed this fact, providing solid evidence. Naturally, the discussions included a few disgruntled protest posts from infatuated individuals, claiming, "There can only be one campus flower. Shun Qingning is not the campus flower. Lin Lu is. Nonsense. Jiangxin is the true campus flower." Additionally, there were numerous condemnatory voices, with a multitude of frustrated boys venting their ire. Especially upperclassmen who felt aggrieved that previous cohorts had failed to win over the campus flower, only for a freshman to succeed before their enrollment. Moreover, an insider indicated that this brother CZ had a poor attitude in the cafeteria, barking orders at the goddesses. I heard him clearly say, "Why are you standing there foolishly? Come over here." It seems even goddesses can misjudge character. He was far from gentlemanly, and true gentlemen would never behave so. What an absurdity. How could one treat their girlfriend and her friend so poorly? Am I the only one who considers him a role model? Frustrated and cold. Is it not the case that kindness between lovers should be mutual? Of course, some in the comments argued that they might not necessarily be in a romantic relationship, perhaps merely friends. As the female dormitory occupants continued reading, they found themselves in a state of disbelief. Yao Yaina slumped dejectedly in her chair. Her long legs stretched out weakly in front of her, as if she were a deflated balloon. She was genuinely enamored with Cheng Zhu's looks. His rebellious charm was captivating. Initially, she thought that even though Cheng Zhu was surrounded by such stunning beauties, they might not necessarily become a couple. And if she put forth some effort, perhaps she could win him over. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like crossing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like passing through a veil. Yet from the post, it appeared Shun Qingning was also making considerable efforts, bringing water and holding an umbrella. Faced with such a formidable rival, her confidence waned. Contemplating Shun Qingning's aura, she felt too intimidated to even consider competing directly, let alone entertaining the audacity to play the role of a clandestine admirer. Guan Jiayue, meanwhile, was deep in thought, having firmly concluded that Cheng Zhu was undoubtedly a top-tier wealthy heir, contemplating whether she could find an opportunity to integrate into his affluent circle and seek her prey. Interestingly, despite being at the epicenter of this gossip whirlwind, the residents of room 309 were slower to learn of the rampant rumors circulating in the school. By 11 o'clock that night, everyone had settled into bed, each engrossed in their phones. Dong Dong and the others presumed Cheng Zhu was chatting with the goddesses. But in reality, he was dispatching tasks in a work group. Currently, the shop operated on a two-shift system, and the place was bustling, with patrons arriving even in the wee hours of the morning. Suddenly, Lu Feng broke the silence, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Zhu, you've become famous on the university's forum. What is so remarkable about that? Becoming a campus sensation is merely a matter of timing," Cheng Zhu replied, continuing to assign duties in the work group without lifting his gaze. While many are eager to voice their grievances, they momentarily find that there may indeed be some merit to the words spoken. It is undeniably challenging to maintain a low profile. However, Brother Zhu, whispers abound that you and Senior Shun Qingning are romantically involved. Could this, in fact, be advantageous to the progression of your relationship? Lu Feng suddenly struck his thigh with force while lying on the bed. Cheng Zhu, unable to restrain himself any longer, lifted his gaze towards him. He had presumed his charm had captivated the masses, only to discover that it was the rumors that had taken center stage. Although he had anticipated such consequences, he was taken aback by how the fervor surrounding the latter eclipsed his own appeal. The residents of dormitory 309 began to peruse the campus forum on their phones, scanning through posts and comments. Upon encountering some particularly irksome remarks, Dong Dong expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "I truly wish to inform them that Brother Zhu received sunscreen from Senior Shun Qingning." What are they saying? Can't ordinary friends gift each other water? Can't ordinary friends hold an umbrella for one another? Speaking of which, the three gentlemen from the same dormitory had just been shown up by Cheng Zhu, who thought that rather than envying him in solitude, they might as well share the admiration. They should take a good look at how, in a moment of disagreement, someone would gift him a bottle of sunscreen worth 3 digits. Observe what true quality looks like during the ambiguous phase of a relationship. Leaning against his pillow, Cheng Zhu raised an eyebrow and stated, When did I ever say that this bottle of sunscreen was a gift from Shun Qingning? I warn you not to spread rumors on the forum. The trio responded with a puzzled silence. A sense of equilibrium was restored, albeit slightly. Zhong, ever the curious soul, could not help but inquire. So, who is the sender of this sunscreen then? He perceptively noted that it was unlikely for boys to exchange such items. It was from Lin Lu, Cheng Zhu replied nonchalantly. The usually taciturn Zheng Qingfeng could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "No way." Lu Feng and Dong Dong felt a shiver run down their spines, realizing the weight of those three simple words. They had never considered that the sunscreen might have been a gift from Lin Lu. A foreboding sense of dread washed over them. Throughout their university years, the dormitory would likely be filled with the sound of their grinding teeth at night. Meanwhile, in a beautifully adorned three-bedroom apartment near the University of Science and Technology, Shun Qingning, clad in pajamas and shorts, extended her long, perfectly proportioned leg and kicked open the slightly ajar door to Lin Lu's bedroom. Chapter 70. The female counselor with a sudden force. Shun Qingning kicked open the door. Her face, typically cool and composed, now radiating an aura of fierce determination. Lin Lu, who was applying body lotion in preparation for bed, was momentarily taken aback. Then, using her alluring voice, the voice actress playfully teased, "You're such a nuisance, coming in so early for a surprise attack." She sensed the gravity of the situation from Shun Qingning's expression, even though she was unaware of the specifics. Deciding to lighten the mood, she raised her chin and playfully remarked, "Go ahead and attack. I'm ready for whatever you throw at me." "I'll attack you indeed," Shun Qingning retorted, stepping onto the bed with her long legs, her gaze icy as she looked down at Lin Lu. Noticing that her friend was genuinely enraged this time, Lin Lu, drawing on her extensive experience in provoking Shun Qingning's ire, chose to remain silent for the moment and instead flopped back onto the bed. "You dramatic fool," Shun Qingning exclaimed, unable to resist, giving her a light kick before plopping down beside her. Lin Lu emitted a theatrical scream that lacked both pain and emotion, purely a display of skill. With her eyes tightly shut, she finally opened one to sneak a glance at Shun Qingning, observing her closely. "What is wrong, Ning Ning? Who made you angry? I'll give them a piece of my mind," she declared fiercely. "It's all because of you." Shun Qingning shot back, her cold eyes narrowing at Lin Lu. "Me? Really? I'm already cursing them out of my mind," Lin Lu quickly replied. Shun Qingning, slightly exasperated, frowned and said, "Did you know that Lin Shan just messaged me? She told me to check the forum, saying it's in chaos over there." "What chaos? Is there some gossip?" Lin Lu perked up, intrigued. "Indeed, it's about me and Cheng Zhu. Do you want to hear it?" Shun Qingning's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Huh? Can I really hear it?" Lin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Buffet. How could you have inexplicably conjured up a boyfriend for me? The forum is buzzing with claims that I'm involved in a May-December romance. Shun Qingning forcefully extracted her arm from the indentation it had made in the bed. "What nonsense are they spouting? Cheng Zhu could never be your boyfriend." Lin Lu's voice rose in pitch. "Exactly. They're insane." Shun Qingning joined in solidarity, but suddenly a realization struck her. Something about Lin Lu's demeanor felt off. Her gaze intensified as she scrutinized Lin Lu, her tone sharp. "You better not be upset because of these baseless rumors." You better not be." Thus, the two girls sat on the bed, perusing the forum posts, critiquing them as they went along. "Let us just forget it. The more we dwell on it, the worse it becomes. Besides, we've never even posted on that forum. If you say you're Lin Lu, they still want you to prove it," Shun Qingning said exasperatedly. "Such rumors won't last long. After all, Cheng Zhu and I are entirely innocent. People will soon realize we're just friends." Her temperament was such that she found no need to clarify anything, merely frustrated with Lin Lu for causing unnecessary trouble. Lin Lu observed her, then conceded, "All right, I suppose that's fair." She had hoped to clarify things. "So, should you keep your distance from Cheng Zhu at school?" she inquired. "Things will remain as they always were. Why should I alter my behavior because of some absurdity?" Shun Qingning frowned. "True enough," Lin Lu agreed. The two continued to chat for a while longer until Shun Qingning finally departed from Lin Lu's room. Once she left, Lin Lu resumed her reading on the forum. But the more she read, the more infuriated she became. What utter nonsense! They're all spouting nonsense. The post-popularity was astonishing, with people claiming their interactions were excessively sweet. What is sweet about this? She grumbled. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the small pig figurine on her nightstand, the one adorned with the words, "To." The figurine's face wore its signature cheeky grin. Staring at it, an inexplicable rage surged within her. She rose and struck it twice in frustration. Afterward, she was left wondering why she had done so. It was clear that she was the source of all this chaos. Yet the outcome displeased her greatly. This sense of confusion only deepened her agitation, prompting her to strike the pig figurine again with renewed vigor. The following day, the inhabitants of dorm room 309 awoke to the sound of alarm clocks. The night before, Cheng Zhu had gone to bed early, while the other three struggled to sleep. Their envy of Cheng Zhu was twofold, as they were also eagerly anticipating the official start of the new semester, which kept them excited and awake through the night. The occupants of room 309 belonged to the Computer Science Class 2 of the Information College. Historically, the male-to-female ratio had reached as high as 7-3. While the number of girls was limited, one could always hope for some attractive ones, especially considering the rumors that there were beautiful female counselors in college. During the day, they focused on their studies, and by night, they aspired to cultivate relationships. They dared not dream of anything beyond that, merely wishing for more appealing classmates. Cheng Zhu, however, simply hoped for a decent counselor, as some counselors in college could be quite unpleasant. When the alarm rang, Cheng Zhu intended to catch a few more moments of sleep, but the commotion from his roommates was too much to ignore. They were all keen to look their best, and soon the sound of 3 hair dryers filled the room. Yes, many boys prefer to wash their hair in the morning, especially those with softer hair types, which tended to become misshapen overnight. With a resigned sigh, Cheng Zhu climbed out of bed, yawning. Dong Dong, who was drying his hair below, looked up at Cheng Zhu, who was only clad in boxers. And couldn't he help but exclaim, "Dude, Cheng, do you actually have abs?" Cheng Zhu touched his noticeably defined abdomen and replied, "Not really. I've never trained systematically, and it's not that pronounced." "How pronounced do you want it to be? Are you trying to be a washboard for the girls?" Dong Dong said, rolling his eyes, unable to resist feeling his own stomach. After Cheng Zhu changed into a short-sleeved shirt, Dong Dong remarked, "Looking like that, I might not even want to play basketball with you anymore. When you lift your shirt to wipe your sweat, you'll be turning heads. Come on, I'm not the type to flaunt my abs," Cheng Zhu said as he grabbed his toothpaste and toothbrush. "I once he mentioned that I'm 183 centimeters tall, have an 8-pack and a 9-head proportion." Dong Dong looked at him, realizing Cheng Zhu indeed had an enviable physique, broad shoulders, and long legs, resembling a model. In contrast, he himself, despite standing at 180 centimeters, had a smaller frame and narrow shoulders, and even with efforts to bulk up, he doubted he could achieve Cheng Zhu's level of physique. He often thought that if there were no Cheng Zhu in their class, his university life might have been much more enjoyable. After a while, spurred by Cheng Zhu's urgings, the 4 roommates of dorm room 309 finally set out, heading first to the cafeteria for breakfast. After their meal, they strolled through the morning campus under the golden sunlight, where they could not help but notice the long, elegant legs and shapely figures of the girls around them. Although this University of Technology in Hangzhou could not compare to the nearby Communication University, the quality of the girls was indeed quite impressive. A legend circulated in the university town that luxury cars frequented the back gate of the Communication University late at night, though its veracity was uncertain. As they entered the area designated for the Information College, the sight of those long legs and cute figures visibly diminished. "Zhu, do you think there will be any beauties in our class?" Lu Feng inquired. "Uncertain. Perhaps there will be." He remains indifferent, his words dripping with nonchalance. The trio concurs, acknowledging that he indeed possesses the privilege of indifference. Cheng Zhu, in his previous life, did not study computer science, yet the gender ratio in that field is hardly favorable, leading to the boys venturing out in search of companionship. To be precise, among classmates, should a breakup occur in the future, it may indeed be slightly awkward, yet the likelihood of reconciliation is considerably heightened, easily resulting in a cycle of separation and reunion. Naturally, love in university regardless of whom one dates, seldom ends well. The notion of transitioning from school uniforms to wedding gowns is ultimately a rarity. Rather than believe in such fantasies, one might as well believe that I am Qin Shihuang. As they approached the classroom door, Lu Feng could not help but lament. Alas, even if they are indeed beautiful girls, it is of no concern to me. Unlike Zhu Gu, who is naturally handsome, I'm not like Lao Dong, bold enough to directly add a girl South WeChat on the street. Dong Dong immediately bristled, retorting, I am not merely bold. I am handsome too. Cheng Zhu interjected. He didn't imply you lack charm. That is already a testament to high emotional intelligence. However, Chuan, I must criticize you. I truly possess more than mere good looks. Zheng Qingfeng remained silent, feeling detached from the conversation, as he believed he was not lacking in courage like Lu Feng. Rather, he simply exuded an air of aloofness. Among the few in the dormitory, Cheng Zhu held the highest regard for Lu Feng, as he was the most perceptive, addressing him as Zhu Gu mere moments after their introduction. In contrast, Dong Dong would call him Zhu Gu only when needed, and Lao Cheng at other times. As for Zheng Qingfeng, he rarely addressed others by name, as if speaking would incur a cost, each additional word a potential debt. Celebrities in the entertainment industry do not maintain their personas as well as he does. Thus, Cheng Zhu took the initiative to pat Lu Feng on the shoulder, earnestly restoring his confidence. In truth, should you find yourself enamored with an exceptional girl, do not be afraid. Let me tell you, while you may indeed be exceedingly ordinary, the mere opportunity to engage with such a remarkable person signifies that she is destined to cross your path. Lu Feng's small, single-fold eyelids widened in astonishment. It was quite peculiar. He felt both scolded and encouraged simultaneously. Dong Dong laughed heartily, while Zheng Qingfeng stifled a chuckle. Before entering the classroom, the trio quickly composed themselves, their expressions reverting to calmness. The classroom was already bustling with students. They had discussed the prospect of encountering girls on their way in, yet upon entering, they walked with straightened backs, eyes forward, lacking even the courage to glance around, as if any display of interest might betray their frivolity. Cheng Zhu, however, was different. Upon entering, he began surveying the seating arrangements, but the back rows were nearly full, leaving no room for all four of them. With prime seats already claimed, he reluctantly settled into a window seat in the second row. More classmates trickled in, and while there were indeed few attractive girls studying computer science, they remained intrigued nonetheless. At that moment, another woman entered from the doorway, and Cheng Zhu keenly observed the three companions beside him subtly wagging their invisible tails. He raised his gaze and beheld a woman with voluminous brown waves. Her makeup was impeccably refined, and her attire exuded maturity, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Upon entering, she seized a piece of chalk and, amidst the astonished gazes of the students, swiftly inscribed her name on the blackboard. Goodness! It turned out that her mature appearance was not merely an act. She was indeed quite mature. She was the counselor of Class 2 in the Computer Science Department. Chapter 71. Urban Young Women. My name is Chun Jieyu, and I am your counselor. You may address me as Teacher Chun. She stood at the podium, surveying the students in the classroom, who were all keenly focused on her, particularly the boys, who were clearly excited. Chun Jieyu, standing at approximately 1.65 meters, wore a short-sleeved, cream-colored blouse paired with loose black trousers. Her makeup was immaculate, her skin fair, and with her golden-rimmed glasses, she exuded a mature charm that was quite captivating, distinct from the typical college student. In terms of appearance, she may not have been as striking as Lin Lu or Shun Qingning, but she certainly surpassed many of the female students in the computer science class too. Moreover, her role as a counselor, tinged with a hint of taboo, added to her allure. The boys in Class 2 had never imagined they would encounter such an exceptional counselor. Conversely, the few girls in the class were surprised that the most dazzling presence among them was, in fact, a staff member of the school. It was not long before she became the embodiment of a dream girl in the hearts of many boys. Cheng Zhu gazed at the woman at the podium, reflecting, I never expected the counselor to be Cheng Zhu. He had heard her name in his previous life. Known as the goddess counselor of the College of Information at the Polytechnic University, with many considering her the most beautiful counselor of the institution. It seemed implausible that, after graduating from the Polytechnic University years ago and having encountered countless beauties since, he would still distinctly remember a counselor he had never interacted with. Cheng Zhu had garnered significant attention at the Polytechnic University, often embroiled in various controversies. Initially, when she became a counselor, there were rumors that her appointment was facilitated by a distant relative in the school administration. Yet, she possessed a palpable air of superiority, often appearing quite pragmatic and occasionally sharp-tongued in her remarks. Further rumors suggested that her background was rather ordinary, and she merely excelled at presenting herself, an enigma that left many puzzled. Such a counselor would undoubtedly attract the attention of male teachers or counselors at the school, yet none succeeded in winning her over. Some men, unable to attain what they desired, would disparage her instead. It was also rumored that Cheng Zhu was a steadfast supporter of anti-marriage. Allegedly influenced by her family background, Cheng Zhu, with his dubious interest in the so-called anti-marriage ideology, found it somewhat intriguing. However, what left a profound impression on Cheng Zhu was the incident during his sophomore year when this renowned female counselor attempted to take her own life. This shocking event reverberated throughout the campus, leading to rampant speculation and countless narratives, obscuring the truth of the matter. Subsequently, the counselor resigned. He realized she was the counselor for Class 2, but he had been unaware of her direct involvement with them. Counselors at university hold a unique position, and their relationship with students often hinges on their personalities. Some counselors mingle freely with students, while others maintain a more distant demeanor. Cheng Zhu, it seemed, belonged to the latter category. After a brief self-introduction, she instructed the students to take turns introducing themselves, starting from the first row, left to right. Once she descended from the podium to stand near the front door, Cheng Zhu couldn't help but think how fitting it was that they were all students of computer science. After one student initiated a humorous self-introduction, many followed suit. One particularly slender boy amusingly claimed to be a gaming coach, ready to take orders, boasting of his invincibility in the jungle. Cheng Zhu stood expressionless beside them, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, it was the turn of Cheng Zhu's roommates to introduce themselves. Lu Feng, the atmosphere creator, attempted to enliven the class, eliciting laughter from the audience. Cheng Zhu suspected he was trying to adopt a comedic persona to attract a partner in college. Dong Dong took the stage to flaunt his fashion interests, presenting himself as someone from the trendy apparel scene. Despite his claims, even if classmates didn't recognize the brands he wore, they would automatically perceive them as expensive. As for Zheng Qingfeng, it was best not to dwell on him. The aloof boy merely stated his name and origin, displaying an impressive poker face before stepping down. Cheng Zhu thought he should mention his age during his introduction. Otherwise, his youthful appearance might lead classmates to assume he was a chronic repeat student. After all three roommates had introduced themselves, it was Cheng Zhu's turn. Upon taking the stage, he was met with the attentive gazes of the female students. His appearance and demeanor significantly deviated from the conventional stereotype of a computer science student. He picked up a piece of chalk and boldly wrote his name on the blackboard. He was the first to leave a mark, his name boldly inscribed beside Counselor Cheng Zhu's. Just as he set the chalk down, whispers of surprise rippled through the classroom. "Huh? Cheng Zhu? The one from the forum?" Some students were confused, while others couldn't help but steal glances at him. Dong Dong, ever the opportunist, chimed in, "Yes, that's the one from the forum." His voice, though not loud, was audible to all. On one hand, he was rallying support for his roommate, and on the other, he had his own motives. "Attention all girls. He hangs out with two campus beauties. Don't get too close. Let us ordinary folks enjoy our own company. Our circles are different." By elevating Cheng Zhu, he could easily claim the title of the class heartthrob. The classroom buzzed with chatter, becoming quite a commotion. "Silence," Cheng Zhu said, crossing her arms and frowning. Her eyes, peering from behind her golden-rimmed glasses, glanced at Cheng Zhu, revealing a hint of surprise. She was aware that gossip circulated even among staff members. Although she and T thoroughly reviewed the students' profiles, a cursory glance had revealed that this new student was indeed a prominent figure in her class. Cheng Zhu did not deliver an elaborate self-introduction. He spoke briefly yet confidently. In his view, His appearance and physique served as the best social credentials. No need for excessive words. Indeed, when he stepped down from the podium, the applause he received was noticeably louder than that of his predecessors. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed many girls still gazing at him from the back. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Cheng Zhu slowly returned to the podium and announced, "Next, we will select 2 temporary leaders for military training, 1 male and 1 female. These temporary leaders essentially function as class monitors. In university, being part of the class committee does come with certain implicit advantages, such as increased opportunities for scholarships, financial aid, and party membership. Furthermore, the attractive counselor would undoubtedly heighten the enthusiasm of many male students, as class committee members interact most frequently with her. Serving as a temporary leader during military training is a commendable opportunity, as outstanding performance could lead to a permanent position in the class committee." Certainly, Cheng Zhu was undoubtedly lacking in enthusiasm about this. Although he was a master of time management, juggling studies, earning money, and pursuing romantic interests, potentially more than one, he was simply overwhelmed. Being a class officer is both an honor and a responsibility. Given his character, he was not the type to occupy a position without fulfilling its duties. Once he assumed that role, he would undoubtedly shoulder the responsibilities. Lu Feng quietly inquired among his dorm mates, "Does serving as a class officer or joining the student council during university confer advantages when seeking employment later?" Zhang Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "It depends on the circumstances." Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu had already drifted into a reverie. Throughout the election process, Cheng Zhu, standing on stage, glanced at him several times, noticing that this freshman, who had garnered considerable attention since his arrival, was now staring vacantly out the window. The competition between the 2 temporary leaders for military training was quite intense. After much hesitation, Lu Feng ultimately did not dare to step onto the stage. In the end, a boy seated behind them and a girl named Chun Tingting were selected. The trio from room 309 unanimously agreed that Chun Tingting was quite attractive. Without any makeup, she could still rank among the top 3 in the class. If she were to apply makeup, she might very well become the beauty of our class. Cheng Zhu cast a glance at them and scoffed. "Without makeup, you say? What she has is called a natural look, which is actually a carefully crafted appearance. You think she looks good without makeup, but she has put considerable effort into achieving this effect." Following that, everyone proceeded to collect their military training uniforms and other minor details. Additionally, Cheng Zhu established a WeChat group for Class 2 of Computer Science and left her phone number, encouraging classmates to save it voluntarily. Once her responsibilities were concluded, Cheng Zhu departed, allowing everyone to engage in free activities, as the official military training was scheduled for the following day. As they watched the charming silhouette of the female instructor leave the classroom, Dong Dong couldn't help but remark, "By the way, is it inappropriate to add the instructor on WeChat?" Lu Feng immediately leaned in, peering at the phone in Dong Dong's hand. He had already clicked on Cheng Zhu's profile in the group, but had yet to send a friend request. It should be fine, right? She is our instructor after all. We will need to contact her, so she surely wouldn't refuse a friend request. I'm sure she'll approve it, Lu Feng reasoned. Cheng Zhu glanced at the trio, raised his phone, and remarked, "Let me check. My friend request has already been accepted." "Wow, you added her right after joining the group?" Dong Dong asked. "Isn't it normal to add the instructor as a friend? I'll definitely need to ask her for various leaves in the future. I have no ulterior motives. I just hope she can approve my request promptly." Cheng Zhu pondered. If she were to follow the original trajectory and attempt suicide during my sophomore year, we would need to change instructors, wouldn't we? He mused. What could prompt a seemingly normal person to reach such a desperate state? Today, she appeared quite normal. Yet that was a year away, and many individuals harbor countless unresolved issues beneath the surface, presenting an outward facade of normalcy. Many fail to express themselves and merely accumulate their burdens. At that moment, this group of aimless individuals, having witnessed Cheng Zhu's successful addition of the instructor, began to query other boys about whether they had added her yet. Upon learning that others had not acted as swiftly, they decided to hold off on sending their requests, contemplating a delay in their approach. I truly cannot comprehend what goes through the minds of male students. Cheng Zhu remarked, exasperated. Zhu, aren't you a male student too? Lu Feng muttered. Subsequently, the trio drew closer, treating Cheng Zhu's phone as a prized possession, and shamelessly pleaded, Bro, let us see teacher Chen's moments. Chapter 72, Greetings. Qingning, the social media presence of Cheng Zhu indeed exudes an air of refinement. While some individuals post freely without restraint, others maintain a cohesive persona across their online profiles. Cheng Zhu undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Cheng Zhu had never interacted with her directly, only hearing whispers of gossip, and thus refrained from forming a judgment. He seldom allowed the opinions of others to sway his own discernment. However, since the topic of personas had arisen, it was impossible not to mention the social media habits of our stoic and portly classmate, Zhang Qingfeng. His profile is utterly devoid of posts. He has never shared a single update, yet delights in covertly observing others, rarely offering them a like. After the three had perused Cheng Zhu's online presence, they exited her profile only to discover a flurry of notifications on Cheng Zhu's WeChat. 9 friend requests awaited his attention. Their eyes narrowed as Dong Dong exclaimed, Old Cheng, check if they're male or female. Cheng Zhu glanced at the requests and noted that among the 9 individuals who had added him via group chat, 5 were male and 4 female. Goodness, 4 young ladies have taken the initiative to add you on WeChat? Dong Dong remarked through gritted teeth. There were only 11 girls in the entire Class 2 of Computer Science. In unison, the trio retrieved their phones, their hearts filled with delightful anticipation. Indeed, there was a friend request, but it was solely from Chun Tingting. Initially, they reveled in the joy of being added by a natural beauty, but upon reflection, they realized that, as one of the military training coordinators, she had added every classmate. Dong Dong turned to Cheng Zhu, suggesting in a conspiratorial tone, Zhu, have you considered switching majors? On their way back to the dormitory, the boys' conversations inevitably revolved around the topic of girls. Despite there being only 11 in total, these 3 rascals managed to chat about them all the way back. I think the most beautiful one must be Chun Tingting. Even without makeup, she must outshine Zhao Qianro when she does. Sure, but Zhao Qianro is definitely a D-cup. Chun Tingting has such fair skin, it looks perfect. Indeed, but Zhao Qianro is still a D. Liu Yi, stunning. Old Zheng, you quiet fellow, I never knew you had a penchant for heavy makeup. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that their most exquisite gem was none other than their counselor. Cheng Zhu had not participated in the group chat, trailing behind the 3 while typing on his phone. He disregarded the latter part of Dong Dong's remark, stating, I'm chatting with the counselor. Instantly, the 3 ahead halted in their tracks, and Dong Dong slapped himself in disbelief. How can my mouth be so indiscreet at such a crucial moment? He lamented. We haven't even dared to add her yet, and you've already struck up conversation? Zhu, what excuse did you use to engage the counselor? Lu Feng inquired earnestly. I'm all ears for this lesson. He felt that during these 4 years, he might learn a great deal from Cheng Zhu, his eagerness to absorb knowledge evident. No, it was she who approached me, inquiring why I hadn't run for military training coordinator. What? This is news to me. Dong Dong was taken aback. Goodness, it seems the counselor considers you a valuable asset, lamenting your lack of ambition. What's so surprising about that? It's quite normal, Cheng Zhu replied. But what could the reason be? Zhongzhong guidit pu dao. It was only the first official day of school. They had merely exchanged brief introductions. Cheng Zhu's introduction had been nothing remarkable. Surely it couldn't be, because he was the first to write his name on the blackboard with chalk? What could have drawn the counselor's favorable attention toward him? Perhaps she perceives me as the face of our class, a golden emblem representing us. The most striking advertisement in the Information Institute, Cheng Zhu mused. The 3 of them pondered. Every individual possesses an elusive quality that is hard to articulate. Perhaps the impression he left on the counselor differed from that of his male classmates. More accurately, this was a rather commonplace occurrence, for he too was a reborn soul. The innocence and naive it often found in university students were scarcely felt in him. Just look at these 3 roommates. Dong Dong had just leapt up to mimic a basketball shot at a tree. Lu Feng, ever the fool, had taken a few steps back to attempt a shot, exclaiming, I'm going for a 3-pointer. Positions such as class president serve as the counselor's right hand. They profoundly influence how she will proceed with her responsibilities. Of course, he was not privy to Cheng Zhu's inner thoughts. Only she knew what she truly contemplated. Cheng Zhu speculated that perhaps the counselor indeed possessed a discerning eye for talent. Next time, for sure, he jested. Upon returning to the dormitory, Cheng Zhu received a WeChat message from Wang Anquan. Zhuge, many stores have begun showcasing comic-style seller showcases. These trend followers are truly insufferable. It matters not. We must simply maintain our lead in popularity, for I have new designs set to debut soon. This style of comic art, due to its unique quality, had already stirred a significant wave online, coupled with the fact that the store was already experiencing explosive orders. The profits accrued in recent days had matched the total earnings of the previous month. If this momentum continued, it would be effortless to break into the top 10 of the category. Cheng Zhu planned to launch a new batch of trendy items, confident in his ability to set the fashion trend. Did you think that the stepmother skirt was my secret weapon? That was merely an appetizer. In his past life, he had explored various QQ lingerie styles. He was well aware of which designs were both appealing and functional. Experience yields wisdom. Practical application is essential. He resolved to seize every opportunity to earn profits in these years, for in the future, e-commerce platforms would only grow more competitive. In a few years, such a business model would become obsolete, necessitating a shift in strategy. Exporting rather than domestic sales could be an option, he pondered. After discussing work matters with Wang Anquan, he turned his attention to his little brother's university life. Zhuge, I'm doing well. The guys in my dorm now call me Safety Brother. Safety Brother? What a ridiculous name. Not bad, right? Doesn't it sound impressive? Wang Anquan was studying in Hangzhou, but his school was quite distant from the Institute of Technology and of lesser quality. Yet, Cheng Zhu thought to himself that he had recently sent him a considerable amount of wages. Surely he had matured enough to thrive in university life. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Anquan had committed many of Cheng Zhu's sage sayings to memory. To his surprise, he found himself applying them just days into the semester. On their first day, his dorm mates discussed their romantic situations. One roommate's predicament mirrored Wang Anquan's past. The girl was hot and cold, ultimately leading to an unsatisfactory outcome and leaving him feeling like a backup option. Upon hearing this, Wang Anquan gazed thoughtfully out the window, his tone grave as he remarked, "When showering, the water temperature fluctuates unexpectedly. You know this indicates someone is sharing the water resources with you." One word, avoid. He had long since memorized Cheng Zhu's maxims, and finally found the opportunity to use them. In an instant, his roommates erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, you understand too well." Since then, he has become the guardian of the dormitory, with everyone entrusting him to safeguard our love. As night fell, Dong Dong, the dorm leader of room 309, initiated the first team-building activity at an internet CAF. However, Cheng Zhu once again declined the invitation. Old Cheng, you're not joining again? Dong Dong was taken aback. I have some matters to attend to tonight, Cheng Zhu replied. Well, that is all right then, they conceded, unable to press him further. The trio sensed a subtle distance between Cheng Zhu and themselves. Although they shared a close bond in daily interactions, it felt as if they belonged to different worlds. As they left the dormitory and made their way to the internet CAF, they delved deeper into this topic. I always feel like when old Cheng is with us, it's as if he is. Dong Dong struggled to recall the term. Backward compatible, Zheng Qingfeng, the stoic one, interjected. Yes, exactly. It feels like he is backward compatible. Lu Feng trailed behind them, silent, having long since referred to Cheng Zhu as brother, Zhu with sincerity. Observing the tree-lined avenue on campus, he mused, surely I have broadened my path. Meanwhile, after his roommates left, Cheng Zhu took a moment to meditate. Business was flourishing, and the prospects were bright. The shop required continued investment, and operational costs could not be compromised, yet he was now able to extract a portion of profit. How should he allocate these funds? How could he make money work for him? Cheng Zhu contemplated. Suddenly, he remembered his debts to Xiaoyu for her milk tea shop and claw machine business. Rising from his bed, he decided to venture to the street outside the school. He personally preferred to start with a small claw machine shop. As previously mentioned, this venture was simply a means to earn quick cash, and few had ventured into this realm at present. With some operational finesse, it could easily transform into a trendy hotspot. Some things are remarkably peculiar. Which arcade lacks claw machines? Yet, if a store exclusively features claw machines, it inexplicably attracts a female clientele, becoming a fashionable check-in location. The once popular instant noodle cafeteria had a similar allure. Cheng Zhu was aware that establishing a claw machine shop had limited prospects and wouldn't yield substantial profits in the long run. However, that was precisely his intention. In his plans, this establishment was not meant for significant earnings, but rather to rekindle a sense of connection, to engage with the youthful demographic and gain insights into this generation of 2014. Some ventures, approached with future perspectives, may not succeed. Being too ahead of the times can be detrimental, and ignoring the contemporary context is sheer folly. Moreover, his previous endeavors primarily revolve around online investments, with minimal experience in physical ventures. No, it was not because this shop would become a sensation, drawing countless young women to visit daily. Absolutely not. I am merely a good brother fulfilling my little sister's desire for claw machines. How could I harbor any ulterior motives? On this slightly sultry night, Cheng Zhu strolled leisurely outside the campus. Along the way, a girl added him as a friend, but it was on behalf of her friend, who lacked the courage to approach him directly. This is a common occurrence in university settings, where girls often initiate contact with boys, and it typically isn't part of a game. Most handsome fellows have likely experienced this. When confronted with such situations, one might indulge in fantasies, wondering what the unseen friend looks like. Upon reaching the street outside the campus, Cheng Zhu surveyed his surroundings. While observing, he spotted a familiar figure in a nearby fruit shop. Shen Qingning was alone, engrossed in selecting fruits. Notably, Lin Lu was absent, leaving her temporarily unaccompanied. The light illuminated her, accentuating the natural radiance of her fair complexion. She slightly bent forward, her long hair falling into her view, prompting her to tuck it behind her ear. A few rebellious strands danced around her delicate face, swaying in the breeze from the shop's air conditioning, adding a touch of chaotic yet breathtaking beauty. Look at her. Beautiful people seem to have a special affinity for the wind and light. Cheng Zhu smiled and entered the shop, recalling the rumors surrounding them on the forum. As Shen Qingning lifted her gaze from the bird's nest fruit she had chosen, she squinted slightly, revealing a hint of confusion in her enchanting eyes, which softened her usual cool demeanor. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but grin at the sight. Merely greeting her caused her previously bewildered eyes to widen, sparkling under the bright lights of the shop. Hello, my rumored girlfriend. Chapter 73. The poetic heart of the young girl at the fruit store by the school gate. Shen Qingning found herself utterly stunned by Cheng Zhu's words. Hello there, my rumored girlfriend? There seemed to be no fault to be found. On the contrary, Cheng Zhu was essentially stepping into the limelight to indulge in the gossip, fully enjoying his own jest. However, this individual, with a slightly roguish appearance and naturally raised brows, exuded a mischievous charm when he smiled, which left Shen Qingning, a striking beauty with an imposing aura, feeling somewhat flustered and vexed, an experience she had seldom encountered. Is he toying with me? Indeed, he is playing with my emotions. Shen Qingning furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating whether to hurl the bird's nest fruit in her hand at his face. Yet, she was not as impulsive as Lin Lu. Such an action would only come across as flirtatious banter. This prompted Cheng Zhu to recall a piece of news he had read about Jeff Bezos, the creator of Amazon and once the world's richest man, who was troubled by a rather trivial issue. His young daughter spent far too little money. Meanwhile, Lin Lu sat before her tablet, hands forming a heart shape, grateful for the shared gossip circulating within their school. Shortly thereafter, Shen Qingning drove to the modest abode she shared with Lin Lu. Cheng Zhu, undeterred, continued his exploration of the off-campus market, determined to peruse the entire street that very evening. Yet the mind plays tricks on us. In that fleeting moment, she felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, causing her phone to lock. Not interested, she thought. At that time, Zhao Mashing was already pursuing He Chen, but since things weren't yet settled, she hurried to clarify the rumors. I didn't spread them. Please believe me. Bored, Shen Qingning nodded in agreement. In such a confined space, how could I accommodate all my sisters? She dismissed the notion that dating a wealthy woman was merely about financial gain. It sounded far too crass. She assumed Cheng Zhu was still unfamiliar with the street's establishments and could guide him if he sought a particular shop. Cheng Zhu, unperturbed by parental expectations, had never harbored resentment toward his family. After exchanging a few words with him, Shen Qingning set off in her vehicle. Unexpectedly, Cheng Zhu unwrapped the fresh fruit and offered it to her, saying, "Would you like some?" Understanding the dynamics at play, Cheng Zhu recognized that a girl of Shen Qingning's caliber, despite still being a student, likely possessed some resources, as her parents had probably begun encouraging her independence. The gossip on the forums had only just emerged a day and night ago. Although it spread rapidly, not everyone would transform into a spectator, consuming every morsel of the scandal. Interestingly, Bezos's daughter was also his adopted child from an orphanage in Changsha. Once, he discovered she had bought a discounted pair of shoes, which plunged him into a state of despair. "How do you know?" she inquired. "There are indeed 2 shops available for rent over there, but you must wait about 10 days until they become available." Shen Qingning indicated a sushi restaurant to her left. What infuriated her further was when Cheng Zhu, after selecting a chilled watermelon, turned to her with utmost seriousness and asked, "Xinqing, no, senior, do you have a discount card for here?" Cheng Zhu, after reading her expression, mused that a wealthy individual was not merely boasting but genuinely troubled, pondering how to reshape his daughter's perception of spending and investment. Thus, he borrowed Shen Qingning's membership card, availing himself of the discount, and transferred her the difference via WeChat. She had recently found herself in a reading slump, revisiting classics. To spur her spending, he suggested, "You shouldn't keep buying useless assets. Why not simply purchase the copyright for something you adore?" Although Shen Qingning initially hesitated to accept, she felt he had just been teasing her, and a voice in her mind insisted, "I shall not treat him to watermelon." For individuals like them, money was not something to be saved. Cheng Zhu couldn't help but applaud her inner thoughts. On that warm evening, with each bite of icy watermelon, he relished the moment. This book is unworthy of reading. Lin Lu was engrossed in an anime inside their home, which held no interest for Shen Qingning, who merely informed her, "I left the fruit on the table." Previously, she had mentioned being an avid fan of romantic novels, particularly drawn to those that featured heart-wrenching tales. Strictly speaking, this particular book was not overly tragic, and she had read it several times already. At such a young age, she had begun her journey as a landlord. Hadn't she? Yet, Shen Qingning had a prodigal brother who showed little interest in the family business, preferring to venture into entrepreneurship, often to disastrous ends during his university years, a walking experiment in trial and error. Cheng Zhu, observing a particularly vivid and crisp piece of watermelon, speared it with a fork and, under Shen Qingning's gaze, took a hearty bite. "Did you hear that sound?" he teased. "Don't tell me you're the landlord," he quipped, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. Yet for many ordinary parents like Lao Cheng and Su Yun, they had strived tirelessly to elevate their children, ensuring they could broaden their horizons. The reason she chose this book was that she had heard it was being adapted into a television drama, with a potential release in 2015, prompting her to revisit it. "Goodness, we merely enjoy buying merchandise, and here you are, purchasing copyrights," Cheng Zhu observed as they exited the store, noting the bustling foot traffic on the street. The cool girl stood by the vehicle, inquiring, "What size of store do you wish to rent?" He appeared quite at ease. Shen Qingning, for reasons unknown, felt a flicker of annoyance. Once the news broke, countless individuals expressed their envy, questioning whether Bezos truly desired a daughter. Cheng Zhu, however, was not one to be petty. He provided his daughter with a substantial weekly allowance, yet she consistently saved a considerable portion. If one were to date such a wealthy girl, wouldn't the rent be waived under the guise of investing in equity? He jested inwardly, reflecting on the stark contrast between the book's narrative and her real-life experiences. Many individuals embark on endeavors without fully committing to the preliminary tasks, only to later lament their choices in frustration. "Well, I shall go as well. I need to explore that area," she remarked, as they shared a common direction. Cheng Zhu cast a glance at the sushi restaurant, noting its dismal business. Although she expressed disdain for such matters while conversing with Lin Lu, assuring herself that she would remain indifferent and maintain a stoic demeanor against gossip. Standing alongside Cheng Zhu amidst the bustling crowd imparted a peculiar sensation that she struggled to articulate. This atmosphere rendered her somewhat uneasy, as if every pair of eyes directed their curiosity towards the nature of their relationship. Indeed, these two establishments belonged to her, gifts from her father upon her admission to university. "I wish to lease a shop," Cheng Zhu stated directly. "It's merely a claw machine store. There's no need for that," she replied, fully aware that for the affluent, such gestures are but a meager offering to facilitate their children's growth. After all, they're still quite young, and it seems unreasonable to bestow upon them overwhelming wealth. "You might consider it. If you have any thoughts, please send me a message on WeChat," he suggested. Shen Qingning opened the passenger door, placing the fruit inside. "Indeed, the location is quite advantageous and highly visible," Cheng Zhu observed. "That indeed signifies support in one's career. My car is parked over there. I shall take my leave now," Shen Qingning said to him. Chapter 74. Do you understand what it means to be a patriarch? On the street outside the campus, Cheng Zhu quickly traversed the area. He discovered a location even more suitable than the sushi restaurant. Yet regrettably, the Huangmin chicken establishment was thriving, appearing rather uninterested in relinquishing its business. Frustrated, Cheng Zhu decided to indulge and entered for a meal. He ordered a small portion with a hint of spice. Indeed, the flavor was delightful, and the price was reasonable. No wonder the business was flourishing. Initially intending to eat lightly for a late-night snack, considering that a well-toned man must manage his physique, he ultimately consumed everything. It seemed the best option at present was indeed the establishment owned by the affluent Shun. Cheng Zhu mused. Naturally, he would not seek a discount merely because they were friends. He would rent at market price. He never utilized personal connections for trivial matters. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found his three boisterous roommates still engrossed in gaming at an internet CF. Cheng Zhu began searching online for claw machines and suitable manufacturers. Lu Feng remarked, "These products are certainly worth considering." "What expressions are those? Why do you all look as though you just consumed dog food from couple?" "Ah, don't tell me you think I came here solely to inquire about sunscreen." Lin Lu felt a bit awkward and shy as Cheng Zhu enthusiastically called his roommates over. Unlike certain so-called instructors who were not there for military training, but rather to pursue female college students, and surprisingly had a high success rate. Some girls even boasted about such encounters. "Of course, Brother Zhu," Lu Feng replied immediately. Zhang Qingfeng, devoid of expression, shot him a cool glance. Shen Qingning, however, was aloof yet conflicted, casting his gaze towards Zhang Qingfeng and Lu Feng, saying, "We must also strive to take advantage of this military training period to secure some sunscreen from the female classmates." Go away. Get those chaotic thoughts out of my head." Suddenly, sunscreen became something special, elevating its value and status. We even asked Brother Zhu if he could share some with us. He said he wouldn't, but he isn't stingy. He suggested converting the amount of sunscreen into cash and sending us a red envelope, as if we had used it. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Jiu was secretly observing her. "I'm not a miser." Dong Dong and the others gazed at Cheng Zhu's figure with envy. Sigh, it's not about proving anything. She felt a bit wronged as she had specially gifted him something, yet he seemed indifferent. The voice actress girl appeared somewhat deflated, her vitality seemingly draining away. However, his looks and demeanor concerned me as a counselor. I must escape. Run. Allow me to demonstrate the effects of the most formidable ally. Though the matter was minor, standing before the owner of the sunscreen, who was also a stunning senior, he felt somewhat embarrassed and hastily clarified, No, I was just joking. I haven't even accepted the red envelope. With great power comes great responsibility." Even the 11 girls in the class found the girl sitting in the corridor excessively beautiful. Moreover, she had an air of superiority, as if perched high above the clouds. He was acutely aware of his own looks and demeanor. His campus bully-like appearance would undoubtedly attract attention from the instructors, akin to a firefly in the night. She grew increasingly curious about this newcomer. Who would love a beautiful girl? The impact of a statement can vary drastically depending on the speaker. This time, she did not stand on tiptoe to wave at Cheng Zhu, but merely mouthed, "Cheng Zhu, hello. Hello there. This situation bore resemblance to a teacher appointing the loudest student as the discipline monitor. Previously, it had been mentioned that Cheng Zhu's family background was somewhat complicated, and she indeed came from an ordinary household. Additionally, some girls, concerned about body odor, would spritz themselves with perfume daily, resulting in a mingling of scents that was quite overwhelming. She felt a strong urge to pull her down. "Oh, I came to see you exhausted like a panting dog." Lin Lu laughed. Just as a popular female celebrity attracts a throng of female admirers, the entire first day of military training for Cheng Zhu felt no different from his past life. She observed a girl with golden-rimmed sunglasses shielding herself from the sun and speculated, could she be Cheng Zhu's counselor? Quite beautiful indeed. The four then departed the corridor, with Dong Dong still preoccupied with the earlier betrayal from Zheng. They playfully nudged each other with their shoulders, enjoying the banter. Dong Dong and Zheng Qingfeng, however, were not as clever, engaging in internal dormitory treachery. A casual glance over the lineup revealed, skinny dog, skinny dog, skinny dog, oh, a muscular man. This left her feeling somewhat unsettled, making the answers to her questions seem inconsequential. It was all due to that strikingly proud face. Yes, she had escaped, but the peculiar atmosphere that had just been created still lingered. Some girls, upon merely being glanced at, exuded an aura of receiving countless affections. Soon, the students of Class 309 spotted a figure striding towards them, holding a bottle of mineral water. Damn it, Dong Dong surrendered. He held little interest in this endeavor, as the market remained rather niche. Much like Lin Lu's clothing, shoes, and bags, she meticulously calculated expenses even for high-quality replicas, let alone genuine items. Lu Feng and Zheng Qingfeng watched him, nodding in unison. After everyone had finished washing up, the three mischievous roommates in the dormitory observed Cheng Zhu as he took out a bottle of dark golden sunscreen. After applying a generous amount to his face and neck, he rubbed the remaining product onto the back of his hands. Of course, this was a genuine occurrence. They were not merely acting. The usually taciturn Zheng shot him a backhanded compliment. That's what he wanted. No need, no need. I don't want the money. It feels uncomfortable to accept it. Like I've been splashed with your face. Dong Dong refused. I don't understand him. I just can't comprehend him. Forget it. Forget it. She huffed, taking several large strides forward. It must be noted that around the military training assembly, one frequently spotted upperclassmen. This was crucial. The personalities of the people in Dorm 309 were quite amiable, open to conversation and play, never holding grudges. I've said it 1,000 times. I simply love to show off, exuding an air of superiority. I am certainly not some campus rogue. Toss him into the instructors group, and aside from the mismatch in demeanor and slightly fair complexion, there would be no significant dissonance. Isn't that a lack of self-belief? The mischievous man grinned, beginning to deflect blame. Damn it. I merely exchanged a glance with him. I have no idea how he misconstrued it, and he retorted, "You're not convinced, are you?" Just as Cheng Zhu continued to observe Cheng Zhu from a distance, a graceful figure approached from afar. Today marked the first day of military training. Lin Lu's mindset resembled that of certain senior students who intentionally perform for first-year students during military training, akin to showing off watermelon eating skills. He quickly clarified, "No, I was joking. I actually used it." Although she had only recently become a counselor, she had heard from colleagues that some class leaders seemed perpetually soliciting favors, ultimately accomplishing tasks but exhausting themselves and leaving their counselors fatigued as well. What contradiction! Oomph. Lin Lu's steps grew lighter. Counselor Cheng Zhu held an umbrella, purposefully making her way over. Indeed, this young man exudes a composed charm, addressing the audience with ease and confidence, distinctly different from the group of naive university students nearby. Dong Dong and Lu Feng hurriedly approached, their expressions mirroring those in the front row who were eagerly observing. Cheng Zhu was aware that she would doubt him. That was precisely what he desired. When he was being sent off, he had shown indifference and even made light of the situation. University students are notoriously difficult to manage. They cannot simply be dismissed. As long as discipline is maintained, they are allowed a degree of freedom. Among the trio, known as the Three Musketeers, Lu Feng was the first to capture Cheng Zhu's favor. He expressed that it was not a lack of willingness or generosity on his part. Had he purchased the bottle of sunscreen himself, he would have gladly shared it. Exhausted as he was, he felt like a worn-out dog. Yet he sarcastically remarked about being categorized further. Lin Lu sat on a bench in the corridor, chuckling. What's this? You're even giving out red envelopes. She observed Cheng Zhu blinking fervently, yet remaining as still as a statue, which made her smile. From a distance, Cheng Zhu fancied he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, as if he could hear the cheerful voice of this spirited girl, saying, hee hee, no, no, oh dear. What began as a trivial matter suddenly escalated into something so grand. What a nuisance. Why not just be an ordinary guy? The voice actress Lin Lu had come alone, specifically to witness Cheng Zhu's plight. He refused to share with them, all the while claiming he would distribute red envelopes. What did that imply? Standing tall, Cheng Zhu positioned himself at the edge, allowing those in the row to align with him as a reference point. Since the university had employed genuine instructors, the military training was conducted rather formally. Being aesthetically pleasing was one thing, but possessing an enviably sculpted physique was an entirely different matter, a sight to behold. Cheng Zhu had an inkling that this male university student would indeed be quite difficult to handle. Yet, it was only Dong Dong who had the audacity to ask for something. No one else had approached him. Is Brother Zhu going to pass down some skills to me? Lin Lu gazed at his smile, feeling inexplicably that he had a mischievous side. After standing for 7 or 8 minutes in the sweltering heat, the instructor allowed everyone a 5-minute break. The military training outfit, complete with a belt, accentuated Cheng Zhu's long arms, narrow waist, and broad shoulders. While searching online, she stumbled upon a rather bizarre, inflatable replica. She looked up at Cheng Zhu, her brows furrowed, her lips slightly turned down, a picture of innocent grievance. But was the answer truly of no significance? Ambitious. Cheng Zhu applauded from side. Don't be foolishly amused. Is watching a handsome guy during military training that exhilarating? Cheng Zhu retorted. Let us skip the small talk. I must ask you, did you use the sunscreen I gave you? Cheng Zhu shot him a glance. Hey, you still don't believe me? Just wait. Cheng Zhu stepped outside, calling over his 3 boisterous roommates. However, since the item was a gift from someone else, he absolutely cannot share it. There was a certain prestige in maintaining some authority. Is there really such a stunning student at our school? Which department is she from? It can't possibly be from our information college, could it? Cheng Zhu had just observed the subtle interaction between the two. I'll make my stance clear. As long as she continues to watch us train from across the way, I could stand in military posture for an entire day and night. Moreover, he could stir rumors with the well-known Shun Qingning on campus, indicating that his overall qualities were undoubtedly commendable. Damn, when will such attention ever fall upon me? As a reborn individual, he bore a heavy responsibility. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Cheng Zhu was suddenly struck with a thought. The following day, the boys of room 309 awoke to the sound of their alarm. Whether aimed at males or females, the sentiment remained unchanged. He was acutely aware that military instructors favored identifying exemplary individuals, potentially leading to a display of authority. Huh, why are you acting like this? After I finished my voiceover work that day, I specifically went to buy that for you. I even reminded you last night. Lin Lu was becoming somewhat irritated. Let us keep the atmosphere lively. Societal pressures can be quite overwhelming, one can understand. Dong Dong, incredibly thin, bumped into him while grumbling. Among the 3 musketeers, the smallest, Lu Feng, promptly declared with conviction. Conversely, some QQ toys will only see their market value increase year after year, with the market expanding wildly. I mentioned I applied sunscreen before leaving in the morning, yet she simply wouldn't believe it. Cheng Zhu spoke to the trio, curious to see which roommate would prove most perceptive, with intentions of taking him under his wing. Wow, did you see that girl over there? She is absolutely stunning. Cheng Zhu remarked to Lin Lu, those 3 are my roommates. As long as the instructor did not provoke him without cause, he certainly would not instigate trouble. To Cheng Zhu, Lin Lu and Shun Qingning were entirely different. She cast a distant glance at him, increasingly convinced that suggesting he run for class committee was indeed a wise choice. All right, I get it, it's not important. I don't care whether you use it or not. It's yours now. Do as you please, right? She abruptly rose from the bench, her words becoming increasingly jumbled. The newcomer approached with a light step, entirely focused on Cheng Zhu. Upon hearing break, the atmosphere instantly transformed into a cacophony of chatter. Oh, I see. No wonder I suddenly felt the sun wasn't so harsh and my legs weren't so tired. It all makes sense now. Her meticulously crafted lifestyle, the persona she had established for herself, and the urban sophistication she exuded were all intentionally curated, painstakingly, and even awkwardly packaged. Sunscreen? Of course I applied it. Her arrival caught the attention of the instructors and counselors in the vicinity, who suddenly realized something. Bye. She waved quickly at Cheng Zhu, then grabbed her bag and rushed off, performing a swift exit. Yet, Lin Lu was different. She radiated a distinct aura. Hence, the most prudent course of action would be to elect him as a class officer. How genuine. The entire process felt remarkably authentic. In the computer science class too, surrounded by a group of ordinary boys, this charming and audacious young man stood out like a crane among chickens. Cheng Zhu envied such individuals immensely. What were they up to? Despite the students standing in military formation, each remained motionless, though their eyes were clearly darting about, following the movements of the girl. We can only whisper to old Cheng. We can't let anyone else know, can we? Dong Dong even quipped, Chuan, you're not trying to guard against me and old Zheng, are you? He was quite pleased with himself, enjoying the spacious surroundings where the stench of sweat would be less pronounced. Alas, with your level of understanding, things are going to be tough for you in the future. In roommate dynamics, the greatest fear is the myriad of unspoken calculations which remain unaddressed. Oh dear, what on earth am I thinking? Lin Lu suddenly felt a bit flustered. Hey, is she smiling this way? With those dimples, I'm going to die. Lu Feng commented, we're asking Brother Zhu for sunscreen, and he refuses to share. Within the formation, Cheng Zhu maintained a sense of discipline, merely giving Lin Lu a hearty blink. Lin Lu was adorable and radiant, lively and full of energy. She truly did not care how others perceived her. If she wished to see Cheng Zhu, she would come. If she desired to interact with him covertly, she would do so. At this point, she found herself less concerned about whether Cheng Zhu valued her gift. She merely wished for the atmosphere to conclude swiftly. You're quite something. The path ahead has widened for you. You're lying. You definitely didn't use it. Lin Lu was now irked, and her disbelief was palpable. Zheng Qingfeng felt an urgency as well, suppressing the urge to slow his pace, deliberately positioning himself 3 steps behind the 2 boisterous boys to appear aloof. While others might struggle to contain him, he seemed capable of commanding the attention of all. Cheng Zhu had faith in her ability to read people. The focus of girls often diverges from that of boys. I know. Is it not enough that you've used it? She glanced at Cheng Zhu, murmuring, you even called in a roommate for proof. It's sweltering. We must ensure the students stay hydrated, or with the current generation's lackluster physique, won't we end up with a few fainting? Initially, she had invited Shun Qingning to join, but for some reason, Ningning stubbornly refused, repeatedly emphasizing boring. At this moment, in front of the formation of Class 2 in computer science, Lin Lu found a spot in the corridor to sit down. If you fancy a girl, whisper it to me later, all right? He teased Lu Feng with a raised eyebrow. You all have military training soon, so rest well. Well then, I shall take my leave. Zhu Ge, can you apply some for me too? Suddenly chimed in Dong Dong, who held the most idol-like demeanor. This inherent brightness, confidence, generosity, and a hint of youthful arrogance were traits she might never possess. At this moment, Lin Lu paused in front of the formation of Class 2 in computer science. She has been watching us during military training. Surely, she isn't watching me, is she? Cheng Zhu meticulously donned his military training uniform, diligently adjusting his appearance. Such a school tyrant. He seems unapproachable, making it evident that ordinary class representatives cannot manage someone like him. As Cheng Zhu observed her departure, Lin Lu quickened her pace, seemingly muttering to herself, though it was unclear what she was saying. Many believe that ordinary girls cannot stand goddesses, harboring feelings of disdain and jealousy. In reality, there exists a multitude of admirers among girls. They're not only captivated by handsome boys, but also by beautiful girls, often exhibiting a more amiable demeanor toward attractive peers. Not giving it, This bottle of sunscreen costs a pretty penny. Using it just once equates to quite an expense. I'll send you all an 1888 yuan red envelope in the group later. Just consider it used. All right. Lu Feng responded with immediate excitement. Goodness, is data analytics already this precise? Do they know I sell QQ lingerie and want me to broaden my business? Cheng Zhu pondered. He recalled, during his previous life as military training, the instructor had made an authoritative remark. Is there anyone who dares to defy? What level do you think you are to share the sunscreen gifted by Lin Lu? She held her small handbag, donned her little shoes, and mentioned she no longer wished to dwell on the matter, only to reconsider moments later. Meanwhile, Lin Lu had already distanced herself. Or perhaps what is special is not the item, but the person? He extended his hand, firmly patting Lu Feng's shoulder, unexpectedly inquiring, Hey, any thoughts on dating in college? Dong Dong and Zheng Qingfeng exchanged glances. However, soon enough, their pace slowed and their strides diminished. Oh my, she is incredibly sweet-looking. What a pinnacle of sweetness. A girl exclaimed. This atmosphere is so peculiar. I feel a bit embarrassed now. He playfully teased her. Oh dear, I truly forgot. You still wish for this ambience to end? Why then did I summon these 3 disciples of mine? Chapter 75. Leaving you without a stage upon returning to the crowd. The 4 residents of room 309 found themselves in the spotlight, as if they were being reviewed by a parade. The attention made Dong Dong quite envious. Girls of the caliber of Shun Qingning and Lin Lu were akin to campus celebrities at the University of Science and Technology. While an online celebrity's romantic entanglements might stir considerable uproar, the campus environment, though less exaggerated, still afforded them significant attention. At this moment, the counselor, Cheng Zhu, had already departed, though the timing of her exit remained a mystery. With her absence, the atmosphere became notably more relaxed. One male student inquired, Was that just now Shun Qingning, the senior? Cheng Zhu initially froze, but quickly grasped the source of the misunderstanding. For the freshman, familiarity with Shun Qingning's name might not extend to recognition of her visage. They may have only encountered rumors regarding her and Cheng Zhu online. They had advised him to pursue exceptionally attractive girls boldly once in university. However, if one were to publicly decline, it would surely incite ire, as it would be perceived as a loss of face for the one who initiated the pursuit. Cheng Zhu maintained a silent demeanor, and as no further inquiries arose, he felt it inappropriate to assume the role of a storyteller, standing there to recount tales. The instructor permitted a brief respite for hydration, yet some seemed intent on self-destructing. Dong Dong, the resident leader of room 309, felt it was time to shoulder some responsibility. As for Lin Lu, she seemed to be of little concern to him. She was rather proactive and fond of attention. It was amusing to consider that Lin Lu, prior to military training, had thoughtfully gifted Cheng Zhu sunscreen and even made a special trip today to check if he had applied it properly. Even the usually stoic Zheng Qingfeng offered a sudden snicker at the scene. Li Xinxiang, upon seeing Lin Lu, was utterly captivated, exclaiming her beauty. Many individuals possess misguided self-perceptions and erroneous self-awareness. Cheng Zhu pondered this, slowly comprehending why, in his previous life, despite being youthful, handsome, and wealthy, he had attracted the attention of less than stellar women who believed they could easily ensnare him. Thus, when Cheng Zhu encouraged everyone to take initiative in electing a temporary leader for military training, Cheng Zhu was the first to raise his hand and step forward. Why? Li Xinxiang asked. While the commotion stirred by Cheng Zhu was unparalleled, it did serve to inform his classmates that he had penetrated the inner circle of the fashion design department. Yet, he remained quite approachable, his demeanor not matching the intimidating visage. Lin Lu, I often see that name on forums, Li Xinxiang remarked, only for the leader of room 309 to quickly clarify. That was not Shun Qingning. It was Lin Lu, the one of equal renown. Truth be told, to Li Xinxiang, Cheng Zhu's presence was somewhat daunting. He flinched as the former clapped a hand on his shoulder. Li Xinxiang was rather dense and naive. He understood well that in the realm of matchmaking, one's worth is often reflected in the quality of the individuals introduced to them. The recent incident led the residents of room 309 to perceive Cheng Zhu as quite modest. likely too bashful to confront Li Xianxiang directly. Damn, I'm somewhat taken aback. How could someone be so enviably fortunate? It seems not only is he well known in our school, but even admirers from neighboring institutions exist. He considered himself superior to Li Xianxiang, yet felt shy in Lin Lu's presence, questioning his audacity to speak. What? Which Lin? Which Lu? Li Xianxiang learned a valuable lesson. Yet, Cheng Zhu's nonchalant demeanor was undeniably attractive. Dong Dong resolved to adopt a similar approach when the opportunity arose. At that moment, an exceptionally beautiful girl appeared, leading some to mistakenly identify her as Shun Qingning. Moreover, for those who harbor fondness for characters from books, remember to express your admiration. Cheng Zhu's character received the highest praise, a fact that astonished him. It seemed everyone felt a strong connection to the protagonist. Just then, a voice broke through the conversation. What are you daydreaming about? Li Xianxiang retorted. Just now Lin Lu was right there. Why didn't you take the initiative to ask for her contact information? The absurdity of the situation began to irritate him. The consensus in room 309 was that they would support this union, and, of course, if it were between him and Shun Qingning, they would agree as well. Why? What do you mean why? Cheng Zhu replied with an expressionless demeanor. My younger sister, who is still in kindergarten, understands that when you make a request, there is a possibility of rejection. Cheng Zhu, unlike others, had a fierce air about him, not minding that others recognized him as unapproachable. He found that, in truth, life could be much more pleasant when he embraced this persona. Were he in Li Xianxiang's position, he would have surely boasted, relishing in the envy of his classmates. Dong Dong mused on Cheng Zhu's missed opportunities for showmanship, wondering why he failed to seize such moments. You can go ahead and end it all, he thought, as he preferred a nonchalant demeanor. Dong Dong enjoyed showcasing his own bravado, yet he also relished the chance to contribute to others' displays. He had hoped to engage in conversation with Zhu Yingying later that evening, to see if she might take the time to visit him. However, just as he was about to speak, Cheng Zhu turned to Li Xianxiang and directly stated, I will not add you as a friend. Besides, he had never been fond of playing matchmaker. No wonder, in the past, when he insulted others, he referred to them as elementary school students. Now, the insults had escalated to university students. Cheng Zhu's words were laden with subtext, and his attitude was decidedly off-putting. This was one reason why many intermediaries found their efforts ultimately unappreciated. He had previously inquired among the girls in his class and learned that there were rumors online suggesting that Lin Lu and Shun Qingning were close friends. Dong Dong observed that, through recent interactions, the trio in their dormitory perceived Cheng Zhu as perpetually aloof, sporting a disdainful expression that made him seem formidable. Cheng Zhu contemplated a humorous phrase. Can you give me a ride? I'm a university student. Ultimately, Cheng Zhu's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. It was reminiscent of their first day in the dormitory when he had proposed a gathering for room 309, only to decline due to prior commitments. He speculated that Cheng Zhu was indeed involved in a scandal with Shun Qingning, suggesting a close relationship. This sparked a murmur of discussion within Class 2 of the computer science department. All right, it seems this guy thrives on being accommodating. But if he wants to keep things clean, Cheng Zhu truly modified his earlier statement. He believed it. Damn it. It's precisely individuals with such thick skins that tarnish the reputation of us university students. In this era, some people simply do not understand how to decline others, leading to a life of incessant exhaustion. Those around them, hearing the commotion, perked up their ears. Perhaps this fool thought it was particularly charming to publicly request another's WeChat, as if he were some sort of suave gentleman. Goodness, do you really believe that if Cheng Zhu plays matchmaker, the other party would not refuse? Cheng Zhu, what the hell do you mean? Li Xianqian exclaimed. In truth, the most exceptional women are often pursued with trepidation, resulting in fewer suitors and, paradoxically, making them easier to win over. Once again, a question arose. Do you really only know how to ask questions? Enough already, military training is exhausting. Go away and leave me be. Dong Dong, on the other hand, was quite eager to express his feelings. This individual was one of the temporary leaders for military training in Class 2, named Li Xianxiang. For Cheng Zhu, it would be a sign of madness to share Lin Lu's contact information with him. It would merely be a means to mock a fool, allowing him to humiliate himself. Dong Dong, listening nearby, suddenly realized that he actually found his interactions with Cheng Zhu relatively comfortable. Yet, it appeared that Cheng Zhu was indeed adept at refusing others. However, for boys of this age, once they become infatuated, it can be quite unpredictable. The three modern secrets to longevity: shifting blame, low quality, and foul mouths. In reality, Cheng Zhu understood that some people love to make demands in front of others, effectively putting you on the spot to oblige them. That cold laugh in Dong Dong's eyes was a signal for full-scale attack. Moreover, before entering university, Li Xianxiang had earnestly consulted various so-called love gurus online. Cheng Zhu simply shook his head, not intending to elaborate on Lin Lu's identity. You better keep your mouth clean, Li Xianqian raturta. Furthermore, whether it was a suggestion to explore the campus together or to hit the internet CAF for some gaming, he had rejected all offers, choosing not to go if he didn't wish to. Chapter 76. I revealed my true identity as the boss with a chuckle. The three mischievous companions of Cheng Zhu couldn't contain their laughter as Dong Dong and Lu Feng burst into fits of giggles. A sly grin crept across their faces. Zheng Qingfeng, striving to suppress his amusement, ultimately succumbed to a semblance of a sorrowful expression. Godi, he exclaimed, keep your mouth clean, then you should go for euthanasia. Dong Dong mused, marveling at how extraordinarily talented Cheng Zhu was, nearly laughing himself to death. It seemed that, no matter what was said, Cheng Zhu would insist on having the last word. Dong Dong silently noted down these witty remarks, pondering the opportunity to use them in the future. At that moment, the classroom erupted in laughter, creating a light-hearted atmosphere despite Cheng Zhu's verbal jabs. Although he was clearly reprimanding someone, the tension did not sour the relaxed ambience of their break. However, the mirthful sounds were quite jarring to Li Xianxiang's ears. Those assigning tasks often sought merely results and efficiency. They had no time to meddle in personal grudges, Cheng Zhu thought. Sitting on the ground, he idly tossed a nearly empty water bottle into the air, allowing it to fall and rise repeatedly. Zheng Qingfeng, seated nearby, appeared somewhat more at ease. Once Chun Jiu departed, Dong Dong and Zheng Qingfeng approached Cheng Zhu, exclaiming, Brother Zhu, you were incredible. You threw that idiot Li Xianxiang some serious shade in front of the advisor. Li Xianxiang, terrified of punishment in front of the instructor, would not dare to speak out, even if he was seething inside. Men must have ambition, Li Xianxiang called out, seeking the attention of his closest doormate, then directing his gaze towards Cheng Zhu. Consequently, Cheng Zhu, usually taciturn, uttered what was perhaps the longest sentence he had spoken all day. Unlike Dong Dong, who claimed to earn 6,000 while actually making 5,000, Cheng Zhu believed that a dedicated worker was undeniably the most admirable. He then took out his phone to message Shun Fupao on WeChat. However, given their current state of exhaustion, none of the weary companions felt inclined to move. Why did you provoke her? Li Xianxiang had tasked her with fetching water, and for her, the expectation was simply to complete the job. As for him, he surely had no intention of stepping up to perform. Cheng Zhu's subsequent remarks made Li Xianxiang bristle. On one hand, Cheng Zhu had little patience for him. Initially, he had been somewhat lenient, but when Li Xianxiang insisted on publicly reprimanding him, Cheng Zhu knew how to respond. Have you ever sold phone cases at the school gate? Dong Dong asked, bewildered. What did you sell? He was flabbergasted, realizing that this person was both cunning and insidious. His face flushed crimson as veins began to throb at his neck. Did you also engage in selling equipment and online games? During such moments, a good performance could grant one preferential treatment in the realm of romantic pursuits in university life. Yet, Cheng Zhu's next words sent a shiver down his spine. Aren't you afraid of angering Teacher Chen? Zhong in Guit Chun Jiu, the advisor of Class 2 in the computer science department, observed Li Xianxiang and his companions, and then turned her gaze towards the nonchalant Cheng Zhu, further solidifying her previous thoughts. While female celebrities in the entertainment industry were often criticized for their lack of talent in singing and dancing, the female university students excelled in these skills on campus. Cheng Zhu looked at Dong Dong earnestly and said, I occasionally dabble in small business ventures. This was his first proactive attempt to engage Shun Qingning in conversation over WeChat. Yes, I heard you, but I'm not getting up, he replied. After chatting with his two roommates for a while, Cheng Zhu remembered he had yet to discuss renting Shunqing's shop. Goodness, they seem to have enough fun daily. Why do I feel like there's no need for a cross-college party? Feng, the instructor, pondered. Even Cheng Zhu felt a flicker of anticipation. It was hard to pinpoint the source of this enchantment, but there was an undeniable air of joy. Slowly, Instructor Feng announced that there would be a party later, with classes from other colleges joining in. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 2 in computer science seemed electrified. Come on, hurry up. Both Lu Dong and I are waiting for you. Li Xinxiang raised his voice. Cheng Zhu cast a mildly surprised glance at Lu Feng, thinking that this person was indeed quite entertaining. Dong Dong felt a voice in his head exclaiming, Dad, I want to open a store too. After the surge of popularity of various short video platforms, this statement had become widely circulated. Huh. The lingerie I sell would provide every girl in our school with several pieces. He joked, fearing it might shock others. Meanwhile, Chun Jiu observed Li Xinxiang with the keen eye typical of someone in a position of authority. Not at all. They have captured my heart. The shops at the school gate were indeed precious, and the rent was not inexpensive. This seemingly cold-faced man was not easily intimidated, as he was a low-key second-generation rich kid, hailing from a family in real estate. In fact, his situation was considerably better than Dong Dong's. Adorned with a Cartier watch worth several thousand, and receiving a monthly allowance of 10,000, sufficient for a lavish university lifestyle. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and his companions, while fetching water from the supermarket, unexpectedly encountered Lin Lu, who was there to buy notebooks. Shielded by a sun umbrella, she approached Instructor Feng and exchanged a few words. Why do you have such low comprehension? Dong Dong murmured, frowning slightly. Isn't this something found in every arcade? Can it really make money? Old Cheng, I feel there's little potential here. What do you think? Instructor Feng jogged over, initially intending to share the good news with the group before resuming training. Finally, this aloof one has learned to call me brother, he mused. As soon as he finished speaking, the students of Class 2 in computer science were invigorated. Advisors are often seen as basic staff in educational institutions, many of whom are lackadaisical, appearing only sporadically throughout the semester. Let us hope this person doesn't cause any trouble in the days to come, she thought. On the other hand, this individual was the temporary leader during military training and was likely to become a class representative, ensuring he wouldn't become idle and bother her. Cheng Zhu, in particular, was someone the others in the class struggled to manage. After all, his power was limited. When opportunities arose, wouldn't he seize them? Yet, he had already conducted business even before the start of his first year. Earlier, Li Xinxiang had felt humiliated, yet now he sought to command the class, leveraging Teacher Chen's presence to force others into hard labor. Chun Jiu, observing the scene while holding her sun umbrella, approached with an air of confidence. This man, whose brows naturally arched slightly, was not pretending not to hear. His gaze was firmly fixed on Li Xinxiang. The role of a university advisor is quite different from that of a previous class teacher, and the disparity is significant. If this situation became known throughout the class, wouldn't he be the one to take the blame? Notably, he had previously not even added her on WeChat, and after doing so, had been rather unenthusiastic in their conversations. He felt as if everyone was mocking him. Engaging in conversation with foolish individuals was exhausting. He preferred to employ silent treatment. The entertainment industry had to keep an eye on female university students. With the sun blazing down, she had no desire to stand in the heat. Lowering herself to the ground, she extended her legs forward, thinking that if she were to be called to work, she might as well feign collapse to seek compensation. What was that saying? If they were training now, then this would be a splendid opportunity to slack off. She had just visited a few hours ago, and now she had changed her outfit. It seems to hold some truth. How do you grasp it so well? Dong Dong began again. My father runs a company. Lao Cheng, does your family also possess a large enterprise? The counselor made an appearance to affirm his presence, generously purchasing several boxes of water for the class before departing. However, after observing the lackluster performance of these computer science boys for several hours, they began to feel sympathy for the few female college students present. The instructors conveyed that it would be best to avoid limiting activities solely to the information college. In his heart, Cheng Zhu felt a sense of superiority over Cheng Zhu, believing his family background to be more affluent. Cheng Zhu continued to watch him, tossing the nearly empty bottle in his hand, remaining silent in his seat. Yet, this privilege meant nothing to Cheng Zhu. He suspected that this rather naive fellow would likely act stubbornly once more. Cheng Zhu, he called out, "Have you forgotten about the women's PUA? Oh, young Master Cheng, are you secretly lurking in the dormitory, playing undercover?" At this moment, he chose to reveal his hand, hoping these few mischievous dogs would assist him later. Goodness, he could disguise himself even better than the English teacher. In an instant, Dong Dong appeared struck by lightning. However, while investing money was acceptable, partnerships among friends often brought too many troubles. Without mentioning past endeavors, I plan to rent 2 shops off campus in a few days and open a store. Cheng Zhu withheld his identity as a QQ tycoon and selectively disclosed a bit about his family's wealth. For I was the type of despicable boss in my previous life. Cheng Zhu mused. Indeed, many young couples would come together, but there would certainly be single ladies as well. Just as a high school homeroom teacher concerns themselves with graduation rates, they meddle in anything they deem related to studies, even dictating the length of your hair. He began to call for assembly, instructing everyone to resume their military stance. Yet, since the conversation had veered this way, I must apologize. I reveal myself as the big boss. Although they were formal instructors, not the wild kind, they were still young men. Witnessing the dismal male-to-female ratio in the information college, they felt pity for these male students. If I am unwilling to go, then let someone else take my place. It is not a significant matter. His stubbornness would only waste time, giving off an impression of inefficiency and inflexibility. Were they capturing dolls? Naturally, if other classmates became class representatives, it would be the same. Henceforth, don't bother me. Equality is the motto. Cheng Zhu turned to the temporary military training leader, Li Xianxiang, saying, "Li Xianxiang, I bought several boxes of water for our class. Please ask a few boys to fetch them." Each one would ensure the task was executed well. Over an hour passed, and the counselor for Class 2 of Computer Science, Cheng Zhu, reappeared. High school was somewhat better. University began to be filled with such individuals, and in society, they are plentiful. University life is delightful. As for me, I plan to open a claw machine store, specifically for catching dolls. Cheng Zhu continued to divulge. Yet, the person opposite him remained seated, fixating on him intently. "Let's go." Li Xianqiang urja. You truly seize every opportunity to show off, Dong Gongzi. Moreover, he noticed that Lao Chang often went out alone to make calls and occasionally operated on the computer, appearing somewhat busy, leading to his suspicions. Li Xianxiang indeed possessed considerable authority, yet he lacked the courage to wield it freely. He did not dare to be overtly targeted, seeing Lu Feng smooth things over. He merely nodded with a displeased countenance. Observing this scene, Lu Feng quickly rose and said, "I'll go. I'll also buy some wet wipes." For some reason, he abruptly thought of Lin Lu. Upon hearing Cheng Zhu finish, Zhang Qingfeng's first reaction was that this store would eventually have rows of girls. "Brother Zhu, may I invest a little in your claw machine store?" Renting 2 rooms upon entering university and then investing in a store. Was that something an ordinary family could do? Chapter 77. Are you also the school beauty? As it was Cheng Zhu's first time taking the initiative to chat with Shun Qingning, she paused momentarily upon receiving the WeChat message from him. Their chat history was minimal, with conversations that felt rather aloof and lacking any potential for further topics. The stark contrast between their cold online relationship and their serendipitous encounter at the fruit shop that day was striking. Shun Qingning understood all too well that life was filled with such individuals. Some were lively online, but socially awkward in person, while others struggled with online communication, but were quite pleasant face-to-face. It was undeniable that many people today displayed a dichotomy in their personas, presenting one character online and another in reality. However, she observed that Lin Lu and Cheng Zhu could engage in lively conversations online and even played games together. This left her pondering whether she was truly lacking in conversational skills. Yet, she had always been this way, too reserved, and she did not blame Cheng Zhu for it. If it were anyone else, Lin Lu might have worried about how this could affect their classmates' relationships. But the mere thought of it being Cheng Zhu made her feel that he was more likely to refrain from bullying others. Consequently, the four girls in the dormitory began whispering amongst themselves, their gazes converging on Cheng Zhu. Indeed, it was a university fueled by youthful hormones. Some girls were undeniably bold in their pursuits. Cheng Zhu mused to himself about how forward some of these girls could be. What? She told me to mind my words. Cheng Zhu, feeling quite dissatisfied, snatched a mint candy and retorted, Chuaner, how can you be a neutral parrot? Have I ever insulted you? Lu Feng felt as if he had become a nameless entity. Lin Lu looked up at him and, without a second thought, stated, sorry, but I don't add strangers. However, he quickly remembered having seen her name on the school forum. After discussing the rent, Shen Qingning quoted a price that was consistent with what she had charged a sushi restaurant the previous year, adding that she could offer him a month's rent-free period for renovations. In daily life, he inevitably came across some VIP content. As it turned out, while the students refrained from performing, the instructors engaged in a round of boxing. Just as the evening's festivities were drawing to a close, a mysterious guest made an appearance. Even so, he remained unsatisfied and added another idiom, to cling desperately. He felt utterly unmoved, even critiquing Yao Yaina's performance for lacking precision. It seemed she was offering a friendly deal, especially considering the rent-free period. The chubby boy named Qian Jiankong, performing a girl group dance, instantly elevated the atmosphere. Look, Zhu Yingying and the others are here, Dong Dong exclaimed, spotting Zhu Yingying and her friend from the fashion design department, who were proudly waving. Cheng Zhu made a point to observe these dancing girls, particularly Yao Yaina, as they might prove useful in the future. Zhu Ge, she's dancing in your direction. Lu Feng nudged Cheng Zhu playfully. Following that, the usual array of performances unfolded, with singers singing and dancers dancing. After a brief discussion about the rental, Shen Qingning curiously inquired, what type of store are you planning to open? Shen Qingning readily agreed, saying, all right, I will have someone remove the rental listing. Fortunately, Dong Dong was self-absorbed, believing everyone was watching him, which made him stand a little taller. All right, Lu Feng immediately chimed in. He glanced at Lin Lu's departing figure, noting her light and cheerful steps, seemingly in good spirits. You, the little clown, can leave first. I, the privileged one, still have a few words to exchange with the goddess. Lu Feng ignored him, producing a box of mint candies, saying, Zhu Ge, this is from Senior Lin Lu. And I must relay her words verbatim, which represent her personal views. I am merely a neutral parrot. He understood Shen Qingning's intentions and thoughts, adding, the methods may differ, but this is my trade secret. She was there to purchase notebooks and sticky notes. The classic dance moves in this song seemed somewhat lacking due to the military training uniforms. Originally, the girl group dance included a move where one leg was lifted and the side zipper of the skirt was gently pulled. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, he, like Popeye, hoisted a box of bottled water from the ground and shouted for Lu Dong to hurry up. In 2014, sticky notes were quite popular, often used by students and office workers alike. The supporters of these two individuals echoed similar sentiments, proclaiming that this person was indeed the school beauty, the goddess of the university. If Zhu Ge and she are truly in a flirtation phase, then this sister-in-law is recognized by our dormitory 309. He unwittingly became a fan of the voice actress and took it upon himself to represent the entire dorm. Okay. Li Xinxiang found himself at a loss for words. Shen Qingning had learned various dance forms since childhood. She was curious about how she would perform. As they parted ways, Lin Lu kindly bid farewell, saying goodbye. Cheng Zhu's roommate, suddenly struck by an idea, he called out to Lin Lu, who was at the register, Senior. That person just asked Zhu Ge for your WeChat. The atmosphere was already quite lively when unexpectedly a chubby boy from Class 2 of the computer science department stood up, raising his hand. I can also dance to short skirt. Huh, like this? Lin Lu glanced outside the supermarket. Lu Feng, feeling particularly flattered by the attention from the goddess senior, was helplessly captivated. Asking for contact details face-to-face was something Li Xinxiang found hard to muster. Meanwhile, Yao Yaina, from the same dorm as Zhu Yingying, stepped up to perform AOA's short skirt. When men become bold, they leave women in the dust. Lu Feng and Dong Dong clung to Cheng Zhu, cheering loudly, while the main subject remained remarkably composed. These two were roommates, and with such an obvious hint, How could Li Xinxiang not notice? He gritted his teeth, preparing to seize the moment. The atmosphere at the beginning of the evening was quite pleasant, with the bolder students calling out, "Instructor, come join us." However, once the dancing commenced, it incited a chorus of cheers. Even the girls were squealing in excitement. For some reason, he found himself thinking of Shun Qingning. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhu recounted the specific happenings in the supermarket, subtly seeking recognition for his contributions. As night fell, everyone gathered on the playground. More importantly, he just noticed Lin Lu had greeted Lu Feng. This goddess senior seemed quite friendly, and he thought to himself to be a bit bolder, not to shy away. Cheng Zhu had indeed exchanged a meaningful glance with her earlier. Having graduated many years ago, Cheng Zhu found himself surrounded by an abundance of women, many of whom shared similar names, which made his recollection of certain influential figures from university somewhat hazy. During dinner, nearly all the students from Class 2 of Computer Science were discussing the evening's upcoming event at the playground. This person had quite the sharp tongue and was rather arrogant. Lin Lu had playfully criticized him before. They often exchanged banter while gaming together. As a result, Li Xinxiang's circle of male friends rushed to gossip about him, while the girls perked up their ears to listen, with some actually inquiring whether he had added Lin Lu as a friend. Even someone as oblivious as Dong Dong understood the underlying message, unable to suppress his comments. "Damn it, Chuaner. Didn't you say yesterday at the Internet CAF that you wouldn't play support?" Furthermore, for some reason, she had previously felt that Cheng Zhu and Lin Lu shared a rather flirtatious relationship, with the potential for further development. However, in recent days, she seemed to have shed that feeling, no longer dwelling on the matter. Just as he found himself momentarily dazed, he noticed Lin Lu waving in his direction. Discussing instances of failure, she aimed to encourage Cheng Zhu to reconsider his decisions with caution. It's not about distant kisses. Those who are sensible know how to impress the boss. As he stuffed candy into his mouth, he thought bitterly, "Damn it, little dear. Just wait until you discover how sweet my lips can be." At that moment, when Li Xinxiang first laid eyes on Lin Lu, he felt as though he had been struck by a sudden wave of beauty. Lu Dong, standing nearby, quickly understood. Her lively friendliness was not for everyone. It was merely reserved for Cheng Zhu's roommate. Cheng Zhu's roommate, greetings. Lin Lu immediately recognized Lu Feng, holding a notebook and sticky notes in her right hand while waving her phone with the left. Yet, as her casual remarks reached Lu Feng's ears, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sweetness. On WeChat, Cheng Zhu clearly stated his intentions, expressing his desire to rent those two shops. Then, he saw Shun Qingning's typing indicator flicker on and off, as if she was hesitating. The moment her name was mentioned, cheers erupted around them. Lin Lu, the senior, exuded a friendly demeanor, making her seem approachable. He thought to himself, the entire 309 dormitory is filled with troublemakers. Their tone may be fine, but their attitude is distinctly unwelcoming. Once everything was finalized, Cheng Zhu mused, how intriguing. Her identity encompasses so many layers. A friend as cousin, a senior in school, and now even a city landlord. Her attributes are indeed plentiful. Not keen on dining, perhaps a sign of cognitive dissonance. Lu Dong's thoughts were simple. Weren't you eager for contact information? You just clashed with Cheng Zhu moments ago, and now the goddess stands before you. Seize the opportunity. Typically, one would expect an arcade to feature a wider array of machines beyond just claw machines, catering to a broader student demographic. Yet they still failed to turn a profit. Dong Dong and the others lamented their lack of singing and dancing skills, missing out on campus dating opportunities. In his previous life, when he operated a streaming company, how could he not have a few dance streamers under his wing? The time spent in military training, which couldn't be feigned, always seemed to pass swiftly. The cool girl glanced at her phone, smiling slightly as the landlord typed, "All right, looking forward to a pleasant collaboration." Subsequently, a friend attempted to perform a magic trick, only to embarrass himself in the process. Some streamers would deliberately provide Cheng Zhu with an exclusive viewing angle during their broadcasts, revealing content entirely different from what was shown on the platform. Indeed, Brother Zhu can be quite bothersome, having even exchanged a few barbs with him. Lu Feng remarked while bending down to carry water. After Yao Yina's performance concluded with a playful girl group flourish, her spirited nature was evident. Now that they were close, he noticed she looked even more stunning up close. Dong Dong, being somewhat mischievous, raised his voice unnecessarily loud, exclaiming, "What? You bumped into Senior Lin Lu at the supermarket?" Li Xianxiang felt a bit out of place. Earlier, during military training, Lin Lu had sat across the corridor, leaving everyone to admire her from afar. Cheng Zhu was well aware that rent on this street outside campus was continually rising. He had never intended to take advantage, but since the offer was made, it was hard to refuse such kindness. Indeed, wealthy women have their allure. Although the situation had nothing to do with Li Xianxiang, he felt his heart flutter. Damn, her voice is so melodious. As mealtime approached, the formation disbanded in front of the cafeteria, and everyone, already famished, rushed inside. Lu Feng noticed that these two were not waiting for him, and suddenly felt less urgency. On the other side, in the campus convenience store of the Institute of Technology, Cheng Zhu did not conceal his intentions. Claw machine shop. This revelation left little Chong from the computer science class too feeling as though he had been hit with a smooth combo, exclaiming, "How is there even a second wave of damage?" Surprisingly, many students gathered here, with nearly 300 people in total. Damn it. Whether to stick my neck out or retreat, it's all the same. This is clearly an invitation for me to ask for contact information. Upon entering the supermarket, Li Xianxiang and his companions were immediately drawn to Lin Lu, who was queuing at the cashier. "Oh, I see. Then you all carry on?" Lin Lu said with a smile. Regrettably, the instructor had stated that they could not change into casual clothes. Everyone was still required to wear military uniforms. He even entertained a rather amusing thought. Damn, why am I not Cheng Zhu's roommate? Her delicate skin, long and lush eyelashes, and vibrant youthful aura were utterly captivating. Striding confidently towards Lin Lu, words were on the tip of his tongue, but he found himself stammering. "Senior, may I add you as a friend?" After all, not everyone possesses Cheng Zhu's effortless charm. Many would prefer to dress up a bit. Just then, Lu Dong nudged Li Xianxiang gently and exchanged a knowing glance with him. The colorful papers indeed appealed to the girls.